So would they be generally darker than us? You're absolutely right, Mr. Vasilevsky. The point is that race is not really about color. It's really a social construct that more or less corresponds to, complexion to a degree, but not enough to make a real difference. Like in my whole family, I've daughter race, whatever that means exactly. But she was concerned. And also we weren't the church to push a different, so we were less turning to America. And why that means is that when pre-revolutionary disabilities, most of the early colonies didn't have time or energy to push anti-Jewish measures. They were too worried about homesteading, spending off the Indians, and whatever else they had in new culture. It was just too far from the center to be carried over to the Americas. Some of the states preserved the mooring vehicle, the Bill of Rights of 1791. Jews got a full pass, right? It says, we kneeling over. Thank you so much, Mr. Rivers. I just got this little chip a few months ago. I forgot, right? Anyone who looks right to want life, free, and happiness, pursuit of happiness. That's terrible. I should rewind this. So, after it up again, I already have my passport. But these are countries where all men are taking. All men are taking. But Jews sort of. So we didn't have such an America. It's not like we were formally, I just never got around to discriminating against us. By the time they put stuff in some ways, you still have issues like in New Hampshire, well, 1877, there was still a ban on. Basically, in America, this is an usual experiment that Jews benefited from it. Where we're going to focus today, which is really important, is in France. England, I will mention very quickly, though, they had an unusual kind of situation because Jews really made huge progress in England, which was a Protestant country. Remember, King Henry VIII was unhappy with the status of Catholic divorce law, so therefore he essentially said, we're going to create for example, I don't want to say the same thing, but I don't really know anything about Catholicism, but there is such a concept of calling a marriage from the beginning, ab initio. And that meant that it was not really as rigid as Catholics and Jews. However, Jews were technically, you recall, admitted into sort of stood in under the line when Oliver Cromwell basically declined to continue banning Jews from England. They ignored their presence there, and their population grew and spread. So there you have a situation where Jews are advanced in terms of their wealth, their social standing, and so on, legal authority. So, for example, they elected the sheriff of London in 1835, and there were several figures like him. He was denied his, don't have the same kind of rigid change or rapid change we will have in France. So social change in this case, the Jews already basically finding their place. That, unlike England, where Jews sort of like grew into an outbreak. Right? In France, right in the center of Europe, from being an absolute monarchy, which is a technical term, meaning the king of France is in control of everything on a totalitarian level. Theoretically, you recall what the kings, I think it was Rothschild, once said, après moi, and then after me, the flood. Meaning, like, nothing will be applicable at our university. In fact, he once said, they said, well, the state, that's me. Meaning, what I want. If I wake up in the morning, I want everyone to wear purple, I can ask a decree, everyone has to wear purple. Ring of death. Because it's kind of like that. It did not necessarily function so well, but nevertheless, this huge break in 1799, massive document, Déclaration des droits de l'homme et du citoyen, Declaration of the rights of man and of citizen. In French, these phrases are gendered. So a woman named Marie Gouge said, wait a minute, this also includes women and female citizens, right? Not just men and male citizens. They deal with that, but this, and they kind of like influenced very much by what was going on in the United States. That's why France and the United States had a very close relationship. The Statue of Liberty is a gift from France, things like that. They essentially created this declaration, which was very Jeffersonian in tone, that all French men are equal. So the Jews said, that's us too, right? Before society was ready for it. They made a rule, all French people are equal. Jews too. What are you going to do about it? More length of a great day. But basically, you look at the map of France, there's two very, very different populations, and they're all living out here in the region. The old German territory is the range where things like that. These are Yiddish-speaking here. These are the Jews that the French were not prepared to accept because they were so totally different from everybody else. As Christians, remember they were forcibly converted to be Christian until they settled here in the 1500s and the 1600s, and by the time they get to the 1700s, they're beginning to like become much powerful, and they start asserting their original Jew, come back to their Jewish identity. 200 years after they were submerged in the south of France. you should be, uh, you know, what ends up happening in France is kind of interesting, is that the Sephardic groups, those Ashkenazi Jews, and they start arguing for rights, because we're really French. We speak French, this is what we speak. We dress like Frenchmen. We're not so insistent on Hajjis and Shabbos and stuff like that, compared to those crazy Ashkenazis. Forget about the Ashkenazis. In fact, that's exactly what happened. In 1790, they give the Sephardic Jews equal rights, and then a year later, they say, okay, the Ashkenazim too. They couldn't figure out a way around it, so the Ashkenazim also became equal citizens. Now, that's not the end of the story, but let me pause and see if anyone has any questions, because I went through a lot of history real fast.
What's the primary difference between the citizen and nationality?
Excellent. So the primary difference between a citizen and I want to say a non-citizen, a free modern corporate member of society, is whether the state, the individual, or as part of it. So in free modern society, citizens of a country, you would fit into a caste, either the caste of the Jew, and so you're subject to all the restrictions and all the privileges where they were, as distinct from the peasants. The peasant rights, different restrictions, different privileges, different responsibilities. For the clergy or the nobility, you had to make out of that group unless you were able to join another caste. Like was not and become borrowed from American history. Use of course, Jews were not enslaved. They were restricted by their communal identity. That's the way they dealt with it. You had to belong to what the community told you to do. The base then said, go up for every day, or go get, a job. You had to do that. That was the way to deal with society. There's no service. I refuse to affiliate. I'm going to hang out like a Christian. And outside. The upside Jews are emancipated, they're citizens, change their residence anywhere they want. And once they buy a property, they can't lose it. They're protected of every other citizen. They can enter or hire. They're not bound by whatever rules apply. Question: how long would it take for society? So let's assume we're talking about France. How long do you think it took? It didn't. Yeah, it didn't. Right? Case in point, that's excellent. I know a case in point.
Let's get back to comedians calling out for we're going to talk about the billionaires and politicians stuff. What do you feel, and podcast, what do you feel about politicians and billionaires who are here on the podcast of your peers to try to use
Holocaust
for their own?
it's true. Visit France.
Oh, that dude was before that. I remember the first time I saw President Clinton on the Tonight Show. I thought it was on this.
We're still dealing with. And I think America, African
It's just like it's just so far.
This revolution of France did not go forward. Napoleon, who had got so bold in emancipation of Ireland, creating monopolies there, undercutting non-Jews, and they just shot at them. Like, wow, really tightly closed this creativity and innovation, things like that. And they're also using taking advantage of their organization.
That are the subject of what you're reading. You know, now, and then there's the people that read it, like the kind of people that can explain it. People read a sports card and you may talk about sports.
Guys, I have some really important questions for you. I have a lot to say about how you relate to France. It's actually a very well known and the two very This was not actually the annual it was exactly but here are the questions that he asked.
I don't know that we have. I don't think it's great. I think that he's creating. Necessarily good at making
First question were very debating and they were worried to be like that as a woman in America. Okay, so but is that really this is big class. On American form, they ask your saying like, okay, but this American form, this is what he does.
It's not.
You guys,
Culture is cheap, right? And again, I don't necessarily understand that.
I see it.
I know.
Together.
So that if you're not able to
Also has a figure for operational, all infrastructure, and technically secular.
just the platform.
are Jews able to enforce law?
Anything interesting,
Of course, we're good at that.
that's a problem. Yeah. So, in the bigger about what you're saying is, I we all still is like the nature of the comedy business, kind of exciting and interesting, and to make it a place that I would argue with just talking top comedy. There's not that many people bring it to a different place. Right. There is some good ones I like. I think that kid Casey Rogers is really entertaining and fun and different and unique. I think I'm there. Right? I think the problem is there's so much sludge. There's way more ways
I assume that over a generation,
here because it's a really big show. As soon as Joe left LA, the comedy clubs worked as hard to bring him as they could completely create to Boston. It's so refreshing because he does not give a fuck what Rogan thinks about him, telling it like it is. Even said Tito tried to push back by saying it's all coexist and it doesn't matter. That Boston connection. I'm actually surprised that he didn't push back. To be honest, he was happy not trashing Rogan and the Austin comedy scene, not living and laughing along with the situation where you put and then through the media line that started talking shit about bringing their friends on Trash Tuesday. That's we probably realized that Rogan talking about their diets and workout routine. Literally, then promoting their new command in the next breath. It's like idiocracy meets trailer park works down there, and anyone who's willing to call it out is a hero in my books. Anyway, if you want to follow the DeCostin comedy style and drama against the comedy, make sure you subscribe to both of my channels, Podcast Range and Podcast Range Plus, and hit the link in the description for my Patreon where you'll find my
or even less than an army, what if it comes to the state within the state? Like what happens if, how much power do you guys have to regulate yourself? If you are a completely voluntary movement where you want to affiliate with the creed, it's just like joining a knitting, right? Everybody in this club likes to knit. You get together, you're going to knit what patterns you're going to knit. Who's going to be the lead knitter? Who's going to be the second knitter? That's all fine. I don't care if you do whatever you want. But if you can like force people to knit certain things, they're not other things. And you can say, I will first force. There is, we want to say there is no double standard for friendship. You know? And again, logically, there's definitely not a good ground for this. And like, it is, you know, it's forbidden to steal from the non-Jew, it's forbidden to lie to non-Jews. There are exceptions for wonderful here. They do not want back in 1790 and 17, Jews are equal French citizens. Now, I'm going to, just to keep you in place so you actually move towards the direction I want, but eventually that confirms it. Now, one of the things that they do also in France, which is different from what they've done in America and elsewhere, not that on the street on the left is the Napoleon Emperor and King, right? Everybody loves Napoleon and all his finery, giving the Ten Commandments to genuflecting Moses, as if to say, "Oh, great King, thank you so much for giving us this equal rights, which is equal in our minds to receiving the Ten Commandments." Obviously, not a broke image here, but it shows just how enthusiastic the emancipatory Jews were in France to see this happen. I forgot your name in the back. Please remind me. Yeah, I'm sorry. Mr. Sperling. This was produced by Jews. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, guys, don't. I would think so. Yeah, that's a fair thing to say. Okay, it's real efficient. Okay, so let's go right here now. Now, let's also remember that the French Revolution went on, and there were a lot of other things that went down. You have this pendulum effect between conservative action and radicalism, and you had things like they went so far. Like here, for example, you have they actually tried to rank itself. Something unusual about this particular cross space let's make every hour 100 minutes, right? Good metric system. Let's make every day 12 hours, right? 10 hours of daylight, 10 hours of darkness. Let's do everything like this. And they actually switched to a 10-month year, which meant that they had to have also a 10-day week, which was huge for Jews because all of a sudden Shabbos could fall on like day 4. And the regime actually attempted to force Jews to only observe the Sabbath on day 10, which could be Thursday. And this, Jews would evolve all kinds of like sneaky ways to try and keep Shabbos when it was not the 10th day. Luckily, this did not last very long. An absolute waste of their period of time and eventually calmed down. But it's 24. So I think this particular clock has 12 hours plus another 12 hours. I think there's two 12-hour days. I might help you. Okay, I'm not going to do the modern view. I want to take you to 1880 first. With your permission. Right, this period here. Now we want to go to another hugely important. I want to move along about France because France was sort of a leading edge of emancipation. So now we got to go to Russia, and by far the largest chunk of Jewish population in the world. The first Jewry, probably about 3, was located in Eastern Europe by the time we get to 1900, and they're overwhelmingly Ashkenazi. Sephardic Jews are a bunch at that time. We talked in previous classes about how Jews got and we're going to jump ahead to here we go. So big thing happens in the 1880s. There is yes. Multiple essentially said population there that Russia is trying to
Just sitting there trying faster, and then
Russia
all
at this time, you
the
wake up
smoke
and
comes
say,
out of the tailpipe. That's crazy. It's like, get your coffee. Yeah, a lot of that. Sometimes people will do that and turn their fuel pin all the way
down, so that way they can call really down. Is that really? So there's a way, so I can do that if I wanted to. Yeah, do it where it's just, yeah. Little diva girl, she went to sit right now. Well, she's being very sweet to you. So he cannot stand his ass. Really? Well, I don't know. I think it's because he makes his ass. Tell that to like noises. It's a noise. And he just makes noises. And then I can't breathe. I can't stay on his ass that much. I mean, he's my youngest brother. I don't want to. He's not really young. So maybe it's like beat me up. So it's like my dog ever. It's like I don't know what triggers. Like I'm my youngest brother by 10 years. My ass. But that's not right. I think it's all. I think I'm just gonna have to swing. Bite the bullet. Oh my God, it's just gonna be what you went to do. So, yeah, well, that's what you do.
Yo, dog, are you gonna go? Thank you. Restores 10 hit points. You're up, Pim. Evolving 10 hit points. I see a bunch of moves that you could do. Are you, Zoot? Are you gonna go?
Yeah, I'm just trying to think of the most strategic move.
Well, it's not that one.
What not to go? Oh, that was a bad move. That was a very bad move. But, in saying that, alright, now I'm not coach B.
Do that.
Not the healer.
Yeah. I made a mistake.
So you suck.
Okay, well, let's see you
But
go.
this is the smart move.
No, that was a dumb ass move.
Why? You should have given me an extra. Why didn't it give me an extra move?
Because you already had done that. You already had gotten the extra move.
No, it doesn't give you an extra move if you do it in the second.
Yeah, it does. Oh, fuck. I fucked up. Are you gonna go, Pimp? Are you gonna go, Pimp? Do whatever you think is good. Do whatever you think is good, son.
I don't think that was the best move. Because you can just do that, which is going to do like a lot of damage. Like 20 points of damage. And you can get healed as well. You can heal. You can heal as well. But you may have helped me a little bit.
I fucked up. Yep,
Best move.
I fucked up.
Okay. Best move I made. Okay. Rabbi, you're still in front of me. Real. Rabbi. Paris Hilton or Lindsay Lohan?
But Nikki helped more than Paris Hilton. Are you gonna go? How about you go? Bonnie Blue or Lindsay Lohan?
Really, go ahead.
Bonnie Blue or what's that other bitch's name?
Willie Phillips?
Yeah.
Probably Willie Phillips, but. Wait. What's the situation? Is it one-on-one or is it in the group?
Dude, whose fantasy's in the group? It's one-on-one, dog.
Because if it's one-on-one thing, I'm just gonna do the Bunny Blue because it's like no one's gonna no one. If you tell people you went to Willie Phillips gangbang, people will be like, "Oh, Bunny Blue did it first," you know?
Actually, didn't Lily Phillips do it first? She did 100.
Yeah, but no one cares about that.
I know they don't. Dude, you're in trouble. I have 75 and you have 5.
Imagine putting all. It's your turn, by the way. Imagine putting in all that effort to be like, yeah, no one gives a fuck about you anymore because someone you took.
Because your best friend's a bigger whore.
Oh, fuck. No.
Zoot, do you recognize that it's over for you, son? No, it's not.
You just won.
No, I didn't.
Fun. Extra move. Oh, fuck. That just saved my life.
You just what? Why did you just say kill yourself?
You just won.
No, I didn't.
Oh, no, you haven't won that. You haven't won yet.
I know.
What? Does it heal you? It heals you automatically when you evolve as well?
Only in this level.
Oh, evolving restores 10 HP.
Oh, what a amazing move.
Now, Oh, yeah, you have to go now. You have to move the grand one. I gotta answer.
There you
I
go.
know, I was looking for an extra move.
Toying with you. Literally, I'm just playing with my food.
Okay, I'm healing. Oh, fuck.
Bye-bye.
You just won.
Yes, sir.
Let me check my message.
All right, you go check your message. Your dick pics.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Oh, Zoot, you're absolutely right. There is nothing right so long as they're of age.
I just got knocked out.
You just got what?
Knocked out.
What are you talking about, dude?
Knocked out of the club.
What club?
I'll be back.
Wait, Zoot, what happened?
Don't worry.
Zoot. Are we gonna play?
Things happen, but there are lots of times when there's political turmoil and
So he's in jail?
But
Yeah, he's in jail.
not allowed on the
Oh, really? The cat head rolling around, dog doo-doo.
and that
Yes, I do
always
not
a
want
ratio.
getting on me. I don't blame you. Keen around.
It's
It's
really
not
bad
allowed. No, she's rolling around in her dog feces that I let her do because she's having a wonderful time. She has a big smile, some dog shit. But it's like, no, yes, I do not. Yeah, those are like your signature khakis. Yeah, these are my signature khakis. He only has one pair. I have one pair. I gotta keep these clean so you can wash them. Right, yeah, then it'll take out all the starch. And the khakis, and that's amazing. Real better. You gotta have the starch. Yeah, the starch is the most important thing to keep the khakis. If you look at shiny, you know they'll always have a wonderful pair of khakis. I used to see on some of the music videos we were talking about for a second earlier, but Paul Wall. Yeah, Paul Wall. He was known for wearing khakis. You know, he really kind of brought that to the forefront. This guy, he really holds it down. From an auto show in Las Vegas. Yeah, I just showed him my t-shirt that said "Welcome to the land where it just don't stop." It's a fat song, another Houston rapper. Did he was all happy? That's great. So New York coming in peace. Yeah, so sure. And then we talked about the Astros. Is he a fan? Yeah, big time. What is up with the Astros? You won some series, but what? There was some cheating or something? Yeah, basically what happened was they were using the video room to steal signs that the pitcher, when you would see the pitcher, what type of pitch he was going to throw, so they automatically knew what was coming. So then they would radio it to baseball bat. God above that you can pull down. Yeah, you don't. Wither away. Travis Scott making noises in the background. Yeah, doing that music. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Watch some documentary. I'm thinking he cut down. And I'm literally about to die. Yeah, it's like my last on Earth is hell. That would suck if you're like right about to enter the early. And St. Peter's like, sorry, we have interrupted. Jesus hates Travis Scott, and we were at his concert, so sorry. Yeah, we had to sit down. Like everything was looking pretty good until Jesus just found out we were at actual people at that show, and they're like just like 12-year-olds. It's like, yeah, a bunch of young kids loving Travis Scott. I don't get it. But I don't know. He doesn't really do it for me. That's just what happens. Yeah. Pretty much. There were other bands at that festival, like Tame Impala, that I was interested in seeing. That would have been a better. Tame Impala would have been a little. Yeah, it's better to die to Tame Impala than it is to Travis Scott. But I don't know. I think Travis Scott. I think they all did it. So yeah, safe. Yeah. At the Tame Impala. I think. Low-key chill singer-songwriter like Yusuf Islam. Yeah, like Yusuf Islam got saved him. He was out in the ocean, about to drown in the ocean, and God saved him. But it's very interesting. He didn't do it to the Christian God, he did it to the Muslim God. Yeah, you're a big Cat Stevens guy. Oh, I love it. Yeah, well, as long as somebody finds it, whenever they find my body, I do want Father son to be played at the funeral. Hold on, why is it so long? It's called like All Along the Peace String. There's the Peace String. What do you think? Peace String. And then you say Peace String the whole time. We say Peace String. Peace String. Wait, what did you think it was? String. And then he was talking about like the string of the guitar. Oh, they were all on the Peace String. He was talking about a guitar or something. So funny. No, he's talking about I think an actual logo of him. I don't know. That's the extent where I know how Peace String, if they're trying to get posters on the side of it, like hearts or something. I have no idea. There it is. There's the Peace String. Oh my God, you're something. I could have swore all these years he was talking about riding along the B string. So funny, it's a B string. Oh, like B string is one of the string, like one of the chords. Yeah. Well, that makes sense then. Yeah, I guess kind of in a way it makes sense. I thought he was like playing the song and beating it, and he was like, we're gonna ride along the beat. But he was saying B string. B string, swear to God, I feel like B string would have been now that I'm hearing it, because B string's even goofy. It's actually curse. It's a string. Yeah, it's curse. Maybe he was trying to remove the curse. He probably was. And at first he was literally going to be singing about the B string. Yeah, found out about the curse. Yeah, he's like, change this to B string. Yeah, what sounds similar to B string. B string. Yeah, B string. Worked perfectly. He made a lot of money off that song, bro. I hope so. No, There's some great singers. James Taylor. Probably you got a friend. That's James Taylor. Is that got a friend in me song? No, that's Randy Newman. Shout out to Randy. He's a singer. So my wife hates Randy Newman because anytime he comes on, I start singing like Randy Newman, and she gets really annoying like Randy Newman. It's like, just me trying to sing like Randy Newman the whole time.
For 72 hours.
Yeah, it's just me singing everything I'm doing is Randy Newman. It's just like, oh, boy, give me some water. It's like a Family Guy bit. Remember that Family Guy bit where Randy Newman's playing with piano and he's just singing everything he sees? That's really funny. Guy, he does that tea commercial. That's him singing. Okay, I'm singing. Probably not these days. I don't think she does it anymore because everybody on the internet. So I didn't even get it. Yeah, I don't want to get into that. Right away. That's why they were harassing her. Please don't. People found a ton of photographs in Resorts World. Yeah, people have been doing that recently. I'm not gonna lie, I'm like, bro, but it was some bad like sadness. Okay, I'm sorry.
Let's go on.
Alright.
Integration.
Yeah,
This is
I
probably
mean,
the biggest strategy.
I wonder what she's gonna do now. Is she gonna work for Dr. Pepper? Is she gonna work for now that they're not gonna care? I think she's gonna have to work for a company that nobody really cares about anymore. Like,
Political
I don't know, Schwinn or Schwinn.
by
Delivery. Bikes. Maybe she can ride. Oh god, this is getting worse. If she rides a bike, they're just gonna harass her more. And it's bad. I mean, AT&T should get harassed. It's just some lady. I mean, who cares? Yeah, for real. Who cares? I don't know what kind of cares, but yeah, Brad really loves this woman. She's great. What was that space show? Other Space. She was in Outer Space. It's a television show. Yeah, it's a little short. With her and that guy. Oh, I never saw that. I saw it way after it came out. You like better Deadpool or Venom?
At least
Deadpool. I've never seen that model.
Oh, I saw that.
For the Revolution 7, one of the lesser known things about
It seems kind of like has Umbrella Academy.
but becoming
So what are these people? Are these people superheroes? They're just stranded cool outfits.
That kind of reminds me of that show Extinction. Remember that show Extinction?
the world.
Where it's like there's one woman
Change our
on
style.
the space.
I'm not a Jew.
They always say alien baby did a
Yeah,
little
like just like the dad.
The alien.
The second major
And
strategy
an alien. I think was a very African American man called Extinction. Remember the name of the television show called Extinction? I don't know. It feels like it's a common, you know, African American alien. I think the one at the very that's why it was so easy for him to do the violating with me. Wait, I thought it was the different what I was picturing, but it's actually this. Yeah, that's the OG version.
You hear these stories of people getting abducted by aliens and stuff. How do you think you would fare out there if they ended up getting your ass to get thrown up there doing stuff if they were asking you questions? What do how would you react to this?
Yeah, I'd probably be telling them. I'd like try to gain their trust and I'd be telling them everything I know.
I see exactly.
Yeah,
That's what scares me.
yeah, I mean, but whatever I'll do. Tell them. I can't.
Because that's scary. That happens to people like those stories. What are they doing? What do
very specific to the person. Yeah, now I think I randomly typed. I was right by
accurate
I had
all
a
the
little bit
time.
of football and I threw it at him and he didn't catch it in time. Well,
Maybe that's where
one of the whistling ones, so it's like you should have. That's so funny when it's like every year that happens. He's gonna catch the football, hits him in the face every time. Easily good. And the day kids because it would be like what's the immediately.
we have been thinking for ourselves for a very long time.
They would play on your like
No
opening.
question, those things happen a long time ago. Those were certainly all in our tradition.
Yeah.
At the very
What
least,
was
it's not.
you remember what was that show I was watching that it looked almost crazy. Chris Elliott.
It was a real funny show.
Was it?
That
I
is
can't
my
think of the
role,
name of
but
that
God,
opening scene of it. He's riding on a bike. He's a baby.
If, however, like in
You should look it up. It's inside the
lose
actor's
confidence in
studio.
the answers,
Is
they
that
start
kind
saying
of
being
and
and
then
they
he
talk to
swings
another
into a
person,
car.
another.
Falls off.
Even if the first person had the idea,
That's how bike
maybe I am
and I
like
pushed the
doing it
pedal
this
the
way.
wrong
I
way.
never had that solid
How can you hit your head
How
on
do
the
I
ground? Yeah, I hit
know
my
that
head.
I'm
We
actually
were
dreaming
leaving
that
the
I exist?
Resorts World.
I know you guys probably never watched Star Trek. They're a great cultural
Yeah, I'm afraid I see TV now.
But there's a great episode where they
Wait,
they
what
have
happened?
these,
Did you stay on the ground for a little bit? Or
Yeah.
were you able to immediately
like
get up?
glass
Or what
speakers
happened? Were you
and
bleeding? Yeah, I was on the
they
ground for about
imagine how
25
the world
seconds.
in
And then I
their
got
brain. It's like a,
I was really embarrassed because we were with like our
I don't know
family
what
and
it's
they just
but
we were about to get married.
he said, how do I know the
Their
world
friend
exists?
asked
How
us
do I know
all
my
to
dream?
help
How do I know that some
Their
people
first impression
being
of
is
me
not
is just
making me think like
riding on
I
the
said,
bike
well,
and just
I do know
were you
this,
moving or
that
you were standing still and fell over?
either
I was like, I got 2 or 3 steps on the
or
bike and
I
then
am
I got
dreaming
like
the world
fast
exists, right? All
down
those
Fremont
things
Street.
are possible. There's no other possible.
I was getting to where I was close to the street and I had to
Each one
jump
of
on
those
the brakes and I didn't brake in time.
No, it could be a
Okay. And that's helmet one. Yeah, I was on a shoot. They were really excited. They had this cool bike. They
what
wanted
I am.
one of these bed.
That's it.
It was
I
one of those
now
beach. Yeah,
figured
it was a
out
beach
my
cruiser.
first.
It was so weird.
This is the
Like,
fulcrum
yeah,
upon
and then
which
you
I
press
will shift
backwards
the
and then it
universe.
activates
I
the
know this
brake
is
on
true.
right.
I
It
don't
was
know
so
if
weird
it's
because like
real.
these
I
random
don't know
people were like, hey, we saw you on the show. Yeah, they saw me on that big stick show.
On CBS?
Yeah, I was on this. I was you were the kid. I was the kid. You were the kid. Yeah, it was really cool.
Did you get on the bike?
Yeah, they were like, hey, you want to ride this bike? With my
Was this near the Market World?
Yeah, it was kind of, you know where the Slutzilla. You know where all those like stands are, that where they have all the fake merchandise. We were right around there. It was really stupid to ride at night. It was like right on Fremont Street. What was the guy's bike? It was up like scared. No, you know, hanging around. I think he was giving like bike rides. He was trying to charge people for bike rides. And he had like Las Vegas Raiders hat on. The guy, he was like 6'2". Class. Yeah. Raiders fan. And he was, well, that's the drug you should have told Trey. This is a beach cruiser. Yeah. Because I was like trying to like hit the brakes on the and then like yeah, there's probably a bunch of people around in Fremont crash and that would be a disaster. Yeah, like you don't get on a bike again. Fremont Street. Yeah, I'll get on a bike again. It's like we have a good time. You guys like
We love Vegas.
oh yeah, I lived it there. Actually, it's like this fun though. Whenever we used to drink and do completely, you just hold the bright lights. Yeah. Yes, for somebody who does it, yes, that is sensitive to bright lights or loud is being careful. Yeah, if you're thinking about
Everybody.
did it really 2 a.m. 4 a.m.
Really good happy hours also at that time, but everyone knows it's a sensory problem.
Walmart does that too. It's Walmart 2 to 4 p.m. or that's like 10 it's like 11. 7 a.m. to like 10 a.m. I think they have like forward.
Letter of Aristeas,
What does it?
which is a document.
I don't know. I guess they turn the lights lower and they like make the turn the music down. And it's just as an old vibe. They should just do it all the time.
I think Erica was actually the person who told me about that. Sensory? No. I didn't know that. No, I knew that about Vegas. I knew he heard it.
I just have to remember they're relevant. They're really not for me. But
Sort of.
Casino or just a general Las Vegas shirt.
but it's
The general Las Vegas shirt has a showgirl on it. It's one of my favorites.
Yeah. Yeah, she's gonna wear it. I told her to wear insurance. It's something you generally agree with. Want to wear on a certain day, or sometimes you're like, what?
Times I don't really question it. I'm like, okay, we're gonna do like a matching couple.
Yeah, she'll just kind of show me. Have too little choices, I guess.
Right, you are also inherited
What happened?
some level of it.
You can always have too many choices, but you can never have too little choices. Like what can happen today is if you're for okay. I can't believe that guy. They were down with other people you can talk to. Yeah, especially like call a friend or something.
But it's like,
resort
it's
to
like
it.
the internet. I don't remember offhand. Just Google it, but
I actually knew that guy a little bit. You knew him. Yeah, I knew him.
It's hard to believe they start circulating, especially
I was like talking to him. I was like trying to give like advice. He just
the next few centuries.
would always get on that show.
Great brigade, and then later
Do
someone
you want
picks
to
up
know
on
that
it.
show?
It's like, this is not exactly what we want to do,
You want to do
but it doesn't come out the right way typically.
pointers on how to get on tunnel vision. Yeah, they lose sight of everything else. Next day. Yeah. Was it next day? That's the one. Next day. Yeah, that she like gets like by like some alien. Most of those Catwoman. Yeah, that happens too. It's also a cat. She gets violated by a cat. The penguin. The penguin. I heard it's awesome. Yeah. I heard it's awesome. We tried to watch it. Remember, babe? I thought I tried to play it for you.
What happened? Did you not like it?
Yeah, I think we just got sidetracked. I think we were doing something.
What happened with this what happened with us with the Sopranos? We watched the very first episode and they got sidetracked.
Yeah, remember when we tried to watch that instead of our honeymoon, babe, The Sopranos?
Yeah, we got through like half an episode. It was good. But it was
We have not
And watching The
discussed in
Sopranos.
great detail here, but
Yeah,
like white
really
song.
important
yeah, White Swamp.
White Sox.
All the time.
Yeah, do you know what gypsies call people like us? What? Gorger.
Say that was a show I haven't told you about yet. But yeah, well, maybe I did.
Redheads? That's what they call redheads?
I don't even know their thoughts on Reddit, to be quite frankly. I they've never really gotten into it. I've watched enough episodes, but I've never understood a redheaded person.
I always see gypsies like around at the donut shop.
And that storage place where we're trying to get rid of store, yeah, get the big one. And they get the deal for the $1 and removing everything in the middle of the I see them driving up in their BMWs and I go into the back.
Yeah, messing these people again. Yeah.
I don't walk around the property.
So they
used to do a lot of
And they let you, so like, did you just kind of serve the storage unit, like, just like, over?
And they bring
300
all
units or
over
something.
Europe.
It was like the biggest
And
unit my
so they
roommate
created
in
a
LA randomly texted me the other day, and I got a check from my family. They got sued or something. Why did they get sued? I don't know. He was so sweet. He sold them. He somehow read the check. I guess he didn't open the letter. He somehow figured it out. Called me with very small minutes. I guess something happened. He said it's so storage units. Maybe they kept trying to get deals to too many gypsies, and it was messing up their bottom line, and they got sued. And then they stopped paying because of that. Really, I'm getting them back, maybe. I don't know. It's an extra money. Yes, things would everything would change. So I'm just praying to God. Were there people's fucking thing? Were there people that lived in the storage unit, like divorced dads that had nothing? Yeah, and then you have to kick them out. Normally I'd let it go. I'll find them. Dad situation. Like, I can't let this guy. Yeah, like open up the door because this guy's like going in there, like to set up like weird setup. And it's like 95 degrees. And I'm like, I don't have any other place to go. Well, it also couldn't. There was
more and more possible
you just
that
couldn't.
you could obtain
Yeah,
equal rights
that must have
with
been a fun
Christians.
job, though.
Not just like the Portuguese
Yeah, oh my
Jews
gosh,
did
that's pretty
because
cool.
they were
To
actually Christian.
live in LA, and it was so much better than the first job I had in LA, working for the freaking scheming
Idea
ass
that you should have equal rights.
reacted like we were
Case
over
in point would be
the
America,
IRS.
1776.
How would you
What
what was your script? Doing all the open mics and stuff, and I'd get drunk early in the morning. It was sounds terrible. Sounds like the worst type of living situation you can be in. You know, just being there, like having a grind and an open mic. It's like, but I was thinking, I mean, at the call center, I felt like I was kind of good at it. Yeah, thank God that didn't work. I don't know what I was thinking. I was just going over there saying, oh, I was pretty good at it. I just did it.
But they have like
But they didn't hire somehow.
scholars that have
It's
stronger
something
on like how they have.
but they don't realize it's supposed to be. Yeah, we get a lot of
The
scam
Germans
calls
would
right there.
basically be functional Germans.
Yeah,
Like, you know, if people
yeah,
have
some of them call it
this
to
their
go
house,
answer it,
and
you know,
might
because I
go
get
on
the
Spanish.
frequently.
Say, we're gonna be on
I got
vacation
the
week
scam
next
call
week,
from
so,
this
you know,
guy that wanted to do a
basically,
survey
you
about
know,
real estate
whatever
agents.
you might say,
Yeah,
very,
I
very
kept him
big.
on the and I got really angry at him because real estate agents. He was like, I hate real estate agents. One tried to have sex with my wife, and I just kind of like kept yelling, made up a story about what his ass is thinking. I just get on the phone here. Who the hell is? He just kept saying, okay. No, we keep telling those fucking real estate agents. Yeah, because I was like really angry. I went into this character and I just kept saying, I get real
Why you might ask
I
why?
hate real estate. I would hate them too. Oh my god. Yeah, I saw 2 real estate agents yesterday in the crowd, and I kind of just went to that this kind of spin out. Because they said earlier in some big they were real estate agents, and I'm like, fucking real estate agents are always trying to really out there. Nobody really got it. He's like, Joe, I don't myself. See, I would have laughed. It's just the idea of going after me. No, they don't. And they're always trying to, like, they're not telling me it's wanted or something. It's like they need to tell you that. Yeah, and then they just put you in like a really bad apartment that has like rats. And you're like, this isn't what I was promised. Yeah. This picture is insane. I like how your face is halfway covering his head. I know, it's okay, it's a real lifelike, realistic mask. That's so yeah, I think you can do it. You put your mind to it, you can do it. Yeah, maybe the girl is just funny stuff. Trying to sell somebody a house. Yeah, really trying to sell a house. And it would be even funnier if it was like took you was like taking you seriously and like trying to make game with you on the house. It's just you trying to negotiate, trying to sell a house. Yeah, it's gonna be hard. Them negotiating with me, I might not want to budge on the number that much. You know what I mean? It's they're gonna be in for a treat. Yeah, they start trying to negotiate. It's like, can we do $1,200 a month? It's like, no, we can't do the landlord is dead set on $1,500 a month. We're not moving down. Yeah, it's take it or leave it. Arguing with the guy. Yeah, we're not gonna argue with the main dude today. Yeah, take it or leave it. It's $1,500. Or GTS. The other day I saw CTFU and I was like, what's that?
Wow. I have no idea.
This guy.
It's like you got back the fuck up. And like in Marine Corps, there's PTFO. You got blown the fuck out. Or if you're watching like the City Royals or something in a sports situation, you PTFO. That could be the name of real estate. Real estate, TFO. It's like it could be an official thing. You're about to get PTFO and if you think you're going to get any money off this rent, BTFO. That'd be great. Cover the closing costs, right? Yeah, we're in S. We're still being unhelped. Like the shit or not, I don't care. You want an ACF? Somebody's got to do something like that. Helpful real estate. Trying to sell a house. Just doesn't care. Yeah, man. That was like a character on SNL. The company's computer guy. You remember that? Vaguely. That was pretty actual funny. I mean, SNL stuff. Giggle on his
He's the correct.
which did make me laugh. So, did you like Jimmy Fallon, babe?
Also liked how he would laugh at his own jokes. It was endearing.
My favorite was he was in that movie Taxi.
Queen Latifah.
I like that movie because Jeff Gordon made a cameo.
Was he like driving?
Yeah. So she was like, I always wanted to be a Winston Cup driver. And then at the end, she left and becomes an ass. Why spoiler?
Isn't that an end?
Yeah, I think so.
So what is the deal with the movie? They're just trying to make money being a taxi driver, or they just put some movie about?
Yeah, it's like they're like a taxi driver that stumbles upon like some organized crime, and they have to like solve the crime with the taxi. It's really quite the film. Yeah, with my stepdad, Doug Rabbis. Look like him. No, I think Doug just was drunk. Something to pacify his family.
Two dads named Doug.
Yeah, two stepdads named Doug.
What are the chances of that?
Pretty high. I guess if you're my mom.
Yeah, super.
Yeah. Because like she was with Doug Hanning. And he was like, he was nice. Yeah, he was so nice about it. He just worked on siding and he just drank Keystones. Apparently he told them he was in a bad neighborhood and a cop pulled him over. And the cop said, what are you doing here? And he said, here to buy crack. Honestly, and the cop let him go.
To go buy crack.
That's big pay, to be honest. Yeah. The cop said, I need you to turn around, get out of here, and let him go. And then he came chances of that. Pretty high. That's from my mom.
Yeah, super.
Yeah. Because like she was with Doug Hanning. And he was a little bit nicer, but he did a lot of other stuff. I think that just hurt him.
Yeah.
One time he was nice. Yeah, he was a real nice guy. He just worked on siding and would just drink Keystones. Well, apparently he told me the story. He said he was in a bad neighborhood and a cop pulled him over. And the cop said, what are you doing here? And he said, I'm here to buy crack, honestly. And the cop let him go.
To go buy crack.
To be honest, yeah. The cop said, I need you to turn around, get out of here, and let him go. And he came back later and bought his crack. But he's a good guy, Doug Hanning. He's the father of my sister, Amber Hanning. Shout out to them.
Shout out to Amber. I met Amber for the first time.
Yeah.
At y'all's wedding. I never met your sister.
Yeah.
Or your mama.
Yeah. I think Doug was there, right, babe? Doug Hanning.
There was a Doug there.
Yeah.
There was, actually. Okay, so that was
You
the
guys
Doug.
were
I can
goofing
picture.
about it.
Yeah, we were goofing about it. Yeah, he was there.
Yeah, that was hilarious because you spoke after y'all got married. Y'all, that was very nice, and then yeah, you spoke and it was very humorous.
Yeah, that was fun. That was the best day of my life. I'm glad you were there.
I know. Well, thank you so much for inviting us. It was very
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, how has it been? How has very quite been? Is it any different than it was before, or how is it?
What do you think?
I mean, yes and no, not really. I think you get more comfortable once you're married, like, leaving messes around. Like, I was a great housekeeper before we got married, and now I'm like not that great. So, other than that, it's perfect.
Yeah, I love it. Yeah, it's great. There is a lot of messes with this new dog.
Oh yeah, y'all got the dog dropped off.
Yeah.
And it's been good. Did you do a dog?
Do you want a dog, William? Does any of the listeners want a dog?
Yeah, if anybody needs, wait, what kind of dog did y'all get again?
It's a German Shepherd.
Yeah, if anybody needs, Grant, what about you? I think German Shepherds are good with kids, and you got your two girls.
Gator. Poor Gator.
Yeah, I don't even know what little Gator would do. I mean, eventually she would have to get used to some other animal, like a medium apartment, but I don't think she would do good for a while.
No, German Shepherds
but again,
and she is cool. She's very
spice
If you like that, pick them up.
yeah, hit us up. She's a great dog. She's a baby.
where
She knows you.
But I think we're gonna keep her, right? We really love her.
We do love her a lot. But she's the worst. Also,
Yeah, her name's Birdie.
that's a sweet name.
Birdie. Yeah,
Birdie, which is a big old dog.
yeah.
I'm sure it's gonna be.
She big right now. Yeah. That's what I like. Wait, so what do you think was German? So she sent us a German Shepherd. It's like an angel from her grandmother. It's a sweet thing.
She likes it.
Yeah, I see what too. Yes, for so little bit. Maybe I could get her like a little somewhere around. We should dress up our dog.
Y'all's dogs are bigger though. I feel like it's a bigger dog in the damn so
Yeah.
y'all see my sister's dog at the wedding? That's dressed up.
In Israel, of
What kind
course,
of dog was it? It's a
Yeah, poodle.
typically
I
when
remember.
you come to Israel,
We need a couple of those.
Yeah, we need little
the
dogs. These big dogs, they just run and then just jump on
And
your
their
head.
poops are huge.
Yeah.
Very small.
Those are
She's
our values. That's what we do.
bothering me.
So waiting 72 hours is
Grass.
silent.
Right. She's not going anywhere. Yeah, she better be cool ass and going nowhere. Are you gonna take her with you to Jacksonville?
They go
No.
to great
She's afraid to fly.
Yeah.
Go flying?
Flying.
Rabbi Yaakov
You're a lot better.
Yeah,
initially
gave her,
stopped.
I don't know how she would do it. She's been to the ocean one time. The sand was killing her little face because she's so close to the ground.
Yeah.
She's tiny.
Yeah, that would piss me off, man. I'm just saying. I get it.
Yeah, no, trying to wreck. I'm gonna be selfish. I mean, I'm being selfish. I'm not around with some dog on a fucking page.
You're trying to find sharks.
I'm looking for sharks. I'm not looking for a dog. It's
Yeah, it doesn't bother you.
yeah, I mean, I don't want to get people close.
Yeah, I don't want my dogs on with me. On me with me. I wouldn't want that.
Yeah, I mean, every day, but not every. Grant, you want to find your sharks too? You actually find a bunch of sharks.
Aren't you gonna make like a necklace of shark's teeth?
You know, in excess of
I mean, I'll always start with one.
Yeah.
And then from there,
You were gonna make the
I'm
necklace.
I'm hopefully going to be able to make a necklace. But I think I'm going to need a wire to wrap around the shark's tooth and to make a little loop so I can put it on some string and really figure this out.
Yeah, maybe get like a gold chain.
witnessed Timmy fights firsthand down there. Tried to fight. He's a little Hispanic gentleman. Checked me. Yeah, I put my arm up and blocked it too. So yeah. It's great. His friend pulled the shit. You're kidding. No, that happened. Remember, man? Flashed the yeah, I was like, well, they said a bunch of words we can't. For sure. But he says, oh my god, I knew he wasn't going to use it. And you just didn't even see him get bumps. Yeah, he just bumped me. And I was like, shut the fuck out. I was like, he said, WTF. Oh, watch the fuck out. And then he swung on me. Were you gonna punch him? Were you using him, punching him? Yeah, I kind of just froze. I don't know what happened to you. Your assistants. Yeah. He put his arms up to block. And he just boxed by a woman. Yeah, there were these other two women that were fight. I was like, you missed, bitch, as he was walking out there, come back, talking all kinds of shit, and he flashes the gun, he shows me his gun, I'm like, alright, you ain't gonna use it, I'm like, just God, Trey, you didn't say that, you're kidding, he didn't say that, I was being a real idiot, you said, I know, fear not, be careful, yeah, but it was okay, it hasn't happened since, but scary. That happens quite frequently. Oh my gosh, the other look over and it's so dude. And then I watch him and he gets in his car and then I see him drive. Oh no, it's scary and he crashed. I saw was yeah. Was that just hanging out? And then it all happens and this man was walking to the car and caused a wreck. On the freeway. And very easily do that. Texas, and he caused a massive wreck. Go to the wrong ramp or go the wrong way. I saw somebody do that. I saw the one-way sign, and I saw this guy turn. And I was like, I'm gonna follow him. And then I see him. And then I get the jerk. That's hilarious. Yeah, that's probably a good idea not to follow what you're saying. Yeah, that was scary. And he this guy's going like 5
Like downtown Austin. Great. Have you ever had trouble? One-way streets? And I had dreams where I'm like in a car on the interstate. It was a good thing I wasn't driving. Yeah, asleep. Yeah, those are the scariest dreams. But then what I was like, oh god, I should turn into a man again. Yeah, I'm glad you're not doing that. That's bad. Yeah, it's hard. Yeah. But what do you do? Yeah, I guess you just kind of smoke and walk on the beach and watch. Yeah. Started listening to stuff on YouTube last night when I was doing this writing stuff I've been doing. I love it. I love they have this song you say it. Either that or feels. Yeah, feels is a good one. Yeah, Mary. That's the classic. They said Dan is Brian Wilson if he plays a toaster instead of love it. So like the Beach Boys. Yeah, new song. There's a couple new songs. They are the new one. There's one that came out a day or two ago. Yeah, have you listened to it? Yeah, it was so it's like I'll happily listen. Yeah, I saw them live in Houston. Maybe that one. Never in a million years. Well, we'll try. Yeah, you know, that sometimes. Yeah, original. Trey Campbell. Thank you so much. Thank you for being on here. Thank you so much for joining us. Thanks for having me. Robert Bush. So let's not get too far away. What I would say one more problem is people over some of the information we'll get to.
There was no such thing like we have today with hundreds of tools. I see this machine, there's all kinds of things.
Hello, tell you Franco-Prussian War history order it by clicking on the link below.
Now we are
It's July 1870, and in Europe, there's been no great power war since 1850, but now the growing rivalry between the French Empire and the German Kingdom of Prussia is set to explode, and all it will take is one telegram.
They're on their own. Big challenge. All of a sudden it's saying that we're not recognizing ourselves as being part of the whole community. It's like
Hi, I'm Jesse Alexander, and welcome to Glory and Defeat, the story of the Franco-Prussian War of 1877. In July 1870, Prussian Prime Minister Otto von Bismarck has dreams of attacking Germany under Prussian leadership. Prussia already dominated German states in the North generation, but to bind the southern states to Prussia, he needs another war, and he has the largest army in Europe to fight it with. French Emperor Napoleon III and dreams of a glorious French Empire, threat to the French dominance in Europe, and a Germany united under Prussia. Glory would also mean risking defeat. All the two sides need is an excuse to fight. And as strange as it may seem, the crisis that starts the Franco-Prussian War begins in Spain.
The Eastern European situation is very different. Jews are actually fairly small.
The Spanish throne has been unoccupied since the 1868 revolution, deposed Queen Isabella II. After much debate, the new Spanish government chose Leopold von Hohenzollern-Sigmaringen to be their new king. Leopold belongs to a branch of the Prussian ruling house of Hohenzollern, but he isn't a Prussian, and he only accepts the Spanish throne after 3 separate offers. Bismarck is delighted. When the Paris on July 3rd, 1870, it senses a win-win opportunity. Reasons that Prussia can be humiliated and forced back down, or there will be a war when France will win. Carroll makes his case. We do not believe that respect neighboring people's rights obliges us to suffer that a foreign power, by placing one of the princes on the Spanish throne, can disturb the current equilibrium of the forces in Europe to our detriment and put in danger the interests and the honor of France. Carroll also sends Ambassador Count Vincent to Vatican where Prussian King had the first but Carroll is still not satisfied. And now
insist
okay?
on a declaration
One at a
no
time.
court will ever claim the man.
Thank you, Mr.
The man
Exactly.
refuses to make the declaration and asks his
You say,
advisor
oh,
to inform his
about
mark
all that?
about the events of that news by
Here.
disrespecting the French ambassador to all Prussian diplomats.
Jews are the
The king then refused to receive the French envoy again and informed him through an alleged as manipulated by Bismarck reaches French newspapers on July 14th. Of all days, Bismarck
I'm
intended.
gonna look up your name. You didn't show up for class, but I read your paper and it's really cool.
His dispatch shocks the French government of Emperor. The Council of Ministers meets on the 14th.
My grandmother allowed
Was to justify the demands that he made of Russians, since the council had never approved them.
She called it Jewish.
The ministers are divided to scrap the conference and mobilize the army. And he gives in. This is the French Parliament votes. After fierce debate, members resolved that war will be declared and vote for war credits. The mood amongst many Frenchmen was heated, as Private Sepponet described.
Introducing secular studies.
Everyone here is fired up. All are shouting, Prussia, Marseillaise. Generation, in spite of the 60 pounds we had.
Fascinating story about
I wish you could overturn the beds. We fight. We roll. The sergeants will slam the door in their faces.
superstition.
Discipline is relaxed. We no longer see so many punishments. When you talk to the French soldier about he wants to massacre
his attempts to
le soldat français par la guerre, massacré.
very widespread, but he
Prussia
also
might have
reported
records what he'd heard.
the title of which is
Countless
right now.
bands, some more than a thousand strong, moved through the streets, often led by soldiers and preceded by the cut-off flag. Down with Bismarck. Thousands more joined them, applauded, or sang along to the Marseillaise. The police everything go. Then torches appear on the trees, so that some began to burn along the boulevard.
They took it seriously. Wonder-working rabbis that he just made up.
France is about to declare war on Prussia. The press and many Frenchmen
backfired on
these developments are also being reported in the German press, and Prussia and its allies are ready to begin.
Nowadays, it's a song because, well, we're still wearing it.
They have the first page by M's to deal with the crowds of players cheer his carriage from the station to his palace, and in the streets, thousands more patriotic songs like the Bach der Rhein and the Poison. Prussia and Bavaria mobilized on the 17th, Bavarian capital, 30,000 gathered to cheer King Ludwig II. And the state parliament meets to debate his life. Some more under the defensive alliance with Prussia, while others want Bavaria armed neutrality. Some Bavarian lawmen oppose joining the war because they're worried about the safety of the Palatinate region, which borders France. Pastor and parliamentarian Anton Westermeier shares those views. Die spanische Thronfolge haben in Deutschland nichts zu schaffen. The Spanish throne question has nothing to do with Germany. It's merely a question of dynastic interests. Both sides make mistakes, and now must bleed for the sensitivities of their princes. I do not want the Palatines to suffer the war's war. But if a thief gets into the neighbor's house, I must lock up my own house and cannot bring was the decision to the Prussian king.
He also has a
The
Catholic.
southern kingdom of Württemberg
Yeah,
is its leaders fear the Prussification of the kingdom, endangering their good relations with neighboring France. They mobilize anyone. The Grand Duchy of Baden also borders France, but has good relations with Prussia. If there's war, only Prussia can protect Baden, so the Grand Duchy mobilizes. Once the Grand Duchy of Hesse mobilizes, Prussian King Wilhelm I is now in command of an entire German army, and there is still no official declaration of war. This week, the famous M's dispatch has given those who want war in France and in Prussia the honorable excuse that they need. The French War Party rallies around Empress regime.
Demographic
Next
problem.
week,
So he
the
comes
French
out really involved to set
German Confederation's parliament meets
Jewish kids
for an
who
emergency
enroll
session
in
of the imminent war. He opens the session with defiance. Assume no other goal than to permanently secure them as he was their father.
And Max Lilienthal, they
At 2 p.m. of trying to upset the balance of power in Europe, M's dispatch. The result is for the defense of its honor and German interests. Determined for this final purpose to take all measures offered to it by the situation, it considers itself from now on
primarily doing it for social
the
reasons.
declaration of war is announced to Parliament the next day. Parliament responds with an impassioned message to the king. We trust in God and prejudice. From the shores of the sea
Jewish
to the
parents
front
generally want to get their kids ahead.
risen up at the
Moving
U.S.
in the
call of their
1920s in
prince.
Russia was a huge phenomenon.
No sacrifice is too
They
great for
generally
them.
don't convert to another religion.
Recognizes the
They
justice
generally
of our
don't too far.
the
It
German
does happen.
will finally be peaceful and free of its choosing. Your Majesty and the allied German governments may consider us our honor and our are at stake.
You're absolutely right.
Es gilt eine Ehre enthusiastic of war than his own power. Despite his age, he only ever fought 2 wars. He recognizes how Bismarck and the Duc de
Here's
Gaulle
the main
each had their
motivator.
own agendas for bringing
In
it about.
1837,
Prussian Karl
which
Marx
took place
also takes a more stance than many of his countrymen who are caught up for reasons different than those of many other Prussians.
conscription in
Defense
our
of
army was
The
not
French
like
need a
3
beating.
years. It was
If the Prussians win, the central
decentralization of state power to the centralization of the German working class. The German preponderance will also shift the center of gravity of the West European working class movement from France to Germany. And the German working class is theoretically and organizationally superior to the French. The die has been cast and the Franco-Prussian War has begun. The princes of the German states prepare to defend their national honor, and Emperor Napoleon III prepares to defend a dramatic proclamation to the nation with national honor violently aroused, imposed. We are not making establishment of a state which guarantees our security and assures their future.
Men are already had some exposure to Kamara. Already had their own
in Austria of a potential Emperor Franz Joseph, they promised not to third parties
served
with
6
French
years in
consent.
another military
The
school
French
called
Emperor sees these
That's
letters as an expression of moral to help France case of war. But the guards in Vienna, as the Italian capital of Florence, disagree. Says and they don't go well.
actually we did.
The Italians demand passage through Austria to attack Bavaria, but refuse. Because the war, Italy also wants France to end its protection of independent Rome and the Pope, so that Italy can annex the city and make it into the country. But the church is a pillar of Saint Empire, so the French aren't in a hurry to abandon the faith. Italy still owes them for French assistance in the Sardinian War in 1859, so they won't make the war deal the way that the Italians wanted. Austria-Hungary is hesitant about fighting on the French side for few reasons. The government of many German speakers in Vienna were sympathetic to the so-called German cause. The Austro-Hungarians also fear that if they intervene, Russia might come in on the Prussian side. This is not actually something is the Tsar's uncle. Russia tried to join Prussia because the Prussians offered to help the Tsar against Polish rebels back in 1863. As for the United Kingdom, they stayed out of the war as well. Relations with France have been strained since they fought together in the Crimean War, and Queen Victoria is the mother-in-law of the France does make a very ambitious plan with Denmark, which lost the war to Prussia and its allies in 1860 on the North German coast, avoiding Denmark, and advance into the North German Confederation alongside the weaker Danish army. But this plan also falls through after Britain and Russia pressured the Danes to remain neutral. France is now fighting the while the French are canvassing Europe for allies, but fighting none. The mobilizations which started even before the declaration of war are bringing troops to the battle zones.
Jewish kidnappers killed children.
Both the French and the German feel prepared for war, but one is much larger. The Germans are moving about 460,000 men to the front, while the French figure is about 300,000. Before the main forces reach the battlefields, skirmishes are already breaking out in all assault patrols, and they usually don't get far. On the 19th, French ships out across the Prussian border and capture some customs officers. The same day, the Prussians also take their first prisoner, as well as allegedly fallen asleep. The German side. The first official deaths of war come on the 20th. Quartermaster in the 12th, and William Herbert Winslow, a lieutenant in the 3rd Battalion Dragoons, killed. The first men to die at this sides, and the Franco-Prussian War claims to stir the passions of the people and manipulate the press. The storm they unleashed beyond control of Napoleon III and William I. And next week, will be strong.
There's some practice and belief if we break it down, if we have the opponents, right? Remember that the opponents are actually the traditionalists.
On the German side, mobilization is going well. Thanks to precisely timed train schedules, the German armies reach their starting positions less than 2 weeks after mobilization began. A Russian observer used this German efficiency with a bit of sarcasm.
That was meant to be sort of a nasty thing to say.
Destined for slaughter events in which cooking vessels end up.
To us reform Jews who have like
Some men do aggrandise heat stroke on the march. Huge logistic centers supply the gathering German armies with the food, water, weapons, and other supplies that they need. 518,000 men and 2 assembled into 3 armies. General Steinmetz's First Army around Kiel and Prince Friedrich Karl of Prussia's Second Army near Mainz, the Northern German Confederation. Third Army, called the German Army, concentrates around Speyer and includes units from Prussia, Bavaria, Württemberg, and Baden, all under the command of Prussian Crown Prince Friedrich Wilhelm. French mobilization is not going well. Some regular units have to travel from their garrison town to the other end of the country, north in Algeria, before heading to eastern France. Other units are rushed to the concentration before they've been brought up to strength and fully kitted out. The result is chaos. As General Alexander Michel reports, when he arrives at
is like part of the curriculum for sure.
The French plan is to supply their armies from as close to the expected combat zone. Minister of War at November don't even have to buy a single gator.
Absolutely, they're on the same page. In terms of embassy,
but now the champions of the corrupt system of the Second Empire incompetent and unscrupulous officials have lined their own pockets filling the depots, and there are serious shortages of food, ammunition. French generals sent telegrams to Paris, but not much that can be done now. In the midst of this mess, the Army of the Rhine, totaling some 300,000 men and 3,000 guns, one wing in northern Alsace under Marshal François and one along the border with the under Marshal Patrice de Both members are experienced and decorated veterans in Italy and North. The army these events in the German states now facing an intense anticipation of the decisive confrontation. Before the main battle begins, let's take a look at how was waged in 1870.
Judaism traditionally frowns on the new. The idea of saying, hey, this is
The Franco-Prussian War of the Industrial Age, mass military forces. So let's talk about how the forces are organized. The largest formation is an army, which numbers up to about 150,000 men. These armies are further subdivided to allow commanders to move them and use them more efficiently in battle. An army consists of up to 4 corps. Corps are made up of divisions, and divisions are formed from brigades. Armies, corps, divisions, and brigade commanded by generals. Brigade then divided into regiments, each of which is commanded by a colonel. Prussian infantry regiments had about 2,900 men, and French division brigades had about 2,500. A regiment has 3 or 4 battalions, and each battalion is commanded by a lieutenant colonel and has 3 or 4 companies under a captain. Each company is divided into platoons under a lieutenant. During the actual fighting, orders are usually given to the men at the regimental or battalion level, so these levels are quite important from a soldier's point of view. Below the regiment, subunits might be different amongst the different branches of the service. For example, the infantry have companies, but the cavalry have squadrons, and the artillery have batteries. On the German side, there are also infantry regiments of musketeers, grenadiers, and fusiliers, but these are just traditional designations. French Marines are an elite ground unit. Chasseurs are light infantrymen, and the Zouaves and Turcos are colonial troops, mostly from North Africa. Both sides also have elite guard units. One major difference is that the German army is made up of conscripts led by professional officers, while the smaller French army is nearly all professional soldiers. Napoleon III had urged the creation of a mobile guard of conscripts since 1868, but the Douanier hasn't been passed by Parliament. The Germans, therefore, have a significantly larger pool of trained manpower than the French, now and for the foreseeable future. These massive armies that came to the battlefield in 1870 are also armed with the latest technical advances in weaponry, thanks to industrialization. Arms manufacturers like Schneider Creusot and the Coke Works have equipped the French and German armies with mass-produced weapons of unprecedented killing power, especially needle guns and artillery. It's the infantry that will do the bulk of the fighting and the dying of this war, and they're particularly exposed to danger when fighting in open or urban areas. Their modern breech-loading needle guns have moved tactics away from the lines of the 18th century. The guns can be loaded lying down or kneeling rather than standing up, which allows troops to make natural features of buildings. The Prussian Kaiser rifle had helped win the war against Austria back in 1866, but in 1870, the French Chassepot outclasses it in range and accuracy.
Following this customs. An obvious one is the emphasis on one of the big arguments against it was that they're not spending enough time learning the art. And now a lot of the people spending tremendous amount of time studying the art. It's that's very, that's kind of like the ultimate value of studying, especially for us. Neglect revealed for us. That's what they. So that became a very big value of going back and forth. Okay, let's go through the actual history. So here we got to spend a little bit of time asking this question: how did so popular, so rapid?
This is very unprecedented.
of the United
Holy
swallow
goodness.
December, the minister finally made the final decision that funds the best which affected foreigners in the new life.
historiographic
The new rifles were stored in the arsenals
The
of
first one is from Heinrich that you recall talking a while ago,
This
like
rifle was
the
actually
first
against
great
German
encyclopedic historia of modern
May
times.
6 to 9.
And
It was used against
he's
the
like
rebels.
kind of like
Was
an
used
heroic
against the government.
historian
The father of the
of
French
German.
eagle
He
rifle
wrote
was
first in
Mark
German, later in Russian.
inspired by
And
Rothschild army of its
his
age.
history
What is Prussia?
was designed in many ways to non-Jewish Germans, that Jews had a tremendous amount of value in German culture and treated by secular society, by non-Jews, and nevertheless, it's still moving ahead. Entire world history of the Jews. I believe I discussed with you with Concordia. Did I discuss that in this class? Well, we'll talk about it in English in the first decade of the 20th century. He sees communism as the worst possible thing that could happen to Jews. He says they are so opposite to what Jews are really all about. Jews are Jews are learning, Jews are sedate, Jews are good, normal citizens. They do not take flight. They do not engage in wild, raucous behavior. No such thing as the aberration of Judaism. And why did it take such hold in Poland and Ukraine? Because British Jews who were living there were unfortunately bereft of a good communication. They were highly illiterate compared to other Jewish populations, who would be far more than the population surrounding them, but they're still less literate than us. Jews know the great conflict was doing stuff like hopelessly infected superstition that was spread as was the gospel of baptized. And they fell for it hook, line, and sinker. And we as Jews really have to do everything we can to root out this blind superstition that has infected Eastern European Jews. And that's his approach to Catholicism expanded largely because those Jews, they didn't know anything. Any arguments? Yeah. The first one, it wasn't saying that they didn't have they are much, you know, and they found their way to do it through full expressions of religion. Saying it and bad things. what does all Shemta put? He taps into that basic human need to feel like you are a child of God. That is a really great thing. I'm not criticizing what God is. For a big woman, they're actually the good guys. Really beautiful treasure, right? Fresh rubber seal is okay. So let's go. This guy, my favorite. How are you doing this year? Right. I don't know. No. I know the way the Dino is. Dino maybe. I don't know.
station. Experience shows that those bodies have to surrounding tissue transition by the host
The tax on Shabbos. If you like to sit in there, we didn't necessarily like put it on to help you buy or get a position somewhere, and you could be the rabbi. One that the French do have that the Germans don't is the Big An early machine gun. Its 25 barrels within a barrel are mounted on a wheeled frame and operated by a rotary crank that allows rapid fire. But since it could easily swing from side to side, its effect is somewhat limited. Psychologically, though, it will unnerve the Germans, who will soon report their fear upon hearing the distinct rattling of the firing line.
Oh, son of a bitch!
Bazaars, financiers, or roulades, no longer plays the decisive role that it once did. Horsemen can charge infantry armed with modern field guns, but they're still useful in pursuit. Rearguard actions, reconnaissance, to be a cavalryman, though, still carries much prestige as functionality. The colors help soldiers to distinguish friend from foe
Prussian king Wilhelm I is also on a train. He's heading to the French-Bavarian border along with his son Crown Prince Friedrich Wilhelm and Chancellor Otto von Bismarck. This week, the French and German armies have reached the combat zone along with their imperial and royal commanders-in-chief. Next week, they fight.
All kinds of interesting ways in which if you're going to open up what is traditional practice and say these other things.
The first battle of the Franco-Prussian War begins on August 2nd. Town of Zagreb to start the offensive. But there's no real plan. Even deserted. Extra French units are on the way from Africa and Rome, where they will protect the village.
It's really unprecedented.
They attack a small German outpost west of Zagreb.
Hey, what do you think? Do we have precedent for this? You need to get the fuck out of here. I love these two. I love this girl. She wore deep pants. She was ready to fuck shit up. I love these two. I love these two.
The same day that the French attacked Zagreb, the first supreme German army. He also sums up the German king's fate. All of Germany stands united in arms against a neighbor who brought us surprisingly and could have reason. It is a matter of defending the threatened fatherland, our honor, our own hearth and home. The Lord God will be with our just cause. Gott, der Herr, wird mit unserer gerechten Sache sein. Just as the French abandoned Zagreb in the north, the first major battle of the war begins south. The Germans realized that the big French offensive is not coming. So you go over to the attack. The town of Istanbul, or Istanbul, is a key railway hub at the junction between Bazaine's northern and Manuel's southern French forces. The sous-prefet of the town has begged for protection, so Manuel obliged him. Now, these are without clear orders in a position where neighboring forces can support them. If the German Third Army can take this on board, they'll dominate the local railways. Split the French army into two, the border, and attack 5,000 French infantry and Tirana Virginia defending the town.
was actually a very
On a
respected
rainy
figure.
and stormy
He had a
August
house
4th,
paid for by
the
the
German
city,
attack
he lived on the
begins
main
with
street.
a bombardment by Bavarian artillery.
He was
When German
regarded
troops
as
reached
a
Missile,
figure. They called
they
him
reported that
Reverend.
they
You know, and
surprised the
it's
French
like actually
for their
a real
morning
deal.
coffee.
We don't know
There's
too much
fierce
about what he
hand-to-hand
actually did
fighting
instead.
as the Algerians defend the train station, and German troops capture Geisberg Hill and take Missile by storm. French General Rabbbi is killed when nearby fires explode. His body is left behind by the fleeing French units, and the Battle of
The
Missile
precursors that we definitely know about
in the
are a lot of
afternoon.
data.
Heavy losses and the Geisberg patterned and repeated sound. Time and again, the French entrench themselves. They're forced to attack just to get to range. The Germans, by example, ahead of their units. Third underground desired to get very precautions. Bavarian infantrymen fell in Hauser's description. There were often whole rows of corpses, already giving off an unbearable smell. And thousands of flies busied themselves with the blood, which had already turned black.
Remember, this is after Champagne, not that long after. Champagne was born in 1760, so 100 years on the clock. But in those decades, there are
celebrated early function rifle, relatively small, high velocity, precise power, relatively quick to load, to breach load, which is critical for weight when populace fully aware.
That's just a these are like not just the word laboratories, but like magical devices. More technical terms,
I say system because this is a
devices.
conversion system
These are
applied to
tools you can use to get God to do the things you want God to do.
so a
Right?
whole
That's like magic.
family of weapons,
They can say
primarily
it's also
model
called
1853
practical
infantry
Kabbalah.
rifle,
It's like Kabbalah
which
that's
also
used
rifle
to make
light
things
infantry,
happen.
and various
So it
frontline
must
as
be
well.
Kabbalah. Yeah, Kabbalah Mafia, practical Kabbalah.
And even
So,
later
this
on,
is part of the
1822
culture,
model
right?
for
The
flip
Hafsa, the hand,
plastic
sometimes the off, the Torah, the
reference to
have some of them stuff. In
this
fact,
door
when my first son was born,
where
a very,
breaches
very little
which
rabbi
reminiscent
gave
of
us
some
a
example of a soft
very Kabbalistic amulet to put on the front door.
What's your
And
door
pretty
about
sure
your
you might
rifle?
do it on the recording. You know, like,
I'm
but,
planning
you
to
know, we
quit
use
many
sometimes people
tricks
hang
as
this in their rear here and there.
those that might be
So
fighting
in especially
ground, for
low
example.
literacy regions where
You
people
look at
have
what
very
you
little
stop
contact
how you can
Jewish
convert
text in a
British
significant way,
traditional
like in
cider,
Southern
Americans do.
He's a
Chop
nice
the
guy.
back end off the
Grew up
rock
to say,
barrel,
oh, Rabbi, I'm having trouble with my business.
reshape
My daughter's
essentially
going to
good
should have,
stopping
I'm worried about my
economic
grandchild.
training is
She's
not
not so
cheaper than
healthy. Could you please write a Kamea for me?
and you put a
No,
door
write
back,
something where you put your
which
hat,
allows you
your
to
pocket,
exploit the
the relatively new technology
threshold is ignored everything like this. These people are called salvation. Now, not all of them are so it was an easy way to make a living.
system was chosen for
Halfway right to the name,
reasons to that
you might be able to convince people that it was worth paying money for your accuracy. And by the way,
it's clear that
this is something new and interesting, right? Shabbos, and a whole discussion, what's the defining factor? It's almost like,
give it a good old yank to the rim, get spring tension, pulls that rotary, and hopefully overcomes any
my
bad power
colleague
fouling
Yochanan
and gets the case
studied
out of
these
the breach.
and particularly he looked at
And if
one
you're
of
lucky
the
with your golden
Rothschild,
an empty case of gas scooting out through this
Philip
rail that's
Rothschild
been
wrote
cut.
a 500-page manuscript issue so fast for ever people.
Right down.
He said you can only buy
Breach for loading.
nobody is allowed to
Means as I say, in theory,
Yochanan
you get some
published it.
ejection going on.
If you really interesting because it was like the last
Trickle out of the back of the gun, if not.
anti-book culture. We're not going to go into
In that respect, it's superior to the British. Snyder,
business of publishing things with anybody who can have it. You have to be able to write it out. So there's a whole
show you the
background.
face of
Starting from the fathers.
there's fire pissing on the cap on the back of the cartridge and the way
How can you say that it wasn't on age? You should
So,
have rolled the other side. They had a radio tool.
system.
Yeah.
Will we have a HD hydraulic feature that is a system, family of weapons, and it's based
The assertion that it's passed down to the students.
series in this case.
So one sees it really true.
That's over our YouTube channel for a reason, and also through the collection, and you might well find that. The German victory at this carries the war onto French soil and splits the field. Just 2 days later, the Germans attack again, twice. The next target of the German offensive is the town of Rothschild. It's defended by McMahon's army of 50,000 men, including the survivors from its own war, holding in on the hills west of town. After heavy rain on the night of the 5th, 88,000 men of the German Third Army attack on the 6th. French soldier Sejonet takes his experience under fire from German artillery. Ukrainians sur piste cadavre. It's a storm of fire. The hot fields filled with corpses. When I came last, clearly, I settled down and looked. An enemy on the horizon, just like before. Tall, dark fir trees, and still power.
Here's that Jewish, and here's like
Russians and bears. Storm heights from 3 sides. Attacking uphill again, the Germans suffer heavy losses and successfully drives us housing and Fleischberger. The Württembergische Feldbrigade has orders to cut off the French retreat. But Generalmajor Gustav Freiherr von Starkov decides instead to join the attack on Fleischberger, which is a 1-1 French officer was staggered over
maybe not necessarily the same as the native followers. And in fact,
my
probably I would
telegraphs
suggest
that
you
news
gentlemen you should look down. Certainly had some
East German side, the battle is celebrated since it marks the first time that Prussians, Bavarians, and Württembergers all fought one local pro-German pastor, Karl Klein. Fürstweiler is where North and South German brotherhood of arms was cemented in blood.
Tends to emphasize a very different approach.
As the Germans charge up the heights west of Würth, another blood battle is raging further north at Schwieger.
In terms of
25,000 French troops are entrenched on the north of the village, following their retreat from
widely ignored by
the Württemberg Hill is a nearly hidden fortress on the high ground, and French troops there begin to fight against the Prussians below. Advocated mistakenly believes that the hill is weakly held, so he orders a direct attack to be a near-suicide mission. So they're German soldiers, so they're figuring better work the wrong. Despite being a tactical mistake, the attack succeeds because German commanders don't hesitate to sacrifice their own men. It also succeeds because of the absence of Defay's French Fifth Corps, which is also vital but does not intervene here either. The attack on the Württemberg will later be lionized in Germany, largely glorified by its own community and setting up 4,166 Germans are killed, and missing at Schwieger, along with about 4,000 French. General Constantine describes Kallik's attack as, quote, unbelievable, and besides his fellow general for dispersing his men and needlessly widening the attack. French soldier Anatole Chouquet also criticized German tactics after the war. Despite their contradictory efforts, and although the action was haphazardly carried out with no plan, the Germans had the advantage thanks to their audacity, martial confidence, and their selfless camaraderie. Their Schwieger are buried in mass graves at the foot of the Württemberg to save time and effort. This now rural cemetery can still be visited today. Every major battle this week, French General Butcher reports on the state of French troops. 4 days suffice to lower the morale of our troops to proportion and to unsettle the emperor. This week, the French abort their offensive, and the Germans are victorious in 3 major battles. The news reaches Paris on August 7th. Writer in London notes in his diary, there's a terrifying silence, and on the horizon, a Paris where noise is still.
And then right away, you know, about this, you know, slow down, you know, why didn't you?
The military situation after last week's fight, Germans and 20,000 French killed because they didn't have the German discipline and morale were strong enough to achieve tactical victories in spite of the high cost, which will lead to more suicidal attacks. Commanders on both sides have also noticed that the German artillery is dramatically outperforming the French. The German High Command, though, is worried about decision-making. Chief of Staff of the Prussian Army, Hermann von Moltke, for example, was quite upset when General von Steinmetz didn't stick to the plan which weakened last week. On the French side, the defeats of August 6th and the Allied army is having a side effect on the morale only of the soldiers, but also on the civilian population. After just a few days of fighting, there's already a crisis. Some soldiers deserted, and the remainder are exhausted from fighting and marching. There's also a change of government in Paris on the 9th, as Liberal Prime Minister Odysseus the Bonapartisme de Pacquiao takes a on and a cross line has failed, and it's now obvious that the war will be fought in France. The army of the Rhine is also split in two. In the north, 4 corps third and Marshal Bazaine. In the south, Marshal Macmillan has parts of 2 corps plus a cavalry division. Forces southwest to Lille, which he reaches on the 9th. The Emperor Bazaine with their army west towards the fortified city of Metz, and by August 11th are just east of Macmillan.
Really unprecedented. Unprecedented athleticism. And even my first album. Perhaps.
As the French retreat, the third
Why?
German army shadows Macmillan,
Because that spiders is there.
second German armies
For sweating. Look at this move.
summarizes
Footwork.
the disastrous situation of the French for his British readers.
Look at this athleticism. Folks. It's really unprecedented athleticism. Folks. Folks.
Fragmented his troops after 2 days of fighting.
Baby. This is rocking.
Napoleon III wants to protect Paris.
I had to take a piss. 5-year stream. Congratulations on Magic the Gathering. Play over this 24/7, 365. Bitch. Pardon me. I'm so sexy. The West Side Pimp, baby. I gotta take a whiz. I gotta drain this. Woo, woo, woo.
Emperor changes his mind and orders a dangerous retreat. The enemy is close.
Next week, and stuff. Come chill with us. Listen, I don't think that this shit. This rabbi's so fucking funny. What is it?
Of their understanding of Judaism, what we're talking about now is lands that they not even realize they were not going
Clips.
to live. Let's figure out to adapt to the
You're banned from the chat. Worst.
I would hate my daughter area across it, but they realize they have a lot more in common. As we saw in previous class, right?
Thank you for the follow. That's good stuff. Well, we just watched somebody snow shovel. The worst.
So this is the great yeshiva of Rothschild. One of the late 19th century, it was established. Pretty good at us was when we are good at tax. So we are going to double down.
Hoops.
We are going
Kenny
to maybe
Hoops.
one of the things to live by now on is that we might emphasize the
Have fun. Look. Kenny Hoops. Kenny Hoops. That's dog. Kenny Hoops. Kenny Hoops. Yo, dog. Got it, son. Joe is this. Fucker. I would absolutely hate you. Oh, I'm gonna shit. How many followers you have? Oh, 1851. King Nubs. King Nubs, here we go. King Nubs, let's see your shog. Be a decent person. Be respectful to one another. I'm all of those things. We got 20 viewers. Oh, it's a race. Wait 1 minute after following. Oh, no way. What the fuck is that gonna shit?
They're very, very similar in so many ways. The last chapter was actually translated by the great philosopher Emmanuel Levinas into French. A mind-blowing work. It changed my life. I'll tell you quickly my story because we have 1 minute left. When I was first in yeshiva, maybe I'll turn off the recording to this one. Yeah, it's a personal story. But when I was first in yeshiva, you guys know that I came to yeshiva late in life.
Oh, baby girl. Hey, thanks, Rabbi, for the follow. You're welcome, girl.
Where we left off last week. Monday, we were talking about so we left already. I'm doing great. When you come in late, don't say crazy. Where we left off last week, we were at like the
Love it.
earlier anti-Semitism and have major things to go along with it, but we did really look at anti-Semitism as a horizontal phenomenon. There are hardly any Jews in the Italy land. And when we look specifically
Oh, babe,
at
have to wait 1 minute. Fuck yourself.
the question that the majority content of that anti-Semitism was of a socio-economic nature, meaning that Ukrainians in particular had Jews who were based more else on the relationship they had economically. That's not to say there were not Christ.
Oh, bitch, you're getting it.
That's not to say that the bloodline did not seep into Poland, which it certainly did over the next 2 centuries. We were kind of like
Thanks for the follow, Rabbi. Thanks for the follow, Rabbi. Bye. Come on, bot. Okay, bot. Yo, lady, nobody cares about your shit. Legendary kickbot. Why is this war so difficult to understand? I'm like bored. I never even heard of that Franco-Prussian War until that fucking Home Improvement episode. I am the denominator. Dog. The Franco-Prussian War. The Franco-Prussian War. Dog. I'll have science. Gotcha, bitch. Oh. Do you really think they named after him? Do you think he liked them? I don't think he does. I don't think anybody knows. Oh man, the Franco-Prussian War is so boring. Who won it? I don't know. It's like when you tape one like a baseball game and you just kind of voice. Prussian War is like that. Who do you think won it? I don't know. The Germans? Because then they like call it Germany? Because it wasn't Prussian anymore. I'm guessing. I don't know though. Did the Frenchmen? Somehow it went from being called Prussia to Germany. Yo, dog, Spazzy. 24 hours. Well, that's tight. Good company. Do you like spam? Yo, dog.
Yeah, to answer your question, we have to separate it a little bit. There's one distinct minority in a society, and those with awesome armies and with relations. So maybe
Actually, I was just timed up 22 hours or something.
His 3 wars with Egypt, 48, 56, 67, and then when Egypt finally was able to, in each case,
Steamy cakes. Okay, you're the last one.
when Egypt was finally able to levy Israel in the October War, Egyptian mentality, and they said, well, look at that. We can hurt the Jews. And Israel is not complete. Israel took a horrible beating in October 1973. And that allowed Egypt to kind of say, so now we can make peace with them. Doesn't mean they're friends. Doesn't mean that the level of action, but it was not like suicidal. It wasn't kind of like, we don't care if our country is destroyed as long as we can kill some more Jews. That's real. Countries are always fighting. People die. Wars, but it's all. Political and economic conflict is real. It's just devastating. So we can understand that as like we ever have that, so there is this medication, but you're responding in a more, less violent way. Sure. Yeah, you're asking. Yeah, just totally derailing. But you're also conflating the issue. We talked about Gaza. I said Hamas. They're not the same thing. Hamas, I think, is the closest thing I can imagine to a holiday. Maybe the Nazi SS is second choice, or they're because Hamas is really a death cult. They actually listen to public statements. They think it's better for them to be
That shit.
in the fight against
Turkey
Australia.
TV.
And that's just bizarre. Like that escapes my understanding why we want the history of Israel and the Middle East, because we have that. Yes, back in time. So, I mean, a few years ago, I recycled. You may have seen this is a popular show.
Thanks, Chucky. Chucky's nice as fuck. Alan.
Israel, fascinating characters, really fascinating. But it's essentially God's life in the trade.
I don't know. Russia?
Kind of tensions that were going on a few hundred years ago. We're still enjoying them.
Yeah, give it up. Thanks, dog.
Germany changed a lot of the lines. It's all the way up to 1915, beginning of activation of Glasgow.
Who told you that? That's something I say. Really? Douche. Big loaf. I don't watch this. These are so funny. Big
on. 1991, collapse of the Soviet short century. That's when,
Oh, shit.
Poland was taken over by Russia. They shaped it. We have three big figures.
Wait, nothing came up.
18th century Jewish leader.
Let's see what happens, dog.
Who is the founder of Chabad. Very important thinker. An unusual.
Oh, dude, it fucked up. It fucked up.
On Monday, the entire background, but among the
Well, I'm doing that, dog. Come on. Let's see if this shit works. What's the worst? Dog.
The traditionalists,
You too.
Hasidic movement,
I'm
began as an
tired.
intellectual spiritualist.
What? Aliens?
Get the name
Phil Schneider for 14 hours.
It's a name that
That's what I talk with Phil Schneider while we do. Oh, that game is tight.
they're also known, of course, as they're from Lithuania, Lita. Today we call obviously this institution has the share, but we are
Shot by aliens.
all kinds of things like that. I don't know, anyways, but they're grand, and these messages were
What's your favorite kind of alien?
That's good.
All of them?
What they call spitz kebab. Super kebab. Like they have so many. I'll tell you a funny story.
Oh, they have a deleted video.
I should tell a story. This video will go around. And that's okay. And she was about 8 years old. When Shana told me that, then there's going to be all your deeds are written there, and your signature there. And I said to my family, 8 years old, I said, it's going to be like a video is playing of your done wrong. It's going to be available there. Everything. She runs out of the same old the station on the week that just the old threw away. So that's the kind of person. Third.
She can get everybody know that. That guy's daughter. I love when we ask great my thing. Maybe grab by Richard Petty. Like bimbo moves. But aside from that, bitches who answer. I like how ChatGPT calls.
Everywhere, right? The sign.
Let's just understand that
She's been there a very long time, and I can't wait to get some.
back to this chart.
Hooked on phonics. So like a kids education program. Means I'm hooked on phonics. That's what I think we should
Play the Franco Prussian War, right?
She really
No one knows. Still being
she's
fought.
been remembering for quite some time, even when the subject was taboo and alien.
Let's just base one. Like a week ago.
Nothing should be taboo in our field of research, but unfortunately, she's done so much great. She's very shy. She doesn't want to, because what she's done is contributed big time to only studying, working with people, and the amount of time she spent at like Monroe Institute. Just get it, get their information out there. She really needs to. And I'm really excited about this. So she's joining us, asking her anything that's sort of.
I'm gonna ask her about her potential critical.
No ability for that, but I'm so impressed with people that can at least practice their whole life to get to where they are right on this. So without further ado, here's our episode with Tracy. Interesting topic today, Tracy. New York State right now somewhere.
That's where I'm living currently.
I know we were talking about contacting an answer, but I put that on. I talked to a spec for a minute, and unfortunately, everything I accomplished so far in this study, which I'm starting to hear more about consciousness and feelings. I have a lot of topic recently. Rothschild understation for reporting all these abilities that supposedly we have always had. But even investigating this and researching this a long time, even before this was something that Rothschild learned, to aliens, the fact of talking about the consciousness aspect or remote viewing, that's still remained taboo. You mentioned that before the episode recording, that it's sort of just remained on this list of ufology, and yet you're working in this field that you must have felt at some point that this would either make it or break it. Either it would make it into the community's consciousness, prominent, if you will. I think this year's concerts are talking about the ability. There's a lot of stuff on, the usual suspects, if you will. But, I thought that was fantastic. It's becoming more prevalent in podcasting, and I thought I would ask my first question. How long have you been working in this field? And what have you seen over the last, I would say probably let's say the last 3 years regarding your field of work being more noticeable now and more recognized in the field of ufology?
Well, I guess unofficially, this has been my life. And I think that's the case with a lot of people that they haven't been talking about it. It's safe to talk about, right? There's a lot more about it. So, officially, I guess I struggled to find picture, actually, because it's been going on for so long. Like, this has been 6 years old, but really came on the scene at the time of becoming an emerging adult, so in the 20s. That's when it really started showing up. But I think when you feel kind of on the outside of something, you either just carry on or you decide to kind of study yourself. You know, approach when I know what to talk to about this. And so that's why I went into psychology, religion, and psychology and religion, and everywhere I can sort of look under, look under something and say that, hey, is there something here? Cultural anthropology, you name it. And I just want to say that what was most interesting to me in medical anthropology, which is one of the things I did in the latest part of my degree, was that all of these things that we're talking about are normal in many other places of the world. You know, this is considered a normal part of our health system. Right? All of the transpersonal aspects, your dreams, your body, experience. Conservative perspective on experiences, all of lucid dreams, all of this is considered part of your holistic health system. And so for me, that was one of the just sort of unapologetically recognize what I had seen happening in other people in some schools of mine. So it's always been there as my interest, always. And going through academia, was my attempt to study and normalize it for myself first, make sure that and learn more about it. Well, I honestly have to figure out how academia could teach me more about it. And it was lack. Like you could color it some, right? But the thing that hit it the most directly, other than taking transpersonal psychology, but I was on the East Coast and I didn't have all those options. And how it normalized. And it more than normalized. It made it feel like a responsibility that we should be taking on, with our children, with our nuclear families, nuclear families, our friends, a new way to do therapy, just new considerations about who we really are, more who we really are. So, sorry, that's a long intro, See, when you say that according to more like Western, so you like the way we live here in the West compared to maybe in the East or other countries. Yeah. So typically in the West, right, we will we need to go to the doctor. We have to go to a ear, nose, and throat specialist, or if it's this, we have to do this. Like, but if there is anything showing slightly above level, they don't do it. You know, like you have to go through a separate system. So everything is so compartmentalized. I mean, there's a reason so that they can try to specialize in those areas. However, when you go to a psychologist in the West, and psychiatrists read about these types of things. So that's what I'm referring to. They're not really recognized. You know, if you are having, you know, suspected contact dreams, like forget about it, right? People aren't going to talk about that unless they are feeling completely safe and the therapist has a reputation that they're open to possibility and not hostile to it, right? So that's what I'm referring to. So yeah, kind of East versus West, but that's saying that is generalizing a little bit too much. But now with, of course, with the telepathy tapes and Dr. Diane MC Powell's work, it's opening up yet another door to this discussion on a far larger level, more compassionate kind of conversation about it's taking what I was sort of studying and experiencing myself, to be honest, and making the conversation way more open. And as you mentioned, this is the first time I contacted them. But part of the reason I was only talking about remote viewing was because it was a little safer than going into everything else. You know, with this year, there's been a real handshake between abductions and UAP and consciousness. That's completely different. It used to be kind of the fringe of the UFO conferences, remote viewing alone, right? We were rare to come up in a presentation where people are talking about abductions and they're saying it was a, you know, telepathic sort of communication. But to the side, and now you're right, it was very dominant and it was wonderful. I mean, I just absolutely loved it because really, these things all tie together. I mean, everything is happening through our minds, right? So now that we're ready, we can kind of open that dialogue and thinking more. And I think another thing is helping people talking about it is helping recognize in their own lives, which will help take the dialogue further. Yeah, so I'm sorry, I just rambled. I did not answer your question. Did you ask it again?
Yeah. Right, it's more prevalent now. I mean, like I said, in news, contact with your so races and stuff. But it's just kind of like that. Let's have to talk about it, but way to keep this conversation. Is the whole of interesting histories to do with mind, and what experiences have you had that led you to be so interested in these things? You're okay talking about
So what was the first part of your question again?
What's the whole smear of like of stuff that's like
This
some
is the rebellion
function
of
experiences
expansion
that tell
saying
Rabbik elements
we
to
have
it. There's
to
others
narrowly
like
focus.
was
With a
training
lot of the
or
political changes
school.
happening,
Turkey,
don't forget
it's like that.
there's
What
also
are all the things that you're interested in?
the transolution birth of America,
It's,
right?
I mean,
1776.
but it's
Maybe
easy
things
to
are
put
true
under
now.
this
Like
secular
Gates.
phenomenon, you know?
Okay. Those are
Which
three
include,
rebellions.
it's just, it's
Let's go
actually
down to shop
expanded
history. Any last
perception,
questions before
I
we do
think,
this?
is a better umbrella.
Okay, what's the story of shop
That has
So
less stigma, that is
there
more true.
are
Expanded consciousness, expanded
the
perception,
story of shop
our
history
ability to
with
perceive things
narrow
outside of
is
what we would
really
call
the story.
consensus. So that
An
would
individual
include,
who has
you know, lucid bodies, near-death
although there
experiences,
are historical
suspected
accounts that
contact
tend to
experiences.
portray
Again, I'm
him
just saying that to be
as a
conservative.
equal Russia.
Abductions,
Questions when Dan to
I've had
experience
so,
things with his followers to tell us what
I
he's
don't
going
talk about
through.
them a lot.
That
I
sounds a
talked
lot
about
like
some of them in my
bipolar
most recent
disorder
lecture.
or
So
manic
I'm just
depressive
getting
syndrome.
used to talking to this.
Obviously, we can't really do psychoanalysis
Is,
dissection
and
from
I've never
far.
really had things like this.
Over
My
centuries.
father
But
was,
what I can tell you, the theory is
and he was full of life across Canada, working for Habitat for Humanity. He's working too. Now, he's refereeing hockey games for juniors. He's running his running at, you know, like there's no slowing down. He was full on.
transportation over
And
wide
one
spaces of
day
territory.
I
And
was in the middle of
with
the day,
the encouragement
lying down in bed. Just, you know, I wanted to sleep. You know, wasn't in any sort of drift state,
several marriage
yet or
offers where he
anything like
wanted to
that.
remain
That's perfectly
in the
away.
studies for a
But
long
I'm
time.
staring at this
So
blank
he started
wall,
getting involved. Later,
and
he would get
I
married actually,
saw
I think,
this
4 times.
vision.
But you can't
I
count
don't
those
like to
because it
use
was
that
a
word too
divorce
much,
when
but
he got
actually
married to
call
at
it
one
an
point.
overlay
Very interesting
because
symbolic
I
kind
think
of
it's more
marriage it is.
accurate reality.
He not only convinced himself
I
that
was
he
able
was
to
Christian,
tell
he
that
convinced
the different thing
thousands
else
of
that overlaid on
and
top of it.
Like a vaccination, like you delusionally believing it's yours to there. It's like a different.
Correct. Overlay, I could, you know, I was aware of both at the same time. Sitting in the back of my car, smiling at me in this very
You know, you're asking an
way.
amazingly important
And
question.
that was all that
I will
happened.
repeat it for the
But
people on the
this
field, that
knowing that
the
this
story
was
comes to the
final
fact that there was
and this was it. It
widespread
was so
suppression
strong.
after the rebellion.
So it was
And
very simple, very basic. All the information was that's how it was. And she said he just had a full bill of health. He just got there. He's good. He's out doing this, fixing that. And have to err on the side of not thinking that. And then I felt like it was irresponsible to upset my mom and then have her thinking this all the time, you know. And so a couple months later, we hear him talking about something my dad just mentioned passing, like he skipped a meal. I mean, it's so minor. It wasn't saying he wasn't feeling well, and feeling came over me.
I assume that other
Came back,
like
and I knew called her and said, we have got to go there. I'm going to be there 2 days and leave. Responsible for their death, you know, like just very irresponsible, very words for it. I'm like, oh, like they're just, I know it is. It's every fiber of you. So we did this, and by the time 2 days, my father couldn't speak. And he still wanted story short. I was able to take care of the family, was able to handle it. I don't know. It's really hard to describe. Changed me. This changed me on many levels because one way it changed me was thinking, okay, alive. Like some people will have when it's visitation or the time when they pass, but this was while he's alive and in the middle of the day, somehow communicating with one of each other. And there's a more expanded part of ourselves that is capable of on a and once you start to look at this and things that have happened to you, you start to think about that. What is that part? You say, oh, it's a soul, it's this, it's that, right? But without labeling it, you would see there is that expanded part of us that is communicating. It's intelligent beyond what we know. It's warning us of life changes, so there's that. And then I go into the other modalities. So I had these things happening spontaneously. But in part of my explorations, I would go to these schools of mind and I would try all the modalities. So obviously I've been trained in psychotherapy therapists because I needed to you start from it's relaxing into different brain states. All you're doing is you're expanding past this limited self and you're identifying that's it was and then once you identify as self, you can direction to things. It's just a thing. The limits are you have set up for yourself or haven't been able to take down yet because you don't know or you don't know how, And it's more, you know, what might be those words. Things. So you can tell you don't talk about things.
We're in a safe space. Look at you,
Yeah,
get it together.
yeah, right. So for example, being in yoga class, and asana, you call it. It's some classes, and it's just you're just lying there and you're relaxing at the end for maybe 10 and some other older gentleman with it, they're all looking at it. I see this clearly, like when I saw my dad, the man turns and he looks at me, and he just says, look, like, I should know what he means. I don't, I'm just observing. Just all I do is watch it, and so, and I think, and so, because I don't know any of this, the situation sets up where I'm left with one person, or the teacher and one person. I will not say a word, because this is not about me, because I don't relate to this at all, but it's real clarity. It's, and along, I will say, along with the feeling, I feel like if you see something when you're around people, I wouldn't feel right to just say something to people if it comes without feeling, is what I've learned. Like an urgency, then I might entertain that. So in this, the situation set up, there was one person with a teacher, and I said, forgive me and stop me if this is weird or uncomfortable. And I tell her, and the craziest reaction, she's like, oh my God. And it turned out her stepfather was on his deathbed, and he worked on a railroad track. And his three best friends, and she felt was the thing, because he wasn't letting go, and they were struggling with this, and she felt for some reason, this was something, but that's weird, because I would have told all these stories before. This is definitely a place, but I'm saying that because I'm encouraging them. And I think, Diane Powell's work is as well. The telepathy tapes are as well. And it's in, it says, it's telepathic. And then telepathic to me just leads to this larger part of ourselves that is a different language. And is that our common language with everything out there? Not just ET, but the expanded consciousness of those that have passed. Is this the universal language? Because our language is a man-made language. We're talking about one, and so this is the key. This is the key. It's sitting here seems to be going against learning about this, with AI and everything. Right. I don't want to lose sight of this because I think it's in everybody's life. I don't think it's happening in anyone special. It's not about that. This is about. I was just saying to someone, have this with your Bible.
Yes.
Figured out and they couldn't realize this. And I was just thinking, what if that gift would be the thing that we've all been given? A lot of us do believe in time is simultaneous and it's not linear. I don't know that anyhow. But if this universe, what if that was a thing that we all have that's absolutely identical? We identify with all these different things on the surface, but underneath we have this beautiful expanded self that makes us kind of all the way equal thing. I shouldn't say equal, but seemingly. I just sort of. And we're heading in a totally opposite direction. I wonder if what's that? What that's happening.
And he basically just ignored it.
I know, that what happens though if sun throws on a massive flare and that grid, all these things that we're used to, how do we communicate? And in many ways, Diane's showing us new ways to communicate. Showing us new ways, not just autistic non-speak, but we're learning in comas. There's all sorts of non-speaking stories that we weren't paying attention before. We weren't looking, we didn't know that they were actually there, right? We were just comparing to what we've been taught on this surface level.
I don't want to use modern
I believe in that because when Lisa's mad at me, I know.
people,
She's not speaking to me, I know what's up.
it's a legitimate thing in the sense
Well,
that
that's a perfect segue. And Tracy, thank you
none of the
so
people
much for
involved
sharing these very profound personal stories. And I'm so glad that you're doing that. It takes courage and
they're like,
father so touching and
they not find
so
the right
young and so
formula,
the
and
time
they
that
also
he takes.
people
And this kind of is kind of
at all.
endorsed to this phenomenon that and so many others kind of intuitively knew what was happening most of your life since age 6.
Wanted to
And
get
I want
access
to talk
to
a little bit
things about
about, I feel, and I couldn't agree more that we all have these gifts and we can learn and train to tap them more, but it seems to me that there are those, for whatever reason, recreation, when you go through these schools that you have, you've been to many, and I want to talk more about that too, but can you talk a little bit, it's not just the nonverbal population that have to tap into these senses that, because they're nonverbal, but it's this other group of people as well, this disassociation piece that seem to these channels. Can you talk a little bit about that? Like it's talk about it's so by disassociation. Yeah. Well, but seems to me that people who had trauma or some sort, including near-death experiences, it seems as though the ability to disassociate has opened an easy pathway somehow. A good jumping on it. One of the most things from yours, and Joe, I think, fell out of the helicopter experience that was not associated with that. I think outside of a restaurant, this is part of what he's really actually in Canada. And he had 4 years after experiences when he was a child. And so one of the things that can happen in his remote, he can slide into him. If you are able to do that, you can information, clear information. A lot of remote viewers can't quite know that level, they can travel. I mean,
Actually, there's what's the difference between natural projection? What are the differences?
Okay, yeah, this is a good. If you are going astral traveling / out of the body, we'll just make those the same. You are no longer associated with the body sitting at table. Right? Your consciousness goes to a place not really aware of this body. When you're remote viewing, it's you're sending your consciousness somewhere else. You are still aware of this body. So you're writing. You're very physically aware. Robert Monroe used to call this kind of like going out of phase. Go out of phase. More light and the brainwave scale wake state. All the way down to delta, the sleep. Going out of phase when that identify that. Yes. To alpha. Theta is deeper, probably get deeper towards delta sometimes. That's delta in there, and they're able to not going out of body is your instead of staying out of phase, your lose the awareness function. So lucid dreaming, typically in theta state, lucid dreaming would your brainwaves over thinking part of your brain functioning goes offline. Your cortex goes offline, right?
I'm just curious. You guys have all
You're
studied
asleep.
sharp,
The
right?
most fascinating thing about lucid dreaming, first of all, I've never been able to get this out of my mind.
Yes, it is.
It's fascinating. More brain waves show than the awake state. What you're experiencing right now, but you're asleep. You're responsible for seeing vision. That's back online. Those things are back online. And
I have a personal ambition.
there's something fascinating going on there that it's working
I just finished
faster
30
than this awake state. And that is always fascinating.
But here it is.
Yeah, that's why you can wake up and feel more exhausted.
Original
Lucid dreams in your waking state. You wake up like,
this
wow,
guy,
like you just lived a whole other
it's
life.
hard to really carry
Arrive at as hyper real. This is probably why, right?
He appreciates
Those words, if you're done, and I do a certain thing too, even people who don't dream,
He's got kind of like broad,
you can have a lucidity habit in moments, or you can have a complete, but it's there. Something is going on when we are in some kind of other state. Are we? I mean, I can't say that we are. Not convinced we are, especially when people have vision and things come from dreaming. Previously, with 9/11 and a study they did on train crashes, they found that a huge rate of the people on those days before a train crash were warning of not to go, and they just could not bring themselves to go. And when they did the day when there was terrible weather, like they were the lowest claimed tickets before major events. So something, there is some connection to the day. Or sometimes not always. Not always.
You had brought up a point about seeing your dad. Of a car, looking at you and smiling. And with remote, you understand now that you've actually, there's no date and time. You can put yourself in a room in 1956 and look through the doors and the dressers like it's crazy what people can do. But if we're able to do that in a remote viewing, we're able to do that from out-of-body experience, and time is nothing. We can bring a scale, if you will, of humanity. Visit dreams and all that. And that's very fascinating because is it something in real time? That time is irrelevant once you step out of your mind. The only thing that is a slave to this labor sense of time is these bodies aging. That's it. You know what I mean? Because everything understand that, look, I'm just the driver inside the car, not the car. This all will break down and the driver will have to come. And when you're talking about these experiences that you've had at a young age, what are that is? Phenomenal experiences after near death. Is it possible the veil of like realize that their station is behind the play, that there's an actual world outside of the play. And that's what allows people to sort of realize that this reality we think it is, it's not the play. We're all convinced. When you think about all this as a whole,
let's publish it in a standardized version. And we'll wrap this. If you read the introduction and conclusion,
that's why I asked. Great question.
we're working on it. He says, okay,
Well, I mean, I love thinking about this stuff. It's really where I want to go with this.
to the version.
Overall, for women in our physical bodies.
But it's just a mind
I feel
Now, why was the first student? That's why I was because there were
can say, even when I can't fully convince myself, a part of me knows that we are so deeply connected to each other. It also makes me think about my words more carefully because we're so connected. It makes me think about my actions more consciously and carefully. We're all connected. And I'm not fully answering your question, but you can re-ask parts, and I'll
For sure, I wasn't answering that question, so I was already
there's so many words that have popped up in my head that I'm like, want to address. Michael, do you want to like hone in?
Yeah, what I would say was maybe just like on your lifetime, your experiences, where it's like from your own perception that you've had, or just sum it up so far. What is your like spiritual take? Because that's, we're talking about body, mind, and soul, so I think that's very important. The spiritual aspect of this is not just the intellectual. Like, is that?
Oh yeah. More spiritual.
Concentrations in Western Europe,
I've always been very spiritual. Part of that, I think, is when
as we discussed last week,
you feel like you're living your life in the sun. Nobody understands what it turns out that most people feel like this.
they have been actually banned from there
For
since
me,
1306.
early
Although
on,
we will have a
spiritual thing.
assertion of Jewish
That's always been my
population
center.
here.
It's what I
Not in
default back
Spain,
to.
Spain is still officially euthanized.
It strengthened in my 30s when I had panic attacks, just on top of all of this stuff.
How does that map onto
Because
the
I really came to the realization that even if we are connected, it can feel very alone. And it's up to us to build a spiritual resilience. Because as much as we can recognize that we're connected, we've still chosen to do this on some level, it seems. And we still have traumas, and we still have these individual experiences. The only thing that I feel like I can truly control is my inner sense of self and how I perceive and navigate this world. And so I would say year after year, my spiritual core grows and grows as I recognize that. And things like, being with my dad and stuff, that again, another deeper level, because I thought about because he couldn't speak, he went in and out of speaking, but again at the end he couldn't speak. And I just thought there were all these things that he was unable to say clear. And how much it was seemed to be bothering him. That he had spent his whole life planning
It's a great question.
this just came, it seemed like it's probably 20 years early. And so I always try to think about my life looking back. And even if I have the most expanded mindset, I still, this is what's going to matter, right? At the end of my life, it's going to matter inside, and it's no matter how I navigate it on the outside. And so
Of course, once the
I think we simultaneously have to carry these two attitudes, the one where we look at life individually and the one where we can have this more expanded outlook, knowing that we're all connected. And we do the best we can, control the things we can, and try to let go of the things we can't, and do our best to be wise enough to know the difference, the serenity prayer, right? So I try, it's a tough thing to answer, but I think ultimately that's how I feel. I love the exploration of who we are underneath it. I talk about these things because I think that's the most exciting, fresh way to look at ourselves and to look at life is by exploring the things that we have denied for all these years. I mean, it's a beautiful part of who we all are. And even though life's stories are very interesting and compelling, this other dimension is beautiful. It's so beautiful and it's so wise. It's so wise, and so getting to see people talk about that inner wisdom, it just,
5 or 6 of them through the next century and a half.
so
England told
I
them,
just
right, why are they kicking them out?
that people would start coming forward with more and more of these stories.
Generally speaking,
They're
when the
happening
peasants
all over
owed you
the
money,
place.
you have rebellion.
And even people who think they aren't happening,
Money,
I swear to God, they're happening. It's just,
that's how they deal with it.
we get so busy in life, I truly believe that
What about some of like the really bizarre
we don't
ideas
know
that
this.
circulate
You
over
know,
time that make
there's
you
only so
feel
much
well?
attention management we can, attention we can give to certain things, right? Like you can't really split your attention all over the place. So a lot of people will say remote viewing is attention management. It's true. So if you want to find more of these things in your life, you have to manage that attention to be looking at those things. And I think a really easy way for people, if that's too much, is just look towards your dreams. It's the easiest hint. Literal dreams. Look towards them in literal dreams and remember them. And in doing so, in the morning, just taking the time to remember them, you are training your attention that what happens during the night is important to you. I really believe if you just get up and you go get a coffee in the morning, you are telling your ego day self, it doesn't matter what happens at night, right? It's not important to me. But if you actually create this sort of handshake in the morning between the night experience and the day experience, you will start to see this sort of bridging and just spending the time lighting that. I think, that, at least for me, speak for myself here, while I'm doing that, and my brain is slowing down and relaxing, before I start the day, insights start popping about other things, or things I remember. At Monroe Institute, the debriefs after you do a session are so important, like in the gateway experience, are so important because this is kind of what's happening. People are sitting down together, they're telling what happened in their session. For some people, they feel nothing happened, but when they're listening and relaxing, and they're in that state where they're not involved in their day, it pops. They'll remember experiences that they had, that upon waking they had no idea, no remembrance of, and they will just pop out. It's a thing. It happens all the time. And I think it happens in our daily lives, and I think it's just a simple way. Like people will say meditate. For a lot of people, that's not realistic, right? I'm a huge meditator, but most people are not. And dreams is just a nice gateway into getting that attention management going, a calm transition between night and day, where you can start to examine and remember things and use the wisdom of remote viewing with targeting in just, it is important
Okay, good. Or you saw
to notice
sources,
more deeply
but even
in
more
your life.
basic.
You know, like to slow things down and notice them more. And I swear, my
What do you mean by that direct fact?
life has been
What
about
is
this.
direct fact?
And
things that actually happen, maybe instead of locations and stories.
if you ask it,
I'm so glad that you said that. Can you
want
repeat that?
it might not yield at first how you want it to,
No, before you said that,
but
say
it
exactly
will
the
start
story.
to offer
You were my
things
topic,
that
the great book,
it
what you
needs
said,
for you,
things
you
that
know.
actually happen.
So it's
Remember you said that?
Sort of
Right?
tailored.
That history
Yes,
and
no,
history is
Experience.
not
Right,
gigantic,
like lucid dreams are a
wow.
perfect example. You
Translation,
know, like
what
only 20% of
actually
the population can really lucid
History,
dream.
what actually
People who
happened.
do it
And that's what history
gradations,
is.
but you really don't need
You
to
know what?
lucid dream.
So much of this, all
You
the
have the,
history
like I
that's
was saying
written
before,
up
you
till
have
now
these lucid
is not.
moments that
But
happen.
like in today's
Or, like, if that's your intention, I want to lucid dream, I want to lucid dream, you know.
What
Oh,
are
for
people
one, you
writing?
really want that,
They're
right?
writing
So you make that
stories.
intention, you write in your journal, you establish for yourself why you
They're writing
want
like
this.
kind of
That's the most
narratives.
important thing you can
And the
do in
purpose of
psychology
these
to
earlier
change
histories
is
are
why.
not to
Really figure that out.
follow
Why do you
the
want to know?
facts,
Because you
what
believe there's wisdom in the
actually
night
happened.
that you
But to try
can
and make
use
people
for your
feel a
life.
certain
You know,
way,
is that
to
why?
feel
And if that's
patriotic,
so, write it down
to
and think
feel
about that.
religious,
And then if nothing
to
happens in the
feel
first week,
why. Whatever it is,
notice what is
they're
happening,
more
because
an
there
art
could be
form
like
than
the
a science, to
slightest
be sure.
changes
And so when
that
we
are,
said, we have
just,
to like
you
really
know,
think
in
about
your
what we're
dreams.
doing,
You
because
want to notice
history is not supposed to be
the colors
fiction.
brighter, or
There's supposed to be a big,
anything. Because it
you know,
could take
line in the
weeks
shelf
for
in the library on the left is
particular
fiction, on the
psyche
right is history.
to
But in
unravel to
reality,
where
that's
it's
still
supposed to be.
a lot of
Like for
history
me,
is still
I
pretty
wanted to have more
fictionalized. Like there was no problem.
experiences. Drove me crazy.
Mythology straight into like wars
But then,
and princes and stuff like
you know,
that.
in
So
watching
this
this
is a
for years,
huge
I
step forward
discovered I
in
had this
history.
other
You would
weird
later be
ability.
really criticized in the 20th
You know,
century
and so I
saying,
believe this is the case with
well,
everyone.
okay, this
We're all
one's
so
very well. But
unique.
that's really
We're
important.
all
Sort of
neurodivergent in our
turning
own
point
way.
in how we
You
understand
know,
history.
and
Is
it's
history
just
supposed
seeing
to
how
be
it unravels
for
for you. So
something?
for me,
Like to inculcate certain
I kept
values?
looking at this
And
thing I
so when
wanted,
you went to study
couldn't get it.
history
I
in
didn't
high
notice
school,
for the longest
particularly
time
studying
something else
Jewish
that was
history in
happening.
high
You know,
school,
I'm
they
actually
were trying
really,
to
really
teach
strong
you a certain
at
value
being
set
here
rather than teach
and
you a
sending
bunch
another part of
facts.
me somewhere else.
And that was,
And
you know, it's
really
appropriate. That's what you want to do. You want to build up people's identity.
But
and
I
but
just,
it's not necessarily the
I was so
history
obsessed with wanting to get out of the body. You know, like,
Another
I
really
was
important thing
I was
right
doing
here is
this
kind
kind
of
of, it's the same type of thing.
not
And I was able to do it to quite an
Because
extent.
definitely not a
But this wasn't
British,
enough.
He
You know,
is
like
the founder
it is now. I learned that, and now I love the way I embrace it, and I love it, and lean into it, and there's more there.
But Wellhausen was the first person to really
So
try
just
and use
using examples of how we want what other people have, but it might
the
look
way
different for us. And
we
hypnotherapy is the same.
And so we have
If you go there because you want to stop smoking, you want to stop this, you want to stop that,
everybody
I went to it because I have
appreciates
debilitating
the
hair in the dark.
So we're not going to
And
go
I
into
remember
a
her
series.
saying, if
But
the
one of them
psyche
is
will
so
unravel
important
in
for
the
us that
way
we can't avoid
it does.
putting
And
them on
so
the board here.
for
And
me,
that
the
is a
fear
very,
of the dark
very
didn't go
valuable
away.
insight
But what happened was I got the best sleeps of my life.
tends to
I
reveal
started,
more
that's what started
about the
happening
period in which
because I was
it is
hypervigilant
written
all the time. You
than
know,
the
and
period
so
in which it
it
is
was
writing about.
unraveling in its own way and working its way there.
What could that
Much
possibly
better.
be?
Not there yet, but I'm much
History
better.
reveals
So
more about the
it's all
period
over
in
the
which
place,
it
you
is
guys.
written
The fear of the
than the
dark is an
period
actual
which it is
fear that
writing about.
adults still have. It's not something that I've ever
Yes.
dealt with, but I understand
Before writing this,
the
we were doing
vulnerability stage of
including
people where it's completely dark and abductees or whatever. Obviously, you would have a freaking valid reason to be afraid to go to bed at night. We got time for each of the last questions from Michael and Katie. Michael,
Nice take if you're talking about primary sources. But for example, I wrote my dissertation on the period 1917 to 1920. Contrary to my list, I am not that old. I was not around in 1970. Right, but I was in history in 1990. So how could what I'm doing in 1990s be more reflective in my book on 1917 than what actually the whole book was about? I definitely wasn't there. So, just like revising here,
advances the fact that as you deepen your spiritual practice and get better at these things, these abilities and experiences will arise, but they're really just distractions. You shouldn't lean into them if your ultimate goal is liberation from suffering and to help other people be liberated from suffering. So maybe you're trying to cultivate the ability to talk to these others, and you're being with them, or you're trying to build see outside of your mind and see other things. You can do that, but then at the end of your life, you're going to look back and be like, all I did is learn some tricks. I don't know if I believe that that's really true or not, that it's just tricks and that they value, but it seems like you're deeply interested in cultivating spiritual practice, and you said that, you know, the only thing
People
that you
look
can
at biographies
really
of
control
great
your life is who
individuals,
you are and what
and
you
they'll
yourself
see
is.
that occasionally they may say
Somewhere
something
as you're
that
trying to do that,
jars
you're trying
us
to deepen
by
your
our
life
common
with a better
sensibilities.
person.
Like they jar us when they say something
How do these
about
abilities
slavery,
fit into
but
that?
not
Do they really have a
necessarily
use,
being,
or are they
say,
really
oh,
just
we
kind of
hate
like
slavery
tricks
is
that
bad.
you can
We're
learn
just
to
a
do?
bit or
Yeah, that's
or they
interesting.
our birth, for
Because yeah,
example,
ultimately,
gnashing doesn't
I
help.
could see it
Like
as an
women
attachment
are like-minded, right?
Um,
And we say, oh,
which
man,
would lead to something.
misogyny.
I could see that.
Well, excuse me, there were no
Distraction.
misogyny.
And
That was like everybody thought like that. But
yeah, that's interesting
if
because
you
I've
use that
heard some
person's
other
attitude, as if you
philosophies,
lived in the 21st
philosophers
century, then
talk
we're
like
making
that
passed
too
out
from
character
Eastern
judgments, which is bad
traditions.
history. But that's what
Well, I
Bell
actually went and asked,
is.
you know, if you
Because
have
we
this
tend to view
experience,
history
is that
from the
normal?
perspective
Do
of
you
where
deal
we're
with it?
living
You should
today,
have that
and we
experience
bring to
children
that
from
kind of
school,
history
you
all
know.
of our contemporary
And
biases, and it takes a tremendous amount of intellectual work.
Many people follow that, and I respect that.
Some
I totally respect that.
historians, some philosophers of history would say it's impossible
But I
to break
guess,
free of that.
because I,
But that's
you know,
not
I did
right
go
to
into
say.
a lot of those
Finally,
things.
Sarah Ron
But I guess for me,
she says that's what's
ultimately,
going
I
on with
came
the
back
history we're going to look at today, which has a
to
tremendous amount of
what
bias
my
built in
deeper
by our contemporary situation.
drive was
We
asking me.
tend to look at
And it wasn't
what
happening.
actually
You
happened,
know, those answers,
but we
even though I
only
keep
look
them
at
in
a
mind,
narrow slice of it.
you know, I
rather
learned
than
about
a
the
broader
four
picture
truths,
of
the
what
Eightfold
actually happened,
Path,
as I hope to demonstrate in the next
different
45
areas of
odd
Buddhism
minutes.
and Train
Like, for
Yoga,
example, if you think about what's
and
going on in Ukraine right now, and I
ultimately,
made this part of this lecture a couple
I
of years ago,
felt
when the war broke out in
I respected
2022.
that.
Now it's even
But
weirder because we're in a strange
my
moment with the
mind
U.S. and Ukraine and
was offering up
with Russia.
things
But
that were
this,
helping me.
I like this picture in particular because, you know, a lot of
And
stuff we're going to talk about today
I
deals with
wasn't at
the
the
conflict
place
of Jews and
where
Ukrainians in particular,
I,
which was like
I guess,
horrific
in
and
a way,
epic in the
I'll call
17th
this
century.
my
in some
version
ways.
of a middle
But
path.
here we are in the 21st century, right? And here's a
Is
little Jewish guy
to
flanked by
maintain
these two big,
awareness
scary-looking
that we
Ukrainian
can be
guys.
engaging in things that are ultimately suffering, right?
It's just such a jarring
And that we can tamp down some of
reminder of
those
how much
things
things
that
have
we
changed.
want, and those
And
things that
I
we're
believe that actually
recognize that
people
we
look at
can be the
Ukrainian
creator of
history
a
very
world
differently
for
today
ourselves by
because
wanting
of the
things.
contemporary political climate.
But
They
at the
would have
same
looked at it totally
time,
differently
the
50 years
deeper
ago,
part of
100 years
me
ago,
was
even though
offering
it's the
up
same history. Nothing changed because once the past is
information
over, it's done with.
and
But actually, that's not
situations
true.
where I was
Faulkner
able
said,
to help
the
my
past
family through this,
death is not dead. It's not even
the loss of
over.
my father,
You still need to be living the past. But
help
I
other
wax
people
philosophical.
who had lost
Let
people,
us
and
now
I
with
wasn't
that kind of
asking
like
for these
introduction to
things,
historiography, which I
so
think may have been more
I had
mysterious
to
than
reconcile
actually clarifying, but hopefully
idea
we'll come
that
back to these ideas as they
this
are revealed.
was
Let's talk about the
who
migration
I
pressure.
was,
Here's a map that basically shows the movement of Jews from central Germany. It's a little
making
bit,
a profound
would have put
difference.
this yellow part a
And
little
so
bit higher as well. But this map makes their way
I specifically
specific
remember
years
talking
to many journeys
at a
in what would later become
Deepak Chopra came to Western Canada where I lived, and I asked him,
Lithuania,
and
Poland,
this is what he
Belarus,
talked about, you know,
Ukraine,
you should just
and
be focused
Russia.
on Lloyd,
This is
and then
here
it
it's
should
labeled
be,
just as Russia
you
because
know, a factor
this
or
map
part
is
of it, right?
sort of reflecting the
And I thought
19th
about that for
century
a
Russian
long time,
Empire, but as I'm sure all of you are aware, the Russian Empire, which was succeeded by the Soviet Empire, fell apart in 1991.
I still have
Control of much smaller
visions. When I'm a very deep meditator, I mean, I meditate an hour a day
But
and
we've
I have
got
for
this
over
significant
20 years.
eastward movement of Jews
And explain it, they just do. Richard's getting used to this now. And sometimes they're things as simple as I had one the other day. I have created this temple in my mind that I've had for 20 years. Since the very beginning. And once in a while, I can never change it, it's always the same. Once in a blue moon, and super relaxed, especially when it's almost an hour, something will come in, and all I'm doing is clearing off, but I'm in a place now. I built a place that is comfortable. Something will come in. So just a few days ago, this strange vision of like thing came in, like a cloud came in, strong, discolored. Part of the air came in below, and it was very strange. I won't tell the whole thing, but I wrote it all down, told Richard right away about the usual. And anyhow, it turned out that day we got a massive part of the fire calls from the Canadian fires, and the air quality went from 30 to like 110 or 120 or something like that. Went to quite an unhealthy level. And I don't know why I get that. I have weird things like that, but they happen so much in my life that give me little pieces of information to navigate my day. Sometimes they seem so insignificant, I don't understand them. And to answer your question, I don't. Part of me doesn't feel like it's right to deny this part that is there. It's not harming anything. It's not, I don't think it's creating a distraction. It's actually just helping me navigate my life and helping me be aware for my loved ones, how we should navigate our lives. So it is kind of this interesting question that you ask. And it's an interesting sort of philosophical challenge, where how do you navigate that? But I've always been fascinated by that. How do you navigate that? And so I suppose my positioning has always just been to navigate as best I can with the things that are coming, and to always keep that in mind, that we can and do create our own suffering and attachments. And I think that's how I navigate it. I just do my best, and I'm not an extremist in any way, so I don't go full in one direction. I've tried so many things, I've ran the school, I've done Taoist retreats, I've done this and that, whatever, and every single one, I immerse in the information, I love what I learn in every single one of them, but I always bring myself closer to center, like I never go in full on this or full on that, I come in and I try to bring the wisdom in the way I walk through life, and it's the best I can do. It's the best I can do. Long answer to your question.
One thing I would add to it is that as I've gotten more acquainted with the wide variety of definitions of Buddhism, I've realized that sort of deep interpretation focus on the more things about Buddhism, idealistic and like negative interpretation of Buddhism that exists through all these traditions. I look at it and say, there's like so much fullness and love and goodness in the world that we're trying to focus on. And so I think that's all that there was is just the void that I would say will distract me from it.
For meditation, you say for meditation.
Yeah, sure. But these other traditions are also say, like, no, meditation, you don't just want to focus on nothingness, you also focus on what is good. That's the whole thing that I kind of lean towards.
There's philosophical evidence, places like the Khazari and James and so on, and I believe we even discussed, we did the famous Buddhist
That sounds like, not just focus on giving you the cars to or keys to a car and say just focus on the keys, don't start the car or go anywhere, just hold on to the keys. Like, that's kind of pointless. The point of the keys is to get you a car to drive somewhere. So that's why they say just focus on like, no, that's the start of how you get where you get all the other places. Don't just stick to the beginning.
Right. And that's what, for example, at the Rabbbi school, that's they talk about void a lot. You know, you're focusing on void is the full potential of everything else. You know, they would say that's where you drop your intentions and you can keep back because I mean, he would say in the void that's where you drop your intentions as well. You know, the sutras, that's where you drop in the sutras stuff. And so yeah, I like that. You get the keys to the car, you want to use the keys. Yeah.
Drive the car, just sit in the car with the keys, right?
I know we're winding down here and it might be this very topic, but I'm really curious to know Tracy's answer to this. I kind of believe that perhaps some of those abilities are why these secret societies is the secret they're keeping because we're all very powerful and we can manifest, right? We manifest and change our reality through lucid dreaming, through astral travel, through out-of-body experiences. And I'm curious, are you familiar with Thomas Campbell and the Big Toe books? And I want to know your opinion on, are we living in kind of like a matrix? What is your in simulation? Yes, Thomas Campbell, yeah, from the Rothschild Institute. I can't say I've read his book, so but I am familiar with some of his stories, and Thomas Campbell was one of the original explorers with Rabbbi, who did some of those incredible explorations, and he was able to have out-of-body experiences, has had joint out-of-body experiences with his son, and you know, he is a profound thinker, but to say I'm up to date on what he's talking about, definitely not. But you're asking, is it possible, or what I think about reality being a simulation?
Let's get some Jews over
Sure
here.
would explain everything. Just for a short answer.
Explains 2025.
I will say this. I always consider it just like all the other possibilities. Because I do believe that if it were true, we wouldn't be able to know if we're nowhere near the ability to be able to know if that would be true. Some people just absolutely say no, and I respect that, but I just think we are babies in a way. We just wouldn't know if that was happening. And when I just think about where we are now,
and you're facing the water's flow
and
with the right hand is called
the
the right hand.
trajectory it looks like we're on with artificial intelligence, and how it looks like it's on exponential growth that we can't conceive of. And then it's so easy to trick the mind right now. You know, there's this thing called phantom limb, right? They were to take your arm away, wall up, and have a fake arm, and they were tickling with a feather. If you focused on it long enough, it would trick your brain, and your brain would have the same sensations as if you had an arm, right? So, just based on some things like that, I think
a place that has Jews
it would be
living there by the
undetectable.
time you get to the 17th century. Huge spread of
I
Jews.
just think
Unlike
we're on a trajectory. I'm repeating myself as on path that is unfathomable currently.
Spread out, there's small numbers,
And quantum computers, the big wild
and
card.
town based.
I think we have no idea what their potential is. I just think that
This
for me
looks
it's
like a good
possible.
question.
And I just see that there's a
Why do they prefer this setup rather than a really concentrated urban environment?
that could be possible. So I just can't rule it out. I know some people think that's absolutely crazy, but I don't know. I just don't think we have the ability to know.
As we shall see, the kinds of economic
That's not crazy. In this field of study, nothing's crazy. Like that's
especially
we explore every angle, every we don't. Three of us don't agree on everything. We're always with a guess, but the point is to look at it and to collect everything. Because someday maybe something will click. And like you said, the synchronicities, like you mentioned, like we all have that to a certain degree. I think yours is a lot more amped up. But let's say you dream about a red mailbox. All of a sudden, the next day you take a street you never seen before, and there's that bloody red mailbox. And you're like, well, I dreamt about that mailbox sex last night. So we all have that. I think you're a lot more magnet, you're more practice, you're probably innately more built to receive this.
I might just focus on it too.
And you've worked hard on it. I mean, to develop what you've done over the years, and you do a lot of lectures. The one you were saying about how I think our major contributors were looking for how human consciousness might actually be parallel to advanced technology. Like if I could advance our consciousness so freaking we wouldn't need technology. I could reach out to Michael, just fly in my mind and say, hey, Michael, are you ready for Friday? We would have such an amazing ability, I think. But that is something that I fear that AI and our current technology is distracting us from our abilities to increase psionics. Maybe they'll change. Maybe there'll be a big wave like Dungeons and Dragons and everybody's on Trevi and, a psionic or something like that. But it's great because the research is there for people like yourselves that have been exploring this for a long time. Even when it was a subject that was cuckoo in the community of cuckoos, you know what I mean? Like that to me seemed crazy that you can't pick and choose in ufology. You have to go to the data is, right?
Totally. I just want to add, I think a great place for people to look, if they're still questioning, is going to be the research that Diane and Sal is going to be bringing out. She's looking to really apply scientific rigor to prove this with autistic response, right? And so that will be key important research to open the doors for people.
It's an amazing thing what the human brain can do. I was going to tell you guys, just because thinking about this now, my father was visually impaired. His whole side of the family, all my aunts and uncles, they're all blind. But what was funny is that they could be in a room, like my aunt would walk around and she knew where everything was in the house. She knew where people were just by the shift of energy. Like she didn't use her eyes, she would just use her hearing. Which we realize when we focus, let's say that you might be blinded for 7 days and you would practice that. All your senses are heightened because you're no longer depending on the one that we all depend on. Seeing is believing. I say that's bullshit. Seeing is not believing. Our eyes can deceive us. Use other things or other senses tell us the truth as well. And you guys know this. You meet somebody, you go to shake their hand, and there's just something's not right with that person. Just their energy or the way they look at you, and you tell right away. I think that's part of that. There's something that tells you something about other people. Like we all have the innate ability, but again, it's less practice. People don't trust it, which I always think is amazing.
And they're told not to trust it.
They're told not to trust it because as long as somebody says please and thank you, you'll do something. Like even if it's a serial killer, please get inside the car. Oh, he said please. Even though your whole instincts is like don't get into the door, right? So, I think this is a fascinating subject. I think it's related to this. You were mentioning this if you're on with Michael and I, and I think Richard was on there too. We were talking about on the left side of the brain, if you're on the left side, you might not be able to remember things that are so far out of the box.
Yeah, it was just my own little pet theory, and I remember Michael was like, I don't think it would be the opposite, right?
I was thinking about that. Commenting, I'm like, she's on to something. Obsessed over it. Like, finding out all the right brain people, it's amazing.
It's a fun area to sort of dabble in and think about, really, with how memories are encoded and regular narrative memories versus trauma memories. They're encoded in different parts of the brain, right? Like one part's kind of in the left brain, one's more in the emotional brain. That, along with the right brain, left brain, I mean, it might be a little bit too general, but I always, of course, what informs is your own experience, right? And that whole right brain thing for me was just a question I always had for myself, right? Is it possible that that's the theory? I know where everything is, but would it be more difficult? I mean, clearly, they have mastership over our minds beyond what we do, right? They have the ability for cognitive manipulation, memory manipulation, all sorts of things, right? they're way beyond us.
Well, the only brain left.
Oh, yeah, but so I just wondered if, you know, for myself, being more on the spectrum of right, my mind thinks more abstract. It just does, especially when I have the opposite with me all the time. It's so obvious, right? Exactly. He is like linear thoroughfare, you know, and I am like banyan tree. And so he likes way my words. I like the way his minds are. I revere that. He reveres a few of these things, you know. But it's hard sometimes to be in this moment and you train to hear right across because there's so many thoughts going on at the same time. And that's what just made me think, like that frustration that I have in organizing things and sometimes organizing ideas into a paper or even just reading, you know. It made me question.
Okay, my JFK is
It'd
like
be harder to control.
Yeah, so
It'd be harder
people
to control the memories
a gambling
of
casino.
a banyan style brain. But would it be easier if the brain was compartmentalized and linear? And I just speculated that might be the case. But I'd like to make the point that it could be the opposite, or that you thought it might be the opposite, right? That a more filed
But you don't want to put
version
it in
would
your
be more
center of the residential area. Too much pushback. So the
harder
Jews
to
were a
temper
little bit
with,
like
that it
that.
might be more structured in a good way, in a protected way. But, you know, just from my own thinking, I just thought, well, you know, everyone on the spectrum reports encounters and experiences. However, I know Greg Hanna was one of the people pointing out that a lot of artists he feels that they're higher in the amount of reports, right? I don't know if that's true or not. Well, I asked someone else who had done thousands of interviews, and he said he thought, he'd never thought of that before, but he thought that might be true as well from all the interviews he did. So I don't know. But maybe, yeah.
To look into because that might have been control to play in disclosures. Say like, you know, why is the general public not interested? Well, you know, what are we dealing with? Is there more greenness? Is there more analytical? There's the people that I just say they're apathetic or neutral. They don't care either way. Those are probably the worst. It's like usually when there's something that happens, we decide yes or no, not neutral. Just neutral. Just goes with the flow. Whatever happens, happens. And I think I would never be that person. I have to pick a side. Tracy, where can people find you if they want to reach out for your work? Where can people look to find a Tracy Garvin? No one.
It's hard to find me, to be honest. Well, there's a new documentary that just came out by Darcy Meter. I'm not sure exactly when that's going to be out, but I'm in that one along with a bunch of wonderful people. What's that? Psychics and the Phenomenon. If you want to find me and reach out, there's Richard Dolan numbers where most of the time we can keep up with the amount, not always, but I can be reached there. I do have a couple of social media channels. I'm completely honest. I'm not a social media person. It is extremely minimal. But I do have Instagram, it's Tracy Garvin Dolan. Same with Facebook. I'm just supporting people. Because of the way I am.
I can attest to that too. I can attest to that.
Yeah. I don't have to get, and I can get taken. I can take what people say very personally. I wish I had a thicker skin. But so I'm way too safe on not to pay too close attention to that. Yeah. So, but I appreciate the support, and I do love hearing people's stories. So those are really the only places I am right now. Richard is pushing me to have a website, but I'm just not there yet. So thanks for asking.
Pushing you to get yourself more out there, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Right now, I just really lecture and I really do this mainly because of the documentary, but the reason why I do it is because I really believe that there's something there for us all to talk about, to discover about ourselves, and that in doing so, this is my personal opinion and my personal experience,
think that they were involved in?
brings
What do they pass
another level
legislation
of
on?
fulfillment to life when we look at the deeper part of ourselves. So that's really why I do it.
Definitely good call.
Encouraging other people to do the same. If they're searching for that fulfillment in their life, there's another dimension there of us that is so beautiful.
Yeah,
You're
good
both
point, Mr.
beautiful
Rubin. You're absolutely right. How to deal with
contact all
people
these
who
events.
to
I
recognize
can't
it
find
first.
anybody
Like,
saying
let's say
bad
you're
word
living
about you
in
guys, and trust me, I've looked. I can't find anybody.
I'm sure that there
they can send you a terror, you gotta show up
guys
for it.
It's a pleasure. Your insight is great. And I know
Right?
I think we're all agreeing with Richard. You should be able to work out there. I don't think you're ready about those sides.
I have
Such stuff because if I can tell you this bloody book, I'll be to pick some of these words.
I love talking about it. Greg Cameron and I were just like, we were having so much fun because we're all about that. So anytime I just want to reach out and want to discuss these types of things, even just off the record, I absolutely love this. So it's such a pleasure being the three of you.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Tracy.
Only way
Thank you guys.
the power of religion is if you have faith. There's no sort of faith. That's something that happens. But we can actually after it's but it's not actually one other area you might go like where you feel a lot, for example, is Egypt. The guy wants to not give his wife a get. He says, I want to punish my wife. I'm going to move to Minsk. And they go send Gabay to Minsk to pick him up and bring him back to Minsk and force him to give a get. That's the power of this incredible thing that strips again. Truly, what we need today is 6 countries.
I'm so looking forward to this. I passed him in the hall many times with different, I've never had the pleasure to meet him personally. I don't know why, he's just always so busy. And he's doing excellent work with the Citizens for Disclosure Movement and the Paradigm Institute. So I think I'm going to learn a lot in this episode for sure. I'm really looking forward to it.
He's a workhorse for sure. I think every time we see him, he's unapproachable because there's a crowd of people who's constantly reminding us that he's doing an educated podcast. He's constantly on podcasts and educated. It doesn't matter whose podcast he'll go on and talk about it because that's his mission. And I think that he's definitely a pioneer when it comes down to at least the lawyer side of UAPs and what the law states and knowledgeable to the government, especially the United States government, how it works. It's later, so we'll pick his brain about this, of course. But yeah, I'm looking forward to this. This was an interview we were supposed to do in Contact in the Desert, but we had a big summit at the end where he wasn't able to attend it. So I had to leave the next morning, so I was able to do that earlier in the interview that they wanted. We got it done, and I'm so grateful because you're able to be here as well and to be able to ask these questions. So let's get right into it, and we'll be right back with you.
That's what we do. Invented by the bottom so because of the new technology
We have the lawyer of UAPs. He's in the house. Daniel Sheehan is joining us on the UAP Studies podcast. Daniel, thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate your time. So, my first question to you, and I'll shout out to Katie right afterwards, but my first question to you is what we've been talking about lately is just the plethora of information we seem to be getting every week, every month. There seems to be always something added to this whole disclosure thing. Government shut it down or denying things. And Congress is still looking into
And so,
technology
and you
where,
can also
you know,
do that
we've been
with
getting
something
you
else
guys
you
for
can do. So
70
let's say, for
plus years,
example,
and it's
you
us. It's not anything
live
that's
here in Danzig, and you're
I
in
don't,
Krakow,
I'm lost at this
great
point,
book.
Daniel, so I'm just
So
wondering how
this
you're
book,
handling it from your end, especially being on the inside for the disclosure.
you typeset your own version of the book, you print it off, make a lot of money before it costs you shit. It's supposed to have the Krakow.
You know,
And
which
it was
things
a
are
real
going on
problem because,
right now.
you know, it was
One of
upsetting
them
authors, it
is
was upsetting people who
first
put a
sort of
tremendous amount of money into
mentioned is
the
the
printing process.
public hearings.
So the Rod
People
also
heard a
came
lot
out
about the
with a
public hearings
scout,
going on. There's
originally was
discussions about
just
more public hearings taking
agreements
place.
that nobody else was allowed to publish this book for a certain number of years. So we're back to the copyright. That's essentially what Haskell's were at first. They did not say anything about the quality of the book. Rothschild, the author, they basically said nobody else is allowed to publish this book for 5 years, 10 years, whatever it might be. And that was how we evolved into Haskell. Ironically, the Haskell that we have today is closer to what the Catholic Church is
during July before the summer recess.
the sign of the Catholic Church that was located there, which you've probably never seen in any of the stories, but sometimes you see a Catholic church. So these are the kind of things the bond has our
calling for a
did,
hearing on the
and they
UFO.
continue to
The
fulfill
problem
its function
is that
at various levels, really up until 1844, when the Nile was finally abolished by
they're
the
inside
Russian
the
Empire.
oversight.
But very, very
Eight
active,
of them are all freshmen.
really up until the late 1700s.
And they've been
So,
assigned
are you
to
going to
that
discussion?
because actually the freshmen are the ones who don't know enough not to keep insisting about having a public hearing about the UFO.
That was a typical
They
thing.
haven't
That might be
been
one
ready
way for them to
in
be
Washington.
focused on. And
They're not
there's
supposed to
ongoing
keep trying to get
problem
the citizens
of some
involved.
significance.
You're still
And
in
it's a
the
weird
government.
thing, you know, it's
You're
on a
still in the
psychological
constitutional
level.
government. You're still
It's so
believing
bizarre when you see it over and over again in history.
people
Sometimes
participate in
when
the
people
government
get
process.
divorced, it's an
And
amazing
so
thing.
that the eight
They
people that are on
try to do so
keep on
much,
saying, here,
they
let's
will
hold a public
punish
hearing. Well,
themselves
you know,
in order to put their former spouse. Like saying, you know,
realize that's not how things are done in Washington.
like there's a guy in Israel who went to jail. Yeah, in Israel, they put him in jail again. And he went to jail for 20 years rather than give
You
his
have
wife
to
again.
get the White House to agree with it. If
This
the
thing happens.
governing
But that's true. The only way to really escape
party in
the
each of the
reach of the Matrix was to
is
convert.
also in charge of that.
And that worked.
So,
You know.
so what's happening right now is you get
Okay, now we gotta talk about the different stuff.
the chair of
I
the
read
task
that.
force
Ready?
and
Okay, so here's the thing.
publicly announcing that, you know, we're trying
Why
to
don't
get
you
hearings
complain
held.
so much about anything that's kind of cool that we have?
And so as of right now, we're going to mobilize the people through the paradigm institute around the country that are all citizens for disclosure.
It's a Latin
Keep
word.
writing letters, sending letters to their congressmen, their congressional representatives, and
How does this work?
Comer, who is the chair
If
of
you
the
look
House
at the
Oversight
map,
Committee, to have a public hearing about UFOs.
if you look at the map,
And there have been three so far. You know, that there was the original one where
you have
the two representatives from the National
tremendous
Security
number
Agency,
of
et cetera,
noblemen
who said they didn't know anything
that
about
you know, it's not
UFOs.
a
They
schleck
didn't
there,
even
but
know
it's
what
not the
was
same.
going on.
But it's
Which
primarily
was a useless hearing.
and
But
they
then there was the very important hearing in which
are
David
dominating
Rush
right bank Ukraine.
testified.
Ukraine is not an independent country until
And
the
then
20th
there was the
century,
more recent
and
one with
this country is part of this Polish Lithuanian Commonwealth,
oversight
particularly
where
Polish land
well, it was on
massive
others testified.
farmsteads
But
called
the bottom line is
Latifundia.
the
Again,
task
another
force
Latin
is
word,
trying to hold
but they've got
a
all
hearing
these
about the
Ukrainians
UFO issue.
living there
It's
as
just not happening.
peasants or very
So that is the first dimension.
This is a version of realism that lasted up until the
And the
1860s.
information keeps flowing about what was actually said in the other public hearings.
Serfs
So
are
there's that whole
sort of
public
like
hearing
slaves,
aspect of it.
except they
And
have
there's a second
a
dimension,
certain degree of
which
freedom
is
of
the
movement.
actual
They
legislation.
did not leave the
And
land
that there's
that they were born
the
into.
news there is very important.
They
That
built
is that
area,
Senator
and they were
Brooks,
required to
who
either
was the
stay
co-sponsor
taxed in
with Senator Chuck Schumer.
like a certain
Chuck
amount
Schumer
of
was the
their
majority
profits,
leader
or
for
in
the Senate. The
wages,
Democrats
so
were
like
still
money,
in
cash
control
money,
of the Senate.
which is very hard
They
to find,
sponsored
or in
the
labor,
UFO
called
control
Rothschild, which
disclosure
is basically
2023.
one,
We
2 days a
passed
week,
the Senate kind of votes unanimously,
and the rest of the
right?
time they were
It went
doing
over
stuff.
the House side.
And so you imagine the
And
ethics,
successful in getting 23 of the 64 pages of the bill that was passed by the Senate, passed by the House.
the
That was a
Ukrainians
very
are
important thing to
Orthodox
happen
and
because
Eastern
23
facing. They
pages that
regard
were
each
approved
other
by both the
as
Senate and the
aliens
House
to each other. And the
called for,
Ukrainians
in
are
fact, demanded
dominated by the
that
poor.
all 6
But
of
the
our
thing
United
is, the
States
polls are far
military
away,
forces,
and they have
that's the
these
Army,
massive
Navy, Air
farms.
Force,
How
Coast
do
Guard,
they regulate those farms?
and others,
How do they actually
Space Force,
derive
that
benefit from
all
it?
of them
The
are
way they do
required
it is
now by
the
law
troops.
to
They bring the
gather
troops
all the
in
information
as
together.
so-called
Every single memo, every single white paper, every single telephone call, every
masters
single
of the
record
agenda,
that had to
where
do with
they
the
are
revolution,
the official
since
tax
January
collectors
1st,
for the poor.
1945.
And it works
To be
as
all
a kind of
completely
community
gathered
system.
together
So
and put
the
into
Polish
digital
nobleman,
format
let's say in
with a
Warsaw,
searchable
will
index.
bring a Jewish
and turn it
community
over
to the shtetl.
to
And
the
it's
National
important to note here,
Archives.
very importantly,
The Senate bill
these
required
shtetl,
that it be all
these little
completed by
villages
October
and the
20th,
surrounding farms,
2024.
they are literally owned,
Last year.
soil,
And immediately
buildings,
turned over to the National Archives.
owned
So there was
by
a lot of
noblemen. Even to a certain
activity
degree,
around that.
the
Everybody
serfs,
getting very
the
excited.
people,
We had
are
a whole
owned by
disclosure
noblemen.
day on
But he
schedule
doesn't
for
want to
October
go
20th.
there and like
And
be
what
driving
happened is
around
they
and buggy all day to
the
make sure
executive
the research are
branch
working.
reached
So
out.
what he
There's
does is, he
intelligence
says to the Jewish community that's trying to
reached
there,
out to the
okay,
office.
you guys are
National
my
Archives.
tax
They got them
collectors.
to issue a statement saying, no, it's
I
okay,
want you
you
to
postpone
collect
this for a year.
10,000 zloty for me
And
next year.
complete defiance of existing in the legislation.
And the Jews say, we will accept this contract
and
for 10,000 zloty for you.
So
And
what's
the
happening
nobleman says,
now,
fine,
very important,
go ahead and do it.
is
He
that
does not want to get
Senator Mike
involved in
Brown,
the nitty
the
of
Republican,
how exactly they collected,
who was
and
the
this is not a
co-sponsor
modern
with Jim
like
Schumer
bureaucracy.
of
There's
the
no
bill in
IRS going
2023,
on here.
has
And the
announced
Jews
he
have to
and
go
Chuck Schumer,
back,
now
and
that
they
the
have to
Republicans
collect
are
that
in
money
charge
from
of
the
the Senate,
Senate.
have agreed they're going to
Two major reports.
reintroduce
The
the
first
Senate bill,
is that
and
this
they're going to
paying
pass
Jews,
that,
a
which is
nobleman is
extremely
not
important,
paying
because
Jews.
that's all
The
64 pages.
Jews are paid
Because in
by
addition to
the
the
amount
23 pages
that
that
they
they have all the
collect
way through the House,
minus the amount they have to
the
give to the
remaining
nobleman.
30 pages
In other words,
or
if
so
they
of the
agree
bill,
at the beginning of the
they
year,
call
we're
for
going to provide
setting up
10,000
a
zloty,
9-person
then the nobleman says, you guys have the contract, come back next, first of Elul with 10,000 zloty. The Jews go back, they've got to collect 12,000 zloty, and then 2,000 they collect is for the Jewish community.
extremely important good news
That's
is
because
that
they're
the Senate is getting
mainstay
set to
of their
repass that.
And the nobleman doesn't care how they do it, he doesn't really want to get involved. So they involve all
Democratic leadership in the
of
Senate have
tax
resolved
collecting
that they're going to
devices,
come back
such
again
as
and
most
pass the full
commonly
64
a tax
page
on
bill.
produce.
And
And
that'll
if
be
you bring in 10
done
bushels
by
a week, it's
August
got to be
1st.
one to the nobleman.
So right this month,
You
they're going to be
you
passing
trap
that.
100 rabbits
And they're going to
in
insist
the
that
nobleman's
be
forest.
put into
You got
the
to do
National
a
Defense
kind of
Authorization Act.
You want to cross the bridge over the lake. The
So
nobleman
that
built
bill
this
is going to
bridge.
go, that's
You gotta
64
pay a
page bill is
toll.
going to go over to the House
And
side.
in some extreme cases, but documented,
Democratic
if you
Congressman
want
Robert
to use
Garcia
the nobleman's
from
church,
California has
want
agreed
to
to
baptize your
reintroduce
child,
the full
want
64
to get
page
married,
in the
you have to
House.
pay a tax
And so
to
what
the
we're
Jews.
trying to do now is to get a Republican
And as you can
co-sponsor
imagine, this must have been
of the bill
incredibly
in the House,
galling.
so that we can get
We
someone in
don't know
position
how
of authority,
extensive this,
i.e.
you know,
in the
tax
Republican
together
Party,
piece the church really was,
to
at least in terms of
co-sponsor the
historical
bill.
reality. But in terms of
Then
the
what we're
Ukrainian
going to have to
perception,
do is overcome
massive.
the
They have
resistance
these
of the
popular
Speaker of
folk
the House,
songs that were memorized
which
by
is
blind
Michael Johnson.
guitarists called
He,
Pastor
in fact,
They all
refused
go on and
to
on
allow
about the
the full bill to go
charge
to the
the
floor
amount in
for a vote.
order to get into the church to get married and stuff like that. And you can imagine that this would be a
At the
tremendous
demand
amount
of the
of resistance.
Republican chair of the House
So
of
first of all,
Intelligence Committee, Mike
Jews,
Turner,
the way
and
we
the command of the Republican advocates of the House Armed Services Committee, Mike Rothschild.
that's all the money is.
Wanted to stop.
Well, there you
We
go.
were able to
That's like
overcome that
Salivera,
to get
right?
23 pages of the past,
Here are
which at
elements
least
what you're saying.
mandated that they gather all the information
First of all,
together
we should understand that, you know, our depiction
to
of
the
shtetl
National
life,
Archives.
we're
Now
talking
we're going to
about
take another run at it
about
with the
700
support
years.
of the Senate.
And there were definitely
Now
good
we're
times and bad
Republican.
times. And also you have to understand that we're looking at stuff like, so we've got like,
of the bill.
we don't even think about the fact that we have running water. Right? Whereas going to the river and getting water was a daily chore for everyone. So there's overall standards for much lower than ours. So we tend to be distracted by that. But generally speaking, if you were like a Martian coming to the planet and you went to Eastern Europe and let's say the year 1600 and you had to choose, do I want to impersonate, do I want to, you know, like, invasion of the 20th century, do I want to impersonate a Ukrainian peasant or a Jewish tax collector or a Polish nobleman? You'd probably choose Polish nobleman.
Over a 7-year
But
period.
second choice would definitely be the Jewish tax collection.
That is 25
They're
years old.
definitely
I mean,
far
okay,
wealthier
now that's an
than the typical
extraordinarily
Ukrainian
important
peasant.
part of the
They're
Senate
also
bill.
the scapegoat.
That
That's
we're
the greatest
now,
gift in our national
we've succeeded in getting the Senate to agree to pass that. And so now,
You are absolutely right.
what we're
I
doing
mentioned the year
is we're
1600
organizing the
because
people through
1648 is
citizens
all
for
law.
disclosure,
As you can imagine,
which is organized by our
Jewish
Paradigm
peasants,
Institute
all
all
kinds of
around
things
the
are directed
We
at
have
the
25
Catholic Polish
state
Lord
level offices
and
already.
their Jewish
And we're
building
looking to have
representatives right here in
435
Ukraine.
groups,
But
one in
you
each
can
of the
understand the economics
congressional
behind
districts,
that.
pressuring their respective
huge
members
explosion
of
of
the
anger.
House and Senate
And in fact,
to pass
it's not
this
like,
little bill.
you know, we really
And so
counter
we're going to be doing
we
that
tend to have sort of like a vision of
contact their
Excel file.
senators
We have a vision that's
during
sort of
this
colored
month,
by
make certain that they pass that bill through the Senate. That
this
passes.
will present a certain kind of image.
Now,
A
we
lot of
know
those
that the
people,
Senate
but
is
the
disposed
that's
to doing that
presenting, let's
already.
say, in
But we want
1905
the
and
American people
very
to
different
participate in this process.
Take it
So
back.
we want them to be communicating to their
Way.
United States senators to get them to.
And it's a relative picture. If you
And
look,
so
however,
that's going
at
to
a
happen
really
as
important
August
source, which I
1st.
recommend you
It's
read,
going to go
because
over to
it's
the
very
House.
restriction.
Then what we're
Get
going to be
them
doing
to
is
rock.
we're going to be directing
Very,
the
very
attention of the
powerful book by
citizens for
Nathan of
solution.
Hanover,
And we have
a
over
historian who
2,000
reports the best
in
uprising
this
of
already
1648.
that
And
are
he just
all around
goes
the
to
country.
town
Okay?
on
And we're going to get them
how
to start focusing
evil
on
it
their
was,
house
how
bill.
stupid it was for the
Because when
Jews to
the
get
summer
themselves in that
recess
kind of
starts on
economic
August
position.
1st, the House
Anyone
will
that
go
has
back
their
to their
head would have
respective
seen
congressional
this
districts
headed
and they
for
start campaigning.
disaster.
Because
Because
they've got,
eventually things would
they
go
have
up
to
and
get
they did.
reelected every
And that's
2 years.
because Jews
So
from the
when they
17th
go home for
century
the summer recess, they hold town
usually
meetings and
self-critical
gatherings. They
about,
go to talk
wow,
to the
bad
Lions
choice,
Club, they
Jews
go
made
to talk
it.
to the American Legion clubs and all that.
But
So we're going to get our
primary
citizens.
witness. Another example might be like if you look at
And everyone
it's
at this
terrible,
meeting
it's not this. It's
demanding
still a
that
challenge.
they
You look at the
agree
newspaper,
to
you see there's a
support
financial
passage
scandal.
of the full
And you
64
some
page
cheating
bill in
government,
the
some
House.
cheating Medicare,
We're
something like
going to
that.
work on them
You
all
say to
summer.
yourself, oh, please, please, let
They're
it
going
not
to
be
come
a
back
Jewish thing. And then
after
you see
Labor
a
Day
stunning or a
and
bird
start
in the
meeting.
sky. But that's the same kind of thing. We're
We're going
unfortunately
to have
to have this idea
the
that everybody in
congressman
the 1600s who are black hats and those Shabbos
before
is unfortunately not good. And even
introduce
the
the
people who
bill.
were black hats,
We've got to get the Speaker of the House,
unfortunately involved in very shady and exposed that
Mike
nonsense.
Johnson. We've got to get him to agree to put it on the floor. It sounds so complicated, though. It's impossible. Well, what it is, this is the legislative process. This is what they call sausage making, that's going on. But
So
people know that these laws are being discussed by the Congress. They know that much. And that's what these details are.
An economic
And that's the
historical
second
question.
dimension, in addition to the public hearing issue that I raised.
You know, all I can say, if I don't want to step out of my lane, is the deal all
Is
these
the
parts.
behind the
That's one of
scenes
the history part.
operations that are
You know,
going
we
on.
have this
The
idea of
problem
read
is
as though
that the
it's
Speaker of the House, Mike
But
Johnson,
we also have the idea
he
of halachic
is waiting to be
Rothschild.
told what to
Halachic
do by the
follows
president.
the later generation. Right, so
The
we have that.
Republican Party
Europe
has completely collapsed
we are
now in the Congress.
lower
They've
than
completely
the
collapsed
generation.
and they are
And
basically
how can we follow the halacha of the later generation? We just follow
for
the halacha of
President
the
Trump.
national altar.
And if he tells them not to do something, they won't do it. If he tells them to do something, even if they present them and they don't want to do it, he'll coerce them. He'll do it. And so Mike Johnson, the Speaker of the House, is going to ask the White House to tell him what to do.
But not their
So we are also directing our people in the citizens for this whole to contact the president
those things we
and
follow.
remind him that 3 different times during the campaign for the presidency, he has promised that he was going to immediately
I think if you watch
direct
like
the
that,
Defense
you would say, of
Department
course, you
intelligence
should come out
to
with just as great.
publicly release all
If you watch
information.
you guys to like,
He has not done that. So
I don't know. You guys
that's
asked
the
me
behind the
outside
scenes
that.
operation.
Let's talk about a couple other aspects of the event.
There are people that
One of the aspects of
the
it,
director of
that
national intelligence, has stated that she wants to have all the information released. Cash Patel, who is the head of the FBI, has stated that he wants all the information on the UFO stuff to be released. Other people
Well, I don't like the idea of warranted or unwarranted,
has
but I'm
publicly
glad that
announced that he
violence
wants all
is
the
not
information to
justified.
be released.
I wouldn't want
So
to
what we're
justify
doing is
violence
we're working in the back channels
But
to try
I
to get
would
these
say that,
people
yeah,
to
we
reach
can
out to
explore,
President Trump
let's say,
to get him to
rational.
fulfill his promise.
Right, one of the
So that
greatest
you don't
stories
issue
that
the
I've
order
done is
directly
John
to
and he
Mike
writes
Johnson,
that
the Speaker of the
one of the
House,
things that
get them
characterizes
to
real
approve
anti-Semitism, like that crazy stuff we talked about last week, is that it is fundamentally chimerical in nature.
We're trying to
I had
get
a word I'll write that down, it's a good word. Chimera. I don't know what a chimera is.
to co-sponsor the bill with him. So
Right.
that
Why would you call it
all the
anti-Semitism
people that are
chimera?
listening will know that the new Paradigm Institute is
So chimera is like a made-up monster, where you like attach things one to another to make up something like, it's like just bizarre, like a three-headed beast, or a skeleton or something like that.
People ask
So
us,
some of that weird stuff that we saw going on in Western Europe,
kind of so much
you
detail
know,
that they just get
children
confused.
for their blood, and stuff.
Bottom line
Wow,
is,
what
the
weird,
Senate is
totally
calling
irrational
for
stuff.
public revelation
This
of all this
anti-Semitism,
information.
on the contrary, is more like an explosion of a socioeconomic basis. I'm not saying it's justified, and
So
certainly not
that's the whole third
focused on
level
individual
of
criminals.
this. Of
It's
what's
explosion
what's
that
going
affects
on here,
everyone.
the behind the scenes
Horrible,
activity.
horrific
Well, there's a
consequences.
fourth
But you
dimension
can
to this
see
whole
where it's
conversation.
coming. Even Hannibal said, no,
And that is,
you should
what is the
realize
position
that
of the
what
UFO?
Miranda was
What is the position of the
you should
extraterrestrial?
not be in this.
Why aren't they landing on the planet?
Another example of this.
Why are they, intervening? Why aren't they making a public announcement that they're here? What is it they want? Do they want this
Place
country?
where
Are they
because here they have shown
communication
Ukrainian
with anyone
peasants,
trying to keep them
actually a more
from
festive
misinformation?
start. This is not like
So
where
there's
they're
all
all
four of these different dimensions that
they're
are
coming
the
in,
opportunity
they're enjoying
with regard to this issue.
alcohol
And
syrup
all that's going on
by
right now
the Hasidic Jew.
is
And
the
there's a
subverts
guy playing classical violin there.
sort of
What is
the
this
primary
This,
because we have
what
over
this is
2,000
referring to
members
is the
all
fact
around the
that
country that
one
are
of the
writing letters to
fastest
the
ways to get
senators all over
access
the place
is
and
through
holding
licensing
meetings
to
about it, et
set
cetera.
local gambling, right?
And we have
Alcohol
the
is also
Disclosure
a
Fund,
huge
which is Chris Mellon's
moneymaker.
group,
Why
basically.
it's so
They're
hard
working
to
on
ban
this.
alcohol
We
even
have the
as a
Solve
19th
Foundation
Amendment.
group that basically Gary
Yeah,
Nolan is
yeah,
over
19th Amendment to ban alcohol.
We're in alliance with
What those short-lived
working
amendments,
on this.
the only
So
amendment that
we're
goes
all
over repealed, right?
we're going
Yeah,
on
so they tried to
podcasts
ban it here.
such as
Maybe
this,
you can't do it.
telling people
Thank you.
that they've got to mobilize.
I think the 19th was, let's bring it back.
They've got
Let's
to reach out to
forget
their
about the
congressmen,
18th. It's not worth it.
senators.
Alcohol,
And at the same
everybody
time,
loves alcohol. It's
we're
reality of it.
stimulating
People will drink alcohol, so you
to
can
go
tax
in
it.
and give more
It's
and more
not something you
information,
should say, well, that's too much of
particularly
the
to the
tax. I'm
Senate
not going to
television.
drink alcohol. People do drink.
We've
So
already got
the Jews
people
were
busted
recently
up
given
there.
this thing called
Because the
propaganda,
Senate
which is part of the agenda.
the
The
64
Jews are the only people
in
allowed
response
to
to
make
what is
alcohol.
being told
You are the only people allowed to sell it, and people have to come in your bin
We're trying to
in
get
order
more
to
of the
drink it,
whistleblowers
and you can tax people.
and tell the Senate
Just add one more layer here, and get here. One more layer is, don't forget, Jews are all still small, they're still small time money lenders. There's the ban on Christians engaging in money lending
Our government
disappears by now, right? We're already knocked out
not
14th, 15th century in Italy. So Christians are still lending money now,
and they're in
so
possession
lend
of
money
the
and so on.
bodies
But
of
it
one
is
or
really
more of the
backwards part of the
occupants
post
of
Supreme
these
Commonwealth.
crap.
The only way you can borrow tiny little amounts of money for small things, right? You know, schools or whatever,
This
you go to
element
Jews
being
and
inside the
you borrow money.
and
And it's paid a significant interest. This is money that you get, it's not regulated. So the Jews are still protected
the
by
technology,
gold.
the
Like
anti-gravity
it's paying in
technology,
Western Europe,
and the
because we want to make sure that
propulsion
taxes
system,
handed to
the
the
faster
Jews.
than light
Because we
propulsion
get
system
trouble
of
with
the
the government
UFO crap.
to do it.
They're
So,
trying to develop this for a weapon
Rubenatia
system
is
on
added
the part of the
to
United States.
the
All of
money
this has
lending
been
in a
revealed
way
to the
that
American
Ukraine
public.
doesn't. They work
We've got
hard
the
to
testimony
feel
of
okay,
Big
they
Russia
just
on
want
this.
to come
We've got
back
the
and
testimony of the
glass of pill or a glass of glass, they show up at the end,
for
they
you.
drink a few,
We've got all
they
that
say,
information.
Jewish people, Dutch, put on my tax at the end of the hard season,
is going to
if I
acknowledge
don't have the money, because we pulled it
that
out of
this
the
is
fleet,
going on.
and he said, okay, I
That's
want to
the
set up my
drama
tab.
that's going on right now.
That was
And then there's one other drama that's going on right now, of course, and that is
6, 7
trying to
o'clock.
figure out
And that's
to
how
what
long that
degree
written on the tab. So
this
all of a sudden,
deep
you got like
state element
300
has in fact
plus
succeeded
bills of alcohol over
in
the
back
years.
engineering
What is
this
this?
technology.
This is like
Do they have
crashes
that are able to
of the
mimic
agenda that was
UFOs?
ultimately very, very
And they can pretend to be
Okay,
UFOs
Mr.
flying around,
So
doing
they-
surveillance of
they-
our military facilities,
That-
etc.
that's the-
Why in the world would they be doing that? You know, why would our own national security state be doing surveillance of our own military sites? Why would they
You know, I
shut
think your
off
question is backwards because
the
there's no
innocence
bad guys. They're people trying to live their lives.
missile sites?
Yeah.
Why would they that our entire United States aircraft carrier out in the
We're
shut them
The
down so
Jews
they
weren't
can't function?
stealing their money at
I
all.
mean, is this something
This was
that
just
games that
reality.
they're rehearsing and
Like,
practicing?
there's only two
What's
things
going
in
on?
Africa, right? Debt and taxes.
So that
You
division
know,
is
I'm
going
sure
on.
that.
We
But
have
the taxes
people
they
at
were
the
charging.
extreme
And the reality is, you
ends
know,
of this
you
debate.
have to work
We have
with the
Dr.
old
Stephen
everybody
Greer,
who's
of course,
close to the movement. And the
the
Jews
head of
have
the
to
disclosure
tax
project,
It's also
which
collected
I
those
was,
drafts
as you know,
at the time.
general
You know,
counsel
across
for
the bridge, fishing in the pond, whatever. That
he
was
is
the reality.
that they have
Nobody likes
effectively
taxes,
mastered
but it's rare to have tax
the
rules.
anti-gravity and the super
People maybe are grumbling more in
and
late
that they
March
have,
when they
they
have
have
to pay
been
their
able to
their
succeed in
taxes, but
constructing
you know, we don't have that many
a
like
significant
storming
number
the capitals.
of these fake
Maybe once
UFOs.
every like,
They're flying all
Right,
around,
hang on a second, Chip.
intentionally
So,
exposing themselves to the
You know,
public.
they basically
To
may
give
not
the
all
impression
reflect
that
them,
there's lots of
but
extraterrestrial
it's not like a
UFOs
war
flying all around.
situation.
And
Also,
what
let us
Dr.
not
Greer is
forget,
saying is that he's
it's so hard to
concerned
teach this
that
properly
this
because
deep state
both
is
these things
planning to launch
The
some
Jews
sort of a
and
fake
Poles and
alien
Ukrainians
invasion
live together
to try to generate massive
and
funding
prosperity
to
for
the
about
military,
1,000
to
years.
allegedly develop a
1,000
defense
years
system
with
where
only a
they're trying to
few
develop anything
very memorable
to be a
moments
defense
of violence
against the
in
UFO.
that time. Now, some of those
That's
moments
the
were like
incredible
incredible
extreme
like
end of the
1648,
spectrum. You have
and
other
they're
people
also accelerated to get to the modern era. They got put on 1581, 1903, 1905.
reverse engineer this.
1919 was horrific. And of course, the Holocaust.
It's way too sophisticated. It's got such extraordinarily esoteric
They lived
physics
with
that
each
are
other.
involved in it, and
And
they haven't really been able to
these
succeed in
inform
this. They may have
so
a few
much
pretend
of what
UFOs
we do
they're using like nuclear power
is
engines and trying
basically
to think
Canadian
UFOs,
Polish
but that they haven't really mastered the
You
technology.
cannot sit down to a meal and not smoke a house without having, for example, Rothschild cookbook.
Our new
Right? What is
heritage
Rothschild?
is in the
What
business
do you
of trying to figure this out. You know, we are preeminent citizens of this function right now, in alliance with others, such as the Climate Disclosure Group of
I don't know, there's some other
and
examples.
with the Salt Foundation of Dr. Greg Nolan. We're all working together trying to figure out the answer to these questions so that the new paradigm institute can
So much of
communicate
the
this
stuff we
through
do,
our thousands of volunteers in the
things that we
citizens
sort of borrow
around the
from
country
them, they borrow
and
from
hold
us.
meetings with their neighbors.
That's what they call
You know, have coffee
Which
gatherings, have out showings, you know, go to those cases to the local Jewish club. You know, we've got high school
So
in Florida
our
that's
cultures are so close to each related.
a high school
Like that's something that is one of the best
talk
things
to all
to
the
do around the
students there.
world is when they're in and they're kind of like all linked together.
University.
And when the Ukrainian guy walks over to Tablet,
We're engaged in
I'm
those
awesome
kind of citizen mobilization
Not
activities
for
right
us.
now.
To your
To try
help.
to get this done at the same time.
David,
Paradigm
end up sort of dancing together, and it's like, wow,
investigation.
it's like overwhelming, and that is
We're
true.
the one
There's
of the different
hostility,
groups that has the
there's
capacity
separation,
to do
but
these
there's also
field
tremendous degree
investigations.
of cultural borrowing.
Because we're the
Where
ones
that
that did the
especially happens,
Contra
gentlemen,
case,
I don't want to get too far in this case.
you know, personally, the lawyers, the Pentagon Papers case, the
women.
New York Times, you know, we've
You know,
got
the women talk
investigators
to each other.
who can be doing
Justices
these
are
deep
exchanged.
investigative
They're
activities.
picking out
Okay, and
fashion
of course
trends.
we have
They're doing all kinds
various
of witness.
investigative
Much
journalists.
more than
You know, Ross
of
Coulthard,
society
for
than
example,
that man is still in the
Jesse
with that.
Reynolds,
But the women are talking to
and
each
some
other.
of the others, Matt,
Go
you know,
ahead,
the
Mr. Others.
people at
Well,
the good
you
trouble.
say that like
We got a lot of
just the
people
text stuff there is
reaching out and
the
trying
reality
to
place
cultivate other,
and
Jeremy Corbell,
they were not like
George
a
Knapp,
Muslim
very
George with the kid did now. I
That
showed
route, they got the Philippine State Guard to come forward and reveal the documents that they can't see. So the citizens are very active in trying to stimulate our constitutional government into doing its job. But the problem is the national security statement have got a stronghold on our constitutional government right now. They're threatening members of Congress, the Senate, the House, and if they go forward and try to reveal all this information, they're going to get them unseated at least, or they're going to attack them to say that they're mentally ill or they believe in UFOs.
There's
You know,
a
this
difference
national
what
security
people
state's a very
say and what
dangerous thing
people
that's
do.
going on right now.
Nobody likes
And
the
so
IRS.
that's become a whole
Nobody
other
does.
element
Maybe if you work
in
for
trying to
the
get the
IRS,
culture of
bullshit.
as explosive they can of the national
So,
security state
what's that?
and how they have co-opted the Constitution
I'm
for
almost
their
next
government.
tax revolt.
They're lying, they're committing perjury to Congress.
There are tax revolts for sure, but they're, as long as the taxes are not too awful, we'll deal with it. We'll complain, and America ain't control kind of pressure release to the election. You just say, vote the hell out,
Because they're under the control of the
that makes America a lead to that. But generally speaking, taxes are just an accepted part. Nobody likes you, but everybody agrees.
This is what's going on right now. This is actually a great innovation.
It's a slightly different situation, but in socialist or communist countries that try to go socialist or communist increase taxes exponentially, have revolts, they don't relatively quickly.
Yeah, I will not disagree that it does happen, but in the main, people just want to live their lives, and if the pressure is not too great, they'll just do sort of a benefit and cost analysis, and they'll say, just easier to do. Pay the money, and
So
they'll
that
be
they can
able to.
become involved in
And it's only when it's too much that you have to live it.
So
And this is
all
where basically
of these
okay.
dimensions
Because of every beer that you drank during winter.
Well, okay, it's not
is about what's going on with the ET.
right, that's there. Because it does happen. This, by the way, is a great,
How much information
work
they
by
want
the
to
fantastic
make
building of
available to us.
which shows,
All
the
four of these
reply to
dimensions
the
are going on at
declaration.
the same time, but
The
it's
reply
like a
of the
four-dimensional
declaration.
chess game
So,
that's happening right now.
these are big
And our job in the paradigm is to make this clear in kind of simple
These guys
terms
are
for people so
original
that we know what progress we're making.
or Kodak Cat.
Well,
And what they were.
that is a lot of information, and I have 10,000 questions running through my head right now. First of all, Daniel, thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate it. And, in the big scheme of things, 2,000 people isn't a lot. Like, I feel like we need hundreds of thousands and millions behind this. And
And they essentially set up a
we all
survey.
know, I mean, it's one thing to disclose, and thank you for the work you're doing with the citizens on disclosure movement and the work you're doing at the American Institute is really important work. But for the average person like me, the average researcher, investigator, the average person who tunes into all these different podcasts and kind of gets the flavor of the week, and they have questions about extraterrestrials and if the aliens are even out there. And I kind of run in the middle. I have both my skeptical side, and I believe a lot of it is our back engineered stuff that we might have. But most of us know that, the CIA and the DoD, they have been, since probably the mid-50s into the 60s into the 70s, and we use deep internet, Ultra, and mind control and experiments on children, and unbeknownst to people, and these deep dark secrets that are covered up so deeply, because they harm innocent people. People get killed over this, people that get demonic in nature. This work gets deep into the cover-up side of it. And my question to you is, number one, how interested are the actual congressmen and women in the House and the Senate interested in this topic at all? Are they interested that much? Is it kind of like low on their list of even dealing with this matter? And because there's so many deep secrets within the CIA, and there's so many players like the octopus, right? There's so many arms to this whole thing. It's meant to overwhelm and discourage to where people like me kind of start tuning out, like, we're never going to get the truth. We're never going to get answers on these deep projects from the DoD and CIA. There's so many people. And who are the gatekeepers now? And you mentioned, you're gonna have a committee at night and there's these 30 pages that haven't been released. What's so important in these 30 pages, and who are the gatekeepers now? And do you think we'll ever get to, I mean, is there a way to disclose 18 million presence on our planet with protecting all of the dirty deeds? I guess is a good way to say it, that the DoD and the CIA have been involved with for decades now. Is there a way to do that? Is there laws that we can establish that will protect that?
Kick them out of our territory.
14
And of course,
I know, like, yeah, that 10,000, so 14 is pretty good.
here's where the tip of the spear for the Polish economic
What's
system.
being revealed here,
The Poles were surrounding away, but the Jews
massive
were living
interest
right
on the
there
part
in
of
right
people
bank.
who want to find out
And
about
so
the
when
UFO
these
phenomenon
contacts
and about
came,
the existence of this
had all this
extraterrestrial civilization,
pent up
was
anger
basically
at
being revealed
the
as
Polish
that there's a
government,
national
who were
security state,
incidentally also sort
deep
of
state that is
culturally
operational,
trying to
that
dominate
is
trying to get
overwhelming
Catholicism
our
into
constitutional
their
government
so
right
there's
now.
also
And that they have devoted
they
themselves to
came
keeping
leading
this
into
secret.
these Jewish
That
deadlands,
they, in
and
fact,
the
want to
massacres
have
were
a monopoly
horrific.
power
I mentioned
over
Nathan
this
Hannibal
technology.
earlier as
That
the
they
chronicler of the spirit,
recovered some
and
craft that
although
have accidentally crashed and they're engaged in a
all
very
kinds of the
aggressive,
system
what they call
as
kinetic
being
program.
really the
They're trying to bring
basis
down
of the problem,
these UFO craft. So that they can get an attack their UFO craft and back engineer.
I'm not going to tell you
What they're,
how
you
you
see,
think
they're
to describe
interested in
because they will
They
scar
want
your
to
mind.
have a first strike weapon system
If you
so
want
that
to
they
use
can
loveliness,
use
then look
use
up
the
together in
United
the
States
society
interest
with
to
chilling,
coerce
awful.
other people all around the
Now,
world
this
so that
comes
we
into
can
the region.
maintain our
Well, the
continued
reason why
privileged
they are
access
serious
to
is
the
called
strategic raw materials of the
they
whole
last
world.
half
And that's what they're engaged in. That's what they see
and
that as their
referred
mission.
to the 2 years,
It is
1648
perverted
to
our entire
1649.
constitutional system.
It actually extended a little
So
bit
that
longer,
the last
but
question
these
you
2
ask
years
is it
were
possible
worse.
the regular constitutional arms of our government, our legislature, our FBI, our Justice Department, is it possible to get laws
And again,
passed
let's not
that
forget
these
that
people will
if
obey?
you had 1,000
Well, the answer to
people
that right
working
now is
in a
no.
English shtetl,
You know, the fact
let's
is that
say-
they don't
let's say
view
1,000 working
themselves as
individuals,
being
people
bound
that
by
are
the constitutional
then
constraints of our
chances are
government.
maybe 40 of
They
them
believe that they know better than
will
everyone
be
else.
involved in the
They're
event
above
of
the law.
1,000,
And they're
maybe
going to protect
and the others will be involved in all
ability
kinds of other
of
things
our
that were supported
corporations
by the event. Kind
to
of
get
like
access to
Las Vegas.
strategic raw
Las
materials
Vegas was the
of
main industry there.
the so that we can continue to have
Right?
like
So gambling on Las Vegas, what would happen to Las Vegas?
population on the planet
Yeah,
that our
very
United
good
States
by us.
is
So that was
that
important,
we
right?
can consume up to 40% of the resources on the planet
They
every
work in
single
all
year.
kinds of ancillary
I mean,
industries,
the whole rest of the world knows
hotels,
that.
Ubers,
That probably is the American
restaurants, stuff like
citizens
that.
don't
But
know.
to support the people who
That
come in
they think
to
that,
the
you know, that
gambling
our
casino.
government is in part,
So,
you know,
the
democracy and
are the reason why
individual
Los Angeles
rights and,
continues to exist. The most Los
rights
Angeles,
around the world.
sorry, Las Vegas,
So,
those Las Vegas
and
are
the
known
fact
for
is the national security
If
state
any of the events,
is not engaged
the
in
event
doing any
was
of those
what
things.
really allowed.
It's just trying to maintain absolute military
The
superiority
vast majority of Jews will do that.
so that we can maintain our continued privileged access to these strategic raw
You know, small
materials
bills, how do you
for the
think
benefit
of smaller
of our
centers?
corporations.
Big babies is actually
That's what's
especially
happening.
good in comparison
That's being more
because
and more revealed
around
around this UFO issue because so many people so badly want to know about the UFO stuff. And they're getting really upset about the fact that there's the CIA, the DoD,
They talk about it,
keep
so
this
this is a
secret.
translation of
Okay, so until and unless we can break through that organization that is asserting unconstitutional control over the instrumentalities of our government,
Now, one of the things that is
unless we do it ourselves.
a
This
challenge
the
for
prospect of
historians
our
is trying to
citizens,
figure out,
you know,
we have
each one of these
very important
citizens were
sources they can
exploited
kind of respect.
around the country.
But there are many other sources as well that describe
One
it.
in each of the
Horrible
congressional
devastation.
districts.
But
Also
it
have a
does not
direct
seem
a
that
program
the
of
scale of
C5
devastation
activity
was
where we
as
actually train
large
people
as
to go out
the
in the
historic
fields
events.
in the
We
night.
see citations,
Call out
it
for
seems like every time someone writes about this,
you can do
it
it in
increases
daytime
by another 100,000 victims.
to try
Yeah,
to establish
250,000
direct
victims.
citizen
But the
diplomacy.
reality is,
To have a direct
probably about
direct
40,000
citizen-to-citizen contact
at the
with the
time.
individual
It's hard to imagine
beings that are
250,000
piloting
people
these
killed.
craft
There's only
so that our
40,000
American
killed.
people can have
Chances
direct
are,
communication
It was
with them.
probably somewhere in the neighborhood,
What
depending on
that's
which
going to
historian you read,
is
probably in the
going to
neighborhood
scare
of a
the devil
third
out of the
of the
national security
population was
state.
killed, which is a
They're going to be saying,
devastating
oh
number.
shit, we
But the
can't let
total
this
number
happen.
is not at
We
all
can't let this
like
get
what
out of our
Rothschild
control.
was trying.
And so what they then are likely to do is
Let's
to make
just
more
the aftermath
information
will wrap it
available
up. This
to
is
try to tap off
a
this
five,
desire on the part of our American people to have direct citizen diplomacy because we've lost such confidence in the constitutional structures of our government. Okay? So that's the situation that we're in right now. So our paradigm institute is advocating both direct citizen diplomacy through the development and training of people to do the CE5 activities so that we can take control of this ourselves. And at the same time, what we're doing is we're trying to utilize the constitutional structures of our government to get them to stand up and perform their obligations. And members of the Senate and the House have the absolute constitutional obligation to get this information that is mandated by our Constitution. Under Article 1 of our Constitution, the Congress of the United States are the ones that develop policy and make laws in our country, not the executive branch.
Yeah,
And certainly not the intelligence branch. Okay? And so we've got to through the desire we have to get this information about the reality and the extraterrestrial civilization about this. We've got to break the national security system have over our constitutional government. Okay? And that's the reality of this thing. So the sad, unfortunate answer to the final and important questions is that at the present time, they're not exercising their responsibility to do this. They're kind of putzing around the edges of it. And mainly it's a lot of freshmen.
Exclusionary pressure, so what's going to happen? Now we're at a transitional point in our history. We've looked quite a bit, especially the materials I put online from last year, we looked quite a bit at the environment of the Jews in Western Ashkenaz, which basically comprises England, France, and Germany. Once you get east of Germany, you're getting into Central Europe or Eastern Europe. And what's going to happen is from the 13th century onward, peaking in the 17th century, you'll have a massive migration of Ashkenazi Jews from the traditional heartland of Western Europe
They are afraid of the national security state.
There in Eastern Europe, there's
If
going to
they
be a
step
massive
forward and get
population
out of line
explosion
and try to
in the
demand that
19th
this
century
information
as a
be
result of
public,
several
they're going to all of a
factors,
sudden discover that
including
millions
things
of
like
dollars
the
show up
invention of the
in their
smallpox
next
vaccine,
election against them.
the
Trying to seek them.
unique
This has happened in the
style
past.
of
Senator Frank
Ashkenazic
Church,
living
the
arrangements
famous
called
church committee
tests,
that
which
began
reduce
investigating
infant
criminal
mortality
activities of the CIA.
significantly, and there's going
His
to be
very next
an
election,
explosion of
you
Ashkenazi
know,
Jews in the
that
1800s.
millions of dollars showed up
And eventually, when you get to the
mysteriously
end
in
of
his
the
state of
1800s,
Idaho,
you'll have another big
revealing the fact that he
population
supported
movement
the equal
from
rights amendment.
Eastern Europe to
And
America.
he
To the rest of
also
South
supported
America, Canada,
registering automatic firearms.
Australia, Israel,
And
places
they
like that.
used that
So
to
we're now
get him
going
kicked out
through
of
a period
office.
where Jews are going to
They
be
did the same
leaving
thing that
the
Dick Clark, the
Ashkenazi
senator from
heartland
Iowa,
to Eastern Europe.
Yeah, I'm sorry to interrupt, but they use your own political system against you for disclosure. Like you're saying it, like to me, when you're saying all this stuff, I'm trying to keep it in order, but it's kind of like the Tasmanian devil. You know when he would spin and take all the debris with him, and you're
So
trying to
that's
make
a good
sense
question.
of
The question
what,
is, I'll
like, it's
repeat this.
crazy
People who are
that
watching
you're
the video
keeping this
sometimes
all
ask me to repeat the question.
in
Does
order.
the word
Like,
Ashkenaz
the
refer to
sections
a
I would
people
lose
or
my
a
mind
country
to
or a
right
region?
is for
So if
beaches.
you have a look at the very first lecture, we went over
use
the
your own
terminology.
system
It is associated with a grandson of Noah in the biblical period.
outside of the country.
Noah.
Because the Congress is acquiesced
Anyways, one of
to
the
the
grandsons,
CIA
his great
and
grandson,
the
and
Defense
over
Department
the
engaging in
Middle
covert
Ages,
operations to
various
overthrow
regions were
democratic
associated with
governments
the
around
land
the world,
of that
to
particular
assassinate
individual and his
political leaders
descendants.
around the world,
For
to
reasons that
smuggle
we don't
massive
totally
amounts of
understand,
heroin
this is
around the
eventually
world, to
associated with
finance secretly
the
their operations
region of the Rhineland in northern Germany. And the Jews who moved to that area were known as the Jews who moved to the land of Ashkenaz, and then they were called Ashkenazi Jews. So we have no real good reason to associate specifically that region with the place Ashkenaz. It's kind of arbitrary in some sense. So now it really only refers to people, and the Ashkenazim are only Jews now. There's only Jews use that terminology. Okay. Have a look at the first lecture that's online. Okay, shall we go on? Okay, so now looking at there's a reason why Jews moved from Western Europe to Eastern Europe twofold. First, there was a push for Jews to leave that will culminate in expulsion. Really strong push that Jews felt unwelcome in Western Europe. At the same time, not for our discussion today, but probably next week, there was an economic vacuum in Eastern Europe inviting Jews in. Literally, leaders of municipalities, of kingdoms, saying, please, Jews, come here. We will give you privileges. We will give you tax breaks. We will give you specific, legislation that you will want, like the right to build a wall around your community or the right to have a monopoly on X, Y, or Z. And so that will be like a vacuum, an invitation, bringing Jews in, pushing Jews out, bringing Jews in at the same time. We're not talking about pushing Jews out, which is what they are.
There's a statute that Congress had passed to give citizens the right to bring an action in the federal court systems to charge them with committing specific lists of crimes.
Well, you're right, Mr. Francis. At first, Jews were allowed to be full citizens. That happens in the 18th century. So we're talking about 1790 for the Jews of Bordeaux and Bayonne in southern France. We're still here about 400 years earlier when nobody has citizenship. There's no such thing as a citizen except maybe the king and maybe his wife. And that's basically it. Everyone else is a subject. So maybe not even his wife. There's something called a crusade. This is like a scene in history. This is one of those watershed moments. Watershed means actually, I grew up near the Arctic watershed. You want to define that term?
The special prosecutor came in.
Watershed is the earth, like when rain falls, it either flows toward a body of water here or a body of water there. Right? It depends on the elevation of a particular spot. And, like where we are right now, in, I guess, probably the Atlantic watershed, where every drop of rain that falls in New York will eventually flow towards the east into the Atlantic Ocean, right? Like in the beginning of Sahara. So all the rivers flow to the sea, and the sea is never filled. But if we were to move a little further west in this country, we would get to a different watershed where all the water would flow into the Mississippi River and then down into the Gulf of something. Where the Gulf of America, where it goes. So that's the Gulf of America. Or for the west, it's a watershed where it flows to the Pacific Ocean. I have to grow up in the Arctic watershed, north of the Arctic watershed, where all the water that rain, all the rain that fell in where I grew up would flow into the Arctic Ocean. So a watershed means like up until this point, everything was going this way. After this point, it's going the other way. So if you think about that term as a historical term, the Crusades are one of those watershed moments where beforehand, people understand the world in such a way. Afterwards, very different. Another watershed in time would be something like 9/11. That's a huge watershed for the United States history. That was just before many of you were born, but we live in the post-9/11 era, and everything in some ways. The Crusades are one of those moments. This is the history. This guy, for 30 seconds, 1095, he complains that the holy city of Jerusalem which is controlled at this time by the Muslims, right? Muslims are in charge of the land of Israel at that time. They are not allowing Christian pilgrims appropriate access to the holy sites. Church of the Holy Sepulchre, various sites that Christians revere in a very significant way. And he's like really upset about it. He reaches out to Christian Orthodox, right? There are, don't forget, at this time, 1095, there are two basic major kinds of Christians. There are Catholics who are ruled from Rome, the Pope in Rome, and there are Orthodox who are ruled by 7 patriarchs in the Eastern world, sometimes called Greek Orthodox, sometimes called Russian or Armenian Orthodox. It's a different form of Christianity than Catholics, but they both are Christian faiths. If you want somebody to focus on denominations, but they are two different, let's say, flavors of Christianity. And they have not gone along well for that, but he says to them, wow, it's just so awful that hearing about Christian pilgrims not getting in to see the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. And the entire Christian world just resonates with that message and says, yeah, it is terrible. Pope Urban II calls for something called a crusade, based on the word cross, the crucifix, saying we should all go there, we should organize ourselves, and we should take back the land of Israel from the infidel Muslims so that Christians can safely go there to worship. Massive reaction for a whole bunch of reasons. There was a certain amount of unemployment among the night class, for example, and they had literally nothing to do, but this was a great excuse. They pulled it together, particularly in the regions of France and Germany, and they make their way all the way across Europe to the Holy Land, and they fight the Muslims, and they take over the land of Israel. The next 200 years, there's going to be ongoing fighting with the Muslims until finally the Muslims drive them out. But this is the era of the Crusader kingdoms, when Christians from Western Europe established their footholds in the land of Israel. I'm sure you visited places like Caesarea and Akko, and all kinds of land, and where you'll see lots of Crusader fortresses and things. You'll also see Muslim fortifications against the Crusaders. Like, for example, the walls around Jerusalem were built by the Muslims trying to hold off any future attack by Crusaders. And it went back and forth for a couple of years. Here you see that, and by the way, because they kept on getting, they made their way down, they took over the territory, then they got kicked out, then they made their way down again. There are multiple crusades over several hundred years, with a variety of outcomes, some successful, some not.
So then what we have to do is
exactly. It's not surprising how that happens. So how did Jews get involved? Especially up here, you can see the Stars of David represent very clever sort of symbolism. They represent Jewish communities. And at a certain point, in 1096, in the summer of 1096 in particular, there was an especially dangerous phenomenon because a whole bunch of crusaders, and remember, this is like a mass movement where you have wealthy knights who are able to afford a horse and a caddy and all the weapons and the armor and stuff like that to finance the long trip across Europe. And then you have Hoi you have the dark, unwashed masses who say, yeah, we want to do this too, we want to get involved in it, and they come along for the ride. And in particular, in the northern German region of Ashkenaz, there are a whole bunch of these individuals, kind of like a rabble-rousing individual, sort of like a popular preacher, kind of demagogue, and he essentially says to these crusaders, wait a second, why are we schlepping all the way to Jerusalem by infidels? I don't think he used the word schlep, but you get the idea. Why are we taking ourselves in? Our whole point of this is that we're going to beat those unbelievers, meaning Muslims. Why are we going all the way to Jerusalem to do it? We have unbelievers, Jews, right here on our very own backyard. And so a lot of these, especially the less professional crusaders, the less disciplined crusaders, they start making these religiously inspired pogroms that specifically targeted these tiny little Ashkenazic, civilizations outposts in northern Germany. This is like one of those huge scars in Ashkenazic history that we will remember every week in the Avarakaman prayer, which is Avarakaman, which we read on Shabbos after Kriyas Torah, specifically speaking to the horrible massacres that occurred in the summer of 1096, and then onward for the next 100 years on a smaller scale. It's going to be absolutely awful. I'll take you through some of them.
Because they run telepathically. It's going to be
Well,
revealed
the more professional disciplined soldiers, like they've got some kind of like, they've got a plan, they want to go to Israel, they want the glory of attacking the Muslims, they want to bring back, the Holy Cross and things like that. They've got kind of like a bigger goal, but the lesser outfitted and the kind of like, they don't have the same kind of resources, they can't imagine paying for that massive journey down there, but they do want to get involved in like the violence of all it, which they just do right here.
To respond by starting to disassemble their national security states as well. Because the simple reality is,
so I think that if you ask a crusader, he would say the goal was to reclaim the Holy Land. And maybe a side benefit would be the fact that we can show those unbelievers what they really were. And by the way, where you see this especially clearly in the Rhineland massacre is because Jews were given the option to convert or die. This is the option of get baptized, which would represent a victory for Christianity if these Jews become Christians, or to get killed. So it has definitely a very strong religious group, demagogic and violent and all kinds of nasty things, but nevertheless religious.
That's what's going on.
Okay, so
we've got
he
to
says
stand
these
now.
crusaders, why are you flipping all the way down? Look, Jews right here. Here's another image from that time, and we have a lot of chronicles, by the way. We have source material for this written by Jews, really heartbreaking chronicles written by Jews, a handful of them. And we also have Christian chronicles of the attacks on Jews as well, which largely corroborate some of the most horrific aspects of the massacre. 1096, the summer, May through June, is specifically the time when they were at their most intense, the beginning of the Crusades. There would be, as I mentioned, later Crusades that also had violence against Jews attendant upon it. You'll recall in the lecture when we looked at Ashkenazi genetics, we saw all those Jews thrown down the well. So that was part of the Second Crusade. There's a tremendous story about Rabbi Tom being involved in one of these crusades as well, and wounded up. The three main towns, however, that are the epicenter are called Shire, Rum, and Mainz. They're known as the Shum Jews by acronym. These are three really small but important old Ashkenazic settlements. Remember, Ashkenaz at this point only has been around for about 200 years, and there's still maybe a few thousand Jews in one of these places, but nevertheless, they were the three that were most powerfully attacked at the beginning. The Jewish response is fascinating and says a lot, I think, to the formation, one might suggest, of Ashkenazic culture. Yes, question.
South America, they're there within hours.
Yes, definitely. That was where Rabbeinu Gershom studied, for example. So these are significant towns. They're not far away. They're small by our standards, but still big by very century. So this is where one of the oldest techniques that Ashkenazim developed, Jews in general, but Ashkenazim in particular, for dealing with communal threats. There's two basic strategies. Let's say there are three basic strategies that you can possibly think of when you're confronted by a threat. What do you think those three strategies are?
Foreign military expeditionary force into Russia. They're trying to crush
Name off. Thank you. Fight back. What happens if you fight back?
mean, and they go, that must be a conspiracy
You'll
theory.
probably
So
lose.
there,
You'll
it's
be
absolutely
overwhelmed
unequivocally
by the numbers, right? So you're talking about masses of migrants who are attacking small communities who are not, inclined militarily. There is an argument to be made, and we do see it happening in the 1900s, the one way to swept to Russia, that by showing a little bit of backbone. But early on, the Ashkenazi Jewish community, with very, very few exceptions, basically said fighting back is not our best option. We are going to get completely murdered, massacred if we fight back. We need to rely on other sources of authority and might to protect us. So fighting back was not something that Jews, Ashkenazi Jews in particular, started doing really until the early 20th century. We have a long, old history of military resistance that goes back to biblical times. But basically, living as a minority in the diaspora, we set it aside as a strategy. Since the Maccabees, much as little in the city, the revolts of the Since Bar Kokhba in the 2nd century, we basically set aside military responses. That's why, by the way, maybe we'll get to it at the end of the semester, that's why Israel represents another watershed moment in Jewish history, because this is the first time that we've really organized ourselves to bring back some of that old martial tradition that we had in the ancient period. So that's not what's going to happen in the medieval period at all. The other possibilities are you run away, and yes, we have lots of life to choose. It's not always possible, though, You're talking about your family, about your children. Are you going to run away with all of them? They're going to catch up with you. It may not be a very viable option. The third option is to try to pay your way out of it. This is one of my students once memorably said, this is the fee or flee strategy of Jewish survival. Remember that? Fee or flee. Either pay or run away. The two basic options that Jews use. So typically, like we see, for example, in the city of Köln, in April of that year, they were able to avoid the massacres by simply going out to the Crusaders and saying, hey, whoa, you don't want to attack us. We are loyal subjects of the king. Remember the service of making Hammurabi, that stuff we talked about? But we appreciate your desire to liberate the Holy Land from the Muslims. Here's a big bag of gold to help you finance your military endeavor. And they were able to successfully avoid a massacre, at least in April. They also would appeal to the emperor, right? Because that's part of how he survived was by being part of the tax structure that the emperor wanted to protect. But later on, it would get worse. They would not. This strategy would not survive. Going on to Speyer in May of that month, they tried to barricade themselves in the synagogue, and many Jews who were outside of the synagogue were killed by the Crusaders. Remember, it's a get baptized or die kind of moment. Many of them chose to die rather than be baptized. In fact, what we will see happening in some of these chronicles, which is absolutely horrific and hard to imagine, that we see it very clearly in the chronicles that Jews in the Crusades frequently chose suicide over baptism. This was like an incredibly dramatic moment where you have situations where Jews were trapped inside synagogues, and the Crusaders would say, come out and be baptized, or we will set the synagogue on fire. And Jews inside would actually take out knives and slaughter their own children before they took their own lives, and the Crusaders would set fire to a building that had no institution. Absolutely horrific examples recorded not only in the Hebrew Chronicles, but also in the Christian Chronicles, saying, can you believe these Jews are amazing that they would rather kill themselves and their own children, not much of the time. They would rather kill their own children rather than submit to baptism. And gentlemen, I would hazard as something for you to think about further, this is one of those moments that define Ashkenazi history, that from Ashkenazi culture would sort of like bend words, begin to say that, wow, the outside world is so dangerous. The outside world is so toxic. It is fundamentally and existentially threatening to us. We must protect ourselves at all costs from everything involved in the outside world. And Ashkenazi culture tends to get kind of like that inward focus that results in some interesting cultural expressions we see shortly. Sephardic culture, by contrast, they didn't have the same challenge of the Crusades. The Crusades were not sweet through Spain at this time. Spain is also, where Jews are mainly living. It's Muslim. It's not even under the Christians. But their big challenge would come after 1391, as we discussed last semester, that their challenge would come after 1391, where now they've been forcibly converted without their will, without a chance to even say no, and now they have to live in both the Christian world and the Jewish world simultaneously. Sephardim develop a kind of cultural tropism where they direct themselves to adapting to outside society while preserving a Jewish identity. You see the contrast between these two? Ashkenazi, sword in the sand, saying, if you force this somehow on me, I will literally kill myself. Sephardim say, give me your worst, I'll find a way to cope with it, and I'll do sort of jiu-jitsu and find a way to keep my Jewish identity despite the fact that I'm living outwardly as a Christian. Two very different survival strategies. Okay, so it was inspired, I have a first example of this, at least recorded in the Jewish Chronicles of the Jewish woman who chooses to die rather than to submit to baptism, and this becomes kind of like a major theme of the Crusades. Finally, in Rome, the Jews at this time, they go to the bishop. The bishop has a big fortified castle, and they say, please protect us. The bishop says, okay, because the bishop, one of the ironic things we see about anti-Semitism for much of this period is that the upper church wanted to have nothing to do with this. They wanted to have nothing to do with this crazy allegations of blood libel and these, bizarre ideas that the Jews had to be massacred. It was actually contrary to the doctrine of the church fathers. Jews were somewhat persecuted, second-class citizens, in order to send a message to the Christian world that it's not good to be a Jew, but they were not to be killed. In fact, the opposite. They were supposed to be preserved so that later they could testify as to the validity of the second coming. So the bishop says, yeah, come on in, I'll take care of you guys. The Crusaders broke into the bishop's own castle and then massacred 800 people there. You have more and more of these examples of mass suicide among Jews happening. In mines, the bishop was willing to help, but he could not do it. There are some interesting examples of have a little bit of a pushback. I can't remember which town it was. Maybe they'll come up in my notes here. But one town, they actually arrested one of the worst of the rabble-rousers, and they cut off his hands, and that stopped the violence right away. But otherwise, the violence just ran over even the bishop, even the church. If they wanted to stop this movement, they could not. It's like when you wake up this kind of elemental hatred, even though it is technically disguising itself with a religious sort of veneer, it's a much more powerful impulse than any kind of religious thought at the time. Count Amico is one of these examples. He's one of the worst of the pogromists at this time. They eventually leave and they make their all the way down to Hungary, and they're considered such a disaster that Hungarian Christians fight against the Crusaders, saying, you're not coming into our land, this is crazy, you come in here, you rape, you pillage, all in the name of the Christianity, and it's totally not okay. So that's basically the kind of situation that's going on. One last detail that's kind of interesting is what happens to those Jews who accepted baptism rather than to be killed, or certainly then decide to commit suicide. There is a significant debate in both the Christian world and in the Jewish world. What do we do with these people? I mean, Christians, as those of you in the Sephardic class remember well, are sort of trapped in this ideology that
what you're saying
a person is baptized, even if it was done without his or her consent, they're now magically Christians. It's a sacrament, they can't take it back. And And so the church was kind of like, well, they're not allowed to forcibly baptize these Jews, but now that they did it, they're Christians. We have to keep them as Christians. Emperor Henry IV said, no, that's ridiculous. I'm letting them go back to their Jewish communities. And he got into trouble with the Pope over this because the Pope says, hey, who says that you're just an emperor? What right do you have to say anything about Christianity? But even on the Jewish side, there were many prominent Jews at the time, largely overruled by the Shonen that you're familiar with, Rabbbi being perhaps the most important of them. He died in 1104, so the Crusades, the First Crusade was part of the last, thing that he had to deal with in his life. There were significant debates. Maybe once they're baptized, especially if they volunteer to be baptized rather than be killed, maybe now they are Christians. Maybe we shouldn't accept them back. Maybe you're only allowed to Yehareg Val Yavor, right? You can't be allowed to. Of course, you have to give up your life for this. Nevertheless, the consensus developed over the course of about 100 years.
That's what it feels like they're doing to us. Like
The
it
consensus
tweaks
felt
and
that, yeah, we'll
insults
allow
the
them to come
intellect
back.
of people like yourselves that are very, very well educated.
Situation
I mean, like, there's no
accusation.
Just with this stuff, I mean,
Discussions,
listen,
anything on that?
better said than I would say, but I mean, is that they treat us like idiots. They treat us.
They're treating us like 5-year-olds because we're
Yeah, when
acting
you say
like 5-year-olds.
we, I'm not sure who exactly you mean.
I mean, we're spending our time playing with our toes,
I don't know. I
asking,
really don't know. I think that the consensus that we've shown are that,
rather than paying
baptism
attention
has
to
no
learning about
impact
things and
on
learning how to speak other
Jewish
languages,
status
learning
based
how
on
to
the principle of Yisrael,
things like that.
Yisrael.
A child left to their own devices
Even
may
though
not do all that stuff.
He's still a Jew.
They need some
You can't
responsible
remove
leadership,
that
just like
Jewishness
parental
from it.
assistance.
But
They
I'm not a
that's part of what
perfect,
the
I'm not being
paradigm
a
is
rabbi,
doing,
just a
trying to
regular
act
guy.
like responsible
So,
grown-ups.
that's Rosh Hashanah.
Here's what we have to do.
Okay, so
They're going to
what
treat
about
us like
Jerusalem?
5-year-olds as long as we act like
Jerusalem, of course,
5-year-olds.
deals with the Crusaders
They were more
in 1099.
titillated by
They finally
watching
get
cartoons,
there.
than
A
reading a
huge
book.
battle in Jerusalem, which is kind of like in the first Crusade, it was the peak of the Crusading story, and it became like this. You have guys like Richard the Lionheart who make their reputations in these huge battles for Jerusalem. Ultimately, Jews and Muslims in Jerusalem fight shoulder to shoulder against Christians, and they lose. There's going to be a massacre
We still have it.
and sold
If
into
you don't
Jews
use it,
slavery.
you're going to lose it. So we've got to
It
use
is ironic. We should remember that right now,
to mobilize and
Jews
educate
are
ourselves.
loggerheads primarily over
Well, this national
politics in
security
the
state
Middle East.
here in
It's
the
been
United
like that
States
for the last
and
century
reach
and
out
a half, more or less.
responsible
But
people
prior
in
to
Russia,
this, there
China,
were many points in
India,
time where Jews and Muslims were actually on the same side
to get
against Christians.
everybody to stand down from this
Also, one more
ridiculous
thing to point out, you should
over the
bear in
natural
mind that for
resources
much of the Middle East,
of
when
our
you go to the
planet.
21st century,
And
the
take advantage of
Middle
the
East
fact
is
that
not
there are
like
alternative
Gold
sources
Coast
of energy.
history.
There's
Right?
alternative
When
sources of
America
access to
invaded Iraq,
resources. There's
Operation
all
Desert
there's
Storm, I
an
think it was, right?
extraordinary future for our human
The
family.
Iraqis referred to Americans as crusaders. They're
Exercise
thinking
our
of Americans
responsibility
as
as
these guys.
citizens.
You know, here are
Otherwise, we're
Muslims
going to
minding
be
their own
treated
business.
as fine.
In Jerusalem, it's not even
So
clear
just-
how much they're
we've got
really
to
Ukraine
grow
with
up.
Christian pilgrims,
This
but
is
all of a
this
sudden
is
they
the
get
age of
all
our
of Europe
adolescence.
down here in their
And we've got to
big
grow up.
metal armor and there's horses and stuff like that, and like they make the war with us.
Afraid that
So
you're
they
going to
regard
discover
the West
things when you
as
come out into
being
the
like
adult world that are
as an
different.
existential
You're
enemy.
going to
It's
discover
something
that
that's
Santa
happened for the
Claus
last
is
millennium,
real.
largely because of Mr. Bryant.
And you're gonna discover, that in fact, as Jesus said, that you are going to do much greater things than I have
Yeah,
ever
so you
done.
got to take this Spartan Jewish history class.
And until you
You do have this period
that the stuff of
they
which this
call,
bread is made up
it's a
of
little bit of
is the
exaggeration,
same
that's hungry
substance
then
of which my body is made up of.
the period of
That
coexistence.
you
That's
will
one of you.
understand what's going on here.
About
Okay? These are
Give or
theological
take
secrets
to
inside
11.
the churches. They exposed. They
Yes,
need to be shared with the people. But we have to
But
demonstrate that we're
that's it. That's
capable
what
of
it's an interesting
exercising
period of time.
responsible
Spartan Jewish history.
control over our capacities as a
You
human
think right now
family.
everybody's getting along?
And all it takes is becoming active citizens. All that the radical request that we're making, that the new
Yeah, you know, I would love that too. I think America
responsible
is
citizens.
an exception in
Exercise
many ways.
our authority that we still have to gain control
So
over
good
this
argument.
government and to gain
There's a lot
control
to be
over
said
the
for that.
remaining
I don't think
constitutional
it's quite as
structures that
rosy
we
as
have
maybe we would
and to
like.
quell this national security state, to put them back in the box, you
There's
know,
a point,
and
right?
get control of our
Okay,
government.
let's just do
Reach
one
out
weird thing here. So
constitutionally to
one of
these other
the
nation states
immediate
and get them
cultural
to stand down on their national
expressions
security
of
state
Jews
operations
in the
to
post-Crusade era
disassemble
that had a
and
long-lasting
destroy all
effect
of the
was a
nuclear
woman
weapons
called the
warheads
Hasidic
on our
Ashkenaz.
planet.
The
So that we
term
don't continue
Hasid,
to
of
threaten
course,
to
is
destroy
biblical
the
in
entire
origin.
life-generating
You see it
capacity
all
of
over
our planet.
Tanakh. It
Because this
basically
is
means someone who
potentially
goes like beyond the
generate
letter of
an
the law.
intervention
But it has been
on the part
used
of the
so many times
extraterrestrial
in history.
civilization.
The
I do not
followers
believe
of
that
the
they're going to
Maccabees were called
tolerate
Hasidim.
our
The
civil
Rabbis called
species on
themselves
this
Hasidim.
planet
We have, of course, the
totally
18th
destroying
century
the
Hasidic
life-generating
movement,
capacity
Chabad,
of this planet.
Satmar, all those guys.
Because
But this
genetic
the different
material
movement just happens to use
that
the
our
same
planet
name.
has
They
generated
flourished
over
for
the
about
billions of
100
years,
years
is
right
such a
after the
valuable
Crusades.
resource in the
Most
galaxy.
of their
They're
writings
not
are
going to allow us
focused
to
in
do
one
that.
book, Sefer
And if
Hasidim,
we have to intervene, we're
fascinating
going
book
to lose our
on a historical
capacity
level.
for our free
Sorry?
will. We're going to lose our capacity to,
Yes, so Yehuda Chassid is one of
exercise
the major
our own
authors of
judgment
this, also
and
his
our
father.
exercise our own
This
agency
is
over our own
fascinating book
lives.
on a historical level as well, because
This is a serious
it
situation.
includes all kinds of interesting stories about things that happened in
What you're saying is
Ashkenaz
we
at the
need to
time.
start
The fascinating religious work is basically
the
sort of
older
a mixture of Musar and Halakha, about
military
how you
accountable,
should
everybody,
behave,
because I think
and all kinds of like
that's
stuff
today's
that
day and
didn't
age,
make
is
it
there's
into
no accountability
Halakha,
on anything.
but
Nobody's
nevertheless
ever
it's kind of like
accountable, like you said.
advice
They
given
walk
by
away with their crime.
the followers of Hasidic Ashkenaz.
It makes no
What
sense. How
is
is this possible?
especially
There's no
unique about it,
accountability.
though, what's
It's just
distinguishes it from a lot of other tribes, and it's not something that really lasted in the Ashkenazi tradition. It's very, very sharp. At this time, though, is that the Hasidic Ashkenaz were really big
Who are
into
responsible?
self-blame,
This thing. The people that are there now that are
self-denial,
generated by this
martyrdom,
political system
all
are
kinds
not
of like,
responsible.
you know,
They're responsible for
we
the
have
people
to
who
be
paid
more
for their
Torah,
campaigns.
where
Which is a
it's
different
so
organization.
different
That's what
from
they're doing.
much of the,
You know,
the
that's what
modern day
they're doing.
Hasidus. We
What
talk
we need
about
to do is
Chabad,
replace
for
them.
example,
We have
which
to have
is
a massive
all of Hasidus is
mobilization
really much
to
more
have
about joy and
citizens
about
run for these
camaraderie and singing.
who are
No way,
dedicated to exposing
these
this information,
Hasidic
eliminating
were
this
really
national
into like
security state,
self-mortification,
establishing
like
a
literally
social
rolling
democratic
snow.
system. You know, in our
Fasting was a
country,
big
can
deal,
in
lots
fact
and
be
lots of
beacon
fasting.
to the
And
world.
even like after death, customs like, you know, putting in your will that you want your coffin dragged along the street to your burial as a last chance to
because I really
atone
wanted to
for
go
any
down
of
the
your
Howard
sins.
Hughes
Those
and
kinds of
Mount
things
Wilson Ranch
show
and
up in
Bigelow and all that. So
the
that's a
Hasidic
whole other
Ashkenaz
show.
movement. It
It
was
was a series.
kind of like a
I do
whole
want to say,
dark
let's turn
period
that
anyways
2,000
culturally.
drops of water
The
into
Sefer Hasidim
4,000,
is
into
absolutely
6,000,
fascinating.
and so on.
And
And so I just want to thank Daniel for
it's
being
short-lived,
here and sharing all this. I really
ideas
learned a lot on this
definitely do
podcast.
find their
And
echoes
I
later
actually,
on.
I feel like I'm not doing enough. So you
here,
got to
no, I
me.
don't have your
I hope we
images.
get to our
It
listeners
is at
who
this
out there
point, by the
to
way,
take some
where
action.
the Hasidic
To get this
Ashkenaz
rolling, I want to
have
expose
this
these aerospace
influence
companies too.
on
They're just
not portraying
they know
women's
so much
faces
more, and
in
they're not held
particular.
accountable for anything.
That
Another
in the
podcast
artwork
we
that
could
we
go down
have
there.
at
So
the time,
thank you for the work you're doing. Everybody get to the
a
NuclearTimeInstitute.org.
lot of the
Fill
artwork
out this,
will
talk to
show women
your local
with
officials
animal
and
heads
government,
rather
whatever
than
state you're in,
human
wherever
heads.
you are,
If I don't know,
take action and do that. So thank you for being here, and I
sometimes all
appreciate all this
women,
great
not just
information.
women, but especially women.
I appreciate it.
That also
Thanks,
happens
Jason.
today too. The idea is like,
You
what's
are amazing, sir.
we're not sure
Every time I
exactly what
see
the
you
idea is.
somewhere,
Most
either
either say it
convention
has to do
or
with the idea of like,
last time in Washington, you were
yes,
maybe work.
not right to look at the
There's
face of women,
constantly
stuff
a
like
mic in your face, or people wanted to take, a selfie. I got a selfie in with you, but it was so quick. It's like, hey, and you
that.
were like,
The Ashkenaz,
you're so used to
well,
it,
it
but
was
at the
kind
end
of
of the
like
day,
an
your face must be
intellectual
sore.
religious
But
movement.
it's amazing
There were
what
so
you're doing,
prominent
and
rabbis
the
who were
push
deeply involved in it and
you
influential.
are
And so
leading the
people
charge,
followed it.
especially for
People
maybe
thought like
younger lawyers
that's
that
how
may
you
want to
express
take up this
Judaism.
issue as
Nowadays
well
we
and
express
start,
our Judaism
because
by
I'm sure
like,
that's going to come
you know,
up where he'll need legal
having
representation.
lots of
Yeah,
Shusganiot,
so it's,
Hanukkah, back
hearing that. So, Daniel, seriously, thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it.
For 2 days.
I really appreciate it.
That was his
Thank you,
style.
Jason. Thanks, Katie.
Wear dark clothes.
See you next time.
Wear bright clothes. Well, that's, I think, precisely what a lot of the trying to say. If you stage maybe was seen as like a divine punishment because we were having too much less see the same kind of thing to a certain degree happening in the period of the Black Death. No way to know for sure. No way to know for sure. But I would think it did survive. I mean, we still have their writing, which indicated they were circulated. You have to find a way to measure that. I don't think anyone knows. What's the point?
We got a great gentleman joining us today. We got Ron James, the documentary filmmaker. And probably of the top 5 filmmakers, Ron definitely belongs in that top 5 by far. His movies are being played everywhere, and he's won over 20 film festival awards.
Okay, let's go by turn.
For Accidental Truth.
Now, the next the whole point of today's lecture is to illustrate exclusionary pressures, right? That reasons why Jews would want to leave Western Europe. Crusades, fairly focused violence associated with the crusade itself. The Jews were able to, over the course of the next couple hundred years, sort of see when these things are developing, reach out well in advance to authority figures to try and protect them. It helped quite often that he didn't have the same kind of big massacres that he did in 1096, but there were other things happening at the time as well. One of the most awful of the developments of this era was something called the blood libel, which I'm sure you have heard of, because unfortunately it is a myth that continues to this day. This is a map from the Encyclopedia Judaica that shows you the places in Europe that had a blood libel with the centuries when they occurred. And you can see the numbers in circles are the 19th and 20th centuries. So there's definitely an ongoing persistence of this bizarre idea. It started first up here in Norwich, right here in the struggles the earliest one is in 1144. The story goes, and this is basically repeated over and over again, that the Jews need to kill, God forbid, a Christian child. There's actually distinct charges. The first one is called ritual murder, and later it develops into what's called the blood libel, Alila Dam. Ritual murder is this idea that, well, why would you need to kill a Christian child? Well, the reason is because, as the crazy theory goes, for those of you who are going to be watching this in the recording, it's not true. Jews don't do this stuff. But, and the church has, by the way, said this over and over again. The popes are constantly publishing bulls saying, no, it's not true. Don't believe those crazy people who say this happens. But nevertheless, it is one of those things that is, hard to root out of the psyche once it gets in there. The charge is that Jews need to murder a child in order to vicariously the passion, meaning the crucifixion of the founder of Christianity. That because Jews so hate Christians, they want to do that same thing again, specifically around Passover. Right, that's the season of the Passion. The term Passion refers to a whole story of the crucifixion. And so, whenever it happens, unfortunately, and it does happen, young children, God forbid, are kidnapped, frequently abused, and then murdered. Such things happen, of course, Rahman al-Islam, even in our own day. So, people are really upset. And they say, who did this terrible thing? And someone says, I bet it was the Jews. I heard that Jews do this. It is April after all. It must be part of their ritual murder. And the story goes out. And then what happens afterwards, sometimes there's like a mob lynching of Jews. Sometimes there will be like a bizarre sham of a trial that will result in mass hangings. And it never ends well for the Jews. The evolution of this charge of ritual murder, it begins in 1144, and then it just goes like crazy. Everybody just catches on this idea. It's a little bit like an urban myth. Like, people for a while were talking about how don't go to these, countries in Central America because one alcohol
personally have,
in your
because we
kidney.
had this
Right?
exclusive
You ever
with
hear
this
those crazy stories? You
I
go to a
can see
bar,
that
someone
being a
puts something in
problem
your drink,
for the
you wake up the next day
smaller
missing a
fish
kidney.
like me.
And
I
people
mean, I
say, yeah,
want
that
people to
happens.
get
So
these
mad. But
things
even though
forward,
I don't know
because
how often
the
I saw what
contraction
happens,
with another
it just
company
sort of like
with
takes
we
up
had
way more
fears that
space
that
in people's
maybe
brains
another
than it actually deserves.
great
Historically,
You know,
that's what happens
it's
to
about
ritual
systems
murder.
of control.
The blood
And at
libel
the end of
just
the day,
added a
there's
dimension of
few
crazy
people out
to
there
this
in the
that
podcast
makes it
realm
even more popular. But the blood libel is the argument that not only do the Jews need to reenact the crucifixion, they need to drain and drink the blood of the victim. They have to actually go, why do they need to drink the blood? Well, there's lots of different crazy reasons. Maybe I'll show you here's like just a crowded map of how many places have blood libels after that first one in 1944. This is Simon of Kent in 1479, one of the most widely publicized blood libels. You can see all of the Jews gathered around here. This is like it's part of a large Rothschild, like one of the ways that one of the reasons why it's so popular in the 15th century is because that's when the printing press comes out, and you know, public announcements were often made on these large sheets of what would look like newsprint, and then they would like post them on walls. Sometimes they would actually make, in Europe, you'll see they're like round pillars in public spaces, and they post these big things there. In Israel, you see them push the same kind of idea, you know, like don't go to college kind of messages that you see in some places. I should they that's how this would be posted. It was not colored. This is a colorized version. It just adds a little level of vibrancy to it. The Jews here, they all have names because below it would be a long text in medieval German that most people could not read, but they could see the cartoonish image. They have these little ruels here, these little badges that indicate that they are Jews from the year 1215 on. Jews are required to wear some kind of distinguishing badge like this. And here is the unfortunate Simon, who is held in a cruciform position. There are Jews who are tormenting him with specific torments that are meant to mimic the account of the Gospels, and they're circumcising him because, after all, the founder of Christianity was also circumcised, so they have to make the victim, Christ-like in that regard. They're catching the blood in a little pan, and then later they will do various things with the blood. One of the most popular myths is that they would bake it into the matzah. For those of you who, I'm sure all of you have eaten matzah, which is made completely out of flour and water, you know that a little bit of blood is going to make it taste better. God forbid, I didn't mean to say that on the video, but there's no blood in matzah, obviously. Thoughts that Jewish men are subject to menstruation, and so they lose iron every month, and they have to drink Christian blood in order to replenish the iron. Other stories that say that they are infertile, and the only way that they can reproduce is if they consume this blood. So it's an aphrodisiac, and when they talk about absolutely bizarre story. If you're curious about this really weird aspect of medieval history, I recommend you look at Joshua Trachtenberg's remarkable work written right during the Holocaust, trying to wake people up as to how long this has been going on, called The Devil and the Jews. Very powerful work. He lists, 20 different things that people believe Jews did with this blood. And amazing examples of Christians actually trying to buy the blood so that they can use it for their purposes as well. And of course, there is no blood. But this blood libel just became such a powerful peg in the mind of medieval Europe that it haunted the Jews for hundreds of years. Here's another depiction of Beatus Simon Martyr, which basically means Saint Simon the Martyr. As I mentioned earlier, the church in most cases completely decried the whole idea of the blood libel. They said it's crazy. Jews go to the Pope and say, please, we're getting all these calumnies applied to us, and we're getting attacked, and it's not fair, it's not true. And the church would actually, be forthcoming and say the Jews are right, it's not true, and so on. But there were some exceptions. Simon Martyr was one of them. He was actually beatified by the church, which means he was one level short of becoming a saint. Quite often they would take the remains of the child, just killed by who knows who, coming out the
no way
Jews,
they're gonna
and then
come
buried
down
in
if
the
it's
wall of
a
the church.
runaway
Churches
military
today in Europe,
complex.
you can see where they
Why
have
would they come out and tell
the
you that they have the upper hand for the next 1,000 years on everyone?
children who were horribly
I'm gonna
killed,
say
but
that.
the Jews
You're
were
right,
blamed
we
for
are
it.
expendable. Phil Schneider, I'm pretty sure was telling the truth. And the way he died with his catheter wrapped around his
I don't
neck
think
3
you find
times
too many
space
people
tight,
who are
yeah,
willing
that's not
to
a natural
go
death.
along
Nobody
with
cares
that,
about that.
Suicide, yeah.
Yeah, that wasn't
you know,
suicide.
historians
It was like,
You would hope that they don't play those games.
Here's another one from the 18th century. They often have these kinds of horrific images of Jews, it relates to the whole idea of pedophilia and things like that. The Nazis would just make tremendous use of this entire story in their propaganda. It is one of the horrific attacks on Jews. There's another really good reason
When I put out
to start
accidental
leaving Western Europe. It would
thing
follow them
was
to Eastern Europe,
they're rolling
but
out this new
the idea was we got to get away from these crazy
that there was nothing going on for 50 years between Blue Book and Bob Bigelow's work. But that's when a whole lot of stuff happened. And so we kind of blew that narrative. We named names, we pointed people to where they could find information. And then shortly
The
after
question
the book
is
comes out,
currently
we
asked,
get David Grush
it's kind of like an iconographic standard for the ugly Jew. There's a great book by Sandra Gilman, which I think is called The Jew's Body. It might be called The Jew's Nose, I'm not sure, but Sandra Gilman is the author. And he argues that it comes from the late 19th century with the discovery of the Venus de Milo, which is a very famous Greek statue of a woman, and it was considered in the late 19th century when it was displayed in the Louvre as like the ideal human form. And so a lot of anti-Semitic caricaturists started saying, well, if this is the ideal, the aquiline nose and the right body proportion, then the Jew must be the opposite of that. And that's when the kind of capitalist image, the large, it's late 19th century complete. Good argument. Okay, let's go to one last related charge, and this is nothing. Now, the ritual murder morphs into the blood libel, makes Jews feel very uncomfortable during this time period. And we could say much more about this story. A whole semester on the blood libel, the crazy examples where, for example, you didn't even have to have a body. Like the Blois incident of 1171, where some guy thought he saw a Jew carrying a body, but nobody reported there was a missing child. Nobody found a body. Nevertheless, they attacked all the Jews, massacred them, over a blood libel. It was a crazy, crazy thing. Post-desecration, however, is kind of like the next step up in this entire crazy belief system, and it affected Jews very heavily. And unlike the blood libel, post-desecration tended to have the support of the church. The church actually found, the Catholic Church found it advantageous to even promote, to some degree, the post-desecration story because it served their own agenda. So the term post refers to a little wafer that became part of Catholic religious practice. It was part of a ritual called communion, that when you were a Catholic in good standing and you had said your confession and then whatever penance was required, then you would enter into communion, which would involve the drinking of a little bit of wine and the consumption of this little cracker. It looks like a Ritz cracker kind of thing, like you have a Kiddush. And this would be like a very dramatic moment. And from the 14th century on, in particular, the Catholic Church adopted a doctrine called transubstantiation, where they said that the consumption of this wafer and this wine, which is in memory of the Last Supper, actually literally becomes the body of Christ. That it's literally the body of Christ that you are consuming. I know that sounds a little weird. It sounds weird to me, but it's somebody else's religion, so that's what they believe. So, and that's like a very holy thing to actually be consuming the body. So, through this doctrine of transubstantiation, where it's not a symbol, it's not like representative of, it's actually the thing itself, mamish. So, if it is the thing itself, then it stands to reason that Jews would want to torture it. Right? If they're killing children, as the argument goes, in order to reenact
Some
the
people
passion.
just need a
Certainly they're going to do
simple
it the wafer
explanation. If they know
itself,
this full
which
shit,
represents
they'll still accept
Jesus
it because
literally.
that's what allows it to
It's
stay
the argument.
organized.
So the church, whereas they thought the blood libel was really dangerous,
Oh,
they
it's
put
just a
down.
government playing
Post
around.
desecration
It
actually
allows them to stay
supported the argument for
That's the problem with the
transubstantiation of
general
the doctrine.
population is they
Which is
just
not-
assume what this man
So
says,
here's
that's
a-
the truth, that's why
A desecration
they don't
story
bother
that
really
is
looking into
described
it. And if you
from
do, you're
the
like,
German
wow,
city of Passau,
it's
it's also
blatantly
14th
obvious
century,
that something is happening.
and it's basically
But
been
in
written
all honesty, as big
with
as the UFO
cartoons,
problem
which
is,
most
if we're
people
never
were
going to get the
illiterate,
Epstein
even though it
list,
does have the
you know what
German
I mean?
text
Like,
above
which
it,
is,
kind
that
of like
seems
a
quite pale in comparison to the UFO
graphic
stuff. Like,
novel.
we can't even get the
And the
Epstein
stories are
list.
almost all the same.
How close do you think we
Here
ever
is
get
a
probably
Christian
worse?
accomplice. Typically, there would be like a renegade Christian in these stories. There's also a renegade
How
Christian in a
far,
lot of
you know,
blood
'cause,
libel stories.
in
A
November,
renegade Christian
last
who,
November,
you
we
know,
were there, you
helps
were
the
working
Jews
on your
find the
documentary
child,
at the
that kind
time.
of thing. Here's a
You can
renegade
feel the
Christian,
energy in the crowd,
goes
which
to the
never
church,
translated
and you can see
over
he's looking
to
over his
the
shoulder
news,
as
like
he
whatever they
steals the
covered it.
host.
Just
So
didn't
here's
seem
the
as,
host, here's the
like, the
wafer.
energy was there, like I could feel it, everyone was excited. We thought we
And
were
then he
going to
goes
get a
and
really
takes
great
it to the Jews. You can
testimony
tell they're
today,
Jews because
but
they have the well
that never
on
trickles
their
into the
their
news. They
tunic,
never, they can't
and
portray that.
he
And
accepts
I just
money
felt so
for
disappointed that evening when I went home and I turned on the
he
TV
accepts
and
money
I saw
for
the news
the
coverage and I'm like,
host.
ah,
The host
it didn't
is
do it
then brought
justice.
back to
But
the
there's so many
synagogue
people
by
and
the Jews.
everybody,
They got a
you know,
little box
you
here,
saw names. I saw,
and in
you
their
know, saw,
synagogue, they torture the host.
Linda Leslie, I saw Robert
Stabbing with
Sellis, and
knives,
everybody was there.
miraculously it bleeds.
You know, we had, you know, rock
It
stars
starts to
walking
bleed.
in
That's
around
the,
the whole
again,
place as
demonstrating
well.
the
Everything
miraculous properties of the host.
we
You
got
can see that the
momentum now. At least it
Christian
felt
artist
that
has
way.
never actually been in a synagogue or hasn't
It
looked
always
carefully because
fizzles
he's
out
trying to
once they
reproduce the
and
they was both a bridge here in Hebrew, but they didn't know how to write Hebrew, but like gibberish up there. And then what happens is, like the police come to the door and say, hey, what's going on in here? We hear like some screaming, right? Like the screaming at the words of the Jews. They quick get rid of the evidence, they collect it up, they throw it into the furnace, and miraculously the form of a small child appears in the flames, and dogs fly out of the flames to be caught by waiting angels, right? Like all these miracles are attached to it to sort of reinforce the idea of transubstantiation. All of this stuff is nourished by bubble mice. It's not true at all. The next part, unfortunately, is typically what actually happened. There's a mob, burst into the synagogue, they arrest all the Jews, they behead them, which is also a typical Jewish habit from the 14th century. They torture them over the flames, they set them on fire, the Christian is later taken away for other punishments, and the synagogue is rededicated as a church. Body parts up here, blood libels, things like that. So host desecration, also hugely popular from the 13th century onward. So the ritual murder, the blood libel, the host desecration, it just gets crazier and crazier. This is the map that shows the spread of the host desecration. This also spreads into Spain quite heavily as well. Okay. Well, that's so exhausting. Questions, yes,
Myself and another friend of mine that doesn't want me to mention her name, we were in the back live texting Eric, and when he asked me that question about Lockheed Martin having the materials, that came directly from us. Ask him about Lockheed, and he did, and Lou just accidentally spilled the beans. And yeah, that's one of the questions
I
we were
don't
asking.
understand what your question was. Were they spread separately from
We're
what?
supposed to go to Bigelow Aerospace.
Oh,
And by texting real-time
that's good.
questions,
It would be interesting to try to
finally got the
correlate
answer
this
that,
stuff
yeah, it was
with
Lockheed
witch
that
hunts,
had
which
this,
happens quite a
and
bit
that's something
later
I've
for
been
the
trying
most
to find
part.
out for years.
I think there has been a
He did it
lot
right
of
there in
stuff
the hearing,
written
real
on
time.
the
That's
spread
kinda
of superstition
Yeah, it really
connected
is. It's a
with
great story.
mass
Not
media.
how,
Like,
independent investigators
When
can
it's
go out
one
there
thing
and
for
make a
two
mark.
guys sitting
I was the cutoff
in an
guy.
inn telling a story,
I was the
there's
person that
only
said,
a
no, we're
certain
full.
degree of
They stopped at me. I was like, really?
impact you
Like,
can
I
have
was
when
this
it's
close to
one-to-one
being
or
this
one to a
close. I
few.
was like, no.
But once
I
you
was the
start
last
like
cutoff
getting
guy. I was like,
broadsheets,
okay,
and
well,
once you
I
start
got to
getting
see
like,
it anyways.
you don't have
Like a spill
newspapers at this time, but once
Sure,
you
I
have
had to
like
go in there and
more
see it anyways.
technologies
But
of dissemination,
it was
then it just
between
goes
me
crazy.
and
We live in the
our
same
buddy
time.
Sean.
We live
There's
in the
no way I
era
was
of the
going to
internet,
line.
right?
No,
Where someone can have a super crazy idea, like
Nobody made it into it. I was good. I didn't need to be there.
Within weeks,
But
all
the
of a
fact
sudden,
that, you know,
QAnon
you
is
saw
like a
the
real
congressional
thing.
hearings, you
People
could
start
see
saying,
Hill
"Oh my
and
God,
Robert Sells
is
and
it true?
everyone
Who is Q anyway? You guys know what I'm
shows
talking
up
about,
to
by the
these
way?
things, and it just shows the dedication
Or what else? I'm
that
sorry.
people have. Obviously, there's issues dealing with congressmen.
Yes.
I know
Stay
Jeremy
away from
Corbell
social
had some
media.
issues
It's
with
really
the
unhealthy.
Immaculate Constellation Papers. I mean, there's always a
QAnon
drama
is
going on
a
somewhere,
bizarre,
but they always show up over and over again. This issue.
super
These presidents.
crazy
Now, I want to show a clip
idea that involves
that
the
you sent
most
me for
weird
this
ideas.
new
Like, for
movie.
example,
I'll just make sure that
2016,
Well,
it was especially got
I
huge
think
during
this is the
COVID.
first one you
But it
showed
goes
me.
back
The
to
one that starts with
2016.
what street?
The weirdest aspects of it was the
Okay,
idea
so if
that
you're gonna show that one,
Democrats would actually
starts
lose
with
outer
okay,
space.
so
I'm not making this
yeah,
up.
let me
Losers in outer
preface this
space
real
were
quick. Sure.
bent
So
on
in between the two
kidnapping
hearings,
children and
we went to I went to
It
Ohio
got so
and
bad
metal
that
samples and brought them back
for
to
some
deliver
reason,
to Kirsten
there were people
Gillibrand
who
there.
identified a particular
So I was
pizzeria
actually,
in Washington,
I left the
saying
first
that this
hearing and I went on a
was
field
like
trip.
a QAnon,
And
this
this
is like a QAnon belief that this pizzeria had a basement where they were doing this, and some guy brought a gun to the pizzeria and shot him up. Looking
Oh,
for the
no,
basement.
that's the new one.
It's
So
just,
that's a,
you know, it's
that's a
blood
draft.
lab, it's human psychology. Sorry, I'm in the back. I
sequence to the film. So okay, you want me? Yeah, you can play that one. Play this one, sure.
Yeah.
Let me know you can hear the sound.
Yeah, it did happen. It's super crazy thing that happened. And it has a lot to do with how information is shared. And we don't know what it means to share on the internet. Maybe you know better than I do because we're digital natives, but we don't know how to put it into it.
Cryptic journeys led only to more questions than answers. On my way to Washington, D.C. This is the hearing that is going to change the whole course of
That
disclosure.
sounds reasonable.
I spoke truth
There
to
were some
power.
really crazy things. Okay, so we have 7 minutes left to do the spokesman first.
Talking about
Okay, let's go.
planetary
Hold back
origin.
that.
So for this guy to say, we don't have this stuff, is
If
nonsense.
things couldn't
I've
get
delivered
worse,
evidence to the world.
you have the Black Death in the middle of the 13th century. The 1340s to about 1360, you have this terrible plague that reaches Europe, and nobody has natural immunity to it. The contemporary opinion is that it's based on a particular bacteria that's on a particular kind of flea that is on a particular kind of rat that made it from Asia on some of the boats landing probably in Italy or maybe in Sicily, and it just like carves a swath of death in all of Europe, with a mortality rate reaching like 40-50% in some places. Horrible bleeding death with these big ulcers called buboes that would blow up in, the lymph glands and things like that. And people are like, obviously, freaking out. Think of COVID-19, but with a lot more blood and with a lot more mortality.
We are coming full circle.
Yeah, mortality. Yeah, it was happening really fast, and also people don't have any good idea about how it's going to spread, right? Yeah, they don't have a good idea about any kind of this contagion theory. There are a lot of interesting Jewish accounts because remember how a Jewish account was related to this in any way? Well, that would be the legacy. No. Okay, so unfortunately, as much as we'd like to think that, we have no basis for saying that Jews suffered less. We do have these arguments that, okay, Jews wash more because they wash their hands before bread. Again, usually without soap. I don't know how many times you guys wash the clothes with soap, right? So we wash without bread, without soap. And we would bathe more often, like once a week. Right? So that's not exactly bathing so much. There's another argument that says that it's kind of crazy, but Jews didn't like dogs. Like there is some stuff in the Gemara about owning a bad dog. The Jews own cats instead. Cats chase rats, rats run away. The rats are fleas, or bubonic plague. But all that is just supposition. In fact, more likely, Jews probably died at a higher rate because of the COVID penalty. They're living in close contact with each other. When you have a contagious disease like this, you're much better off living isolated in a farm than you are living in an urban setting. We simply don't know if there was a Jewish death rate different from Christians during the Black Death. Well, the reason we do know a lot about the Black Death in Jews, though, is because a lot of Jews were doctors. And Jewish doctors are writing down, hey, I tried this, it worked, it didn't work, I tried that. And then we have a lot of fascinating accounts that are specifically from Jewish doctors describing the progression of disease. How this affects Jewish history specifically, though, is that, at the time, like, 16th century revision, the triumph of death, right? Horrific kind of scenes that we're looking at when you watch the video and look at it closely. Just like, skeletons riding all over the place. Big, hurting people in the clock. It's just a period of tremendous, you don't even know what exactly was going on. Versions explaining the Black Death that circulated, became very popular, is that Jews were poisoning the wells of Europe. And what they were doing is they made a pact with lepers, and they were taking bits of their flesh that fell off and poisoning the wells. So here's an example. This is actually from England that shows a Jew at the time was designed. They didn't know what to dress like because Jews had already been expelled from England at the time, but he's wearing like kind of their impression of what Jews wear, this special hat, things like that. And he's holding this leather pouch that has, the flesh of lepers in it, and he's dumping it into the well, and coming spinning out of the well is a kind of a demon that urinates back into the well, and so in the background, just for good measure, is a ritual murder victim as well. And since this is in English, I'll show you a little close-up of the text. And here it says, in the shoulder note, a great infection throughout all Europe by reason the water in the wells was poisoned. The allies themselves, meaning the Jews, allied themselves in consort with their lepers. My whole
it's going to be interesting to see how it unfolds. I've got a lot of AI cases that I have yet to have something turn out exactly like I want. And or even close, really. You'll say, hey, give me a picture of a man standing in front of a glowing orb. You can find something there. Okay, that would probably work. But if you were painting all the ideas of the world yourself,
bizarre kind of ideas circulating. All of these things together.
Yeah, as somebody I draw and paint or play music,
this is like
it's
why Jews
the
felt
approach and the person's like a pen stroke or a brush stroke or the man, it's unique to the person. That's what makes you like, Stevie Ray Vaughan versus, Eddie Van Halen. They had different approaches, but yeah, I can't create something like that or then don't wear that passion, that
Eastern Europe was saying, hey,
feeling
please,
that those
come
headphones
here.
on comes from that person. That's their
You
emotional
guys are great at developing
aspect that's
economies.
transferring to
Please
you.
come,
I
we'll let
always
you
think
settle,
music
we'll
is
give
the
you all
closest
kinds
thing to
of
telepathy that we have.
commissions and so on.
Because I can tell you, what,
And
Rob,
this is
like,
the
my wife
time
let
when
me
Jews are
use
being
my
forced out of Europe
that's
all
sad. But
over
if I
the
play
place.
these
This is
blues and
from
it really sang it with my heart, you
1182
would
when
feel
Jews
my
were first
emotions. And I think that's what art does, and that's what I fear AI is not going to be able to
with the economic
like when
situation,
you make a movie,
and
it's
that's
your
this is
editing,
where we're going to leave it
it's
off.
the way you
Most
ask
important of those
questions, it's your
expulsions, which will
shots,
be
your
later
light,
in
everything
1492 from
comes from
Spain,
you as the
but we're
artist. And I
still
just
a
think
little bit shy
some
of
are cop out, especially in
Okay, I
filmmaking,
actually
what
got
you
through
do
the
if we start
entire
with
lecture.
all your clips into the system, you say, hey, I put my movie together for me.
Thank you very much for
Well,
learning.
there's no longer any artistic style. There's not that Ron James style to your movies anymore I think that's the problem that I fear the most.
All right, so where we left off, we
everything
talked
to AI and
about
not doing anything for
trade
themselves
and
anymore.
commerce as one of the most important elements of the Jewish economy in the medieval era. Another extremely important element, and in fact, probably the most important element for much of medieval history, was specifically money lending. Using the nasty term is usury. Usury is more like, we don't use that word in English very much, but it's sort of like loan sharking. It's kind of like charging injurious rates of interest, and in the Middle Ages, we should note that rates of interest were typically 40 to 70% per annum. So how much is like a really bad credit card today? Yeah, maybe 35%. And in the medieval ages, it will be double that. Easily. But money lending was extremely profitable for the money lender. Anyone else benefit from money lending besides the money lender? The king, exactly, because the source of tax income. That's why, for example, if you think about vices like, let's say, gambling or alcohol consumption or cigarette smoking, that governments love vices in as so far as they can tax them. They're bad if they get out of hand. Like if you have a gambling casino on every block, it tends to bring a neighborhood down. But having a few gambling casinos where people could go and their winnings are heavily taxed, the governments love that. And that's exactly the situation with Jewish money laundering. It was in some degrees of vice, and you see exactly why that is so in the medieval context, but it was a massive source of income for taxation, so it was not only tolerated but protected very often. Now, let's try to understand, why would there be an opposition to money laundering? It really boils down to the fact that the Catholic Church interpreted the Hebrew Bible in precisely the same way that Jews did. Here's the key passage, which is from Torah. You shall not lend on interest to your brother. Interest of food or money or anything on which interest can be charged. You may charge interest to a foreigner, but not to your brother. So Jews interpret this passage to mean a Jew may not charge interest to his fellow Jew, but he may charge interest to a Christian, a Muslim, a pagan, whoever. That's pretty straightforward. I tried calling up Visa and MasterCard to find out if the CEO was Jewish, but they wouldn't answer my call. Now, Christians read this verse and said exactly the same thing. And they said, okay, Christians are all brothers, so Christians may not charge interest to other Christians. And that basically shuts down the economy very effectively. Because, especially if you're in an agricultural economy, right? You buy your seed, that requires a huge upfront investment to buy the seed. You got to put a lot of energy into working the land. You put the seed into the soil, and then you got to wait. And all that time between buying the seed and the harvest, you have no income. So how do you make it, right? There's a big natural drop in the middle of the agricultural cycle. It's expensive the first time, but every year, right? Okay, if you're smart, like Joseph decided, you set aside from that first investment, and then you've got money to kind of carry you through. But people are not always so smart about how they save money for the winter. And also, all kinds of things can happen. Bad things like terrible harvests or rampaging nomadic civilizations and they steal all your grain, or good things like, you have a new baby, or you have a big party, or whatever it is, all kinds of things can happen, and all of a sudden you have no income whatsoever. The only way to get through it is with a short-term loan. Things like people have these payday loans. It's really high levels of interest, but if you're living paycheck to paycheck, and all of a sudden, your car breaks down and you got to invest money in fixing it, you need money, so you need paycheck. So you go to the money lender, and they'll say, no problem, happy to lend you money. They'll cost you 70% interest, and just make sure you pay it back. It tends to be very small amounts, but very lucrative.
Yeah, and the who's who, are you doing a presentation? Are you showing anything in this year?
Precisely. This is where the stereotype comes from. It does not come from thin air. The big nose thing probably comes from thin air. But the idea of the Shylock, right, was a character in Shakespeare's Merchant of Venice, who actually, if you've ever read Merchant of Venice, which I recommend, it's a very powerful play. I personally don't think that particular play is actually anti-Semitic. Shylock is very, very badly treated, and when he finally has a chance to get his revenge, he loans money to, I forget the guy's name, Christian, and he says, but if you fail to pay me, what I want to charge you is not interest, but a pound of your flesh. I'll choose a pound of your flesh as my payment. And then, of course, the guy can't pay, and then there's a whole lawsuit, stuff like that. In the end, Shylock loses, and it's a happy event because it's actually a common. But Shylock comes across, I think, when you read it, as this very human character because he's deeply wronged by whatever his name is. Antonio, there you go. So that's where you get the phrase, though, the pound of flesh, meaning that it's a usurious
So
extreme
that kind of
rate
stuff
of interest.
is happening
So here,
more
but
and more.
think about it economically, right? The Jews are living this very precarious kind of existence. Farming is not a good option for them because they can be kicked off their land, or they can be like, evicted, or they can be chased out by farmers, things like that. They can make a small amount of living in small crafts, things like that. But quite often, advancement requires membership in a guild, which is closed to Jews, just like we talked about the Fair Shul, where Jews would actually regulate how many Jews could come into a town. They also were regulated against by the various guilds who said only so many, whatever, leather workers and things like that. So this is like a field that's open to them, and they have a monopoly on it because there's nobody else who can charge interest legally in Christian countries. A lot of Christians do in China. There's lots of examples of Christians who are also lending money and charging interest. And usually when they repent after they made a lot of money, they build a church to atone for their previous sins. But Jews are the only official sanctioned money.
I still can't figure out where these layers came from and how they were done. And Gary Nolan told me that, it's evidence of the microscopic.
No. Basically, we'll see in this lecture, by the 15th century, the Italians said, this is stupid.
And so
And we are going to charge interest because there's so much money to be made here. Lots of people want to borrow money. And once the Italians got involved, the Jewish monopoly ended.
Lou Elizondo and Tom DeLong and Chris Bledsoe went to this guy's house and pulled samples and brought it in output on. And TTSA, which is one of these big material sampling that they don't show about, but nobody can tell us what the test results were.
Or every single Jew.
Correct.
They're like, I'm not sure I know what you're talking about.
Right. It's hard to actually quantify this. We don't have really good statistics, but just based on my sort of Gestalt understanding, if you had a stencil that had 1,000 Jews in it, and let's say,
So this was right
that
after the
meant
first
that there
hearing.
were 400 Jews who were actually gainfully employed, another 200 who were sort of employed by those who were employed, and another 200 who were basically on the dole from the rest of the community. Of those, let's say 400 who were really employed, probably about 150 of them were actually money lenders. So it's the biggest single chunk of the economy, not the majority of the economy, but the single chunk. And of course, the one that's most memorable because it is that chunk where Jews would have the most commerce with non-Jews. Okay, so let's go further here. This was expanded upon in the 4th century by Church Father Ambrose, and in particular, it is rendered into Catholic law by something called the Decretum Gratiani, or the decree of Gratia, that's actually portrayed in this particular document here. It says it's explicit for sure. Christians are not allowed to turn interest to other Christians, and that means it's wide open for the Jews.
We're finally going to take as many samples as we
Jewish
need.
monopoly was de jure.
I'll be
Remember
turning
this term de jure?
one of
Sometimes
these
people say
samples over to
de
First
jure,
Kilograms
but
office
de jure
on
means
19th.
of the
And then
law.
the rest of it is
In
going
writing
to San
legal.
Francisco to Stanford.
Jewish monopoly in writing that Jews are legally the only people who are allowed to charge interest in Christian
So
Europe.
while we're drilling
And
this,
Christian
look at this
competition
line.
was
That's not a
de
special
facto.
effect.
That's the
This thing
opposite
was
de jure. De jure means in law, de facto means in practice, like what people actually do. Like, for example, de jure, the speed limit is 30 miles an hour. De facto, people drive 35, 40. Doing what actually is written or what is actually done. So there was Christian competition de facto, but de jure, the Jews were the only ones allowed to do it, and Jews were big into it. That's very interesting.
Elements of the consciousness that was there for this time, even for years, or maybe forever. I know. So
Correct. So there are a lot of things that they could not do, right? And also a lot of things they did not want to do either. Agriculture is the employment of the vast majority of Christians in Europe. And as we've discussed, agriculture is not a really viable option for Jews as a small minority, as a vulnerable minority. All kinds of guilds and partisan organizations were closed shop. You could not get in, and you would not be allowed to a swordsmith or things like that. Jews couldn't get in, even like the dyers and like pigments and things like that. Jews couldn't get into for the most part. But this is something that was open to them, and not only open, encouraged, protected by. So it's kind of a natural thing. One area, however, that became pretty much universal respect was that
always out somewhere. She'll text me like, "Oh, we're here. We're checking this out." She'll cross.
this was an area where
the country like, "Oh, we're
people
here."
were so desperate for there that Jews were literate,
I always say like, if you're gonna
pretty
learn,
much
these are the
universally
people to learn
respected.
from. Those are
Popes who had
constantly
Jewish doctors, kings had Jewish doctors.
Whether
So
you're
those deals were largely
like,
not
there's no
those.
money involved.
There were not every university. Universities actually closed Jews, but there were a handful, I think about 4 who allowed Jews to study there for medicine. But you realize that in the 12th century, there were only like 3 or 4
Was there a
universities
challenge
total.
trying to get like a certain
Oxford, maybe,
interviewee that
very
was a
few.
elusive
So,
and he really needed
people
to
were
get
learning
that person?
medicine on their own. Saying, okay, I'm a doctor.
What I wanted that I
Yeah,
couldn't get.
that's it.
Getting people to for
So
interviews.
Dark Ages, that actual
especially
term,
subject matter
refers to
is
the period
touchy.
from the fall of Rome
It's
until
hit
the
and miss,
Renaissance.
and
It's a
I have
big
learned over
period of
time.
time, basically
You have to
from,
count that
let's say, the year
interview until
500 to
you walk out
about
of
the
the
year
room with that
1300.
camera, with that recording done.
This
Right,
is
because people can go
right. This is the
sideways,
high
people can
Middle
change
Ages.
their
So
minds.
this is like the very end
So
of
yeah,
Dark Ages.
getting
So the dawn is
people
already coming out.
to be willing to sit, especially now, because after Accidental
Yes.
Truth, I've kind of earned this reputation as a guy that's going to put you on the spot, which means, it's difficult. Like,
You're absolutely correct.
in
It's far
Accidental
more
Truth,
lucrative
Lou
than being a peasant. It's way better than being a peasant too. Right? But let's talk about I have it over here. Let's do the risks and benefits of misery. Right here, some Jewish moneylenders. See the crowd here. Right? So benefits, profit, right? Money lending is profitable.
Even though he was receiving
That's the
compensation,
bottom line.
compensation
Make a big paycheck with that. Yeah,
And so
Mr.
there's a lot of
here.
the whole industry is messed up.
Oh,
Run by a lot of
okay,
us.
sir.
And so, I learned a lot of lessons from
urban.
that first film.
This is an
And
urban
truthfully,
profession.
the
You
new
don't have
Accidental
to
Truth film, I'm
live
2 weeks
far
away
away
from
from
having
other
the show.
Jews.
It's still not
Stay
done. It's probably
inside
not going to
a
be done
Jewish
with the show.
neighborhood as a clean trade because, you can
But
still
at the
go
end of the
minion in
day,
the morning,
I would beat myself up
you
over
can,
the work on it.
walking distance of the
It's an
kosher
ever
Chinese, walking distance
one
of
of the
kosher
biggest
pizza,
challenges
whatever you want is so close because they come to you, right? You have banker's hours. You can say, my money lending shop is open from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. I take an hour off for lunch, and people will come to you and they'll wait for you. So it's like, it's great that way. And it involves minimal effort. All you have to do is humor and literate. And you have to have a certain amount of money. You have to have enough to start with. So basically, if you've got the money, you'll write down what people owe you and calculate what they owe you afterwards, then you can open up your shop.
Trying to make a film that's as good as the first one, and trying to, there's always one more event, there's always one more person I want to catch an interview with, there's always one more reason that I need one more thing before I can get this done. And I'm still in that cycle. That's crazy.
Well, that's going to be
So, true, but remember who your partner is, right? The king, right? So in other words, if a guy fails to pay you back, the king comes to your office and says, okay, here's my tax receipts this month. You say, oh, I'd love to give you your taxes, but look at my record book, Jean-Paul did not pay me back, and I'm still holding on to a pledge for this whole time. The king gets upset, goes out,
I pretty much do my
right? You have muscle behind it, at least when it's going well. As we shall see, there are lots of risks too. But when it's going well, it's like the FDIC, right? Federal something, Thank you so much, Mr. Ruin. Better Deposit Insurance Corporation. I don't know. It means that when you put money into your bank here in America, it's guaranteed up to like $150,000 or something. You got muscle behind it. Okay, and so it's minimal effort. You have to be literate. You have to be numerate. The vast majority of people are neither literate nor numerate, and they're also not allowed to do it. The church forbids it, but the Jews can do it. In fact, they're the only people who are legally allowed to. Risks. So
writing scripts,
resentment is a big factor because
stuff, doing
everybody loves to get a loan. Nobody likes to pay back a loan, right? Especially when you're halfway through on your car payments. And
Big difference between your movie to something else that we all know in the community that the
So
movie's all
you can
about.
get, if you're a money lender, you will be resented by everyone you loan money to.
You
The
go into
peasants who are typically
hear from them.
borrowing
I'm just
small
gonna say
amounts
career,
of money,
whenever you watch
just
anything,
like payday
career
loans to get through to the next harvest, that kind of thing. Or even worse,
is him.
we'll see this more when we get to Eastern Europe. Right now we're still in Western Europe, but in Eastern Europe, one of the ways that peasants would rack up a big tab
That's what
is they would drink alcohol in a Jewish inn. Something called a check.
because it's not just talking.
And this is also something that the nobleman would allow you to have exclusivity on the production of alcohol. Just think about this. Nobody in, let's say, southern Poland, Western Ukraine is allowed to distill alcohol except the Jews who are living there. They set up the inns, the peasants work hard all day in the fields, they come out, they have a few beers, they put it on my tab, and the tab goes, and the tab gets enriched because you're borrowing around. And the harvest season comes, and the peasant says, okay, I'm ready to pay off my tab. What? Look at this amount, I know how to calculate this, right? So it's, why does the nobleman allow this terrible thing to happen?
And then when I do sit down interviews,
Because he taxes it, right? It's his profit, so he loves it. He lets the Jews be the only ones to do it. If he allows everybody to distill alcohol, then there's no way he can control it. But the Jews who are vulnerable, who are dependent on his big races, they will fulfill that role. They'll provide the alcohol, they'll sell the alcohol on credit, charge interest, and then, you'll have peasants who will be very upset about this. But the practice is something called propaganda. And occasionally, basically from the 17th century on, you'll have massive peasant uprisings against Jews. We'll talk about it later, but for example, the Khmelnytsky uprising, one of the most notorious of these great peasant uprisings, was heavily rooted in factors like Jews charging interest on barcaps. Mr.
It's going to come up with like even now in podcasting, which is crazy because I've been doing this for 5 years. Out of nowhere, all these new podcasts pop up, and they got the budget wrong. You would not think they could fly people in first class and sit them down and have all the exclusive interviews. That's great, whoever sponsored them. But the little guys, that's what I'm worried about. Filmmakers, podcasters.
Good point. I mean, don't forget, you still have the big brother factor where
because
the
people are
was
trying to
credit.
be stars on the
People
other end.
ditching town is
It's just
actually
that's
rather
more
difficult to do
misinformation
in
coming our
a
way.
surf environment
100%.
because
That's
people are
you're not
not
like that. You're a
quite
very decent person,
slaves,
and you're the
but they
same
are
on camera as you are
attached
off
to the
camera.
land.
You're just genuine.
Yeah, they can't just like pick up and say, I'm going to go over to the next village. They have the freedom of movement all day long, but they're still trying to buy the master.
Time and effort
And
that you put into this.
they,
I've seen you a few
so
times
it's
in
kind of like
Atlanta
a half
somewhere, and you're
servitude.
always
So they're still
talking with
around.
people and
So it's
socializing. And
hard
that's
to
what
run away.
that's what we want to see.
The,
We want to see the
there
people
will
that
come a
we look
point
up to.
where the
do
risks
that.
outweigh the
Not like,
benefits,
I'm
and
more
that's usually when you pick up and leave.
come to me, like that attitude is so prevalent in our field that we should start calling that out. It's a charlatan sort of mentality.
Financially, they definitely had good control.
Everybody should understand something. And my feeling about all of this is that if I believe that God-given abilities to do certain things to make a difference in this crazy world we're in, that's a gift. It's not.
It's an overly rosy picture. It's an overly, we talked about Gretzky a few weeks ago, right? That's a Gretzian approach where the Jews are like always victims, never victimizers. But it's not the historical reality. We definitely had our share of victimizing. You'll answer that question for me at the end of this course. We'll see how you feel about it. But the difference about the 17th, 18th century with the Haskalah, which we will get to in a few weeks, that was like entrance into broader society, into the world of culture, of art, of the media, of literature. This is actually pretty good compared to a peasant existence. I would take a Jew's existence any day. And not just for the schnapps and herring on Shabbos. The income was actually pretty good. Okay, Mr. Adlerstein, Mr. Hanson, I really got to go on.
that person. So, like I live in Sedona, where nobody knows anything about anybody in this field. And they just know these guys. And once you cross a certain
You are absolutely correct, Mr. Augustine. You're giving me a segue to the word mobility. It's not just a thing, but it could be local mobile. Right? And what would happen is, like, and this especially happens as money lending expanded, and as some Jews amassed the incredible capital, they would finance war. Like if the Muslim said, I want to fight with the other Muslim across the valley, but I need to hire mercenaries who will go to Jews, and they would say, I'll pay you your 20% interest on a big loan, get it for me, and they would come up with the cash. And that was great. The Jews became extremely wealthy. They were called poor Jews because they were like close to power. They were like, they bankrolled a lot of countries, literally. But it was extremely risky, as you point out, because what happens when the time comes to pay, and the nobleman says, this debt burden is too high. So the peasants would react by revolting. The king or nobleman would just say, not I'm canceling the debts, but I'm kicking the Jews out. Oh, by the way, I'm also canceling the debts. So quite a number of Jewish expulsions were due to the fact that the nobility found it financially expedient to get rid of their creditors. But at the end of the day, I gotta say, creditors, yeah, they get rid of their creditors rather than pay back the bill. What ends up happening on the private scene, what ends up happening is they kick out the Jews, and then after about 6 months or 2 years, they say, wow, it's so hard to get us by without having a credit system in place, and they invite them back. That's why Jews were expelled from France 5 times in a century.
Armchair experts that are so nasty.
Yes, well, the clergy never got into power per se, because they never wanted to actually take control of those rainforests, but they had far more influence after the 13th century. And the church disapproving of some action could bring down a king. So,
I live
yeah, we'll get to that when we talk more about the Crusades. But you're right, same thing, clergy can be upset, and it's really dangerous for the Jews. So, we can balance the benefits against the risks, and you can determine whether they were worth it or not. Mr. Grant.
There's always going to be an internet troll. And to tell the truth, Ron, you know you're doing something good when people are attacking you. You know that you're onto something, that you're getting well known when people need the attention to, like, oh, look what I said to Ron. Oh, it's so cool, right? That means you're doing something good. Ron, where can people find you? Where is the best place to locate you?
I think you are very perceptive there, Mr. France. I will give you an example from South Central Los Angeles, was subject to a whole series of riots about 15, 20 years ago. And basically, a lot of African Americans were very upset about the white hegemony in Los Angeles culture. Couldn't get jobs, they were like, poor education, stuff like that. And they revolted and they burned big sections of their own neighborhoods rather than going to Beverly Hills and like burning down white neighborhoods. But who suffered the most were the Korean shop owners who opened up these things called bodegas, right? Because very few big shopping markets, like whatever Foods, Shopping Trade or whatever place like that, are willing to build shopping malls in these dense inner city ghettos. So the only place you can get food is either you get out and travel, 45 minutes to get to a proper grocery store, or you go to a local Korean store where they will sell you groceries, but in smaller amounts and for higher prices. And so these Koreans were ironically the people servicing the community, but exploiting them at the same time. They were the ones who felt the first anger of the so-called peasant uprising of South Central LA. The Jews were like the Koreans. There's some really good studies of what they call middleman economies, where the Jews were the middleman, and they obviously bore the brunt of a lot of anger at the entire system. But because of the position they were in economically,
Ron James, thank you so much for joining us, and let's hear from you again.
Yeah, it could be. I think there are a lot of metaphors. Let us go on a little further. Right. So the bottom line is you have relatively more wealth and power than peasants. Again, we can't exaggerate this, and we are painting with a very broad brush over hundreds of years, but relatively speaking, the existence of a peasant was miserable compared to the existence of an urban Jew, but it was tenuous, because you could have these popular uprisings resulting in these explosions of violence called pogroms, or from the landed estates, you could be expelled. You could be kicked out because the debt load to the nobility was too high. Okay, let's go. So when did all transit? I mentioned earlier the Italian invented in the 15th century. So hang on a second. This is just picture match. It's been going on for hundreds of years. There's so much money to be made in Ireland. Can we possibly find a loophole to allow Christians to engage in money lending? And they came up with it. They call it the Monte di Pieta, which means the mountains of piety. I don't exactly know why they named their banks the mountains of piety. Maybe because they had like mountains of money that they could lend out or stuff like that. But by the 15th century, this, by the way, is a ghetto bank, a loan agreement from a Monte di Pieta. They essentially charge interest.
I know, I'm so excited to have our friend Jamie on. Yay,
But they didn't call
I
it
am
interest.
so
They had a
excited to be
legal
here,
fix to say,
and I've
this
been
is to
wondering why
cover
you
the
haven't talked about
overhead
cryptids yet, so I
of the
actually
bank.
ordered
Meaning
Jason and
this bank,
threatened
this
him with
Monte di
bodily
Pieta,
harm if he
still
wouldn't let me
has
come
to
on to
have
talk
a
about
physical
cryptids, because
structure.
I personally
They have to
think
pay
that
to
like
keep the lights
aliens,
on,
cryptids, and ghosts
pay to
all go
keep the
hand in
heat on,
hand. They're
stuff
all
like
kind
that.
of under the
So
same
you
umbrella.
can
And I think the more and more you research any of these topics, the
But you
more
pay
you start to
40 to
realize how
50%
connected they
of
all
what
are.
you borrow.
Couldn't agree more. So I'm happy you're here to educate us and tell us about cryptids. Yeah, I had no idea really that you
Well, this
were
is
into this
more
for so
like bank.
long and studying all
Right.
the different types.
But
So
the
I'm
thing
really
is,
anxious to learn.
how,
Yeah, I'll tell you a little bit of background how I got into it. So
in the
me and my
Catholic
best friend
Church,
Bree used to do a
halachically, a
podcast
Christian
called That
can't
One Time
charge
I Was
interest
Abducted
at
by
all.
Aliens. And
So
we
they're
used
not
to
allowed
strictly
to
just
charge
cover
46%
UFOs and alien
interest.
stories. And then
But they
we
can
met a
charge
friend along the way,
0 to
which you
50%
guys all know in
overhead.
podcasting. You end up meeting people.
Furthermore,
You know, someone
quite
comes on
often,
a guest ends up being a really good
the
friend of
church,
yours.
which is
And I had a
involved
friend
heavily
named
in
Bonnie
the
who was
Monte di
really into
Pieta,
cryptids.
they
And he was like,
forced the
hey,
Jewish
we
community
should
to
talk about cryptids.
underwrite
I was like,
the Monte di
let's
Pieta
start a
and
little
to
show
pay punitive
and talk about
taxes.
cryptids. So we started
Like when the
Bobby's
church
Cryptid
was more
Corner, and
powerful.
every Tuesday
Pay punitive
we go live on
taxes
YouTube and we
these
would deep dive a
competitors
different
with
cryptid. And we deep dive
So
something
the
like
Jews were still lending
150
money
different
and
cryptids before we
paying
ended
their
up stopping doing it.
competitors a
Me and Bree don't
subsidy
do
to
the
keep
podcast
them
anymore. We do
open.
other things
And the
now.
whole idea was to take that cash flow away
so
from the Jews and direct it towards the
I kind
church.
of like fell into it
Ironically,
and
it
fell in love
failed.
with all of these different cryptids and
Anyway,
things. As much
guess
as I love
why the
UFOs and
Monte di Pieta?
ghosts,
I mean, they
there's
eventually
only so
succeeded.
many
They turned
things
into
you can really
commercial
look
banks
into
because
that
society became more
aspect. So it was
secular.
really cool to
People
kind of
didn't
look at
care
something
about the
else.
biblical
And then
tradition
as
anymore
we
at all.
started to research all these things, we
Why
realized how
did the
connected
Jewish
everything was.
money lending actually increase, not only survive,
and you're right, we
but
haven't covered
increase
it
at this
much
time?
on
Yes,
the
Mr.
podcast.
Blanco, what do you think?
One of the things, again, we're trying to
The king was also taxing these
have our
guys.
biases, and for
Not
me,
quite
for
as
the
much,
longest
though.
time, Bigfoot,
They
even
hid
though
their
I live
money
in
better
Bigfoot
than
country,
I have
was
a,
not
and this is a
radar,
counterintuitive. You're not going to get this, so Mr. Chairman, last guess.
but can I personally compartmentalize all these things and be different?
No, in the 15th century, the Italians are really smart. They know the stuff. Mr. Perry,
So,
I'll be last
I
time.
would love to hear more about it. First of all, though, let's start with
Reputation.
Bigfoot. We
What
start
do
with
you
just
mean by that?
my question about Bigfoot is that it's
No,
normally
the
related
church
to a
has a big
sighting
reputation.
of a UFO
This is
or
the main reason why
where UFOs normally are.
the main
Do you
reason
think
why
there's
the
a
Monte di
correlation
Pieta did
between
not
the sightings of these
facilitate Jewish
crafts
money
and
lending
these
is because
entities?
they had all
Yes,
kinds of religious
But
rules
for a
attached to it.
different reason than
So
people
when you
think,
went to the
and
Monte
we'll
di
kind of get
Pieta,
into
if
this
you
more
owed
towards the
money,
end of the episode,
you
but
had to like
think
give a
that
confession. You had
Bigfoot
to say why you
could be
owed the
many
money.
different things. A lot of people
and
think
you
that
had to
Bigfoot
like
is like a
make all
physical
kinds of
creature
like
that lives
religious
here. Some
statements that I
people think that
promise that
Bigfoot
I'll
is an
never
interdimensional being.
gamble
So when you
again
get into
with
the
this prostitute
interdimensional
again,
side of
whatever it
things,
is that got
the
me
alien
dead
stuff
in the
comes in
first
with
place.
that. And then
And
another thing is like what you were saying,
they
like
couldn't guarantee
you see
secrecy, they
Bigfoot
couldn't guarantee
at these locations that
confidentiality.
maybe people
Whereas
witness
if you
UFOs,
went
so
to
that
the
maybe
Jew
a portal
didn't care
is in a
why
certain
you were
area, and
dead.
it's not
You just
necessarily
wanted
that
to
the
make sure
two
you could
coincide
pay
with
back
each other,
with
but
it.
that they're using
And
the
all
same
that
kind of
kind of moral
pathways to
stuff
get
was
here
set
to Earth.
aside. So ironically, even when the
That's
Monte
been
di
talking about
Pieta
for a
set
while.
up,
And
even when the
section
Jews
on
were
cryptids, I
were
they haven't done a
burdened
deep dive
with
like
more
you. I mean,
taxation
had
to
that
pay for
experience of the
them,
Rocky Mountain Ranch to the
step
part of
patronizing
the
Jewish
questions
their
about certain
situation to be,
cryptids that have been
you know,
seen in Colorado.
private.
And if you
It's just
heard
like
other stories or looked into
when
it,
you
but this book here, you know,
borrow money now,
Stan
you
Warden's
know, you're going to get a hit on your credit
case
report.
book.
Every
So,
time you ask to borrow money,
this is a bit
it
older
gets
of a book.
reported
I'm
to
sure you're
credit.
aware of it,
But if you
they
go to a
talk a
loan
lot about
shark,
Ohio,
he's not going to
Pennsylvania, and
report to the credit aid.
but
And
I've
if you
never
know
really
you're going
heard
to be able to pay back within a
explain
certain
that. And there may be
then
not
you fell
necessarily
into debt
connected.
again.
That's interesting.
I think that a
And
lot of
that's,
people,
you
they
know, one of the
assume
reasons
that
why
like,
you
oh,
break
it has
it.
to be connected to each other. Why is it like you see a shitty Chevy Tahoe driving on a freeway and a Ferrari? Just because they're using the same
it
freeway
probably-
doesn't mean that they're
I
connected to
don't
each
know,
other
it's a good
anyway.
question.
It's
How
just
did it
two separate
impact
people
the
and they're two separate
reputation? I don't
vehicles
think
going
it
places.
substantially improved their reputation,
Okay,
other
so
than
I
the
have a
fact that they
presentation that I'm going to
maintain
share,
confidentiality.
so we can
Which
get
is a
right
good thing,
into this.
right?
So,
Like,
what
if
is
you're
a cryptid?
engaging in
So
illicit
cryptids
or
are
illegal
mysterious
activity,
animals or
you
humanoid
want your
beings whose
partners to be
existence
at
has
least
yet to be
confidential.
formally
That
recognized
doesn't
by
mean you're going to
mainstream
respect
science.
them or name
So I want to make that
specific
very clear.
member of the year.
Cryptids are beings here on Earth, but we just don't know what they are. A lot of cryptids kind of chalk it up to, oh, well, it's a misidentification of something that we already have in creatures. So if we conditions, why not above them as well?
So we think we have it pegged on what's on the surface, but we probably are missing several species.
Technology is the study of this. It seeks to investigate and document the elusive entities, many of which are rooted in folk cryptids or just awaiting formal discovery. Okay?
Go ahead.
Vampires. A vampire is a human that was turned into a vampire, therefore not a cryptid. Ghosts, not cryptids,
Correct.
because they are
It's not necessarily the right to serve the king, it's kind of like a location
not a
in
cryptid.
society. If I remember correctly, I think I have
And
actually
also,
a
surprise,
no, I don't. We'll
aliens,
be in another
not
class.
cryptids,
So
because they are
basically,
not.
we're in the feudal era right now.
What about
You guys
fairies?
remember
Are
what
fairies
is
cryptids?
feudalism?
I think fairies are cryptids.
Yes, Mr. Blushka.
Some people might argue with me on that, but I do think that that is an
Can you
humanoid
tell me a little bit about that structure?
being here on Earth that we've yet to identify. So I think that that's a huge possibility. That's why fairies are not on my what is not a cryptid list. So we're gonna get straight into the juicy good shit. We're gonna go to Bigfoot. So
Excellent,
Bigfoot,
very
also
good.
known as
I was just
Sasquatch, is
replying a
a
little bit.
bipedal
If
and
you
hairy creature
imagine
said to inhabit
feudalism
the deserts
or
of North
corporate
America,
society
primarily in
involves
the Pacific
dividing the
Northwest.
population
Bigfoot
into
has
big
roots
blocks,
in both
which
America
is
and
primarily
Canadian folklore, and I think that
socioeconomic
that's
in
really
nature.
an important
You
thing
have
to
like the
talk about,
huge
because I think
number
a
of
lot of
people who
people
are
don't understand.
peasants
They think like
who
Bigfoot,
are
they think like
stuck
Oregon
on the
or
land
like
and they
Washington State,
produce
but like it's not.
agricultural
It's just
products.
all of
They,
North
they
America
are
is
managed
leads
by a
up into
group
that
of
Canada area.
nobles
It's just that
who
little area.
tried to figure this out from a
Quite
Marx
possibly
perspective.
Bigfoot's.
The original arrangement that created, and there's a lot of discussion
So
about
there's a lot
whether
of
or not this
evidence
is
for
truly the
Bigfoot.
origin.
People
But
like to
this
say
is
that
the
there's
story
not. There's
that
photographs.
you have all these
Vampires in
farmers
film, which
who are
is
like fed up
right
the
above
fact
the
that
screen.
being
We even have
attacked by
Bigfoot casts that are out there.
external
There's
nomads
tons of different
coming
ones.
down
There's
and
not just like
raiding
one
their
famous one.
farm.
There's tons
So
of
they
Bigfoot casts
hire
out there. And then
people
we
who
also
are
have
really
tons
good
of
fighters
so
and
we
say,
have this
listen,
little
you
one
guys
right here where you can
don't
see
worry
kind of
about
the background,
farming. We'll
kind
take
of the
care of the
foreground,
farming. We
face
will
that
pay
kind of
you
goes here.
to protect
There
us.
are
And those
so
became,
much
again,
evidence.
according to the
But I think
Marxist
that
analysis,
when it comes to
of
law
the
like UFO
aristocracy,
evidence, no matter what we
a
show
security
people or
guard.
what we put in front of people's
As
faces,
things developed over hundreds of
they
years,
just
the idea
can't
is that the nobility who are
come
coming
to a
from those
conclusion
knights
that it's real or not.
begin to
Everybody is like,
demand
oh,
more
well,
money
it's
and more
fake. Oh,
privileges
it's
from the
photoshopped.
peasants.
Oh,
The
it's
peasants are
made with AI.
impoverished
And
and
we
they
just
find
live in this
themselves
world where
in a state
even
of
if we have the
vassalage
best evidence in
to
the
their
world
lord,
slapping
which
us in the
means they
face of
owe them
something,
fealty,
we
they owe them
refuse to
obedience.
change it. And I think
And
that that's a huge problem
Reifies
in
into
the
this
Bigfoot
kind of
community,
heavy
the
structure
cryptid
that's
community,
very,
the alien
you know,
community, and the
top
ghost
down
community
in
in
terms of
general.
authority.
Willful
And it's only a
ignorance.
case
For
set by
sure.
peasant rebellions,
So,
which happen every couple
Bigfoot
hundred
is
years.
worldwide.
The
It's
church,
not
this is
just
what I'd
an
like to find,
American
Mr.
Canadian
Blackman,
these kind of things.
Does
So we
does
have
the church
Bigfoot,
report to
Sasquatch,
the
in,
nobility? Where does the
up
church
of
fit in
North
there?
America. I love that. The north part of America and into Canada, that's what they call it. But like down in Florida, they have the skunk ape, which is literally the same version of Bigfoot.
Very
But
good. So
the
that's
only
essentially
difference
the
is that
case.
it lives in a swamp instead of in the mountains.
So along with this whole structure of
smelter
feudalism.
that's like
And in
attached
theory,
then you have like in the just Bigfoot, but a different color, right? So like you think about bears, tons of bears all over the world, and all these bears have different species depending on the different. They also have squares. Not just think about when we talk about
what order you put your
a
clothes on,
species
how
that's
do you
not
wash
been
your hands,
identified yet,
how do you put your
because
shoes
we
on,
have clear
right
evidence
shoe,
right here.
how do
Just like
how do I
other
choose?
creatures
We're
that
really into the deep of the trend. So as feudalism evolves, the church
so
is also
then we get
evolving,
into kind of
and they
another
begin
famous
to
one here. We
click
have
with
the
each
Loch
other.
Ness monster,
And
which is
sometimes the king gets the upper hand.
my favorite
When the
cryptids,
king
and
has
the reason
more
it's one of my favorite
authority,
cryptids
do
right
well.
here is Surgeon's the most famous
Do
photo
well,
of the Loch
the
Ness
king
monster.
tends to have more
A
authority.
lot of people think,
Mr. Vasilevsky?
and this is a picture. Well, no, and the weird thing is like, I don't recommend Googling a whale's penis, but if you do, it was kind of like this. And that's
Money,
fun to
thank
me.
you. And as for demonstration of what?
looked like a guy with his arm like this.
Abramson rule of history, right? If you don't know the answer, it
That's
probably
always
is
how I
you're
interpret
correct
it,
also.
because
That's
based on like the
Money.
waves.
So exactly,
This
they're
like the
fantastic.
waves
Look
look
at these Jews. I can have them
almost
go out there.
sizable to the
I can
size of
have
this
them, you know,
which if it was a
engage in
dinosaur,
finance, engage in money lending. I can see
Yeah, it's a
the
photo,
church, on
and
the other
like,
hand,
the way
they
it
have a
looks
different set of
inside here is that it
priorities.
has to be a lot
They want
smaller
to
than we
create
think it is. Like, there's
a
no
body
way the
count,
waves would be
meaning
that
a
big
universal church that covers
the length
everybody.
that it's
They
in.
have their
So
fights
the
with the
Loch Ness monster
Muslims,
is
which
also
are
known as
largely on the
Nessie.
periphery,
It's a
right,
legendary creature
outside
from
in
Scottish
Muslim areas.
folklore believed
They
to
also
dwell
have
in the
internal
Loch Ness,
fights
a
with
deep freshwater lake
heretics,
in the
meaning
Scottish
Christians who
Highlands.
do not
So
necessarily
what's interesting
follow
about Loch
the
Ness
one
is that
Catholic church,
the
and
freshwater
then there's
lakes
the
is
presence of these Jews.
kind of going
And so,
back to
generally
haven't
speaking,
explored
it's
our
not always
ocean.
true,
Wanna know
but
what else we
generally
haven't
speaking,
explored?
when the
Fucking
kings
lakes,
have
right?
more power
So
in the
way back in the day,
church-state
when
conflict,
dinosaurs were
then
around,
Jews do well. They
and
tend
the
to
big
get
asteroid
close
hit
to
us.
power.
It
They
wiped
tend
out
to have
like
more
90%
privileges,
of
more
the
residency,
species
like that.
when it
When
hit,
the
right? Which
church
is why we
begins
don't have
to assert
dinosaurs
itself,
anymore.
which it
Certain
does
things went
increasingly
extinct.
after the
But you
First
want to know what
Crusade,
didn't die
then
in that
the status of
explosion?
Jews tends let's look at the actual, what was the mainstay. So
giant
one of the
tunnelway,
most
caveways,
prominent
where
activities
all
of
of
Jews.
these
Oh, yeah,
things
Mr.
can
Krantz,
hide and
thank you.
interact
Sorry.
with each
Still
other
have the Ten
using
Commandments. You
these
still have, you know.
underground tunnels and caves.
And if we were teaching archaeology, which
It really was a hoax. It wasn't real.
which we do that, repentance is far less systematic
I
than
mean,
we
we
have
really
in
just
Judaism.
don't know people's
You know,
motivations for
if
any
you
of
look at,
this
for
stuff.
example, the
But like,
first stage of
if you
repentance
were to take
under
away a
Vayner Yonah,
picture of the
what
Loch
is the
Ness
first stage?
monster,
What do you have to do first?
realistically, what are
Colorado,
they getting out of that?
regret. How many
Other than like a
levels
little
of
bit of
Colorado
attention,
are
you
there?
know what I mean? It's not like that person made millions of dollars, or it's not like, you know, there's some famous person and a bunch of movies were made. I just don't know
It's
when
like
it
they
comes
say
to
that
that kind of stuff. I
think that
Eskimos have 26 different words
there's
for
a
snow.
huge possibility that
There
people
really
do
no
fake
snow.
stuff, and that's a
We
real
know
thing
we're
that
correct.
happens
There
out
are 20
there. But I
different
also think
levels
that
of it.
right,
Maybe
there's so many
sometimes if you
reports of
drop down
freshwater
mountains, you have longer cup.
cryptids or creatures
The Palmer
that
Soap
the Great
is
Lakes out
huge
there
for Jews. This is a
Michigan,
fascinating
and
map
with UFOs
that
going
shows
in
you
and out
the
of these
trace
freshwater
routes
lakes.
of
So
a mysterious
exactly.
group called the Rabbanites.
So we have worldwide
There's
lake
no
monsters.
Jewish
Monsters
records
are not,
about
again,
them.
just confined to
At
one
least they're
area. We have
directly
Champ
known.
is in
Possibly
New
are
York,
used
Vermont.
in a
We
few
have the
12th century
Gloucestershire sea
documents.
serpent,
So
which
we
is in
have
Massachusetts.
Jews
I always
in
fucking
the
say that name
840s,
wrong. Is in the
and
Congo
the
River
blue
Basin. And
lines
then out of
represent
Canada for you, Ogopogo, which is in the Okanaga. I truly believe if you look at a lot of
the
these
blue
things,
lines
they
that
all
where
look
Jews
incredibly
are
similar
known
to
to be
me. So I
trading,
think that we have
the
two that could be. One,
Arabic
it could be the same
geographer
creature, and they're just kind of popping up all over the
mentions
place
that they
because
speak
again,
about
these
12 languages.
underwater, deep underwater tunnels and cave
Fluent in
systems that
everything
they use
they need
to
to
travel
know.
literally all over the globe.
Pink lines here
We
are
have the
violet
same
lines
like how
represent
Bigfoot was.
the extended
You have more than one
ice,
skin
but
different
all the way
depending
up
on
to
the
ice
location.
but they will pick up some Icelandic goods here, and he describes the many different things that's being back and forth. It's really an amazing thing. Mr. Grant.
The Loveland frog is a
Yes, this
legendary
road
creature
is
said
like
to
out
resemble a
here.
human.
On the road.
How this case really got famous was
correct.
a Loveland
So
police
the
officer
site
will
about
match the
here,
description. Curious.
That's where
Frogman
there are
reported it to
tires.
the
So
officer.
that's where
Now,
we
there
got
was like,
to know the way. I think it's a little
So
stretch.
there's a chance
The Raza.
possibly
From there, it's a killing point. Historian says that. Are based here at the southern part of
It's sped up because they do walk very slowly, so like running, they don't run that fast. But what's interesting about these is these
because
happen
in
up in
Latin,
two
the name
different
of the river
places,
was the Rodona.
but they look
So the
fucking
Rabbanites
identical.
might
Like
come
how
from Rome.
weird are these?
looks like the lower part of the legs are.
But no upper body. That's what's really weird about this. So a lot of people are like, oh,
Right. So this
Like,
you can get robbed, right? Definitely. In particular, everything else.
dress
Carrying
like you
cash,
would dress up as
valuables,
Bigfoot,
like
you
that,
would dress
very
up as an alien, but like
And the
is
Muslim
insane to
world,
me. But what I
because
love
when
about
it
this
becomes
cryptid
the
is it
system
all
in a
goes
single
back to
language, it's a lot
not
easier
wanting
for
to
us.
admit
What about
that
the
any of the stuff that
Bennett
were out because like
I
security
don't
camera
understand your question.
that was out there, like in Yosemite. So how will just know where these
Eventually, they're going to settle down with like
and they would travel like
so there's
hundreds.
probably
Let's go get this.
hospital place. That's also true. I think
Exactly.
See, that makes it on the news. Like,
exactly.
So the question though is,
So
the
then we have the
versus
chupacabra,
reminds me of
literally means goat. Its name
growing up, I
stems
was
from
born
the
in a
creature's alleged
very
habit
small
of
town in
attacking
northern
livestock.
Ontario.
Is typically portrayed as a reptilian
Collector,
creature with
Base
alien
Yaakov
features
of
that are the
Miami.
size of
He
bear
literally
and lined with sharp spines down its back.
6 of my my
A
room.
lot of
We
people
would
say
have our room
the
and he came up there.
chupacabra is just a
But
dog
it was
with
amazing.
mange.
Scanners for base
So I believe that there could possibly be. We've seen it happen before. Katie knows about this out there.
robbery,
Doing
but
things to why we cannot
where
explain
cross the
or
border, you
understand
gotta pay a lot of money when you cross the border, tariffs, in other
And there
words.
was a weird trap.
So
And that
Jews didn't
chupacabra
always
just
want
made
to
me
come.
think of it because
However, they had
this
some
trap
advantages
we would see
that
this
made
was
it easier
found
for them. Why do
near
you think
Sydney,
Jews
and it's not a
would be
Sasquatch,
naturally
and it's
disposed
not a
to
bear,
engage in
but
commerce?
chupacabra. Being a
That's their
chupacabra. So, 1,000%. Now, this picture didn't show. So the
Diaspora, they had a sense of
commonly depicted
what market they get.
bipedal
I think I mentioned in
kangaroo
the previous
are
class, for example,
like
the Jews
beasts
who
with a
figured out that
horse
we
or
would like
like head,
chocolate.
leathery
And,
wings,
descended
horns,
from
small clawed
Little
arms,
Island in West
cloven
Africa.
having an unusually elongated body and a thick, muscular tail. The Jersey Devil is also said to move. It is
Single
frequently
guy,
reported
right? But what happens when you
piercing
leave your wife
blood
and
currently
your
pictured in load on here, but it literally looks kind of like
Typically, just the men
you know,
travel.
like in
So when we talk
medieval
about the
folklore,
ebola
they would like
crisis, we
throw a
mentioned it
bunch of
last. That
you know, like the
historically,
lion, the bear, and
the
like
most common
something
type of
else.
laguna
That's what the Jersey Devil is. It looks kind of kangaroo on top, and then it has bat wings, and it kind of looks like a horse on the bottom.
right? So
Like it's very
it just decided to leave
one
behind
though.
everything.
Then
But
we
who
have
knows
good
what?
old Mothman. Mothman is a
that
wing
is
cryptid
a
tied to a
practice that
series of
we know from
eerie
ancient
sightings
times,
from
leaving a
Point
guest
Pleasant,
behind a
West
conditional
Virginia,
guest.
through the late
You see them
1960s.
tomorrow, and
Often
Ethan
described as a
Subas' long
large,
discussion of it.
humanoid figure
And of
with
course, it's
expansive
practiced today, and
wings
the
and
idea as
glowing
well
red eyes.
that if you go into
Mothman has
Babylon,
become a
that's
symbol
the
of
figure,
mystery and foreboding.
kidnapped
The
and
creature is
MIA,
most
your life
famously
dead.
linked to the
So
1967
that's
collapse
free travel
an
is
event that
meant.
solidified its
They got some
open
advantages,
disaster.
language,
Now,
right? But
Mothman has
even
a
though
little bit
Jews overwhelmingly
controversy
spoke
around
the
it. The reason being
vernacular
is
of
because a lot of
wherever
people
they
think
live,
that the Mothman was actually an alien.
also have
not
at least some facility in Hebrew as a
And
common
that
language.
it was
Especially
a creature coming down to warn us some bad things that were happening.
I don't know,
So it
Paris,
kind of teeters the
your
fence
way
of it being
hook up with the
with
Jewish
waves.
community, show up
There's
at
no
shul,
other
and say, yo,
had
got
leathery skin
Iceland,
or it had like
and
no
you would
mouth
find
or its
pictures, and
nose
you'd find
flared.
it. So
So
this is
the
something that
Mothman is
most
kind of, there's a
and a
huge
common
possibility
language.
that it can also just in another kind, like seven
legal
again,
systems and
Sydney
norms,
incident.
right? When
And
you're
you'd
going
be
into a
surprised.
strange community and you want to sell things and you want like to love these tremendous heads that you're bringing me from Germany. I want bring me 10,000 more axe heads. I say, no problem. All I need is a deposit of X amount of money and I'll be back here next year with your axe heads. If
6-7 years
you
ago.
are
But it was
a
very
Christian
much
and a
described like
Muslim
Mothman.
and
See,
Buddha
and
and stuff like
that's
that,
another one.
it's hard to build
Because
the
we don't
trust
have
that
better
is
descriptions of
essential
it,
when you
kind
have
of
two
can't put it
Jews
inside
who
of any
are
category at
united
the end
by
of
the
the day
same
because we
public
just don't have
code.
enough
When
information
you
about it.
sit down and you have Shabbos meals with them, you can see whether or
Then
not
we
they
have
seem like
the
an heirloom
Dover
person.
Demon. This one's
And
one of
then
my
you can
favorites because I
rely
really
on
like
the
its
same
fingers and
rules. You
toes.
go to
It
the Rabbbi,
creeps
you
me out in the
they're
best way
literate,
possible.
they're numerate, you can
So
just draw
the Dover Demon
documents
was
up.
reportedly sighted on
know,
April
you know, much
21st to
later
22nd
you
in
trust
1977
that
in Dover,
it
Massachusetts.
facilitates this kind of
Massachusetts. I can never say that word. Teenagers,
one of
Bill,
the most
John,
popular games that
and
Jews like to
Abby.
play is of
So
course Jewish
Bill and
geography.
John saw it kind of
This
back to
is
back on the
actually a
same day
serious
within hours
thing
of each other, and then Abby saw it the
in the
next night.
medieval world. That, you know, in
So
order
they
to well,
reported seeing a strange
trust is
creature
at the
with
time.
eyes
If you
over the
can
span of 2 nights.
communicate that you
Parts
know
of town.
people,
So it's not like they were the same location and seeing
and
the same
that,
thing. Like
you know,
one
that
kid saw
sort of
it,
like
he was like, yeah, I'm driving in the woods, and then later somewhere
include
else,
them
2
in
hours
your
down the
world of
road,
trust.
some
In
same
Jewish
thing,
geography,
and then
when a
the
guy
next
from
somebody
Paris
saw it
shows
again.
up in
Then a bunch of
years
people
and he
coming out with
says,
stories
yeah,
of,
I'm from Paris. Somebody
I've
goes, oh, I
seen
know
something like
from
that.
Paris.
I've
Can't believe it. There's more than one motion point.
But this is
You have a
just interesting
hunchback. Oh, and
seeing
right, that's
something
they would connect
within
each
the
other,
same
they
time
trust
span.
each other. They would
Was it the same
leave
creature?
deposits, they would sell on credit, and it was, way more a venture. And this is an advantage did not have.
This one also looks very alien to you.
Has like a golem look to it too.
Yeah, very much, very much. Now,
Largely
what's so
through
important about
trade
cryptids
methods.
is
Developed slowly
indigenous
and
folklore.
expand.
Almost
The fact
every
that the
single
Rabbis
cryptid
grew
has
in the
roots in
9th
indigenous
century indicates
folklore
they
one way or another. It's hard to
But
find
now,
one that doesn't.
unfortunately,
Among the most well-known the Wendigo, which is a cannibalistic spirit shifter from the novel
we don't have
Legends.
any internal
And Sasquatch even had a
But
big giant
we all
one
know
inside
that
of indigenous
commerce
folklore.
is
We also have a lot of
historically
lesser
something that's
beings like the
been
Pukwudgie,
for a
Mothman,
very long
Chupacabra.
And
Each
we're
of
at a
them are kind
huge
of shapes.
divide
Their stories are shaped by the kind of
humanity,
local
which
belief, which
overwhelmingly
is
was
very
agriculture.
indicative of how
Like,
I thought
off
these
the top of my
cryptids
head,
are the same thing,
even
but
today,
just different
maybe
species of them, depending
you
on.
guys live in a very special bubble
So
because
the big
you're
question
already in
is
a
what the fuck
in
is
a
really going
college
on with
educated
cryptids?
environment.
Like,
If you were to take
really?
all Jews in America,
Obviously,
I
there's
would
something
hazard
here.
that at least
What
4
in
out
the
of 10 of
world
them
could it be
are
that we're
involved in
all
some
kind of running into when it comes to this kind of
finance
stuff?
to them. That's
So,
probably 8 out of 10 Jews
Here's
are
my
involved in
2
either,
cents.
which is trade or
I
finance,
think
which is
that
basically trading
our
money.
brains
And then the
are
other 2
so
Jews, one of them was a
powerful,
doctor,
and that we truly,
and the
really
other
don't
one is,
understand them. If any
I
collectively
forget, maybe we've been doing this
in
a long
something, it becomes real.
Yeah.
Whether
So
we realize it or
also,
not.
don't forget
So
also
I think these
birth
cryptids and
remains
people say
and
things like,
Norwich
oh, well, they
remains.
couldn't
So
find
we
their
have
dead or nest, or
for a
there's
very
not a lot
long
of physical
time.
evidence.
Nazi Jews in particular are
I truly think that's
over
going
and
to
over and over
fucking pop up
again.
somewhere.
Origins are
I think
so
if enough
similar.
people in
So,
communities
much
believe
more
in
so than
something,
ours.
that it becomes real.
Okay,
Just like
now, what was
in
trading? So here's a bit of an
people
accident.
like
Part of them was
you guys talk
slaves.
to people who have, UFO
Presumed to
experiences,
be
alien
a Jewish
experiences.
slave owner
And we talk to
with
these
some
people, you
Jewish
think they're
slave owners,
lying
and
to
it's
you
not
about
some
what they saw, what they
slave.
experienced.
And
But you could
a bishop is involved in selling the slaves.
say that you believe their reality. And that's what I mean about the mind as a powerful
I
thing.
think a
Just
king sitting
because
with their legs
You don't
dry
believe
like
it
that
doesn't
is
mean
kind
it's
of
not real,
sort of
it's not out
similar
there.
demonstration of
And I
power.
think that we just
You
don't
sit like
understand
that,
the functions of our brains yet. I mean,
It's just like
eyeballs
like this, like
aren't
that.
even looking
Like, what you want?
that
If you
we're
sit
seeing.
in front of
Like,
the
people don't understand, like, eyeballs
like
aren't like
king was
cameras
supposed
to
to
your brain.
no, she's
They're
not.
like
I don't even know. I don't think that's the queen. I think that's a knight or
your
something.
eyeballs take pictures
holding a
every few
sword there, I think.
milliseconds.
And
And then
there's like
your
a
brain
representation.
fills in the
There's
gap in between of
fascinating.
what your eyes are seeing.
Oh,
Seeing
Mr.
a
Lipschitz
picture of what you
would
see
know
in
where
front
this
of you.
is, but there's
So
a
who's
fascinating
to
story
say
with,
that our brain couldn't?
I think it,
Oh, sorry.
Shah, I can't remember, but apparently when Shabbatai Tzvi was, really
A lot
was
about this
Mashiach,
disassociation,
and the emissary came back,
and near-death experiences, and
and at one point he was sitting on the ground crossed like it,
because
and
I
right away,
totally
the shock
agree
at the
that
time, I
that's
don't remember,
that was
something
why
standing shit.
aliens are so different,
There's no
UFOs are
way
different,
Mashiach
why
would
cryptids
fit
are different.
cross-legged.
And for people that have trauma,
Their hair.
we by
I guess
default,
you're Mashiach.
putting myself in this
Guys like me can
box,
take
and create our
Slave.
own realities for
So,
safety, for our own self,
from
for
the 5th to the
spirits
7th
to go
century,
forward and continue living.
Jews are definitely trading
And that would
in
make so much
slaves.
sense to me.
Slaves
Why we're
are
seeing
I don't think
increase
they're
in UFOs, aliens, the paranormal, with these
Yeah, I'll
types
get
of
back to
folks
slaves, but
because
we'll
we
talk
are
about that.
manifesting. We're used to living in our
Disabuse
own
ourselves
little
of the notion that
creative,
Jews were
and
not
it
involved in
ties in
slave
the
trade.
music part, the art
Slaves
part, all that
were a
creativity part.
major element of all trade at the time.
It also goes, it's the same
Stock.
thing, and things like that. So like, for a long
Stocks mean like
time,
flocks.
when I
stock
at some
market really
point, I
developed like
stopped seeing
17th
metal
century.
objects
We're
in the
still
sky
200
and I
years
started
shy of
seeing
that.
more
But they would know
plasma-like
physically,
beings.
they would
And I don't think it's
enslave
necessarily
people,
because
bring
I'm
them
seeing
elsewhere and sell them.
two different crafts.
So we
At the
should
time, I was seeing
have this kind of
physical, like
halcyon
metal-like
idea that,
craft.
oh,
That's what my
these were
brain
so
could
nice, we
understand,
never
so that's what it was
traded
interpreting
in
it as.
enslaved people.
And
But
then
we
as
did.
my journey went on,
There
and
is, however, a
I
tremendous
understood more
amount
and more,
of
I was
energy
able
coming
see
from
the
people who
more
are
authentic version of
so
it, which is the more
historical
plasma
agendas
stuff
trying
that
to
people are seeing.
exaggerate the world.
Also have
Fortunately,
the flip side of all of this, not your brain creating
them
these
to the
things.
entire
We're not these
population,
powerful
but they're
things with our
involved in
minds,
anything
but
that's trade,
that the
like
this full of
silk or
portals
whatever,
and
because they
we're
were
multidimensional.
traded.
There's a huge possibility that the creatures that our people are seeing and then disappear out of nowhere and then we don't see them for tons of years
trade,
are literally just
becomes
taking a
luxury
camping
goods.
session and
People
yeah, and they go away and they just that's something that happens if you've ever watched any of the Zing 411 stuff with the kids straight up disappear and then magically reappear somewhere.
basically
That's another use of those portals, maybe
really
multi-dimensions,
car.
and maybe
Like if you could afford a
they
you would take a
species
different
have
You
not
would
yet
not let it fit
mastered how to
you would
use
not
the
really
rabble,
dig.
and
So
hopefully
slaves
one
were
day we will.
status
And
symbol
that's
that
why
wealthy
these
people
other
had.
creatures and beings are
Jews
able to come
traded
into
them
our
like they
world,
traded
and
all
why
other
we're so confused by them is
and
because
much
we don't
more
understand the methods that
well,
they're
just to
using.
jump ahead, the
It's so
large
weird though,
These
because
were also
I
involved
always feel
with
like when
the
you're really
transatlantic
on
slave
it,
trade, which is a totally
these
different kind of very
entities come
savage
in and
type
go
of
as
trade,
well,
where
plus
to
ours.
lose
I
a
need
large number of them
airplanes.
just in the past,
You know, you're like,
the
oh, they
middle
pay
class
us
is
because we have so much
die
potential,
of
we can't tap into it,
starvation,
but then they help us.
overcrowding,
Get there.
disease,
Give us a
and
roadmap.
then
I
they were
think
often
that's the
overworked.
problem right there is the fact that
Family
we as a
separation,
species look
terrible,
for
terrible
answers
things.
to things, and I think
So
that
basically,
that's I stopped looking for the answers to things, and the answers to things started coming the minute I stopped asking. So like
involved in a lot
level up as a species as a
noxious
whole,
trade
and this is
because
going to be
it
very
is real.
controversial. But I think a big part has to do with religion, unfortunately. I think that we so tied up in having to think that we are special and that we were created so as a being out there
Yeah,
who
the
made
slave
us
trade
all and we're
in West
special.
Africa
And
was
I think that because that back and understand that we are so much
so there's a
smaller,
lot of different
so
ways
much
that
accepted
can
into the galactic
constitute the
whole
ball.
of things
Term
because we are
slave
just so
made the word
and
slave
the Sasquatch.
as in like Polish,
And
Lithuanian,
I saw
Lithuanian,
and how they
Russian,
behave and
some
act. I
Lithuanians
would
as
not
well.
want to help them
And
get
they're often
access to my
captured in war.
tunnel or
They're
road.
pagans and
And I
where
want
you do
these
see,
animals
by the way, a
around
huge
me
issue
or my little Sasquatch children.
is
Oh,
with
absolutely.
Jews
I was just
owning
saying, I wanted,
Christian
and
slaves
maybe
or
these
Jews owning
cryptids and
slaves that
aliens and
decide
all
to
these
become
things that come
Christian.
to us.
The church has
One
no
of my
problem with
favorite
slavery at this point. By the way, it's an important point I
theories
forgot
out
to
there
mention.
is that we
Like,
are
nobody
a
thinks slavery
like a
is a
zoo,
problem in the Middle
and that
Ages.
people come and visit
Everybody
us,
thinks it's
and like
perfectly
they're
normal.
like
They
watching
also
monkeys in
think
a
that way
cage.
basically
And
up
that's
until
what I
the
think of when I think
1700s.
of Bigfoot
At that
coming
point,
here and like
say,
visiting and
maybe
walking
it's not
around and kind of all that nonsense is,
other people.
don't you
Right?
think
This
they're
is what
hearing
the
our
standards
beetles
will
and they think
not
they're so
apply.
smart? But like, we're not.
The church did
Yeah,
really
but we
care
feel
a
special,
lot.
and so I think that that's
Idea of
and other things that come down
that
here.
bothered
Like,
the
they're like,
the
if it
Christians
was me and I was a Bigfoot,
tremendously,
I would take my family
especially
to Earth and
churchmen
be like,
who
see,
were
this is what you
especially
don't want to
nervous
be.
that
Don't
if
be like
they
these
were to
people.
take not only
Smarter than the dumb
slaves,
humans.
but
Look how
pagan
dumb they are. They
slaves,
think we're bears.
then decided they
Like, how
wanted to
stupid
become
are they?
Christians, then you would have an untenable
It's-
situation
It's
where
well,
a Jew
the
would
thing is, it's
be
humbling
in
because we're the ones making it.
lordship over
Realization
an
of,
individual,
oh,
and
actually, we're
church
idiots,
definitely
but
did not want that.
because
Slaves,
then we
because
can
you
progress.
could
The
sell
first step
slaves
is
for
acknowledging
cash
that
money,
you can
and then they
from there, but
so quite
there's
often
so
the idea of Jewish ownership of slaves is also a church Jews throughout the later Middle Ages.
So stupid, like
Jewish
you talk a high
slave is going to be reduced to become on a
smaller
smaller scale.
There's
So
a grown
they
man.
can no longer
That
grade
thing is
like the
natural
Rabbis
killing
but
machine
they're still
that
heavily
no
involved in
sure
it.
can do
We'll
anything
explore
against.
that next time.
And
Oh,
that
this
looks
is
back to
picture.
the real
This is
life
kind of
place
cool.
is actually not.
I relate to this topic.
We're only at the top of the food chain.
This is my father, Oliver,
Weapons away from
and
us.
he took
We're
for
less than a
my
tiger.
grandfather's
Did nobody watch
grandfather's
Planet of the
Alex,
Apes?
and my
Like, what
father
happens
is
when
the
you get
son.
monkey's
did not
weapons?
want
Like,
me to
exactly,
take
like
over
we've
the
become the
store,
bottom of the food chain
So
at that
that's why I ended up a
It's
professor.
not because we're special or
That's my
because we're so
dad. It's like
intelligent and so smart.
1957. The store was around for
Over
100
time,
years until my finally
Right, and
closed
we're
it. But
influencing
Northern
populations of animals, known
There's
animals. Like
nothing.
just today, I saw a Facebook feed, somebody locally,
Okay,
the
gentlemen,
bears
let's
are out right now.
close it. And I apologize once
I
again
do a brown, there's
for the
Colorado
delay.
has
On Monday, we're going to have a
70+%
very
are
good
actually
Monday
brown
landing
or
church.
whitish hair. And then
Really
I'm like,
important for
did Colorado
Sunday.
ever have grizzly bears?
Okay,
Well,
thank
yeah,
you for learning
until
with
the
me.
mid to late 70s was the last known grizzly bear. And I'm like, why did they disappear out of the Rocky Mountain?
Okay, so
We intentionally
where we went
put them out, and now we have grizzly bears in Colorado, which personally, you know,
with
we've
amazement
made
as we
species as a
give
great
up
example. I mean,
the whole different
getting them
story.
back slowly, but
We'll look a
so
little
we
bit at
hunt them to extinction.
um,
And I'm
that
wondering,
really much more
that's
important
maybe the
thing
case,
for
and they
my
went,
family
my question I have for you,
specifically
Jamie, is
an
just
organization
like
called
at ranch, you know, there are
the
reports of
Ashkenazim
Sasquatch beings there.
Pioneer
When I was little, my mom described them as white fuzzies, and they were white gray hair. Film beyond skin marker, we saw these tracks from up as if they were, you know, the Ponderosa Pines of the ranch house. Yet here we are in a blizzard with cameras, and these tracks come out of nowhere, disappear, come up, disappeared again, as if something was just curious. What are these people doing out here? And maybe they're living underground.
Well,
But
both can be
another,
true.
I want
It
your
was
opinion on this.
deliberate. They had to figure out a way to
During years, they were
and
seen
as
in
they had to
connection with
respond,
those and the orcs that were there,
social,
but also
political,
the
and
Russian
economic
cat
needs, and
mutilations.
they
And
added on
it's
features
like,
and developed and
it's
so
been
on.
said that perhaps they were the ETs
Yeah,
themselves,
definitely
or they were
deliberate.
bodyguards
We
or
have
workers, and
explicit notes.
these Sasquatch
We're
can
gonna talk
lift
about that.
heavy animals. Where they
We
were
have
in with
explicit
happening.
hey,
What do
we
you
have
think
to
of
work
that?
on it.
But I think it's just one of
Okay,
many.
and
You know what I
it is
mean? I
essentially
think so.
how we do
So
it
like we as
today,
humans, we
although
go
in a
down
limited
to Africa,
really good
right?
thing, because
So who's not to say that
the main
Bigfoot
difference
got a ride in a
between
UFO
the
and
Kahila
came down to do
of,
some hunting?
let's say,
And so
1650
maybe that's part of it.
and the Kahila of
Maybe, like I was saying
2025
earlier, portals, it's not that the UFOs and the Bigfoots go hand in hand. But it's cryptids and whatever can't interact with each other because I think that if we as humans mastered space travel and were able really
advantages
see
of
things,
being in
interact with these
have
things, right? Like maybe we
not
could
speaking
give
about
them a
religious
ride somewhere. It's not
advantages,
keeping
but
us
just
and
disadvantages
everyone up to a UFO. People from
Nothing in
all
life
over
is
the world
free.
go
You
and
have
they
to pay
get
for
on this cruise
Mr.
ship.
Wait, I gotta
Nobody
get this.
knows each other,
Mr.
but they're all
Schwartzman.
going for
All
a
right, good to see
vacation.
you. Mr. Schwartzman.
That
Mr.
could be a
Abraham.
possibility that happens.
Yes, thank you for being out.
Cruise ship
Schwartzman,
Rabbbi.
right?
We went to Crash
Correct,
Land.
correct.
That's such a good movie. Great movie plot. It's like a big ship that crash lands. Turns out it's like a cruise ship for the internet.
Yeah, and they just go.
Great. I remember
Instead of like here, we go to like little
Right.
I
And
was
those that is at
going
Trail
planet hopping. They're like, oh, we're gonna go see
because
each
it's
other.
that country of
So many guys downtown are just
And another
breaks
thing
down
too is like all of these things are on a different planet and mastered space travel. I would imagine that you've mastered other things as well, right? So like me
That was very rare.
these
It also
outfits to make it happen right. You know what I mean? And so that's why a lot of these things together, like the Jersey Devil is like, they don't be kind of like you know, me showing up to like India
Yes,
and
correct.
like wearing traditional Indian garb. I don't really understand the culture. I don't understand what you're supposed to wear or not wear. I would just like see something on TV and be like, oh yeah, they were stuff like that.
well,
So you're asking a
this
big question.
moment
It is
for me
complex to answer it, complex both because
there's
sensory
human intelligence is a thing that could
right, and it has stellar
you can't have one without the other, vice versa.
at the time of the poll, we definitely had
So
largely because
if we
of
have
the Portuguese
intelligence from
Sephardic
another
influence
location
in the
coming
South
here,
France, you had
and
the
it doesn't necessarily
possibility
be the
of a
top of
somewhat
intelligence that
lackadaisical
comes in
religious
business. It
identity.
just needs
Jews were sparring lackadaisical,
being
but
able
they
to
were former
and if you come
who
to
began
visit
to
them
identify as
well,
Jews,
and
and that in itself
that's the
inspired
scary bit about
original
this world
qualities
is
to
that
their
we're bound
Judaism.
here.
And so that made
These
those
five
things
senses like
possible.
you're talking
But
about,
the wide
they're not.
open, hey, why don't we just
They're
get
able to
baptized
have
kind of
there's
fell up until
multiple senses
so
that we
50
have.
years later in
And this is where we're at. We're
Germany.
sort of left
But before I had, we're still here basically around the year 1000 before that Stella happened.
trying to figure out what happened in the
Taxation
past,
is such
what's happening
everything
now.
to organize yourself in
Full
order to have a
it's just
function.
us.
You know, in
past
a
and
Cambodia,
future.
you have to have
So
money
what
to
it
do it.
is one of the
You're not
things that
be able to apply for
is
like
for you
federal
studies is
funds.
what tell
No
me
such
we
thing.
definitely take
You have
a
to
look
raise
at
it from
it.
yourself.
Katie,
One of
you
the
have a
things that
final
was
question for our guest.
especially true of although it has the more developed Gila, literally
from
tells
finding
you what
Bigfoot. So me and Bree, fellow partners that go out and go Bigfoot hunting on. So
that's way out.
she was
Also,
offered to go out with them, and she was like, "You got us in the middle of nowhere,
And it was
talk
based
about."
on the value
When I mean the middle of nowhere, I mean like we
men,
drove
by
up
and
this mountain
large,
for like 4 hours. It was
principally
not like
concerned with
somewhere
the demands of men.
cell service. There's nothing in these areas.
However,
And so
women also exercise
went-
a tremendous amount of power
the
at the
first night we were
grassroots
there,
level through an organization
we
called the
were
February,
doing a little
which is
star
kind of like an
watching
important
because when you were out in the middle of nowhere like that, and as high up as we were,
and so
you could
they
see
were
the
able to
skies
exercise
so
power in
fucking
certain
clear.
ways,
I mean, it
but
is
not
like literally you
indirectly.
could see the
Perhaps
Milky
most
Way
obvious way would
galaxy
be
kind of shit.
who
Like the
gets
stuff
to
like
be a member of the
people see on
leadership of the
telescopes, you
Gila,
can see with your eye.
or
And we were all watching looking up, and we saw the brightest you was up. And it was this big white orb that was about the size of a football.
unless you held, for
Now,
example, a house.
when I go
So
sky
those
watching,
are a few
something that is constantly with
Let's now
me
look
is
at
my
actually how
phone,
it
and I
works.
have an app on my
So it was
phone
based on
that
a
shows me
caloric model,
stars,
so this is
celestial
you'll
bodies,
see the
satellites,
discussion
anything like
of
that.
these people
So
called
that's one out of my pocket. I'm not
usually there would be
into
cores
taking a picture,
made
but
up
to
of
figure out,
simply
okay, am I
7
actually seeing
men,
something or is this something I'm not seeing?
all
And my app
fairly
did not tell me it was a satellite,
and sitting
did not
on
tell
the
me it was the
board,
ISS or anything like
on
that.
one
This thing
hand,
was
you've
way
got
too bright,
public,
and it
but on
just
the other hand,
kind of
you're
stopped and
expected
then
to
disappeared.
pay. You're expected
So
also
that
to
kind
pay
of
for
started the
that
night
on
off being like, okay, all right, me and Bree,
the opposite.
this
It's
just
totally
happens to
unlike
us. We
synagogue.
just see things when we
all
look up in the
laugh
sky.
because they realize, of course,
So it gets
that's
a
how the board of
We
directors
start
of the
hearing
shul
this like
you're
noise
not
in the
there
forest,
because
and
people think
we
you're
have
a
our
nice
little campground.
haircut.
It's like a flat area, and like the road. We
came in on is right in front of us, and then right on the other side of that little road. And I don't mean like paved road, I mean like it's like a big mountain that goes like straight up. And we all of a sudden start hearing something, and we're like, what could be over there? And this is like October. So it's not bear season. It's not like the middle of summer where bears are running around. It's very cold outside. Most bears are hibernating. There's also no bears in that area. There's not really a lot of wildlife in that area in general. Even when it was like the daytime, we like didn't hear birds. The only thing we saw was one squirrel, and it was like it climbed up a tree and just started screaming at us, which we later maybe realized that it was like kind of warning us of the things that were gonna come. I have a video of it. If you guys ever go to our YouTube channel, that one time I was abducted by aliens, SpongeBob multiverse, same thing. There's a video of the squirrel on this tree, literally just screaming at us, just like staring at us. So we hear this weird noise, and then all of a sudden, these like two eyeballs off in the distance, like it is like trees are falling over. Not like somebody like crunching a branch. I mean, like some heavy shit, like this thing walking, something like 10 times heavier than a person, like an elephant almost. It sounds like it's walking. And I will at this point, I'm running towards it across the road, like, let's find out what it is. Brave with it was like, I want to find what this is. And as soon as she starts to go run towards it, it like takes off. And we're like, okay, it's really weird. We don't really know what it was, right? It's like, we have no idea. We all get tucked into our little beds. We bring a tent and a big like air mattress, and I like to sleep. And Bree's still awake, and all of a sudden I get shaken, woken up by Bree, and she's like, Jamie, there's something outside of our fucking tent. And I'm like, no, have a sleep.
And by the way, the only way that's truly open to
And you can see this
outsiders,
like towering thing over our tent. Our tent's probably like 6 feet tall. Okay? And this thing is like, you can see the shadow over the tent. And it's like breathing. You can hear like,
you can always make more money.
and like, then it starts kind of doing circles around the tent. So this thing had to be like at least 7 to 8 feet tall.
That's not fair. Walking around.
Again, not a bear. If it was like a bear on all fours sniffing around the tent, this thing is like kind of over our tent and not
Definitely is.
and it circled our tent for like 30 minutes. Me and Bree were
like a head start.
tearing the bed, holding each other, freaked the fuck out. We were like debating on whether or not we opened window zipper like see what it is. Like, that you don't know what the fuck to do. And after my phone and started recording, absolutely. Did I think about it in the thought? Originally, bears over us. Well, how I know it wasn't a bear is because it wasn't bear season. We didn't put all of our stuff into bags in the tree. It just left everything out. There's like literally like hot dog buns, bags of chips, like a cooler that you could buy. None of it was fucking touched. For food. Why is it standing over our tent? And why did it not go look at the literal smorgasbord of shit we had sitting out on the table for it? So to me, immediately, I was like, this is not just an animal. This is something trying to figure out what the fuck is going on here. And I think it originally did the little drive-by, where when we first originally saw it earlier in the night, Bree kind of maybe spooked it a little bit by trying to run towards it. And then later, settled down and we're sleeping, and this is like 2 o'clock.
most
worked up the
fungible
courage to
assets
be like,
because
all
they're
right,
gonna
let's
have
go
to
figure
give
out
them
what's
right away.
fucking going on over here.
But some of those people might be
You're
there because of
their
use.
territory.
They might be there most
Exactly.
appropriate.
So
Under them
that was
is
that really. I've always been like on the fence about Bigfoot,
or
but when I experienced that myself, and
the word
I can still
president.
hear that fucking
was
breathing.
definitely related.
And there was one point
But it
earlier
comes
in the
from
night
the
too
verb, the
where
fly.
noises and things in the and I would like make sounds, and whatever was out there was mimicking me. And we have recordings of it mimicking. So like I'd be like, and you would hear back, like
That's what they want to do.
yes, and I would.
Making it happen.
Maybe it wasn't the
You
Bigfoot.
also have
It could have possibly been a window. I have no idea.
by
We're too fucking terrified to like go out of our tent, to be like, let's go, and like let's go out there and see it with our own eyeballs. But like, I don't know, what would I even do at that point if I opened the tent and looked at it? I'd probably shit myself and pass out and die.
Well, that's the thing.
The rabbi and the
Speaking
baby
of
are there to make sure that what the Shuvah here asks for
being
is
exposed
within
to
the
that
boundaries
fight or flight,
of
and especially in your case, you're
and
sitting ducks.
there is
When
between
you
the
were
Parnas
in talk,
and the rabbi
half an hour,
are the
that hour
time.
must have felt like 14 days.
Oh, it did.
Because the
And then like,
Parnas is
so the people
typically
who we were
one of
with,
the two
they all had like
like
lots of guns and
dominated
stuff
from
with
a
them,
lot.
so like we felt safe.
That means
They
he
were all
has one
passed out.
attribute.
Not one of them
Money,
were
right?
woken
The
up by
Parnas
this,
is
and
wealthy.
we don't
And
believe that
Shuvah
whatever the
represents
creature was
largely
went
the
to
wealthy
any other
class
tent
of the
other than ours.
The rabbi
Yeah, the
Females.
thinks
So
this house
here's the thing: one female and two,
Yeah, exactly.
two
employees is the power base.
So I
I'm
think
not
maybe
talking like
it smelt it.
topically
I
philosophy
know.
of the
So
rabbi.
I don't know what the fuck that was, but that opened my eyes to there are
It
other
makes
things
laws,
out there. Like I've always been an alien believer. I've always been a ghost
So we are
believer.
getting money,
But
right?
that
But what if
solidified
somebody
my
theoretically wants to have that
because there's no possible way that
just
location.
just Barbies. Okay, maybe let's
Not
thank you so
really
much
to
today talking about cryptids.
and they have the money to do it. They want
Let's
to
do
do it.
another part
And
2
the
of
rabbi
cryptids because I'd like to learn more
no, you can do it here,
cryptids
just
as
shut
well.
down
And
around
skip
and
it this
forget
time.
it.
Like looking into it more.
Very
more
good.
and more
That's
as
exactly
well.
right. The people support the rabbi.
I
He's
just
the
want to
pastor.
advertise
He's
August.
the one
You're doing
who's
this in
offering spiritual support to people. He's
it's
so
an event in
all
August.
over
There's an event.
So just like in a modern shul today, the rabbi and the president are at odds with each other.
Like Jamie said, it's
The
Stark Sky
president may want to
territory, so
decorate the
we
shul
always
the
see
way,
unusual lights in the sky that
or something
like,
like
I don't know what's going on there, but it's just
and
for
they have
sky viewing
and they
alone.
have to look. They
It's a
could be,
wonderful
you know,
event.
at loggerheads.
Check it out.
Sometimes
We did a
Parnas
fantastic
and the
episode
Shuvah
recording
will
with
win
Katie
like that.
and Tony from
Sometimes
the
the rabbi
book.
will.
Unfortunately, half
But
of the interview
it always
disappeared
ends
because when I
badly if
sent
they
it
have
over to my
a
editor,
long conflict. They have to
forgot
work
to
it out.
download
The
it
dynamic
from me.
tension
I cleared all
between the
suspense
religious
on my
principles
Google Drive and
supported
half
by
the
the
interview
larger
gone
mass
gone. So now we got to do it all over again.
the
But
will,
it's
the
fantastic
wealth,
because it's like
largely
one of the
supported
biggest, cases
but
of
because of
Involved,
rigorous assumption,
And you know what I was
they
thinking
might
about too, Katie? Is I got the bill. I was the first
Now,
one to
how
read
does
your
this
book.
actually
So I
translate
have it
to
on my end to be
people?
able to showcase
So
it too.
both
So
groups
it
have
was meant to be.
divided.
I don't know. I know why I'm better.
Rabbi,
I'm in between 3 books right now. Sweet. Thank you so much for listening.
necessarily want to do
Like
it,
it's
organize it. But actually, collective, the Gabot, the Pope, and so the case of the rabbi is about may surprise you to learn that in medieval history, the rabbi had it's actually a Gemara in Daf Yomi just recently, or maybe it's just coming up about Rav Huna cut off someone's hand. That's pretty extreme, and you don't see too many examples of that, but you do see examples of what they did bordering flogging. And we have the floggings take place, flogging with a whip. You whip people. Sometimes in the synagogue itself, sometimes in the synagogue courtyard, sometimes in the same way, rarely with like actual mental cause pain.
Yeah, I know you make friends at these conferences, and he's one of those guys, and he's such,
where
what I
this
love about
might
Alan
come up
is
is like, let's
he's
say,
been
for example,
investigating and researching
here
and
before the
talking
Beis Din after he had
to
it,
just,
all
views
was
in
warned and
this
so on.
UFO
You
community,
also see it
and he's out there just kind of lifting everybody up. He's
more of a
always
problem
such a joy to
in the
talk
20th
to and
century,
see, so I'm really
men
looking forward to our
leave
conversation
their
with
wives
Alan today.
give advice to follow the Gemara, and straight away, and the
intelligent people really turn times. It's like, okay, well,
putting the Gemara,
I got
that they're
to
like,
introduce him at one of his lectures at Contact, which I thought this
really
was
wants to do his life again.
just officially,
We are,
because I drink all the time on the podcast. Yeah, so
And the alien, the UFO, and
smartest we did that category.
years. He's had over 3,000 interviews. Yeah, I can up that.
Yeah, that's exactly why the divine were there.
So we're going to get into that, and I dedicate this episode to a new friend that we made a contact in the desert,
But the most difficult thing would be, by the way,
Johnson.
because that's what
It was awesome. He hung out with us the whole time in contact.
here, which
He
is
got me drunk.
assessment every year.
He was a good
Everybody has
He was a good guy. So I did it as well. And guys, don't forget to follow us on we're on YouTube, Instagram as well, and Spotify, which is our main hub.
Excellent question. That's like an
Jamie, are you ready for
excellent
this
question.
interview?
But they've got plenty of
All right, let's
extra
rock it.
legal powers that they can simply enforce. It's like, well, no, Mr. Anderson.
Well, we are back with Alan Stein, of course, which is Steinfeld, not Stein.
Yeah, it was very
I keep
progressive.
saying Stein for some reason, but Alan
You
Steinfeld
had
my daughter to have him on.
I think the first time we met was
Yeah, absolutely. This
San
is not a
Francisco.
Yes,
So
and I got you on
could
my
have
show
mobility,
You
both the
have
lady or the
well,
co-host,
we
but you
bump
can
into
easily
each
move
other all
up
the time,
the
and
status
we
as
got
well.
the pleasure of seeing each other again just at this latest contact in the desert.
Because of Napoleon.
So it's kind of
Napoleon
fun.
shut
Thank you for being
down
here.
any
Thank
police
you. It is a small
authority
community. You get to see
Rabbis.
the same
And
people.
modern day
There's only about
basically follow
500
that.
people really
We
interested
had
in
a
this stuff,
situation
but
here in
there's
New York,
much more. But
New
you
Jersey,
see the same
about
faces
4 years ago, the
everywhere.
most recent
And it's
time
not
happened.
fun. It's like a
I
family.
mentioned the
You know,
cases
it's like
of
you
men
hang out,
refused to give their wives
see
gifts.
them. Anyway,
So there were
I'm
some
happy
guys
to be
in
there
Jersey
here, and this is a passion for
hired
me.
guns to
This
go
is an obsession
put
for
hoods
me.
over this
UAP
man and
studies,
kidnap him,
whatever
and
we
then
want to call it these
beat him
days.
with
So
like
let's dive in.
rubber
folks.
hoses. And to threaten. And
Again,
then
we
what
were
happened is he
going through
figured
the
out who,
question, like
because you're
yourself,
not allowed to
that's
do that.
interviewed,
Right?
and you've been asked
Did the pledge
so
of
many
allegiance.
questions,
No,
and
no,
done
can't have
these
an
interviews so much, that
But
it's hard to
that's
say,
this is
you
how it
know,
works.
I'm
I
not
mean,
in,
it's a-
you know, on
you know,
elements
right,
on it, and it's hard to do. I cheated, and I went to Brock,
Mr.
and I said,
Brennan,
look, you know, I'm having this guest, and I need questions he's never been asked before, and it's assisted me in this because
I was like, okay, talk about this, ask questions on it. So I think for podcasting, Rock is amazing. It's a free plug for X. It just is. I don't preach against AI, but for some reason,
Economic,
it's probably going to try it. Also,
I've been using it more before, so
centuries.
maybe, we can talk about it right now.
since we're on the topic.
Grok is first coming Grok tags. If you have tags, you get Grok.
If you sign up for the chat, you get access to the Rock free whatever it's at, but it can generate images for you and great questions, especially for podcasters, small media like ourselves. It's a great tool to have because you can't afford
And
to
unlike
have all these
all of these other groups,
editing and software and all that the bigger
especially
media
powerful
platforms
and
can.
predominate.
So,
And you could have a whole pile of these, depending on how
all right,
big
go
and
ahead, ask me
sophisticated and
those
wealthy the community is. Like, for example, the most important discovery was
They
the
brought up a
presence
great point about the AI.
Very
Okay, I want to throw it to you first about the AI question, but I have one to follow up on it.
age
I mean,
and
now,
a certain
like my
education and
middle
things
son
like that.
uses Grok like conversation. Almost like somebody sitting in the passenger seat about, tell me more. You can have these
Guys like me,
intellectual conversations.
and then
I guess
they
the question then for you, Alan, is how does this help when you call in and opening up the conversation? Are we going to find answers? Can we rely on information we get from like Grok type? Google answers. Can we rely on with AI, it knows what it knows. Something known. What we're asked to do right now is
education. Poland put for Shabbos,
go beyond
sorry, something Shabbos,
this is not like
today in
anything
most communities will
we
have
have cognized
supporter of the
between
LGBT
recognition
those
and
are darling
cognition.
before
You
people
know, they said cognition versus recognition. Well, recognition
several that
is to
we do
recognize.
provide
You have to
for brides to start their own
cognize. Cognition means to
FedEx,
have
travelers,
an awareness
who want to
of
get together and
such.
say, you know,
So you
whatever it
awareness
is,
is
it's really set up.
cognition of something new coming into your reality.
The obvious
Recognition is
exception
the,
is that
oh yeah,
where you
I
have
have
to
that awareness.
So,
So right
Mario,
now,
many
we
of
have
these
no
items
cognition
discovered
of really what this
populated
phenomenon
by
is
women,
about. We don't
and
know.
they would be
Yes,
funded
it has
by all
certain
of the taxes collected by the people.
hallmarks. It's that
But here
it
you
seems
kind of like the dark
they have a
side of it,
quantum
where they'll
physics approach.
take
There
taxes
seem to be
and they'll
bees,
send
and
out the buy-in,
I'm sure there are
buying,
bees.
something like that.
Seems to be multi-dimensional. It's it has all these aspects that's right beyond government. Maybe they know a little bit more, not
20th century. This
Gary
is way
Nolan
before universal
or
education was
Chris
required.
Elizondo.
You had
Those guys may be a little bit more
all of
helpful.
these things that we
They
take
may
for
have a
granted
little bit
were really
more,
pioneered
but
by the
really,
Ashkenazim
this is so big
in the 9th,
and
10th,
so
11th
huge.
century.
And
They were
in a
figuring out,
way,
okay,
uncode.
rely on outside
We
society to take
can't
care of
depend
us.
on AI to
Self-reliant,
guess what's going on.
achievement
Find this way. New realities. I call my podcast New Realities. And New Realities is the emergence in human
they have some
consciousness.
sense of
There's no
cohesion.
things that we may not have thought of.
Regions and languages
There's
and
what makes humans different, I think, is there's a constant
ourselves.
of forever
Largely an
into
Ashkenazi
our
creation. The
cognitive
Sephardim also
awareness.
ended up
Where do your
imitating this.
thoughts
They
come
have the
from? Well, they haven't been programmed by AI.
and it's
You, each moment,
yes.
you can drop into the unknown. So we
we can't rely on any crutch to tell us what's going on. We have to find or create, and creativity is something I really to make known the unknown, to find a way,
a lot of the social movements of the early 20th century, especially in America,
expressing
were
something
pioneered by Jews.
that is coming
And
into our
there were
cognitive
four
awareness.
projects,
So
well,
other people can then
things like that. I don't think
recognize
it's
that.
interesting to see
And
lots of
found.
songs.
So that's
But
what
I'm
we
not sure
are,
it's
the
linear.
artists of
But
imagine, of
also has
creativity, and
big
possibility.
emphasis on big
Lee Strieber gets
Last
closest
question,
to it, and all the people I've met, of meeting the unknown, but
Yeah.
what's
Well,
happening
these are not
here
people,
for
these are
us
nations.
is incomprehensible. I think. At this stage of evolution, yes.
Yeah, because there is sort of this aspect of there's metaphysical and then not metaphysical about AI. So maybe AI can help us spark that aspect. Maybe it's something that has to experience on its own while it's in this body. But could AI help us with reverting like if we're talking about the super AI that can do, the mental things and samples, and that eventually help us understand another civilization of actually meeting them.
I think so, but again, AI only knows what it knows. It can experiments and you test what you expect there. So
Very good, very good. I would
think there's the creative in AI
don't know
to
why
formulate
something happened.
reality. It can put together information in ways that seem new and creative, and it is. It's inspirational. You ask, okay, how should I tell this interview? How should I write this composition? It gives you ideas like a fantastic editor. I use it.
Now,
I should use it more, but
I did mention how they
about
adapted
human
the defense. They
beings
did not
that
vote
is
for the civil
different
year. They
than
could not.
that way.
But there were
AI is
some
an alien
kind of
intelligence in a
avenues
sense,
that
but
were open to women to take
it can
charge
go
of
beyond
their death.
the
Not only the leadership of the Federal, so by the way, go to your local school,
sort of
just look
same
at the
answer.
organizational structure there. I bet you'll see that most of the
Yeah, it can help us understand what we already know. Yeah, we want to bring out what's here, we'll know.
also had this
Yeah, it has the hallmarks of and hate, whatever. But it won't
specifically
tell
if
us
the woman
anything
felt
that we
that
They're
not being
writing,
treated right
like if there's writing on graphs or a tablet, I can help us decipher maybe what that is based on information, maybe within the Immaculate Constellation program knows, but maybe initially AI will help us
But it
test on
happened. It was like a thing
Yeah,
that
I
was
just want to say,
extreme.
if there's no sample of writing, such as they see scripts that seem, then
But
we'll have
nevertheless,
no
it was a drastic
reference
way that
for analyzing it.
You have to go right to the center of the community, right
So
on Shabbos.
we'll only guess, and maybe it'll be, it will not give us anything accurate if it hasn't been, in my feeling, programmed. Some people say, yeah, AI is an alien intelligence here to help us. I have a hard time with that one, but it is helpful. But yeah.
When you use the term
I was going to ask you, I mean, it seems logical, and I would like to hear your opinion on some of these more advanced civilizations, because let's face it, civilizations out there that probably must have we're going down now, where you hear this, and some of them are very AI-like. Do you think that's what the appeal because we do have that creative drive? And if so, in this great, in your wonderful book here, making contact, like we can't it's a stake in the game for us as humans. How do you think that's happening?
Yeah, I think, there's so many sightings again. There's something else here. I think we are being watched. I think we are being coached to blow ourselves up. I mean, we make our own little wars because that's going to save us from ourselves. We really have to slide into a marriage and trying to say, we have to work this out. We've created a huge mess. We've created weapons of mass destruction, which is awful to even
So
think
let's go
about.
on to the
Polluted the planet.
extremely important in this regard.
We have to figure this out. It's like,
Spread this out over several hundred
so
years.
your question, I think they are watching, make sure we don't just totally annihilate ourselves, because if consciousness is not vocal and we're connected, then our consciousness is part of a greater consciousness, right? So we are connected somehow on this conscious level to ACT.
So he was born
They
in
probably want the best for us.
born around the year
Are
60.
very ignorant and we're very
Rashi's teachers
ego-centered,
my
my country,
grandfather
my party, my peaceful
the
team,
first
you and we'll fight, we'll fight over words and a book that were written thousands of years. It's like
are the disciples.
we have more fear from each other than we do ET. So
This is, by the way,
yeah,
a medieval
I think
woodcut.
we have to clear our mess, and they are looking out for us. And I think, some people talk about the kidney fields. I don't know. I think the technology has them there, but until we come together as one planetary civilization, without country, John Lennon, Imagine is like a theme song that is just like.
So
It
important.
should be a universal anthem for the platforms. And I don't understand war. I don't understand why
But they're called
country over ideology or
that's a way
religion or,
force
I mean, we have to do away with all of it
It's kind of
to be
rabbinical
free.
must be really
And,
important. That it was issued by some communities
But I agree with
years
you,
after he
always
died, but they lumped it in there in order to
empowerment
kind
that
of
sent
like
other people's sons to go
the,
die for their
yogurt
causes.
that has a hush
We hear about all these came to a truce with
There's
the
no way that
the
yogurt
hundreds of thousands of people that died, and young men
but
that
nevertheless,
died
people have
for
this phrase,
absolutely no
black
reason.
culture
It just
must be real culture.
all comes
And
up to the
Rabbeinu
same thing
Gershom,
at the end of the day. I
his
don't
name is
understand that.
applied to lots of
But
later
there is sort of a theme that even listening to some of these
we know
lectures
a little bit of his
in
personal. This is
psionics
possibly his great
capabilities,
marker.
especially this year contact, was huge.
With a
The
1,000-year great
demonstration
marker
that
there
they
is.
did with the telepathy takes
The
impressive,
growth of the
and
order
we're realizing that we have these capabilities that were not developed.
Rishon was
That we were talking to Whitley Street, all these things all over again. So do you think this is who we want to do this, or that certain people are stated this by Jesus?
No, are actually working with the same basic equipment, just don't know how to operate it. And the matrix or the culture is dumbed down. I mean, when I teach, and I'm doing that coming up on the ship, about that, but everyone can see beyond this limited time space. It's miraculous. When I teach it, people can do this. I don't know how they do it, but they can extend their consciousness beyond their local reality and see a target that's not present with them to their five senses. We can do that. It happens over and over again. I talk to Howard Roth and Russell Tarr, and I even do Nico Swan. These are the three people who started the allowed through program. They don't really know how. They might say the subconscious, which I don't think it is, or the right brain, but where are we receiving this
3,000
knowledge from?
odd years
Yes,
after
we have the equipment, the
know
brain,
that
but
our patriarchs practiced polygamy. What were the
but
reasons
who
for
we
that?
are is not limited to our physical body. It's been a radio,
Evening out the ratio mechanism.
We are
Basically
this is
stable
a
except
receiver and center of consciousness. We're not body.
that does not
It just says is the media. I actually hate using that word now because it's been so over.
right.
Let's explain what that is.
A thousand years ago.
No one has a satisfactory explanation, but it is sort of
Typically,
this field of
there's
awareness
more
that
than
transcends the
one
body.
wife.
That we can use as an application. We can send
And
thoughts,
so that means you
we
can
can
have
remote
the
heal,
poor class
we
might
can
not
remote
be able to do
send,
so,
we can change
but
the
if
weather,
they
we can
have
get
a
into
daughter,
people's heads
poor
and read their
family,
There's
as
so
an
much,
advantage to
yes,
have her
that
step up
we,
socially.
the Bible said if you
Second
eat
wife.
of the tree of knowledge, and they'll become like us. It actually says
Yes,
us
that's right.
somewhere in
Yes.
the. It's like, yeah. So something
There you go. That's very
has put humans belong there. We think we're. I say we're infinite. I say we are part
maybe
of
because of a desire
something
to
so much
be
bigger.
less
And
out of
and
step.
one of my favorite lines is by John Mack. You know who John Mack was? He said,
Christians
"Oh
are
boy, do
beginning
I
to
have
get
a
powerful as part of the
So
world.
I had met John that much, but he said,
Think
UFOs
about 19th
general
century
are like an
America,
outreach
where
program
Mormons
from
were
the
practicing
cosmos
polygamy, and
when
that
the
was
consciously
definitely looked down
impaired.
upon. And if I'm not
That's
mistaken,
us.
I think Mormons have
consciously
somehow
impaired.
abandoned polygamy
They are
as
here
well today, but
to wake us up to who we
so
really
I
are.
definitely
And
don't
it's
know.
not about hardware. I don't care
we
what
all
the
know
fun is
that here's one
investigating,
other
other than though I'm
really
hosting that
What about it?
conference in Cincinnati. I'm honored to do that. But it's the software. It's the conscious aware that they really want us to activate. That's why Whitley's book, The Fourth Mind, is valuable because he talks about that like else, like no one else feels. Anyway, does that answer your question?
So I noticed that when you remote view, you can remote view back in time. They did it on the Rocky Mountain Ranch, but can you remote view past lives? And do you believe we all have past lives? And how does that work with the population expanding our new souls and old souls? And are we stuck on this earth plane, or can we choose? And isn't our choice to maybe incarnate somewhere else, like on the plane?
No, those are really great questions. I love talking about that. I mean, if we are just energy, and if the vehicle is not working, if the energy doesn't die, the energy takes up. If your radio breaks, it doesn't mean the signal has stopped. Your radio is trying to dial the vibration, which is the frequency, and it picks up the signal. So we are using these vehicles to pick up the signal of this non-local consciousness that then takes other forms. Yeah, I think we do reincarnate. I do, I mean, can I prove that? No. But I think Krishnamurti says reincarnation is true, but it's not a fact. Meaning, like, do I have proof? Well, there are proof. Ian Stevenson did work at the University of Virginia. I think I know it wasn't a big thing. It was two in the concentration camps. I mean, that just triggers so much for me when I watch movies about that. Maybe for everyone, but I feel really connected to the harshness of those times. And I didn't expect to have those reactions. I thought it was just a movie. But anyway, so I believe we don't die. The body may, but the body can also not die. Also, that's a whole other conversation. It can ascend. But
how do we know, by the way,
we
obviously, that we
are
have lots of
forever
male?
beings. We really are. And what consciousness is, who we are, what the soul is, what the Akashic Records keeps the memory of all lifetime.
Back and forth,
We beginning we have, and I think that's why, people call themselves Arcturians. I don't really go along with that because,
very, very
because here we are.
in the
And
20th
so
century, because
people
of the
tend
invention
to
of the
escape the human field by giving themselves like special names, which is okay.
telegram,
We want to do that, but
email,
We are-
right, email.
we
It's
our
email
home is the
correspondence, so
cosmos.
you're allowed to,
Earth is a beautiful, beautiful planet, Jason. Don't forget that.
or can you actually look at the
I mean, I throw my trash
one of the
in the
reasons, by the way, guys, I
backyard.
insist if you write to me, don't use your Gmail. Don't use your private email.
Well, they do that in India because you know why they do it in India?
You write in your
Because you know it's
serial
all God. It
serial
doesn't matter.
email,
But anyway, it's
then
not just
whatever I say to you,
I mean, it's just my own observation. But if we're forever and we've had these adventures being a consciousness, you get to experience physical reality and many vehicle of communication that we're all telepathic, all see space.
if you're emailing
As I
us,
said,
first of all,
space
don't leave me
are
you know,
things that we play by, but they're not actually real because we're the now
People are using,
in this moment.
if you're emailing anyone in your field,
So we have to reformulate our
if you're emailing because, hey, I
notions of
got a
reality. This is what I think the ETs, whoever they are, whatever UAPs are
here's
are
really
trying
important.
to help us with.
Besides
You know, we are running our world on physics. You realize that, energy out, you get energy back, you burn fuel, you push the car forward, the plane, or the whole technology. We have not progressed since the 1700s, or even,
allowed to live.
we need the new science, the new society with a new mind. We're not going to understand the new technology until we understand it. That's the problem with
So
this
if you
collecting
had
hardware. So,
a community, a usually you had a settlement,
right? Not
and
anymore.
they had shoemaker,
That brings up
his
a good
living
point
was
because
places
progress very far.
store.
We don't need fuel. We don't just sit down and
People had the right to regulate.
But I think that brings about this technology, this change.
Set up a
One, there's no money. Like, if you buy a vehicle, a saucer, let's say for your first one, you're a billionaire on one of these crowds.
You never
need to fuel it.
might seem
You
foreign
know,
to
maintenance would assume because of the way it's built.
people
But
still have a
socially
right
now,
to
it's people for gas, and our whole industry, our whole
secular
world
authorities.
is run on
They're the
fuel
secular
and
authorities
fuel and letting the pockets of pharmaceuticals, which we discovered through these
So they
entities,
could say,
cure
yes, you
diabetes
have
and
the right
cancers, but we don't want that
secure
because
all the
that's
silver
trillions of dollars
they're,
in billionaires'
regulated by
pockets
your
that they don't want us
and
to
the
have.
Jews
So
could
the
then
whole
say, all
problem
right,
with this
we have
is the hierarchies of the trillionaires, billionaires, the elite,
no
and the
other
people
people are allowed
underneath
to
who
come
will be
to town.
trampled on with this technology. I'm just wondering what your thoughts is on
And it
this.
was usually
Well, those are
successful.
my thoughts exactly. This is not about are there aliens or not aliens. Who really cares about that?
On the other
They care
hand, it
about
meant
the
that
money.
you could be
They care
fairly
about that.
sure
You know,
of your
there's no these here. So,
Yeah,
I had talked to Al
it goes
about
back
that years ago. He said, yeah, there's a slow
how close
integration
set
of
up
the new
with the
technologies.
restaurant
On
on this
I
screen.
guess corporate
Another Chinese
mindset,
restaurant
but
opens
we
up
need an
doors
accelerated
back. Sorry, I
planet.
only had salads.
We're killing the
Another
planet,
Chinese
ourselves
restaurant
by
opens up.
fossil fuel. I don't even think it is.
So what's going on? This guy's gonna take away our business.
Yes, it is a
anybody's
someone
game.
is making
What will
money
happen
from Justin
is
World. This world, that movie with Al Pacino, and the one he's like, something's wrong here, something's weird, that's what we're dealing with. But we all feel that innately, that there's something I've been feeling it more and more through the years, but there's something terribly wrong. And it's like it's just looming in the background. And we keep hearing 2027, I don't care, but right now it's more like the war is more on my mind.
only exceptions to that rule.
Pakistan and India and Iran and Israel, it's like they
When is
all
there
have
no
nukes. This is not good.
no competition?
Well, I think we all feel
Sorry,
that
that's right. If you have
it's a
a day
silent
school
power,
set up
maybe
right here,
it's,
you
you know,
put up
the
another
extended
LED,
consciousness
right
picking
next
up
to
on
it.
the vibes
That's
of
the Torah.
other people.
Open
And
gate,
I
anybody
think
can
that's
go.
what it is. And
Okay.
there's so much evil,
Let's see
so
now.
much
We talked about
selfishness that
So the
is
last part here,
very
the
real.
impact,
It's palpable. I can feel it.
this is Chagall.
I don't know about you guys, but it seems
Yeah,
to be
Chagall, right.
an emotion.
Especially if it's something you see over the next 10 years.
I want to take selfish, but it's something that
And then it
I
was
struggle
supposed
with
to
and
be
I struggle with.
expired.
And
So, why
bring
do
up
I
this
do
great
why
point,
do you
Jason,
make
that
it
these are very scary times, and at the end of the
you have
day,
the authority
we
to
all need to
expand
survive.
forever?
So,
Also,
you know,
he
for
specifically said
learning about
was
consciousness
not to
there's a
recognize that
balance for
bad.
me.
But he's the one who gives us
Reality
the
is
stuff.
wonderful, and I try to stay in that, but then reality kicks in and it throws us back into the materialism line, and our planet's going to be
There was some
able to look at our lives and use it to better humanity, I guess.
So let's say a woman
Well,
decides to
that
join and she says, I don't care, and I'm never going to accept a
because,
gift from you.
That way they don't have time to think about the needs.
So in that kind of bizarre situation,
Our
we have a
cycle
woman
should
who
be in two ways. I think you can follow Bashar's advice, which is you follow your, and that leads
I'm
to your greatest gifts and talents. And you know, there are artists and songwriters and painters that get rewarded for following their passion because they followed it to the utmost end
but it's
of
not an
their,
absolute benefit. After all,
and somehow they're delivering a higher message for humanity that people appreciate.
But always these crazy
You can take this route and say, okay, well, we're making enough money so I can support my UAP session, and
why don't we just let the
see
Mary
where it all
Richard
comes
come?
in.
But
So,
that never went
I think we
anywhere.
have to overturn the system
Okay.
altogether.
And
We have to
one
reward
last point,
people
I
for
do
their
want to say
creativity,
in this
for their
context,
passion, for their obsession with new
one of
knowledge,
the
and you know,
really important
we
things
want to
here
know what this
that
world is about. We
is
want to
mentioned
know
with
what's
God
going
forbid,
on. And getting back to Jason's point, we have been lied to. We know something's wrong here, and we're not getting answers, not from our politicians, certainly, who don't even want to ask the big question. The big
that's
question,
the
okay,
end of this lecture.
who's giving you Lua Elizondo orders not to speak? Name those names. Why is that not being asked by Nancy Mace or someone in Congress? Like, name names there. Who's pulling the strings? If I knew that, the house of cards might fall.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
then we'd have to have, you know, pull the bodies out, pull the craft out.
I found
Let's
an
move
evil
the
archive.
technology of free energy out. Let's give humanity a chance to go beyond survival and thrive, not survive. And
husband was right.
We're at a really critical point in history. I mean, closer than we've ever been, closer to the truth, but in some ways further away because those forces just are doubling down. Like, if you saw the article in the Wall Street Journal, did you see that one about saying, oh, these UFO, UAPs are a government program to distract people from,
Okay,
secret weapons. I mean, that is
so
an
a lot to
obvious
say about this.
counterintelligence program into
Historically,
the Wall Street Journal. They are being fed that to feed the public, to take the pressure off of those guys. I mean, you can look it up on the Wall Street Journal. Danny Sheehan writes about this.
Too little, too late, as far as I'm concerned.
Historically, farming was
Too little,
not
too
the
late. Nice
first
try,
choice for
We're not
Jews.
drinking that
For
Kool-Aid
fairly
anymore.
But
obvious
some
reasons.
people are. Some people are drinking the Kool-Aid because that's all there is to drink for them. They're not looking at the
kind of like in
alternative.
the
So
19th century, there was a bias
I
against
think we
saying,
have to keep
oh, the
pushing
reasons why
for
Jews
public
couldn't own
disclosure,
land and
citizens
could farm was because they
activities, and
couldn't own
going,
land. And
marching
largely
on
speaking,
Congress.
that's
I
not
don't know
true.
how
For
this is going
most
to
of the
change because,
medieval period,
Lou Elizondo, Chris Month, they've been out
it
since
was illegal to
2017.
own
That's like
there were
8
exceptions
years
to
now.
places
They've been
and
out,
times,
and
but largely Jews could own
we've
land. If
gotten
they
a lot
owned
of
land,
orchards, but we're not
why did they not
getting to
become big
who's
landowners
holding
in
the
the Travis?
cards. Is that but there's more people asking that question, so it's like
Excellent, good
how we
point.
stop the war
When
in
you're living
Vietnam,
far
and then
away,
people protested to finally say,
Shul
well,
or the mikvah,
maybe
the
this
Chinese
war is
restaurant.
not about communism, maybe it's about, I
Mr.
don't know,
Blasco?
control
Tell me about that.
or heroin production. I don't know what it was about actually, but a lot of people were killed and a lot of people
So
suffered
then what about the
because
land?
someone wanted to make money on selling weapons. So
Okay, but how would that change? I think you're
we have
right,
to
but I'm not sure
reevaluate
it's
who
going to
our
answer correctly.
politicians are.
Why
Even if they think that
was
they're
land
having transparency,
less
they're obviously
desirable
not,
than,
because we
let's
still don't know
say,
what the drones over New
silver,
Jersey
gold,
were.
stuff like
I
that?
mean,
And it's easy too, though, right? Because
And
was
so,
it
Mr.
Paula
Rubin, you have the word here?
Yeah, she was threatened.
No,
Yeah,
that's
she
what I
was
like to
threatened by
say. It's
Native
very
Fire.
hard to run
okay, well that's part of the job. If she's
right?
threatened, then come out
Exactly
on
right.
national
If
television
people are to
and say,
attack you,
what,
or whatever, and
how
take the
come, what's
plea,
his name,
and essentially abandon your
Area
land.
51,
You can't get with you, right? There used to be a joke.
the
It's no longer true, but
guy,
Jews used to not
No,
be
the
big piano players. They used to play
how come
clarinet,
Bob could come out and
banjo and
say
things like
these
that.
things, and I
Violin,
believe Bob
and these
Lazar,
are very
I
hard
think
to run,
he's
very
actually telling a little bit
hard
of
to
truth
flee.
because
So,
he's protected by,
real estate was not
coming out in
safe
public. So
investment for Jews.
why are we
Not only
why
for
are we
drones,
still getting
but,
politicians and liars that
legislative
are
expression.
covering the
The
truth?
local king, Lord, noble,
I
whatever
think
it is,
the guys that are coming out are trying to
Jews were
control
killed 5 times
disclosure,
in
and
one
this is
century.
uncontrollable.
They kept on being expelled and invited back, but you can't keep your land if
Being
you're
lied
expelled.
to. Mark Twain has a great saying. This is from the 1860s. It's easier to lie to people than to convince them they've been lied to. But I think more and more of us are convinced we are being lied. I mean, if you follow UAP studies at all, it's deep. It's a deep well.
Yeah, it's an excellent point.
And,
We'll see when we get
it
to
all
Eastern
leads
Europe,
back
which will be in a
to
couple of
cover
weeks,
up.
that
I mean, not all
Jews
of
were
it, because
frequently
we also
released
don't know
older,
why they're here,
but
who they
it
are,
was
where they come
primarily
from,
for
what they want. So
the
that's
tax
the big
dividends
question. We
of
get
the
together
land.
as
The land was definitely not owned by
world
them. It was not
population
farmed
and
by them.
ask those
Only
questions
in a few
first
places,
and may
like
unify
Galicia,
the
for
world
example, you have
to show
farmers,
there's something
but overwhelmingly,
bigger than our
the first 100 years we're talking,
small-minded,
Jews did not prefer
what
land
it's,
as choice.
the Stanley, what's his name? Who's the major UFO guy? Stan, the old guy. Stan Gordon? No, the old Friedman. Stan Friedman.
Okay, good
He
point.
used to say, I know my ufologists. Yes, you are.
Well, because you have to invest in your real estate.
Stan Friedman says, who
Or,
wants to be
you
friends
know,
with a bunch of apes whose favorite pastime is
anything that
tribal
has to
warfare?
Yeah.
Well,
Well,
having
we're
the
going to
tribal
discuss all of
warfare,
it. You definitely invest in skills. And
it's
if you
put
don't
it
invest
there
in
in
skills,
place to
that
keep
will
us
liquidate
distracted from asking the big questions
If you're a
like we're
doctor,
asking,
you
you're asking
put up your
about
shingle
how do
anyway
we
and start
how do we
doctoring.
change the planet in a very
You
positive
are
way.
working with the silver
And why
so you
aren't
have
the
to have a
UAPs
certain
helping
amount of
us? Why aren't they, if they're there,
Don't forget that you
why
have
are
the
they
skill.
just
But
coming
if
forward?
you take your money and
Because
dump it into
we
a
have to
piece
grow
of land,
up. It's all of us are
building,
contributing
like
to
that,
war somehow.
you're
If there's
attached to
war in
that
our reality,
someone else
it's somehow in our mind. So
But our able to
Yeah,
transform much of
I
your
was gonna
skills
say,
into
you brought up a point
cash,
about
like actual money.
we were talking about the military. The one thing that we heard from the Navy, military, Air Force,
Actually,
what we haven't heard from is Space Force, which we know has been around since the 80s. They're already up and we hear nothing. Nothing. Do they have ships? What's their jobs? Do they have satellites? What do they know about these UAPs? Because obviously, if you're Space Force, it's not just to defend what is on the planet, but what's coming from outside, which, again, we've heard nothing since 2017. Space Force has been silent. Nothing's coming out of it. And all of it trickles back down to them. Because even if they outsource this material to, Bigelow or Big Stone Works, it's in the Space Force, because it's them that's going to be operating these vehicles. And my biggest worry is, if we're a civilization just slowly going up, but the military complex is spiking up really, really fast, at what point do we need to, or do we not need at all? And that's my scariest scenario for disclosure, is that we're a runaway military complex.
Well, Eisenhower said that in 1960, his last
very
City
happy to
American
buy
Naval Military Industrial Complex, and Richard Dawes talked about the breakaway civilization, so I think you're referring to that.
The church, by the way, was very
I
upset
don't
with that because
think
it
it's as
looks bad.
breakaway as they
Jews
would
won't eat this,
want,
but
because
Christians will happily eat
I think the
it. But
phenomena
it's the
itself
same rule as ever. If you go to
is somehow on
grocery
our
stores
side, at
today,
least some of it.
who will
I
buy
think
where it's cheapest.
it's for the people
Sometimes more.
and for our evolution.
Okay,
So I'm not worried about a breakaway civilization, but where are they going? I think it's a collective struggle that we're in, that we all, I think what you guys are doing is great. We need to have UAP studies and Space Force.
This is what Jews
Well, it's another way of keeping secrets. I mean, but who's the keeper of the
I'm
secrets?
restricting
And
myself now.
what is, in my next book, I talk about the secret behind the secret.
We will have
Okay,
much
the secret is there's UFOs and they're here, but
of
what?
economic
I
endeavor
don't think it's just
once
money.
the conditions
I
permit
think
it.
it's the genetic hybridization program. I think it's so far outside of the credibility of most people
strongest
that,
element in a given kahila was
and
Jews
if
involved
government
in
come out and
finance,
say, yeah,
specifically
we've been
money lending.
abducting people
This is
since
a
the
bigger topic, but
1960s
we've
or
got 7 months, so I'm trying
we
to
would
give
say,
you a short
what? How do we have a $1
It
trillion
tends to have kind of
military
like a,
budget
when I
that
say
can't
finance,
defend
that
against,
sounds nice,
you know,
right? When I
beings
say
coming
something
into your
like
home?
pawnbroking,
And I do
that
think
sounds
that's
kind of
what
like
happens.
seedy, sort of like on the outskirts of town, strip malls, things like that.
Whitley Strieber got 200,000 letters after
This
Communion,
was
and that there was
an
a people
excellent way
with
for
no
Jews
connection
to
with each other
engage
from all over the world.
commerce
There's something
and
happening.
to
John
support
Mack
themselves,
talked about that. John
specifically
Mack
because of
really
research
understood there's
they
something
enjoy
so
the
outside our
monopoly on
paradigm.
for several hundred
In
years.
order to understand the UFO
I'll
phenomenon,
take
we have
that.
to
Let's just
go
go
to
to
the
the
most
images of 16th
extreme
century by
consideration
Quentin
and
Matthews,
work back.
the money changer and his
This
wife.
is happening.
And you can see they're living in a
what's
nice urban
True and
environment.
not true of the
They've got
reality
fine
that we
clothes,
know,
dyed
and
red,
then
which is
how do we
expensive color and so on.
so we
And
can
he's counting
get
out his
to a
coins here.
place
The
where
only
that
problem is,
is
for our
where
purposes,
somehow.
it's not
So
actually
we can't wait for the government to do that. There's
a Jewish
brilliant
couple because
thinkers out there
reading
that are
like
leading the
clearly a
way
Christian
with
illuminated
new
manuscript, very expensive, but
considerations
it has
of the
like a
nature of
price
reality.
figure.
I think Jacques
And
Vallée
Mary there's
is really brilliant. He said,
by the way, you can also see the artist here
this
portrayed
is
as
a psychic
put
and
himself in the mirror at the
technological
bottom
feat.
here.
So we talked about the craft before. I think these craft are
Not very good at that, but
intelligent
nevertheless.
where your mind
So it worked basically like this.
somehow connects
When
to
the
the craft
king
itself,
wanted
and we
to
stare at
collect
these
taxes,
things
which
by
is things that
that's
kings
how I
want
think
to
the
do,
ETs
there's
do
a
it. They,
few different
the
ways
craft
that you
are
can do
somehow
so.
alive
You can
or
either collect
neurologically
taxes in
connected. I think
kind,
that's how
which
the
means
psionic stuff
farmers
works.
who are
They're
growing
tapping
wheat
into the
can give a
intelligence
portion
of
of
the
their
craft
wheat to
and
the king,
talking to that. That's
which
what
is
Jacob
great, right?
Barber's
Wheat was
testimony was
really
about.
useful. You can make it into bread, things like
It's
that.
so complex that
It's
most
difficult to
people are
transport.
just
It
being
has to be
busy with
stored.
such mundane stuff like, are they real or are they not real?
Tremendous
I mean, we
amount
have
of
to
energy to
stop
transform
asking
that
that
to other things
question.
that
That
kings
just
might
keeps
want.
people
Like, for
stupid.
example, for
There's
coat
something
paint
with that
or,
prior. It's already done. It's established.
apple washers or whatever it is.
Yeah.
Exactly.
You know,
It
taxes
was my
in kind
frustration at
are
the
not the best thing
contact
for
of
the
the
king.
desert where they kept
Also,
talking about telepathy.
remember that this
Well,
is a very,
that's
very
a
sensitive
fact.
economy.
Let's go
There's
on. I
actually
just
very
interviewed one of these
little
telepathy kids that was so deep and
circulation.
spiritually
There's,
open. Like,
in your Europe,
They even
they're way
asked him about
behind, which is
telepathy.
working
This
in the
kid
dark ages.
already
They
knew
don't even have
that he was
advanced
connected to all
instincts
time and
available where
space.
people are
He
making
says,
things.
I am a
Very
sentient
common in the Roman
being.
era,
Right there in the
but at the
interview,
end of the dark
you
ages,
know, I am an
people
old
just begin
soul.
to come out of this.
I
Most
mean,
business is conducted
that's
in
where some
barter. I will
those
give you
autistic
one
kids, not
dead
speakers,
rabbit
are
for
have
those
a
15
element of
tomatoes in
truth
your
that we
basket.
need to know.
The basket's
And
extra.
this whole idea of
The other way
consciousness is
is
changing,
Corvée,
and
which is
we have to
forced
realize
labor.
our own
Where
potential,
the people
and
say,
we can't
look,
wait
I
for
don't want
government
to.
to
I have
spoon
so
feed us
many
garbage
acres of
because it's not
farmland.
digestible.
I would
That
rather
brings
you
a good
just come and
question
work
up
my
for me,
field.
and you
Let's say
mentioned it
one
at the
day a
top of
week.
the show that this
You
is
can
a
force the
relatively
peasants
small community of
to
like
take
500
whatever.
some
So
people,
I was
yet
rotating
see it,
Mondays, all the
yet
people
you
from
know
this
hundreds
village
of
have
new
to come and
podcasters
work the
coming in,
board
these young people.
King's Land
Why
and
is it a
Rotary.
small community?
The
Why
rest of the week they
does
can work on their
why
own
isn't
stuff.
this
So it's
millions and
taxes called
millions or hundreds of
Corvée.
thousands of people really clamoring to communicate and really dig? Why do
The
you think
third kind
that
of
is?
taxes, the
Because
best
of the
kind of
question you
taxes,
asked, Katie,
is cash
how do
over.
you work a job and get fed
Real
and go
money,
follow?
golden money,
So
or in this
we're
case,
being
gold
kept
and silver.
so
But the thing is, that's
preoccupied
in
with
short
survival, or
supply.
even if you're beyond survival,
People
like
don't
you're a
have
millionaire, you're still
precious
worried about
metals
your money, you're worried about
more
investing in
money.
it, you're worried
Most people
about,
are still
you know,
dealing
how are
with
we going to keep
very,
the money
very
in the
level in their country.
inflation
So
economy.
along
It's
comes the
like,
Jews.
even if you have money,
Jews
you're
are really good
tied
at
to
this.
survival.
They
I
are
mean, some
literate.
people, I mean, there is
Right?
like
They can
Robert
read, they can make records
What's
of
that?
who borrowed
Exactly.
money, how much they pay back,
You know,
what
that's
rate of
why we
interest are they
are brought
paying.
up in a
They're also
culture
relating to that,
that,
they're numerate. They
is
know how to do
based on
math.
that level. I mean, it's
They
nothing
can
wrong
say,
with
yes,
having
I
money.
will
We need
gladly
that.
lend
but
you money
There
to
is enough to go around.
whatever.
I mean, I know that's
Buy a new
idealistic,
plow, it'll
but
cost this much money.
why? I think if people
And
had the
you will pay
freedom
me back
to
at
just sit back
25-30% interest.
look at
And
the
over
world
time, I
without
will tell you
having
exactly how much you'll have to pay
worry
every week
about,
until
you know,
you
the
discharge the
crime
debt.
down the
This is
street
something,
or
it's like magic for most people at this time. We have no
things
idea
that
how
have
the
been going
math works.
on for a long
But
time
you're
that
able
keep
to do
us
that.
so preoccupied
Yes,
with
go ahead.
this
Well, there is some money in
we start
circulation,
to think
right?
about the
It's
bigger
really valuable.
questions, you
And
know?
the Jews are able to
That's
afford it.
why it's on the
Here's
front
the key
page, but
thing.
we have to make
The
life
reason
livable for
why
everyone
Jews have a leg up in all of
and
this
joyful
for two
for
reasons.
everyone.
One is because
So we
the
can sit
church
back
did
and
not
tap
want
into the grand
Christians to do it.
intelligence that
We're going
we
to spend a lot more
are.
time on
We are
Wednesday
these
talking
incredible
about that. So
intelligences, and
Jews
most
were the
people,
only people
you
in
know,
Europe who were
don't
allowed
even
to
touch
charge money,
a
charge interest.
quarter of
And
what their
secondly, the
potential
king
is
loved
because
it.
they're
Because the king
working
would
those
say,
9 to 5
oh,
jobs,
wow,
which
Jews,
sometimes you
you
have to do
guys,
with this.
you have
Yeah,
all
do you
this,
think that's
this gold and
intentional?
silver coming through
That
your
was an intentional
investment. I will
I think it's
tax
totally
you
intentional
guys
by the power elite
directly
that
from cash and
makes
silver.
its
And that
money
way,
on
I don't
weapon
have to like
manufacturing.
dispose of
It's,
like
you know, there was a
10
book
acres
in
worth of
the, I think
that
30s,
was
my grandfather
harvested.
had it.
I don't
There
have
was a
to force the
racket.
peasants to come work my
Every
land.
20
I
or
can
30
just get
years,
cash from you.
the country
And then
goes
with
to
that
war
cash, I can do all kinds of
to
things.
make money
And
for
in
the
return, for you guys doing
for
a
the
great job,
industrial
making
corporate
money through
military
money
industrial
lending,
complex,
which everybody
and
needs. In an agricultural
we
society,
have to break out of
everybody
that
needs
cycle.
credit. Try to
We
imagine your
need
world today
leaders that are
without
not
credit cards. For
wanting to
example.
put on
It's
a
like,
military
ridiculous.
parade in honor of
Because I will
themselves to
protect you.
show up. I mean,
You guys
we,
are my special people.
that's what's frustrating, Jason.
And
That's
I will
what's
make sure
is
that
that
nobody molests
we
you
don't have
while
any
you go about
leaders
doing your
anymore that
business,
are
make lots
standing
of
up for
money,
the
which I
people.
would come in
I mean,
tax.
like
This
Dennis
was a
said,
special
like
status
Bernie
called
Sanders, I like some people who
Severely
come forward, but
Camarade,
you know, with
servants
these
of
Democrats,
the
Republicans,
royal
it's sort of all the same. It
meaning
doesn't matter who's
servants
president.
of
It
the
looks
chamber
like it
of the
matters,
king.
but by the people are for the people.
And you did not want to mess with
They're
that
all
because
bought
the
and owned by
king wanted them
corporations
to do
or
a great job
pharmaceutical companies that
raising
are all making money
cash
at
that
the
they
back
could then
end.
tax.
I think it was
Another
Robin
way to
Williams that said,
metaphor used
I
for this,
believe all
these were kind of like
politicians
a
should wear their
sponge
sponsorship
that the king
badges
could take and
on their
dip
suits
into
the
the
same way
peasant's
car
food,
racers
soak
do,
as
so you
much
know
money as you
exactly
could
who
out
it
of
is
them,
you're voting
and then
for.
he could wring it
Right?
dry
We should bring that have to pull it back and tell everybody
So it was a
what is
mutually
true.
symbiotic kind of relationship.
You know, corporations,
The
they'll
king and
put
the
people in
Jews
place
that actually
because it
protected
it
them
doesn't matter
and
how much you have to
encouraged
pay,
them to
because in
be
the end, it benefits them and it
It's
crushes the
also
people.
hugely important to,
And
again,
you were mentioning all
we'll
these
talk
new
about
systems we have around our
because
necks.
nobody else
Yes,
is allowed
you
to
need
do
to
it.
go to work to pay your bills. You need to pay your medical. In the States, it's atrocious. I'm sorry, but it is atrocious. When you guys pay for medical insurance just to get declined because it's a pre-existing medical condition, it's insane how much you're getting wrong. And in know Canada's not
Okay,
perfect
with
by
that,
any means,
gentlemen, I'm gonna
but I was put in the
close
ICU
for
twice, which in
now.
the States
We'll
would have
meet again
cost
on Wednesday,
$10,000
Dublin.
per
Have a
day.
look on campus
I
because
walked
we
out
have
of
a
that
new
hospital twice with
artificial
zero
intelligence
bills.
challenge that will be
Zero.
closing
I
on
went back home,
Wednesday as
I
well.
went back on my
Make sure
couch
you
and
take the
enjoyed
time.
my life.
I hope you find it
If
interesting.
that happened now,
Thank
I
you
would
for
have
that.
lost my home.
Hello, fellow
So
students of
you have
Jewish
all
history.
these nooses
I hope you
around your
enjoyed
neck
that
from
lecture.
pharmaceutical
I guess you
companies, right?
probably
They want
did
your
if
money.
you're still watching
They're
at
not
this
gonna
point,
heal
or
you.
maybe
They're
you
just
just
gonna
left
find,
your phone on and forgot about it,
temporary
fell asleep, something like that.
medicine that you have
But
to take
I
for the rest of your
wanted
life.
to
So
be
that's a
able to
customer
show
for
this to you
life.
because this is
For
just a
instance, I'm
sense
diabetic.
of what
They
we do
want to
here
keep
at Landry
forever
College
a diabetic
Zero
because
University.
they make
But you're
billions
missing
of
the
dollars
best part.
every year.
The best part is not on the camera, it's what I get to see
Discovered
having
insulin
these
and
great
so
young men in front of me,
sold
very
the rights
inquisitive,
for
very intelligent, very eager to
because they
learn
believe everybody
everything there
should
is to
have a
know
right to live.
about Jewish
These guys
history,
will
as
sell you
well
a
as the
vial of
many
insulin
great
in the
topics that they
States.
study here
It's
for their baccalaureate degree.
$360 or something.
We are
to be
extremely
exact.
proud of our
$30
very
for
vibrant
Canada.
base medrash, where
So
students
when
begin
you
their day at
realize how much
7:45 in the
controlling,
morning,
the
and
land of
after
the free,
breakfast
land
they
of the
spend
free, my
hours
ass, now they
delving
free
into
the
the
States. I'm
intricacies
sorry,
of
but
Talmud under the
it's
direction
expensive there
of
too,
our
as much as
esteemed
it is
Rosh Yeshiva,
anywhere
Rabbi
else.
Yonasan Sachs, and the
That's
leadership
the
of our
control that
Manal,
they
Rabbi
have.
Yosef
It's not the
Sonnenschein.
physical
And then
control.
after
You're
studying Talmud
physically
for several
going
hours,
everywhere.
they have
But you're
lunch and
tethered
they have
to
other
all these
activities.
company
Secular
independent
studies
on
begin
them.
at 3 p.m.
Because they're
with
dependent on you. So
rigorous
this whole
curriculum
cycle, we're
of
talking
the
about
sciences,
changing our
political
mindsets,
science,
humanity, the
English
way they
composition,
think.
history, of course,
Probably if it's
and
a
a
high
whole
mind or
wide
like
variety of
telepathy,
majors
somebody's
like
sick,
business,
they all
computer
focus
science,
on that
you
person
name
and
it.
make them
And
good.
then after dinner, they come back for a couple more hours of dedicated Torah study. So it's a really phenomenal young men. They only get to do their extracurricular sports and so on. Sometimes 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock at night. We have basketball that happens that late at night. Then they're back for it again the next morning. And they are just loving it. There's so much activity for them, so many retreats, and so much food. Actually, they get a lot of food, so they really enjoy it. We also have a separate evening division, which is intended primarily for students who are studying in other institutions in our neighborhoods. And then they come to us for the secular classes at night that begin at 6 p.m. And they're extremely bright, and we're very proud of them as well. And in fact, we're hugely proud of all of our students who have gone on to do such phenomenal things, going into medical school, law school, and forging successful careers in finance and accounting and computer science. Wow.
From World War II, everything's refurbished.
And the thing is,
So
so
it's
if
like
you
all
enjoy
this
this lecture
in our
and you
military
want to
has won.
contribute
Like
to
that's
the
that's
quality of Jewish
Oh,
history here on this campus, Landry College for Men in Queens, New York, please have a look in the information box where you'll see a link, and you can contribute to the scholarship funds and help specifically those students who are very interested in Jewish history. Thank you very much for watching, and I look forward to providing more of these lectures for you as well.
Prisoners, basically in the States, and that's the point that that's what we're not addressing. So you got diabetics that are skipping their insulin shots because they can't afford it in the United States of all countries, the best country in the world, but these people are suffering. So our ideas of, America, it's like Canada
Let
or
us
Russia,
just
really,
recap
what are the
one really
defaults in your
important
country?
kind of rushed through at the end of last week, but it's so crucial.
All part of
Why are we talking about Khazaria
you write that,
when
you talk
we are
about
talking
it,
about
just
the
about
origins of Ashkenazi
what we
Jewry?
know,
Why is Khazaria
or looking
relevant?
into the unknown and making it known, because
the
that might
third,
lead us to a
left.
different path of just because Piranha's eating herself at this point.
Will lead us to a different. That's why the UFO situation is so coveted.
Essential why? Why is it essential? Khazaria is like way out in Central Asia, and we're talking about the Rhineland. What's going on, Mr. Everson?
Under wraps so that people can stay in place. If that's out of the box, who knows what's coming next?
I'm not looking forward to it. When
I am.
it's just the change in people. I think, fundamentally, I know a lot of Christians
Very good. Mr. Rowan, did you want to add anything
just
to that?
live on
Yeah, that's a big deal, because if you want to say that Ashkenazi Jews in particular are not ethnically related to the Jews of the Bible, then you automatically sever the historical connection between the Old Testament Jews that evangelical Christians love so much and contemporary real-life Jews. And on the one hand, that way you can say that, we can treat Ashkenazi Jews at least badly today because they're not really the children of Abraham. That's what it's got, right? And on the other hand, much more relevant politically is since Ashkenazi Jews played such a major role in the initial years of the modern Zionist movement, late 19th, early 20th centuries. It's true there is going to be a massive influx of Sephardi and Middle Eastern Jews afterwards, but in those years it was a huge project of Ashkenazi Jews. You can say, if you want, if they're actually Khazarian and not descendants of the biblical inheritors of land, you can say they have no right to make any kind of a claim on the land of Israel. That is the logic behind pushing the Khazarian hypothesis as the origin of Ashkenazi Jews. Once again, Mr. Grant, a way of lying to a lot of things. Yeah, it's an excuse for anti-Semitism. It has actual, political implications for modern day Israel. Because, Elise Stefanik, the representative of the UN, just recently said that Israel has a biblical right to Judea and Samaria. That should be a non-controversial statement because it's the Jews of Israel are descended from the Jews who live in Judea and Samaria based on the Bible. And whether or not you think that right is sufficient to lay claim to it, doesn't really matter. We definitely have a biblical claim. If, on the other hand, you say that all Ashkenazi Jews are descended from Polynesians, then maybe you would say, well, what are you talking about? They don't have a biblical right to land in Israel, right? So that's the reason why we had to spend some time on it. Now, one thing we did not spend a lot of time on is, I just told you that there is no basis to the Khazarian hypothesis, but I didn't tell you, like, why. Right? So, let's just explore that. How do we know that we're not descended from Khazarians? Ask the Ashkenazi Jews. But true with
of course, we need that because that represents where people are. So I think people who are multiple levels of
in other words,
so I go from
Ashkenazi DNA has broad similarities with Sephardic DNA, Middle Eastern Jewish DNA. The genetic basis is really clear that we're mishpachah, we're a family. We're not families in any significant way with Central Asia. How much is there any Khazarian DNA in Jews?
The different types of experiencers,
Yes,
really.
actually,
There's
like
the
less than 3% by the most generous study, but that's because, we've got lots of Mongol boards traipsing into Eastern Europe and occasionally, having relations, typically coerced one, I'd imagine, but who knows, with Jewish women. And so it's not unreasonable to imagine there's some amount of Central Asian DNA that makes its way into the Ashkenazi framework. But it's such a small number that it's really an exceptional proof of rule if you want.
Actually, it started with people like Whitley Strieber.
Well, there's not much basis for it at all. It's an assumption that really was pioneered by, I think it was Arthur Kessler, who's perhaps the most important thinker who came up with this. He wrote a book called The 13th Tribe, in which he wanted to say that Ashkenazi Jews are actually coming from the Khazarians. But it has no scientific basis. It's been thoroughly debunked in every way. Even scholars who really tried hard find it have been hard pressed. Perhaps the most successful area where we can see Khazarian influence on Ashkenaz in particular is ironically in the Yiddish language. The Yiddish has a tiny amount of what appear to be Turkic words in it. The Khazars are a Turkic people speaking a Turkic language. So there's a whole bunch of families, Hajis and so on in that family. So what are those words? What are the words? There's not a large number of words. If you know German, Yiddish is basically decipherable. It's so close to German. But what are those few words? Some of them are highly sensitive words. Like, for example, Max Feinreich, who is one of the greatest scholars of Yiddish language, says that the word daven is Khazarian. Right? Daven is not a Hebrew word. Where do we get that word from? It's not a Yiddish word. It's usually Yiddish. So where does the word daven come from? It's not a Slavic word. It's not a French word. Where do we get this word daven? Max Feinreich argues that this
Come conferences for
tiny,
20
tiny
years. When I
remnant
got, you go to
of
lunch with them, they
Khazarian
become your friends.
influence
You
on
call them
Jews.
up.
And it is
I
an
call
important
Linda.
word.
She
We
talks
use
to me
that, and
for
it's
3
a
hours.
significant word in our
You know,
culture, but
Linda,
it's not enough to
I
say that
love
we
every
are
minute of it, but
Khazarians. There is
I
one
do
fellow
have
named
to
Wexner
take
who wants to
another
argue
call,
that
but it's like
that
these
Jewish
are
is basically
great,
derived from
fantastic people who
Ashkenazis,
are
but
so
he's kind of like
passionate
way
about the
on the
subject,
fringes
whose
of
lives are
extreme,
really devoted to
bizarre,
understanding it. Those are the people
you know,
I look at. And of
realm of,
course, there's a lot more than
I
11
don't want
of
to say
them in the
recording.
world, but
Anyways, so
these are
that's
people I
that's
resonate
basically the
with,
story
and I didn't
why
have to
we
agree
don't
with
hold
everyone in
that.
there.
There's
Because I
any, oh, and
wanted
by
a
the
broad
way,
perspective as a
I've given
curator.
you lots, the smallest
You
reason
didn't
why
want to
maybe we do have some Khazarian influence. The opposite side is overwhelming. It has DNA of an egg. You have a massive amount of linguistic evidence, right? The Yiddish spoken by 97% of Eastern European Jews is overwhelmingly German. We have tons of historical records documenting the passage of Jews from Germany
In these
to
times that we
Eastern
find
Europe.
ourselves in,
It's everything is laid out there for us. It's so obvious that Ashkenazi Jews
how
come
do
from
you,
Germany,
Ellen,
not from
stay
the
positive and
East. They
hopeful
come
in
from
your
Moldova.
quiet moments?
Mr.
Like,
Grant.
you're out here speaking and
Yeka
advocating to
refers
opening
to
up.
German Jews
But in your
specifically,
quieter
and it
moments,
refers
I mean,
to those
you
Jews
can't
who
help
are really in
overwhelmed.
Germany,
How do you do
let's
that?
say 19th
I don't
century.
get overwhelmed because how I do
Ashkenazi
it
is
is
a larger category than
Drop
Yeka.
back into myself. And I'm learning that. Getting some personal coaching there.
Well, they come from Germany. They probably have the same origin
No, I drop back into
They got Germany
myself.
because they
I
did
drop
not
back.
leave
It's like,
with the massive
yeah,
Jews who
it's
kept going
chaos
east.
out
So we'll
there,
talk about
and
this
it's
later in
always
this
been
class.
that. No
We're going to
matter
have a huge
when you
surge
live,
of
what
Jewish
time,
migration
what space,
from
but
the Rhineland to
if you
Poland,
can come back and
Lithuania,
it's what I
13th,
do,
14th,
take a
15th
bath,
centuries.
drop into
That
a
establishes
quiet
a great center there
place,
for various
like,
reasons. The
you know,
population
the
explodes in
illusions of
Eastern
the
Europe,
world
but
will
there are
continue
plenty of Jews
whether
stay behind in German
deeply
provinces,
involved
and they become the
and
Yekens.
worry
Okay,
about it,
let's
or
go Halabar
you just
Weissman now.
drop into a quiet
Unless
place.
we're going to leave Khazari
In a
behind,
way,
okay?
not
Okay, so
saying
let's
I don't
look
take it
at
seriously, but I
big
don't take
questions,
any of it
something
seriously.
called
Well, it
historiography.
is serious, but I don't.
Anyone want to try
I
and
take
define
it
this
all
term,
in. Like I'm
historiography?
out there taking it all in, but I'm not attached
Mr.
to
Blackburn.
any of it. I mean, I believe what I think might be true, and of course, there's a lot of people
Not
that
bad, not bad.
are
Let's
not
break it
saying
down.
the people
History.
I tune
What is
into, the people I
graphy?
trust.
Like photography.
Okay, we're on to something like you guys. We're
Graph.
moving the ball down the
Writing.
field
Thank
a
you so
little
much.
bit. We're
The
searching
writing
for
of
truth.
history.
And
History is kind of a weird
beyond
thing.
all
It
that,
has
we're
elements of
citizens
science,
of the universe.
like something
We're in our own
happened.
consciousness field. We're
Like one of the
interacting
great
with the
German
cosmos every day. So whether
philosophers of
the ET
history
is
is
showing
Immanuel
up in
Kant,
your
and he said
bedroom
that history is
or
defined
up in
as
the
process
sky,
identic
great.
Gewesenheit.
We are
What
cosmic
actually
conscious. We're connected
Just
to
tell me what
that.
happened. That's the
And if
history,
we know
right?
ourselves a
But it's
little
not
more
quite
and
so simple
trust in
because the way that
this
history is told,
outside
the
the matrix
narrative that
understanding of
is
the self,
crafted
and we
to
can just
describe
relax
those points in time and
into
events
your
definitely,
chosen vehicle.
promotes a particular understanding of the
being,
past.
And
And
none of it's
this
that
should be
disturbing.
incredibly
It's
obvious.
interesting.
Your
I
generation,
find it
you
all
suffer from it
fascinating.
more
It
than
is
most
the
generations
most
because of
interesting
the
thing
influence of
happening on
a
planet. I
movement
don't know
called
why you're
postmodernism
right.
that
This is not on
essentially
the front
says
page.
things
Why
like,
is
well,
everyone
this is my
obsessed with this?
truth,
Because
what is your
it has
truth?
no
And
answers,
we can
first
both
of
be
all.
hit by the same car,
Everyone's
but I have
game
my
is as good
experience
as
and you have
anyone
your
else.
experience. My
I'll
lived
tell you one
experience,
story.
your
After
lived
the
experience
David
is
Rush,
totally different, right? That's
kind of
like kind of
thing
like
came
a
out, we're all at
21st
contact
way,
in
21st century way of thinking about these things.
So I had a
Historiography
roundtable
is like that
discussion
too.
with
How
Danny
do you
Sheehan, Steve
construct
Bazard,
a
Richard
story
Dolan, Linda
out
Moulton
of
Howe,
the
and JJ and
events
Desiree
that
Bertocci,
we determine
sitting
from
around
the
after the
documents we
conference
work
was
with
over,
primarily
and I
vertically?
saw
So I'm
everyone
going to
was
introduce
looking
you
at
to
this
two major
latest
historians of
revelation
Eastern European, of
from their
Ashkenazi
point of
history that
view.
are hugely important
Steve
for
was
us.
looking
The
and Steve
figure
Bazard
on
was
the
looking
left
at is this
is Heinrich
next
Gress,
thing he could,
who was
lobby
a
for,
major
and Danny was looking at it
19th,
from
early
a
20th,
legal
actually
point of view,
19th
and
century,
Richard
years are
was looking at it
1870 to
from a historic point of
1891,
view, and
major
Linda was looking at
German
it from
Jewish
an
historian.
investigative
He's actually,
point of view,
as a
and I
young
was
man, a
looking at it
student
from
of Rabbi Thompson of
a kind of
Feuerbach. He studied
philosophical
literally in his home next to Rav
way
Hirsch.
of understanding the
came up
nature of
was the
reality
first
itself, something had
great
just shifted
encyclopedic story,
it's like,
meaning he wrote
how does
all
he,
of Jewish history.
what do you call
I
it,
think it was 12 volumes in the original German,
sort of
and it was like a blockbuster.
modality of
And it was
reality, I
huge.
think it's
People
called,
were
had
so
just
excited to
changed.
see this
We've got
massive
someone
history of
coming
the
forward
Jew
saying,
written in
we
the
have
modern
bodies
era.
and crap.
By
Of course,
the
we
way, I
already
like
do that,
He's
but
like a role model for me in many
we
ways.
got
I
that
myself am now
live
writing a
that concept
small
in the desert, right? You were
encyclopedic
there
history,
educating,
only
and it's
3
like,
volumes. We might expand it a little bit,
we
but
just got
I
the
never
next
was
shoe.
thinking a lot about the challenge.
and how we're gonna digest
And
this
one
in
of the
reality.
arguments about
Probably
Gratz's
just shift
approach
there.
to Judaism,
And so
which you may
these
find very
revelations are
appealing,
really
it's kind of like
exciting
the same
because
approach taken
you
by,
have
for
to see
example,
the
Rabbi
world
Beryl
differently,
Wine, who's written in
which
the
is what
modern era,
as a
also an
civilization
encyclopedic
is to solve
history.
those problems.
It's a heroic,
Why
muscular
can't
history
we
of the
all be
Jews
abundant
that
and
emphasizes
free energy
what has been
and just
criticized as
sit
being
back and
leidige
create
geschichte,
art
meaning
and
sad
love
stories.
everyone and
It's how
ourselves
the
because,
Jews were always
you know, we're
persecuted,
getting closer
but
to that. I'll
we're
leave you with this
so
one quote from
good,
H.G.
and
Wells,
we're like,
who wrote
you
War
know,
of the
never to
Worlds
blame for any
in the
bad things. So we
1890s.
make all these
But
beautiful
in
contributions to society, and people don't
1938,
understand
he
us, they
said,
persecute us, and so
because he
on.
had written other books
And it
about
has
the future,
kind of
and he
like
wrote something called
a
The
feel
Global Brain.
to it that
And
you
he
just
said,
read it and you walk away saying,
at some point in history, people
what
will
do they
look back
say?
at old
Очень
newspapers
счастливый,
and
я пата
articles
mucho,
and
я
think,
еврей, you know
was
that
there
song?
ever such a
Mr.
world?
Vasilevsky? No? I am so delighted that I am a Jew. It's a
Let
Breslov
people
song in
starve,
Russian.
or we would
Очень
drop
счастливый, я
bombs,
пата
or we
mucho,
would,
я еврей.
you know,
I am so happy to be a Jew.
kill each
Right?
other
You read
for
these books
whatever
and say,
reason.
my gosh,
Was there ever such a
everybody should
world?
be Jewish.
Is
Look
the
at
vision
these
I
people, they're
hold
amazing. They're like,
for the future
they're so
for
good.
humanity
They're
to
so
live
blameless.
into
They do amazing things, and the world hates them
our
and
greatness
despises
and
them and stuff
love
like
and
that.
joy
And that's kind of like
and
the tone
the
that he
embodiment
created
of
in
this
his books.
amazing
It's a little bit of an
vehicle that we're
exaggeration, but
in,
that's
that we haven't
nevertheless
even touched
why
the
he was so
potential of.
popular with Jews and so
And the
hated
UFO
by
UAP
Germans.
studies are here to wake us
Because
up
the
to a little
Germans,
bit more of
especially
who we
the
are.
great historian
I
Heinrich
think that's a
von
good thing, and I
Weizsäcker, put his
think
name
therefore
down here, great senior historian of the era, he said, what is this thing? I can't believe you're actually telling me this. Didn't you study the history documents? I did too. And I'm saying that we had Jews who were involved in speculation, we had Jews who were involved in crime. And not every time the Jews moved into a country where they treated badly and so on. And he points out lots of historical flaws in Bretz's very heroic work. He says that it's not, fair to the German people. And you're like pumping up your own story that's not accurate. And not even not accurate, it's misleading. And so he came up with really the father of anti-Semitic slogans at the time. If you've ever seen like the big Nuremberg rallies that people used to run, they would have this slogan, like pasted in like 3-foot-high letters, the Jews are our misfortune. Meaning these Jews, they don't take any self-criticism, they are hopelessly self-absorbed, narcissistic, and they present their history as if there are no dark spots in it whatsoever. He follows the basic Jewish historians. Well, he was a raging anti-Semite, but he's also a brilliant historian.
It's amazing how life
it's not like he was fake news.
I'm ever so grateful. I think being open, loving, that's what guides you, and not to approach anything with any selfish intent, because that never leads you anywhere, and you'll be rewarded in full, and it's not going to be what you like either.
I think that
Time for you to
Gretz
yourself
viewed his writing of the history book not as a purely academic affair, but as a culture building exercise. He was like saying, I'm writing this book so people will read it and feel proud to be a Jew, which is, a perfectly admirable goal, but then is a good history.
Something beyond our five senses.
A lot of people, I actually think a lot of it is excellent history. He did really strong in certain areas and so on, but this is one of the challenges of studying Jewish history, especially if you go to like adult ed classes in synagogue and things like that. They will essentially give you a Gretz version of history that makes it sound like superhuman, beyond belief kind of individuals. And there are areas where I think it's fair to say that. But we also have, if you open up a newspaper, we also have our share of criminals. We also have our share of darker spots of things we're not proud of. We don't necessarily not see publicized, but there we are. Salo Whitmore Breyer, also an encyclopedic historian, wrote actually more than one encyclopedic history of the Jews, generally speaking on particular areas, like, for example, the Jewish community or Russia and Poland. But he wrote a 18-volume social and religious history of the Jews that only stopped in the year 1650. He died before he could write any more of it. It's a massive, incredibly complex, very sophisticated book, based on 20 languages, incredible amount of archival research. And he said that essentially, when you look at West's model of history, he also used the German term, Leiden
Well, I need
Geschichte,
to remote viewing, and I think the
sadness
non-local
and learning
consciousness is connected to
history. But
ETs
the
because
Jews have
they
periods
are
of sadness,
communicating
they're,
with some of
they're
us
attacking
anyway, and if
pogroms and
consciousness is
anti-Semitism, and those
non-local,
things
then
actually happen. And when
those
we get to that
beings
section of
are
this class,
equally
oh my gosh,
non-local. So
then
in a sense,
you don't know
you
how
know, you
bad
can
it
say,
is.
Jason,
Really
we are
worse
the
than you could probably
ETs,
imagine.
because
And at the
consciousness
same
is
time,
not
they're
local to the human being.
learning.
It's something we
They're
are, but that's
producers. You know,
that's
the
not
Rashi was
all
writing, and Bali
consciousness is
Kuntras was writing, and we
manifested
have the
as.
Shulchan Aruch, and we have all these
We can
amazing
incarnate in
cultural
many forms.
artifacts,
So anyway,
despite
we are the ETs, and
Leiden
consciousness is there,
type
and
of program.
consciousness
But he
is the
says
kind
all
of
of that stuff, it may be
the
true,
thing we're
but
learning
it is
to
what we call
navigate.
black
It's an app.
remote.
I talk about
Full
that
of
in my
fear.
lecture content.
That's how we categorize
So
Gretz's
I'm doing the
research,
side games
saying
because
that,
we're here to
you know,
really
it's more of a cultural
activate. Like, did you see
activity
the
than an
demonstration
academic
with
one.
Nilu?
And so his book
I mean, did
is
you see
18
her read?
volumes,
See
which
through
is
her
in my office. If you
blindfolds?
want to see it, it's massive,
It
almost
was totally
unreadable.
insane.
I don't actually
Totally
know anyone in my 30
It
years
wasn't
of
like
teaching
faking
history
that.
at the
I've
college level.
done
I've never
parts
met
of that
anyone who
with
has actually
remote viewing,
read
also
all of Barron's
doing
18
it
volumes,
were
because they're
blindfold
really
for
thick
3
and
days.
dense
You
and
start to
difficult,
see through your
but
blind.
never provides
I did a
a
practice
different version of history,
staring at a
which
deck
is
of
more
cards by candlelight.
academically
And you start
correct,
to
but it doesn't
see
have
the
the
cards
same
kind of
feel
float
to it.
up towards you.
But
You
we're
can
going to
tell,
try
first you can tell if it's a picture card or a
and
number
chart a
card, then
course
you
in
can see
this
the
class
suits, and then you can
that
start to
I
make
hope
up.
to have you walk
It takes a
away
lot of
with a kind of
work. So like,
Gretzky
like
feel,
staring
because I
at
do
this
believe
deck of
that
cards for
we are
like
an
an hour
amazing
or
people. I'm
two,
putting it
but
in the first person
we
plural.
are
We are an
phenomenal
amazing people,
creatures, and we haven't
phenomenal
been
people.
trained to
But on
understand
the other
our
hand,
power.
I'm trying to
We
give you a
started
little
out
bit
in
more of the
kindergarten with
academic
training people how to
spin
see
to it,
through
so you'll see that
blindfolds.
there are some dark moments,
I think we
and there's some
solve a
areas
lot of
where
the
we can
world's problems
engage
because
in reasonable
the
self-criticism.
field is talking to us all the time. So
Arguments,
anyway, I think the
discussion,
side games are a
debate,
good thing happening. I'm doing
objection.
something in San Diego in September. I'm doing this
Leiden
San
ist
Diego
gelehrte Geschichte,
Transcendence
Geschichte
Retreat.
is history. Leiden is sadness,
I am,
and
but it's
Gelehrten
really
is like
fun because I'm just talking about what we
right?
talk about here, our favorite topic of
Gelehrten is
trying to
like
understand the nature of reality and
There's
everything else.
sadness and learning. Or as one historian put it,
Yeah,
Jewish history is basically books of
this is an exciting time for truth to emerge. So I only know what I
It's not
know,
true.
but
We
I
have
want
lots
to
of other
also
things
be
going
at
on there too,
conferences
but
where I can
there are
learn
unfortunately lots of
things
programs and lots of books.
and share and
Okay, so let's go to Ashkenaz to begin with.
and
We talked
there's so
last
much that
week,
is going to
last Monday,
unfold.
about the
And some people
genetic
always fear the future, but I think we can look at the
in
future with
Ashkenaz.
excitement
Let's
because
look
it's the
at the
unknown.
literary
People
record at
only
this point.
project
We've already had a
the
chance to
known
look
onto the
at
unknown.
Bishop
For me,
Rüdiger's
the unknown is full
charter.
of possibilities.
This is a really
We always
unusual
fear the unknown too,
phenomenon
so
that we
it's
can
good to
associate
maybe
with
not
medieval
fear
Europe.
this time.
Beginning in
You're
Ashkenaz,
fearing it
later
because
we'll
you're
see them
projecting
appearing
what you
in
know
Sepharad as
onto
well.
the
Not
unknown.
so much in the
The
Middle East, but
unknown
very, very important.
is not
Ashkenaz,
known,
this is
so
really
there's
what we came
no
to see it for the first
reason
time.
to project what you think it is.
Yeah,
It's
we
best
also
to
see
make
it in
yourself
India too,
available
actually.
to wonder
What is a
and be
charter?
in that
What
wonderful
do
place.
we mean
So
by a charter?
that's what this
Mr.
whole thing is coming to a head about. This whole UFO. It's going somewhere. It really feels like the train is
A legally binding
on
document.
the
Excellent.
rails and it's
For the
heading
parties.
downstream and it's building
In our
momentum and
context?
we are part of this movement and
Excellent.
it's going
Exactly,
to
that's
arrive
right.
at its
Government
station
at this
at some
point is a
point.
fairly mushy term.
Well
We're
said, we're
talking
just
about
gonna prevent all the
again,
cowboy train
major
robbers from
cities
jumping
in the year
on it.
900 might
distracting
have
us.
We don't have a lot of
10,000
breaks
people
on that
in them.
because,
These
the
are not
government
really
doesn't want
complex
to do it on their
organizations,
time when,
but the local lord, the
I don't know, we
potentate, the
have to
prince,
challenge
maybe the
that. So
king,
anyway,
will be
we have to keep
involved
doing
in
programs like this.
creating an agreement
Well, this is what
with
this is
this
important and
significant
learning from
Jewish
people
minority.
is,
And
how
this
you
agreement
progress
was
and
going
not
to be
coming
put
at
down
that with
in
any
words,
biases, but listen
which,
to
if you
everybody.
recall,
And,
had this kind of
you
magical
like you said, you don't have to agree with everybody, but
saw them.
you remain
Because
friends and you have
very, very
grace
few
and
people
love
were
for
literate.
one
The Jews
another.
are
So
highly
the Twitter
unusual
mentality,
in
which is
that
like you made
throughout
one
our
spelling
history
error
we
right
have
now.
been
No longer believe you.
incredibly
You will know
more
why.
literate
Yeah, right.
than our
It's like,
surrounding
I don't
societies,
need
with
that,
some
that kind
exceptions.
of
It's
I'll-
definitely true in Ashkenaz. Remember,
having
Ashkenaz
discussions like
they're
this with
barely
friends
even
and people
out
telling
of the
people like,
pagan
well,
period.
study
They're
this, you're not
barely
just
even
asking,
at that
well,
area by the time you get to the year 900, where
Do you think they're
they
here?
have a literate class, small class of people in the church, and many of whom themselves are illiterate.
a
The
dialogue
nobility
of
is almost always
inquiry, so
illiterate. Charlemagne
we can
himself
ask the
very
bigger
likely couldn't
could not read, although his son and grandson might have had some ability there. I'll show you some examples of something in that great in a moment. But if you could produce a charter in writing, even if people couldn't read it for themselves, it was kind of like a magical talisman, an amulet. So you would say, hey, we're allowed to be here, we're allowed to do these things, we're allowed to have monopoly, because this is a charter that was written a long time ago that promised us these things.
Consciousness
It
and
had,
all of it, like it's so
it was
important.
law.
You're
The
such a
law was
valued
something like
member of this community, and so thank you for all your work. And I look forward to your next book.
peasants and even petty nobility at the time. People didn't discard these documents, they considered them very hard. There's also a significant number of forged charters that was probably prompted by Jewish communities in order to retroactively defend their positions or their rights and privileges in particular places. So we don't necessarily have to be 100% historically accurate to work. It's not like we have ways of verifying these documents, but just pulling these documents up. This may make a difference. This, by the way, is an interesting English charter. You can see it's written in Latin. It has a little Hebrew prefix at the bottom of the seal that has some notes for Hebrew readers as to what the content is. Yes,
I should probably say that at the beginning of the podcast, but I'll say it at the end just in case you're all the way here through, which I'm sure our listeners
let's say that someone is trying to encroach on my rights. Let's say, for example, the Jews have a right to either sell providers or alcohol. This is something that we will see very much the case of Eastern Europe. Certainly there's some Dutchman, like a inn. Jews frequently had a monopoly on distillation and distribution of alcohol. It goes all the way up to the 20th century as well. Let's say some other peasant said, how come, the Jew is the only guy who can make vodka? I'm going to make some of them here in my own bathtub, and I'm going to sell it myself. And Jews find out that he's undercutting their business, and they go to the local audits, and they say, hey, we have the right to be the only producers of alcohol in the neighborhood. And the place says, no, I don't understand that. I said, no, it wasn't you. It was your baby who sold it to us. And they pull out the charter. And even if the players can't read it, they've got the document. It doesn't matter. And that can be a temptation for forging these documents. Yes, Mr. Anderson. Right of property ownership. This was a huge thing. So we didn't actually look at this charter, but it's one of the earliest. Louis the Pious is the grandson of Charlemagne. Remember, the son. Charlemagne was a hugely important European king. Louis the Pious is his son. He, in 1809, explicitly writes a charter saying that Jews are allowed to own property. What kind of property? Land. Exactly. Have you ever heard this idea that Jews are not allowed to own land, and that's where they went to finance? Yeah, maybe. So it's the widespread myth. Jews were allowed to own land in most of our history in Europe. It was just not necessarily such a good investment for Jews to be in real estate. Why might real estate not be a good investment for Jews in the middle here? Mr. Grant? No, people always like land. Mr. Remind me your name? Mr. Schwartzman. You might get kicked off your land. Right. One of the most important rights that Jews sought was the right of residency. Can I live here? It is exactly that reason that I'm going for my immigration interview on Wednesday. Because I don't want ever for the government to say, I'm sorry, you can't live in this country. And that's why I don't go to mass protests or anything like that either. No, there are other reasons for that. But the right of residency is something that the Jews desperately needed, and the fact that it was denied to them for much of medieval history is a large part of the story itself. Very good. Mr. Lloyd. Literature, well, it depends on when and where. We often don't have a good way of actually measuring it, but if, for example, you look at 1897, the Russian Empire did a major census, and that's quite late. That's already in the modern era. Jews had roughly 60% literacy that was reported. It's probably an undercount because they probably didn't consider, of course I can write in Yiddish. I thought you only had Russian, for example. But 60%. And peasants
in her. Go ahead, Mr. Yes, precisely. Fishing non-thunder and ethnic. So it's built into our culture in a very big way. And we also have a much higher rate of female literature as well. If you go back to, there's even, well, I don't want to go to the ancient period, but chances are those numbers are really much, much larger for the medieval period, where, I'll show you some examples on the screen in just a minute, and you'll tell me what you think. Okay, there's the BS right of ownership. That's a charter that was issued and preserved, and because he was actually the king, especially important. Really good. You looked at in the assignment. Notice how he started out. He says that I want to attract Jews to Shpayim. I want actually Jews to come here, and so therefore I'm going to lay out all these privileges that they get. They're allowed to have the right to, sell wheat to non-Jews. That was a bit of a controversy with the church, because the church didn't like the idea that Jews would shecht an animal, and as I'm sure you're aware, the Gid Hanasheh is difficult to remove. Ashkenazim typically don't even bother trying. They just sell the back half of the cow to non-Jews because it's not trade for them, and it's cheaper to simply sell it at rate than to try and do nikur and remove the Gid Hanasheh. On the other hand, with their history, they say we do the Gid Hanasheh, and they don't necessarily sell the back house. But the church didn't like it. How does it look? The Jews are saying, we're not going to eat this meat, but we'll sell it to non-Jews, right? So that was something that sometimes Jews were criticized for, and they were not allowed to sell. We still have these problems today, by the way. There are countries in Europe that have banned shmita. Like, you can't buy kosher meat in a lot of the countries of Europe unless it's imported from a country where shmita is permitted. Lots of other things that you read about in that charter that are really important, but I want to highlight one of them. Privilege of having a wall around their ghetto. Why would the Jews ask the bishop for the right to build a wall around it? And like, what kind of separate? What are we worried about, Mr. Black? Purely defensive, right? And if you have a hard time imagining that, I would direct you to both of our homes, where you see all these gated communities that are heavily populated by Jews, and the same idea. The wall later became confining, especially in places like Venice and Frankfurt am Main, where it became a ghetto, kind of like a prison. But certainly in the medieval period, in the Ashkenaz, early Ashkenaz, they wanted the wall as a way of making sure that they could be safe. But don't forget, they're a highly distinct minority. They're the only non-Christians living in the region. They tend to be much wealthier for reasons that we'll explore when we talk about the economics of it. And so they're a target for predation. It's so much better if they can have a wall. They also ask for a graveyard for obvious reasons, but this often marks the presence of early Jewish communities because they get to bury their dead separate from others. There are synagogues, which is it's interesting to see it in this particular context. That's an ancient Greek term that we actually have on very early church documents, and even in Christian Jewish documents, that refers to the head of the synagogue, the president of the synagogue. Archos means leader, and that archsynagogue serve as a judge. So in other words, Jews were given the right of self-government. I'll show you some examples of that in just a minute. Hiring Christian employees. Why would that be a problem, hiring Christian employees? Mr. Truman, it's beneath the Christian employees, very good, especially owning slaves. You have the church very upset with the idea Jews could own slaves, especially if those slaves were Christian. That was like hugely insulting. Got very upset. What else might happen if Jews have Christian or even pagan employees? They might even become Jewish. Judaism was a highly competitive ideology at the turn of the millennium. And Christians are frequently, especially churchmen, are frequently, unhappy with the contacts that Jews had with uneducated peasants. saying you're wrong, but I am saying you sound like kind of Chris, right? Because, well, I think just imagine yourself in those days, right? Jews today, first of all, we want like Maslow's hierarchy of needs, or the things you want. First, we want safety and security. Then we want like community. Then we want, like financial success. We want all these things. And so you will have a whole range of Jews who will be behaving at various points along Maslow's hierarchy. So there are definitely lots of Jews who want, first of all, we want not to be attacked. But there are lots of Jews who want to get rich too. And it's not bad. A lot of Christians want to get rich. And so these charters are hugely important. We have quite a movement, large and small. Now let's go to Mikey's discussion of literacy, which is so fascinating. This is another great historian. His name is Guido Kish. I always thought it strange that a Jewish historian has the name Guido, but although he was an incredible historian, he was a brilliant lawyer who spent a lot of his time studying law and the Jews. And although he made his name originally as a historian of medieval German law, he also applied a lot of what he had studied and learned to understanding Jewish history. There's an interesting kind of larger personal story about him in that he compiled this massive, 4-volume, big medieval volume of German law, and the Nazis confiscated all of it, and he actually survived. Chicago, where he was a professor, but the building that took all of his records to was bombed by the Allies, and all the records with tremendous, prodigious intellectual skill to essentially go back and rewrite this huge 4-volume work on medieval German law. Now, in particular, mine is relevant because he studied a document called the Sachsenspiegel, which is really fun to pronounce. Sachsenspiegel. It makes me happy. Sachsenspiegel. Sachsen is a place in Germany. It's like a province. And Spiegel means mirror. And it is a 12th century book of law. It's as if you called it like the Queen's Mirror. Why would you call it the Queen's Mirror? Not bad, not bad. Mr. Kranz? Excellent, Mr. Kranz. Mr. Bushby, you want to answer that? Yeah, exactly. Reflecting more the reality than the ideal. So the notion of this is that, again, remember, we have a very different idea of law, primarily because we've inherited the revealed tradition, right? Our understanding of law, we use the word halakha, is Moshe Rabbeinu goes up to Har Sinai, and Kodesh Baruch Hu gives him a set of instructions that becomes the Torah, and of course we have an interpretive tradition, the rabbis who make into it the Shulchan Aruch, Mishnah Berurah, and so on. But it's essentially, it's got a source with a capital S. But in medieval Ashkenaz, they're not working with a source. Religion generally, especially Christianity, does not have the same amount of invasion into daily life. It's so much more based on creed, or what one thinks, what one believes, and does not seem to be really particularly concerned with, the order in which you tie your shoes, or what happens if you put a milk spoon in a meat pie. That's just not Christianity. Islam is much more like that, but Christianity is not. So how do you deal with when someone's ox gores somebody else's cow, and you find the carcass, dead on the road? You need to still deal with that. So without the huge tradition that the Jews have for these decisions, they essentially said, well, right? Go out and see what the people do. And that's the sense of the word Spiegel, mirror, is that this is essentially a recording of what has evolved as common law. What is the procedure when these kind of times happen? So this is an amazing 12th century document that was written to basically record or handled in the 12th century in this region called Sachsen. And it was so popular that it was repeated over and over and over again all over Germany and became essentially the core of German common law. Okay, now, why is it relevant to us? Because this is going to Mr. Leukey's observation. Most of the people who wanted to read German common law could not read the books, meaning the judges, certainly the government officials, the kings. Nobody could read the words. And so they had to provide a graphic novel version of a law code. Can you imagine that? Like those of you who are studying comic book version. If you're studying like pre-med, you say, well, this biology text is so many big words in it. Just give me like a picture version of it, and that would be your Sachsen-Spiegel. So he was great, Guido Kish, at pulling out the cartoons. And here's, for example, an illustration, 900 years old from the Sachsen-Spiegel. And let us interpret it, okay? Who are these people? Who's the queen? Yeah, I think it's actually a king. Royalty, right? Royalty. Royal person. Brown, right? Long hair, but yeah, could be. No, not bearded, right? But Christians are not bearded. These gestures are important. What does this gesture mean? That would be you. Yeah, I'm teaching you what you need to know. The first thing you got to do is this, right? Instruction. You often find in debates, you'll see them depicted with their fingers like this. Who are these people here? Yeah, look, first of all, they're happy. It's kind of nice. They're smiling. Let's break it down. Who's this guy here? What's he wearing? Jester. Nice call. But no. Not a bishop either. Bishops have mitres. He's a member of the church. He's a member of one of the mendicant orders, like the Dominicans or the Franciscans or whatever. He's wearing like this monk's robe, right? So an official of the church. And who's this guy here? Exactly, another mendicant order, right? With the Oscar haircut kind of thing, right? Another friar, exactly like Friar Tuck. Those guys, I don't know if you watch this. They only have teacups. This one here. This is, I think, is a long figure thing. Like you're the guy. I have. You guys ever hear of? You guys ever hear of a rapper named Mason Black? So I'm sort of like, like social media friends with him, and we have done a couple of things together. Like we had a podcast like this one. But I happened to see him at the OHO one, so there was him. I was at the same time he was at the OHO, and he stood beside me. We said, hey, let's take a picture, right? So my son takes a picture of me and Mason Black, and Mason Black, he just puts his finger out like this, pointing at me. It felt so good, blow that up. Anyways, so here's two mendicant friars, good. Who are these people? Women, good. Why are there two women? I think they mean Genevieve Clow, women. Women. Yeah, all women. To put two a plural means all women. Right, you have a role, but you got three men. You got a king, you've got one type of mendicant friar, you've got another type of mendicant friar, you have two women, which represent kind of the class, gender of women. And who's this guy? Jew. Good. What? Yeah, so how do you know he's a Jew? Beard is a good guess, but you can have other people with beards too. The hat, right? This is a special hat called the Judenhut, or Jew hat, which was, according to the Fourth Lateran Council, a church council that convened in 1215, all Jews were required to wear a distinctive article of clothing. This document actually predates the Fourth Lateran Council, but it is from there that we get the institution of the Jewish badge. Sometimes it would be a round circle representing a coin, or it would be this kind of funny hat, but not a star, that comes later. But it's meant to label, for our purposes, this is a Jew. We'll see it over and over again in the images we're look at. There is some debate as to whether or not, I see your hands up, I think it's like, there's some debate as to whether or not Jews actually comply, or it may be a convention of the art world at the time that when you wanted to depict the Jew, you always put something like that on it. But for our purposes, this is a law document, right? It's a legal document. It's trying to teach us something about society. A Jew is clearly a character here. Okay, wait. He's Mr. Gertz and Mr. Kranz. Mr. Gertz, Mr. Kranz, and Mr. Vasilevsky. Good. Excellent. Very perceptive, very perceptive. This document is essentially saying that the king is responsible for protecting mendicant friars and women and Jews. In that order, right? But the king is like, these guys are like supposed to be devoted to religion, right? They're not like knights or something like that, or fighting, or they're like members of society, but they're like charitable sort of. So these are all people that the king protects. His face is not especially happy, he's a little more stern. His fingers is, maybe that's why he's so stern. He's saying, my finger is like I put it in a fight. But everybody else will be here to be under his protection. And as Mr. Gertz points out, there's clearly a hierarchy. The Jew is even a little bit smaller than the women too, which I think is interesting. But this is a document that essentially is explaining. Next to it in the original, there'd be like a long text in German and Gothic letters. But for those Germans who could not read their language, a handy photograph, a handy illustration of what you got to know. And if you ever forget, you can just flip ahead. Oh, yeah, that's right. I'm supposed to be responsible for the Jews. Mr. Krantz. So I don't think I've read a lot about the history of Jewish costumes. There's a good book by Rubens where he goes into this in some depth. I looked at the pictures. But I'm pretty sure that the Shtreimel originally came out of fashion of the 17th century, meaning it was a classy hat. Kind of like the Borsalino today. Right? Like, why do Orthodox Jews wear gangster hats? Right? Is it because it was forced upon us? No, it just was a cool hat. And we just kept wearing it. If you look at photographs of yeshivas in Europe in the 1920s, hardly ever are the Talmidim wearing black hats. The Rabbis get the black hats. But, you know, we have like great inflation, hat inflation. Students get the wear the beard. In fact, you very rarely see guys with beards, too. That was like, it was considered presumptuous for a student to have a beard. You know, forget you have a beard. Mr. Ederson. So I have two responses. The first is, it reminds me of the fact that one of the reasons that the Rabbbi got into so much trouble with the Venice space hit, it was the first of many legal situations that he got involved with. One of the things was that they were criticizing him for being 23 years old and still not wearing a beard. Right? And another thing is, you remind me of my grandmother. She had a prompt used to say, Besser Rebbe Abort the Rebbe, which translates to those of you who are usually impaired. Better to have a rabbi without a beard than a beard without a rabbi. Okay, so here, that's what the Sakshan Spiegel is saying, and it's important to understand in terms of our context. The Jews, we don't have any idea of like citizenship, right? Nobody is a citizen. Everybody is a subject. And so the Jews are actually considered subjects of the king in the 12th century that will be degraded in many ways, but they're legitimate subjects. They're below women in their status, but they are there and they should be protected. Mr. Lloyd. Yeah, well, in this particular picture, if a judge is saying, okay, as a king in this case, the king says, okay, do I really have to like help these Jews out? I mean, they're enemies of Christ and everything. Why do I have to do this? Well, look at the Saction Spiegel. It says the king is responsible for the Mendicant friars, the women, and the Jews too, and you have to protect them. The Saction Spiegel is actually very pro-Jewish. So this is a slice in time where you will see that Jews have a significant amount of rights and privileges, and that will erode over time significantly. Sorry, Mr. Vasilevsky, you had your hand up earlier. What do you think? Yeah, I think so. Derogatory. You know, we'll see even worse things. Actually, you saw it in the beginning here. This is an English tax roll. This image here. So the English of the same period. Okay? This guy you sort of recognize, right? This would be the devil, right? Here's another Jew wearing the uniform, right? What do you know is, and this is, I think, a Jewish woman. This is supposed to be Aaron of Lincoln. What do you notice about these Jews? Big pointy noses, right? I mean, why do they have to point them that way? You know, because they want to make them look like demons and stuff. Here's demons blowing shofars, stuff like that. Nasty pictures of Jews are almost as old as pictures of Jews. Yeah, Mr. Ellerstein? I'm not sure if that's the king. I think that might be the devil, and this is like one of his demons. I think. I mean, this is, if you want to look at it, it's a tax register roll from 12th century England. Okay, let's look at another one of the images. You guys are going to be legal experts by the end of the day. Okay, now what's going on here? Mr. Hertz. Well, he's not. No. Yeah, these are pipes, and yeah, they're weapons, right? Okay, so what's going on here? You got this. Good. Army draft. And who's this guy? Yeah, probably. Doesn't look like King. This isn't a crown, but probably like a general type guy. And he's standing there on the wall, which indicates how we're going to organize our defense against the Mongol hordes or whoever is coming into town. And who has to listen to him? So you got hoi polloi, right? The dark, unwashed masses. Everybody has to put down their plows. They've got to come defend the city. We'll give you a pike. You're going to be able to poke some of our, those nomadic people who are coming to attack our town. But everybody's got to chip in, even the Jew. Any note on the Jews' participation? He doesn't have a pike. Right? Jews, you got to help, or you don't get a pike. So this is essentially saying that Jews will be responsible for the defense of the city, but not necessarily armed. Go ahead, Mr. Evans. Because these guys all have pipes coming out here, right? This guy, where's his pipe? Oh, maybe you're right. Maybe let's count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 9. I don't think these are all with the pipe. But what do you want to say? That the Jew has the pipe, but this guy doesn't? Everyone's hands are empty. It looks like there's pipes go in the back or something. It's a good question. We'll have to go back and look at Guido Kish's comments on this picture. Maybe I'm reading it wrong. What for sure is involved is that the Jew is included. I don't know. But the message we got to get is that Jews have some civic responsibility. Maybe it's not the same as the peasants, but they're required. We saw that also with Rudiger's. Here's another one that also I find quite interesting. it just amazes me how maybe this P and that W might be some kind of like legend that goes with the text. I love how primitive this art is. You know, this is like a book that the king would read. Like amazing. It's so cool. What's going on here? Okay, who's he? Mr. Blushman? Right, very good. Obviously the cool haircut, right? And riding on a horse. And there's a Jew behind him. Here it is, wearing the Judenhut. What is this picture even telling us? Maybe. Yeah, it could be. We have to see what context is in the other picture. It's been a while since I looked at this. But even if it was ever in isolation, what do we got straight on? It's interesting. Yeah, possible. This looks like he's inviting him to come along. I'm not sure what to make of this gesture here. Well, what about? But how often do you see a Jew riding a horse? Not so often. It's actually illegal in Muslim lands at this time for Jews to ride horses. Jews are not allowed to ride horses. They have to ride either donkeys or there are some jobs that are allowed to ride side saddles, but they can't ride like regular. Camels, they're allowed to ride. What about this thing here? It's a nice big sword. It's a good sword for sure. Not as long as a pike, but pretty long, right? In Muslim lands, Jews are not allowed to carry weapons. So, what is this document overall telling us about the status of Jews, Mr. Anderson? Any non-Muslims who are dhimmi, exactly. If you're a non-Muslim and you don't make the dhimmi category, you can't even be there. But you're right, Christians as well. So, that's for sure. That's for sure. And even if they're not aware of what's going on in Muslim countries, it's showing that Jews at least have the same rights as Christian mendicants when it comes to status things like riding a really expensive thing and bearing arms. Yeah. Again, given the skill of the artist, I don't know how much sense they're making that, but I do think that this is saying to the king, hey, it's okay if Jews are armed. Hey, it's okay if Jews are, on horseback. Mr. Rubin. No, it is. This is a law. This is when the king needs to decide something about how to run his society, and he says, "Please bring me out the auction spiegel so I can see what we do in auction." And they'll take it out and they'll flip through it and say, "Is there anything about Jews in here?" And we'll see this picture of Jews. Oh, I was wondering if they could carry a sword. So here, obviously, they carry Jews with swords, but that's what it says right here, black and white. Mr. Wait, is it Mr. Yanko? Yeah, with your head up. What's your name? Schwartzman, Mr. Schwartzman. Yeah, it's a good question. We really got to go back and figure out that pipe picture. We're not sure if that pipe picture says they're not allowed to carry guns. The picture is meant to say Jews have to participate in civic defense. Whether or not the pipe, I'm still not sure. You guys ruined my lecture that way. Okay, good. Mr. Rubin. Could be. It's hard because the artist is not so clear. And it's been a while since I actually read Guido Kish's research, but you can look it up yourself. Maybe you'll write your essay on, Jews and pikes, Jews and arms, or something like that. Okay, but what I think we can walk away from this here is that, we started the discussion of historiography. When you think about charters, when you think about Jewry law, would you want to hazard a characterization in general about the status of Jews in medieval Ashkenaz, especially this period of time up to the 12th century? Are they hated and chased out everywhere? Or what is their status? Very fair, very good. Mr. Abraham. Separate but almost equal. Yeah, there are definitely areas where you might even want to say they're privileged, as we shall see later. Well, actually, as we saw already, there are certain things that they can do that other people can't. They may have monopolies in a certain type of trade. It's not invariably so everywhere. Mr. Alderson. I think that's a fair assessment. Let us also not forget that Jews are highly visible because they tend to be much more urbanized than the general population. General population is overwhelmingly rural, peasants working the land. Jews tend to live in tightly knit communities where they are walking to a synagogue, a mikveh, Chinese restaurant. They have to live close together, so they tend to be in towns or in mid-sized villages. So they're very visible to everybody. Mr. Abraham, one more point? Question? Good question. Were Jews allowed to assimilate? Yes and no. Jews were allowed and even encouraged to assimilate. However, the only way you could do that was through baptism. There was no possibility of a secular identity really until the 18th century. Right? So we're like 800 years away before you could live a non-sectarian existence. You either had to belong to the Christian community writ large, perhaps a subset like the nobility or the peasantry, things like that, or you were a Jew. And there was no I'm going to participate in both worlds. Here in America, assimilation is rampant because people can simply opt out. People can simply say, well, chuck it. I don't want to have anything to do with it. I'm just going to live my own anonymous life without any communal attachments. And the only thing is if you get on the United Jewish Appeal mailing list, you need to get on the FBI Witness Protection Program to get away from them. But otherwise, you can live an assimilated lifestyle today. But in the medieval world, the only way to do it was to convert. And lots of Jews did. We will look at Jews who convert to Christianity, what happened to them, and so on. Unfortunately, most of the stories that we have of Jews who convert to Christianity, they tend to become infamous for then using their new Christian positions to attack Jews. I'm sure there are way more Jews who simply married, let's say, non-Jews and then just disappeared from Jewish history, but the ones that make history tend to be rather negative. Okay. In fact, it's good that you asked on the three of us because where I'm going right now is in that context. I want to take you ahead to that moment when Jews suddenly had the opportunity to assimilate. So let's just break our mindset for a minute from 9th, 10th century Ashkenaz, and let's go all the way up to 18th century France, which of course is part of Ashkenaz. When I say Ashkenaz, I often use from Germany. It includes really much of northern France as well. And you have this guy here, Emperor Napoleon the great Napoleon. We're going to come back to him later on in this course. But basically, in 1789, there's a massive break in the way Europe deals with its citizens. The French Ancien regime, the old kingdom, falls, and you have the beginnings of a democratic country right in the center of Europe. It takes a long time for them to work out exactly how they're going to be a democracy. They go back to have, an emperor for a while, things like that. But one of the things that happens is shortly after that revolution of 1789, first Sephardic Jews and then Ashkenazi Jews are made equal to French Christians. It was a massive watershed moment in Jewish history where there were no longer the residency restrictions placed on Jews, the occupational restrictions, all kinds of anti-Semitic laws were simply disappeared overnight. And what ended up happening was Jews had kind of like all this built up spring-loaded energy that allowed them to surge ahead in all kinds of areas of endeavor, especially in business, because, among other things, they had this huge advantage of being literate and numerate, right? They could do math. And so, in the decade or two after 1789, Jews all of a sudden became incredibly wealthy, incredibly powerful, and a lot of non-Jews in France were saying, this is ridiculous. This is our country. It's true, the Jews lived here for so long, but nevertheless, we can't let them get ahead of us. And they complained to Napoleon. So Napoleon said, well, I hear what you're saying, especially in the area of money lending, right? Because Jews were allowed to charge interest on lending money. We'll get back to that a little bit more when we go back to Jews and the economy. They go to Napoleon, they complain. Napoleon says, well, let's find out once and for all, are Jews positively disposed to building our country with the rest of France, or are they our internal enemies? Do we have to do something about the Jews, or can we let them be equal citizens? He says to his advisors, so what's who runs things for the Jews? Who's the final word on what Jews do? And they say, well, there used to be this organization called the Sanhedrin. Maybe Napoleon, you heard of it from Dafioni? I didn't say that. I made that part up. And they said, but it hasn't, the Sanhedrin, anyone judges, it hasn't sat for 2,000 years. And he says, that's let's call a Sanhedrin. And he convenes, amazingly, in 1806. I think it was 1806. I think so. He convenes a Sanhedrin. He pulls Jews from all over Napoleonic Europe, Italy, France, Germany, everywhere where he's conquered, and he sits them down and he asks them 12 basic questions to try and figure out, what do you Jews want? Do you consider yourselves separate from Frenchmen or the same as Frenchmen? Do you guys have a separate police force? How do you govern yourselves? Should we continue to allow you to be separate as equal citizens, or do we have to treat you as enemies? You'll join the Germans as soon as you get a chance to do so. So, of course, the Sanhedrin, they knew what Napoleon wanted to hear. They gave him 12 very good answers. And he said, okay, so that's it. It's settled. Jews, you get to be regular citizens like everybody else. He put in some other anti-Semitic stuff, but basically that was a major chapter in Western Jewish history, and we are the inheritors of much of those ideas. But with that, he essentially emasculated the power of the rabbis, because the Beit Din could no longer enforce its decrees. If a Jew wanted to say, hey, I don't care, I'm separating from my wife and I'm not giving her a gift, I don't care, you can just walk away, because the French government says we don't get involved in your internal things. You want to get divorced, that's up to you, but we don't take care of those things. And so that's when you begin to have assimilation as a reality without baptism. Wow, it's talked so wrong there. Any questions about this period of history? This is the period we live in. It's like 250 years later, but we're still, echoing the decisions that were made by that Sanhedrin in 1806. Mr. Abrams. We know every one of them. Well, the majority of them were what we would call maskilim. We'll talk about them more later on this course, but majority of them would be like not traditionalists. They would want to change halakha. It's very, very early in Kabbalah, but yes, they're very inclined towards, well, we're prepared to do away with some of our Jewish customs in order to achieve, equal citizenship. We'll spend more time talking about this later on, but they did have a very important rabbi, Rabbi David Sintheim, who was the head of the Sanhedrin, very respected Jewish on the Mishnah called Yad David, still studied today, it's 20 volumes. So they had some flummies on it too. And he very carefully threaded an needle between what Napoleon wanted to hear and what Judaism was prepared to offer. Just to let you know how Jews felt about it, I'm going to show you one really mind-blowing artifact. The Jews were so grateful that Napoleon confirmed their citizenship that they minted a commemorative medallion to show how much they love Napoleon. Just look at this. It's hard to believe they actually did this. But on this side, you can see Napoleon, Emperor and Roi, Emperor and King, right? Okay, very nice bust. And on the other side, what is going this guy? That's Napoleon, right? Who's this guy? Yeah. Moshe Rabbeinu. That's crazy. And here, what's he giving Moshe Rabbeinu? Yikes. And what does that mean? He's portraying that. Yeah. That's like a wild artifact, right? And it's saying, Napoleon, Jews made this. Napoleon, you are to us like Hashem, Habdil, Ellen, Alfe, Habdachos. You're like Hashem, giving the luchos to a grateful, genuflecting Moshe Rabbeinu. This was not like, this did not get scroll my stomach. They wanted to please him, but it was. Well, I have a feeling that they definitely wanted to please him. He was, an incredible narcissist, that he loved these kind of things. Yeah, I would say that most world leaders are, actually, my humble opinion. But I'm going up to my citizenship interview on Wednesday, so I don't want to mess that up. So, but it's also indicative of the slavish attitude of a lot of the Nazi folks who say we'll do anything to get our equal rights. Yes, Hasidim, especially Chabad, was very much against this. They called, Napoleon means, Bonaparte means Pelek Tov, and there were Jews saying, he's the Pelek Tov. He's the good person. And Chabad was saying, he's like the opposite of that. Anyways, this is the last article. Okay, so let's first of all ask the question, where is Ashkenaz? So Ashkenaz, I'm sure you're aware, we call Jews Ashkenazi. The yud at the end means of Ashkenaz, right? Jews who are from Ashkenaz. Where exactly is it? The first, hang on, not too fast, Mr. Kurtz. The first example we have of Ashkenaz, the word, is over here in Bereshis, Perik Yud, where we have this description of the grandchildren of Gomer, right? Or no, sons of Gomer, who are the grandchildren of Noah. Let's just go through this again. I forgot my little clicker, so I'm going to stand over here for a second. You have Noah has a son Japheth, Japheth has a son Gomer, and Gomer has a son Ashkenaz. So here we have the first reference to this thing called Ashkenaz is in the Bible, and it is a person, not a place. It is associated with the people who descend from Ashkenaz, and then during the medieval period, Jews applied that moniker to a particular piece of geography, and more specifically, it ends up referring to the Jews who come from that place, which is associated with a biblical ancestor, not necessarily, as in this case, Jewish. That's where we first get the term Ashkenaz. Mr. Kurtz. Sorry, thank you. Good, you are anticipating my next slide. So, by the way, how many people are we talking about? In the period that we're looking at today, about the 9th century, maybe 5,000 to 10,000 people, fairly small population. But by the time you get to 1939, on the eve of the Holocaust, that's about 80% of all Jews in the world were Ashkenazi. Of course, that number is going to precipitously decline with the Nazi onslaught, but it became a very, very significant population. So we know Ashkenaz so far is a place somehow associated with the people. Where exactly is that place, like Mr. Kranz was asking? So we have another reference to the word Ashkenaz that occurs in Yirmiyah. So Yirmiyah is written around the 6th century before the Common Era, right? Yirmiyah talks about the destruction of the base of Mikdash, the first one. So there's a description here, reading in English: raise a standard on earth, sound a horn among the nations, appoint nations against her, assemble kingdoms against her, Ararat, Mini, and Ashkenaz. So here, there's these three kingdoms, Ararat, Mini, and Ashkenaz. We sort of know where Ararat is. Anyone know where Ararat is, at least in the biblical imagination? Yes, exactly. So if you look at this map of the ancient Near East, and this is kind of like a 19th century cool map. The world is known to the Hebrews according to the Mosaic account. Here, of course, is the land of Israel in the center. And if we were to place these on a map, Ararat is showing growing up in Turkey, which is a little different from what Ashkenaz is. This is where one particular scholar places it in actually Turkey, and here is the region of Gomer next. Oh, look at that! Here's Ashkenaz. This particular map identifies them with the Phrygians. Not especially good grounds for that association, primarily linguistic, but it's most likely somewhere in the ancient Near East in this context. Possibly up here in the Caucasus Mountains, near the Caspian Sea, which would be modern-day Georgia, things like that. Nowhere near Germany at this point, right? These are roughly where we think these places existed. Here is, by the way, Shinar, which is Babylonia, also home of some very famous chemistry teachers. Some of you might get that, but okay, those of you who are not news to. Anyways, how do we get to Germany? So if you look over here at the Trubos Gaonim, which is written by Rabbbi Gaon around the year 1000, right? So we're jumping from the biblical account in the Chumash, which just gives us a place. Then we go to Yirmiyah, so probably, if we guess that those three places, Ararat, Mini, and Ashkenaz, are somewhat close together, has to be somewhere in Asia Minor. And now we get to the year 1000, which is 1600 years later. So Rabbbi Gaon, writing in Pumbedisa, which would be in the land of Shinar, right, Babylonia, he writes from all the lands, from Yemen, which you know, and the east, which would be Central Asia, Bukhara, places like that, and from the north, which would be probably Khazaria, which we'll probably talk about on Wednesday, and from the land of Ethiopia, it would be most likely on the east coast of Africa, and Ashkenaz, and France and Spain. So we definitely have Sarfat Baspania, right? This is France and Spain, and Ashkenaz comes just next to them between Ethiopia and these places. Mr. Lloyd. Correct. Well, if you were to look at this list, where would you guess Ashkenaz has to be? Yes. Correct. You're absolutely right. We're trying to figure out, though, when Jews use this term Ashkenaz, what are they talking about? Yeah, it's probably somewhere between Ethiopia and France. And likely, you could imagine Italy is between Ethiopia and France, also Egypt, but we're getting closer to Europe, right? Yes, those places have places, so why not name them? You're right. But the thing is, for sure, when we get to High Gaon, there is a place known as Ashkenaz, and there are Jews there. That's the Truba, and it's probably somewhere in Europe. I think you'll find Mr. Vasilevsky. You think so, right? Yeah, that's what it is with the box. Okay, so let's do this one last thing here. Look at Rashi, of course. Rashi refers in a different pasuk altogether to a word called sneer or schneer, and he writes "Usheleg b'lashon Ashkenaz." So sheleg is the word in Hebrew for schneer. Of course, this is snow. Ubelashon Canaan. So let's translate it. This signifies snow in the German language, Schnee. That is in fact the German word for snow is Schnee. And in the Canaanite or Slavic language, which is also the rest of it for snow. So we have a concept of the Russian Ashkenaz, which corresponds to what we know about German from Rashi. Rashi quotes a German word saying that's what the Ashkenaz speak. Yes.
Hey guys, welcome back to UAP Studies Podcast.
Correct. Correct.
Appreciate you joining us.
Pretty good at saying, right? Snow, snee, modern day snee. So great. Could be the words changed totally.
Busy. Over 2,000 people here today. It's just
It'd be hard to translate snow, but not terrible. Snee, not terrible. The English is, of course, derived from Anglo-Saxon. So.
It's cool in here. That's one of my jackets on me. I'm Canadian. I'm not used to the California.
Yes, correct. least Saxon.
You go from one.
So we're getting closer at it. But by the way, guys, the number of times that the word Ashkenaz shows up before Rashi is like infinitesimally small. A dozen maximum, right? It's like they may throw out the word Ashkenaz with no context whatsoever. But when you drill down, it seems to get tricky. And I'm going to show you a map that hopefully will settle this linguistic discussion. This is for sure, by the time you get to the Valley postcode, this is Jewish geography. We've got a region here which is kind of cut off Sarad, which is identified with Spain. That goes to a place like Habakkuk, which was identified with Spain, possibly incorrectly, but nevertheless it is well accepted. Provincia, which is a region of southern France, but it was really very different culturally than Salzburg, which is France proper. And then you have Ashkenaz, which is associated with the Rhineland in particular, northern Germany in particular, places like Köln, there's an early settlement. Frankfurt, you can't see it here, but Fire1 remains, or smaller towns where Jews live. And then you have this unusual place over here in Eastern Europe, Na'an. They called it Na'an because this was one of the major slave markets of the world at the time. Na'anim were associated with slaves. It may be related to the word for Slav in English, although most Slavs don't like that. They say, no, the word Slav is related to the word Slav, which means glory. Like Slava, glory, not Ukrainians are slaves. But so that's our Jewish geography. This is what we're talking about here. The Jews who live in this part of the world. Later, they are going to migrate to Eastern Europe, and later they're going to migrate all the way to North America. But this is the history we're going to start with. Mr. Loki, I'll tell you. Okay, Mr. Franz?
Just know what's going on. Now, I know somebody who was.
Schnee, yeah. And Yiddish is basically German with phlegm. That was a joke, guy. Laugh at that. Thank you. Okay, so let's go to a deeper question now, which is, how did the Jews get to Ashkenaz? And at this point, we're going to be in this conference for the rest of the hour, but it's usually fascinating stuff. We have two sources of information on how the Jews got to Ashkenaz. We have our internal literary tradition.
There was a time when that would have been so traumatizing that you just wouldn't have been able to.
I don't like the word sect of Judaism. That's kind of, I don't think a lot of Jews would say. That sounds like a little bit too harsh a boundary. I would say an ethnic subgroup. I mean, Ashkenazim, just in terms of their complexion, tend to look different from Sephardim, for example, or Yemenite Jews.
I would like to just know what's
We're going
going
to see
on
today. Okay, ask me again. If I haven't answered this question in 30 minutes, then I'll give you 5 bucks.
There's no.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Wade. See,
There's no shock anymore. It's not.
Yes. Thank you in this recording.
Shock in the big
Because I
light.
can't.
That's
So I'm going to put the recording on. You can listen to it as many times as you want. It was very soothing.
it's a little heavy.
Put it by your bed. But
But the giant.
Mr. Remind me again.
When you
Adler's
worship something is a classic example. They're sledgehammer right? And good work you did for Chicago Sense.
Neat. Perfect.
They know
Thank you
I'm
so much.
scared.
Vielen Dank. Okay. Which is the kind of German they would speak today. So we have two traditions of Jewish settlement of Ashkenaz. We have our internal literary tradition, meaning like who wrote down how the Jews got to Ashkenaz. It's essentially a rabbinic tradition associated with a group called the Hasidei Ashkenaz that we will study later. But they tell us that essentially there were a small group of Jews who made their way primarily from northern Italy to this region somewhere in the 800s. We even know the names of some of the families, the Colonimus family, for example. That's the tradition. Why did he get there? Well, in our own literary traditions, we refer to the invitations from local monarchs. Here's where it gets a little bit more hagiographic, meaning a little bit more kind of legendary and kind of self-serving. Like, for example, Charlemagne, who is a very, very important Frankish king from the he lived 747, 814. He probably did not invite the Jews himself. This is interestingly a gold bust of him from his capital city of Aachen. And I read at one site, this is said to contain his actual skull cap. I don't think that means he's Jewish. I think it means that actually the bone of his head is on the inside of that, which I think is somehow grotesque, but sort of really fascinating. So he probably did not. We have no other records indicating that Charlemagne actually invited the Jews, but we definitely have his son shown here, Louis the Pious, who was actually much more involved in inviting the Jews. So this is already still 8th century, where we know there are kings interacting with Jews. We have like non-Jewish sources that corroborate the idea of small Jewish communities in Austria at this point. And in particular, his grandson, Charles the Bald, who does not actually look very bald, is courtier down here, looks a little bit unhappy, he looks much more bald than he does. But Charles the Bald is particularly very involved with the Jewish communities, particularly creating these things called charters that we're going to say. So to summarize our first body of information, which we hope to delve into a little bit more in coming classes, is literary tradition, right? Books that talk about how Jews got there and portrays this image of Jews coming in the 9th century, settling in small numbers, making relationships with local royalty, and establishing. So, Mr. Krantz. Yes. Yes. There's this interesting story of the 3 boats that were released by Vespasian there's 2 actual rudderless boat stories. One of them goes all the way back to Vespasian. The other one is a boat that was captured by
autism on the rise and different sensory abilities getting stronger.
Jews were sent abroad. Let's go to the first one. Vespasian, rudderless boats one, says that Vespasian, in his cruelty, put a whole bunch of Jews on boats in the 1st century, exactly the structure they make that. He gave them no skippers and no rudders and took them off into the Mediterranean, and they landed at 3 distinct ports. At Lyon, France, Gahal, also in France, and strangely enough, in Bordeaux. So to get to Bordeaux, there's no establishing the first 3 communities in France. Most likely an apocryphal story made up, but not this story. This story has some actually good scientific data behind it, as we shall see. What's going on with these, this period of these 3 kings in particular? So we have them giving out these things called charters as incentives for Jewish settlement. Meaning, the kings want the Jews there. And they say, if you live here, we will give you these privileges. You will have the right to establish monopolies in these businesses. You'll have the right to settle here and no one will kick you out. Some desirable things that Jews wanted. And as we shall see, when you go on to Canvas, that's one of the very first assignments is I'm going to show you one of those charters and I want you to analyze, is this good or bad for the Jews? Is it a good thing to accept these charters or not? The Colonimus family that I mentioned earlier, they moved to the Rhineland, late 19th century. They ended up becoming an extremely important family, provided one generation after another of Jewish leaders at the time. This is all part of the literary tradition. What about the genetic record? What can we say about Jews genetically? Here we're getting to these stated by funds, because I'm going to tell you the story of how they're somewhat different. I want to explain to you something called the founder event and the bottleneck that created Ashkenazi Jewry as a distinct ethnic subgroup within the Jewish people. I want to take you to a place called Erfurt, which is right here in central Germany, where in the 14th century, a small Jewish community had a cemetery, and the municipality in the 21st century, our century, century, asked for permission to dig up that cemetery because they were doing renovations to the city center. Jews typically live in city centers. You go to any great city in Europe, the Jewish quarter is almost always right there downtown, usually right next to the river, because Jews were early settlers and very much involved in trade. Here is, of course, the cemetery laid out, and here is actually some of the bones which were exhumed at the time. Now, they asked for permission from the virtually non-existent Jewish community, who also relayed the question to Israeli authorities as to the appropriateness of this. In the end, they received a shock that it should be done. And a whole bunch of Jewish geneticists said, we're not going to get too many opportunities like this. We want permission to analyze the bones of these 14th century Jews, right, or 1300s. Included among the many experts they asked were the great Rabbi Dr. Abraham Steinberg, who wrote the massive 3-volume encyclopedia of Jewish medical ethics, and he ruled that under these circumstances where the bones were going to be reinterred in another Jewish cemetery, they couldn't do anything to the bones themselves, but they could study the teeth that had been dislodged from the jawbone. So in other words, they made a massive deep dive genetic study of the teeth. Just out of curiosity, why would you think the teeth are okay when the bones are not?
We begin to have to function individually.
Yeah, but finger bones can also be dislocated and so on. I'm sorry?
Came from.
Yeah, that's not so permanent. We don't like it. You listen to it, you don't bury it, right? On the other hand, if a limb is amputated, you do tend to stay there and bury it. It's kind of weird use of your deep freeze, but you know. Yeah, the teeth are distinct, not part of the body. People don't have the same procedures for the teeth are both. They discovered some amazing things about their diet, and they also, of course, did the genetic analysis. And what did that genetic analysis say? It said something which we already knew from another bizarre genetic experiment that was conducted in the early 21st century in England. This is the Castle Point Shopping Center in the English city of Norwich, which was the site of a terrible pogrom in the 12th century associated with the Crusades. When they were digging a foundation for this beautiful shopping center, they discovered a well, and at the bottom of the well, discovered about 2 dozen skeletons. Men, women, and children, all piled up in a mess, thrown into the well. Clearly, many of them died immediately prior to these falling into the well, or as a result of the fall, and so on. In fact, some of those bones, which were taken back for scientific analysis, they could actually calculate from the DNA what they must have looked like. Here are 2 reconstructions of an adult child in the bottom of this Norwich well. They also could determine their eye color, and in fact, the incidence of red hair on them, which was something for which Ashkenazi Jews were specifically well known. So we knew a lot about them. Then what they did was they said, okay, well, who are these people? They looked at like 23andMe type data, and they found that, oh my gosh, they're overwhelmingly Ashkenazi Jews who were thrown into this well in the context of a pogrom, and they immediately handed the bones over to the Jewish community, who reburied them in the Jewish community. But we see that there were Jews living in Norwich, Ashkenazi Jews living in Norwich in the 12th century. Mr. Sheridan Adlerson.
Well, here's the thing. The story of that is very interesting. You bring that up. And I'm just we're in
What does
California
that
right
mean?
now.
It's natural for Jews to have.
I've just been thinking about it. It's not
How can you not say it's
the destruction of the universe. It's the story of our lost.
okay, but
That's what the Tower of Babel is for.
Because why would you define that as zero to understand what says man can no longer
correct. But so you're saying 2 different things. The second thing is essentially true, that there are lots of Jews that have genetic characteristics which are not commensurate with Near Eastern religions. Right? If it was aim Habaka for generations, we probably did not look like we look in this room here. But we're not defined as Jews by our genetics. There are some like convergences for the body. Yeah. So that's precisely because you look over your right shoulder, you may actually see it what's right there. So that's the point. That we what is it? This really speaks to the question: who is a Jew? One thing we can say for sure: a Jewish God is a genetic concept. We have a wide variety of genetic factors. Yes, Mr. Siegel.
What happened to this planet that destroyed our telepathy and gave rise to the story of the Tower of Babel was not anger at the gods because we built the tower to heaven. It is
exactly. I checked through the vast majority of us in this room have a significant chunk of genetics which are not Middle Eastern. And there are tons of people with Middle Eastern genetics who are not Jewish at all, too. In other words, they're not necessarily, you can't define Judaism by genetics.
It's just a matter of chance. This is a bubble in which there is an exceptionally large number of superbugs.
I can't put a number on that, but I would probably suggest. Well, Ashkenazi Jewish, we shall see. Let me answer that question. If you want to just say Jewish, and you want to say like Middle Eastern, I think that would be fairly rare. But when I'll get to your question in a second about Ashkenazi Jews as a whole, when we get to the bottom. So let's see. We've got now two data sets, right? We have the Norwich massacre, and we have the Erfurt cemetery. So we actually have medieval bones, not too long after Jews apparently, according to literary tradition, settled in the region of Ashkenaz. What can we learn from these things? So there's a lot of cool stuff, but this is the most important. This is how it appears from the genetic records Jews ended up in Ashkenaz. So here's a chart going from bottom to top. Right? This is long ago. This kind of like bottleneck shape is the genetic mixing of Jews. What do we have here? If we start out with Jews in ancient Israel at the bottom, and we put modern Ashkenazi Jews today, meaning most of the this room, 7 out of 10 Jews in America are of Ashkenazi descent. So you have in the ancient period, we have lots of examples of non-Jews joining the Jewish people. Just for one example, Ruth, who was a Moabite woman, of course, described in the Bible, Antipater, who is the father of Herod. They join the Jewish people, they attach themselves to the Jewish people with conversion, without conversion, with consensus, sometimes violently. We have non-Jews who get into the gene pool of the Jewish people, and they are absorbed one way or the other. Helena of Adiabene, another great example. We read about her in Sefta Sota, in particular, Queen Hilmi. She comes to us as Malka Hilmi from Adiabene, which would be today Syria. And then we have another major event with the destruction of the second temple in the 1st century, where we have somewhere in the neighborhood of 100,000 Jews who are shipped off to Rome as slaves in the 1st and the 2nd century. A massive number of people affected not only in internal Jewish sources, but also, for example, in Josephus, who was writing for a Roman audience, a huge number of Jews shipped off to Italy. When those 200,000 Jews, sorry, not 200, 100,000 Jews are living in Italy now for generations, they're mixing with South Italians, again, not necessarily willingly, in a different context that would show you some of the archaeology we have, for example, a gravestone of a Jewish woman who was taken captive and was forcibly married to a Roman soldier, and he fell in love with her, and when she died, he actually put up a beautiful tombstone in memory of her that we have today, dating from the 1st century in Italy. So we know that Jews are involved in the gene pool. They're also marrying with North Italians, which have a slightly different genetic mix. And then at some time, around 800, you have what's called the founder event. This is the founder event of Ashkenazic Jewry. A certain number of Jews, particularly from northern Italy, make their way up to northern Europe. Remember that one of the cool things about genetics is that not only can you calculate forward as to, what kind of, God forbid, disease the person might have, hair, eye, complexion, things like that, you can also calculate backwards. You can figure out when did this come into this person's system, how many generations back does it go. That's why some amazing studies have been done on Kohanim that indicate that most Kohanim have a chromosome, or a feature on their Y chromosome, which is consistent with the idea of a single male ancestor living about 3,000 years ago, which is like mind-blowing. It doesn't mean that every person who calls himself a Kohen is in fact a kosher Kohen, but genetically, most people who call themselves Kohen can say, I have the same great-great-great, who knows how many babies back, as someone else, which is consistent, of course, with the biblical account. So, what happens in the year 800? Yes, please. I've forgotten your name already. Tell me again. One more time? Come in. How can I forget that?
Down in Spain.
Culture by culture, genetics just doesn't go back that far to find it. We do find, however, with the Ashkenazim, and also it's very difficult to do a proper data set, but when you study Ashkenazim, there is among Levites, in particular Rabbim, that 46% of people who are Ashkenazic and Rabbim come from 4 women. I think they're called Sarah Decoration Lamb, but no, 4 women who lived around the year 800 in northern Italy. Non-Jewish women, right? Italian women are the mothers of half of people called Jews. So,
It's going to be a very human thing.
well, right? A lady can marry a Jewish. Right, so if a woman converts, yes, if she converts. And what is conversion? Right, we have a basic idea of going to mikvah and Kabbalah mitzvahs. So, what if her daughter goes to the mikvah and is a Kabbalah mitzvahs? Even if her mother wasn't properly converted. There's some really interesting videos on this from Moshe. Not my area. I don't want to get in trouble with the other side of the college. Just ask about that though. But what exactly is conversion? What we do know is genetically, half of Ashkenazi Rabbim are descended from 4 Italian women. Okay, so anyways, what happens here? We get the Erfurt and Norwich remains, and amazingly, they are remarkably consistent with each other and with modern Ashkenazi Jews. In the study of the Erfurt Jews in particular, the researchers, which were at Hebrew University, were blown away by how incredibly similar on a genetic level modern Ashkenazi Jews are the Jews living in Erfurt 700 years ago. How did that happen, that Ashkenazi Jews are so similar after 700 years? Constant endogamy, constant intermarriage. Over and over again, this tiny community, that's the bottleneck, right? The founder event is when you have a tiny group of Jews who move here, maybe 200 people, very small amount, and they're always cousins marrying cousins over and over again. That's why we have a lot of inheritance diseases, lactose intolerance associated with Ashkenazi Jews. Tay-Sachs is a great example. My own parents are actually, I think, third cousins with each other, and that's in they were married in the 20th century. It's just that that's how Ashkenazi Jews essentially came to be formed based on the genetic record. Okay. That's the bottleneck, which is a good reason for like marrying an Ethiopian Jew or a Yemenite Jew or something like that. But you didn't hear that. Any arguments, questions about this? Between Ashkenazi Jews and other Jews?
I think that we lost that.
And the what family? No, we're like really close. Like we could be beside them today, and people would think they fit right in. They wouldn't look weird. Yeah, we look a lot like similar complexions, eye colors, things like that, which is like astounding. We tend to look at each other and look at those, but when you look at the huge family of people who are marching,
Fortress and Saxo,
Mr. Turner.
all those huge stones moved up from far below our mountainside, out back with the huge
Right, we
stones.
had a bottleneck
The planet
based on a very small origin founder event, and then constant development in the last 700 years.
the nature of
I give you the
which
citation to
we
study
do
and go
not
into a great detail.
know now,
Mr.
the powers and
Middlesex.
abilities of which
Adlerstein.
we no longer understand. We need to face that in order to get back to what we have lost. And I think that the advent of the younger tribes is what caused that at one point.
It sounds not unreasonable. I don't know the science well enough to affirm or deny, but it's consistent with what I've read. Mr. Vasilevsky.
Now, we would lose every major coastal city on the planet.
They're right here. It's like, let's say 800 so on is when we start the number event. And then I probably should have not made these curves. It's basically like a straight up and down.
We have done absolutely almost no.
What is big thing is back in the ancient world, we had like a huge number of Jews coming in. Huge number of Jews coming in.
Serious underwater
And
but it's
and then at a certain point, like other Jewish populations, not necessarily going to Italy, would have like, moved from North Africa and they said, oh, you know what, let me just show you the next slide. This will be even better. So here is the next slide. This is the best map we have of how the Ashkenazim came to be genetically. This is, by the way, the study that identified the Levites as having those four mothers. And it looks like this. Jews are originating in the Middle East, and there's huge dispersion of them in the first century. A certain number of them will make their way across the coast of North Africa, and eventually you'll have a major civilization developing in Spain, somewhat earlier, by the way, than the Rhine. We begin to see archaeological evidence from Spain in the first century, and we have good external records of them in the 6th century, and by the time we get to the 8th century, we know a lot more about Jews living here. So they predate Ashkenazi by a few hundred years. Big civilization happened here. A much smaller civilization emerging out of the Jewish migrants who were taken off to Gaul, and then eventually migrated up to the Rhineland here in Germany. Here in the 17th century, which we'll cover in a few weeks, they began to push east towards Poland, Lithuania, Russia, and so on. But the word Ashkenaz does not mean Poland, Russia, Ukraine. It refers to the people who trace their origins back to the and then, of course, you have mixing of Ashkenaz and Spartan after, especially 1492, the Jews from Spain. That's basically the genetic. Now, here's a question that you might be wondering about. The DNA of those airfoot Jews show that 15 to 45% of their DNA is consistent with Middle Eastern DNA, but 45 to 70% is Italian. Yeah, intermarriage, conversion, rape, all kinds of things. But this means that Ashkenazi Jews are more or less half Italian. We have a huge infusion of Italian DNA in our blood. And, if you look at Italian, we sort of look like Italians, right? Some of us are a little darker, some of us are a little lighter. But we look more like Italians than we do like, let's say, Palestinians or Syrians or Iraqis. Right. So that's the Ashkenazi genetic story. Now, what is also important to note about all of this is that the literary record that we described at the beginning, the idea that what we have from the Apollonius family and so on, moving there and establishing relationships with kings, things like that, is broadly comparable to what we have from the genetic record. They confirm each other. It's a pretty reasonable story of how the Jews got there and also roughly when they got there as well. Okay. Questions, arguments? Yes, Mr. White.
It somehow shifts in a lot of experiencers see it as a more positive.
Well, again, when we looked there, we had about 20 different people to look at. Not a massive, not a massive chunk. But when they broke them down and they look at these two groups, every one of them had at least 15% Middle Eastern DNA and at least 45% Italian. And then the rest, you know, German, French, or whatever we would associate European at that time. Mr. Siegel.
It's such a delicate discussion to have with the child.
Well,
Any advice?
I don't think I said it quite like that. We definitely have, well, what is a Jew? Right? What is a Jew? If you want to say a Jew is a product of a Jewish mother, you go back very far, and yes, all Jews, at least before, let's say, I don't know, Yitzchak Avinu, before Yitzchak Avinu, all Jews are either, no, I can't say that. Jews are either a product of a Jewish mother or converts to Judaism.
And the result is
And
that
that's always been
now he's forgotten all of these wonderful experiences as a child because I didn't reinforce it by talking to him.
Well,
And
as far as we can tell, goes back to the 4th century, 4th millennium before the Common Era. Goes way back to like,
as well. I think
Tarshish boat.
talking to the child and saying, "Okay, that's fascinating."
But it gets very hazy there because we don't even know what to do. We don't have like big samples of other people. There's also a huge amount of people moving around different parts of the world. So it's not an easy history to write based on genetics. Here we have a couple of sample sizes, a couple of samples which are especially useful because yes, they're buried in a Jewish cemetery. That's really indicative that they were Jews. They're thrown into the bottom of a well. Good chance they were Jews.
With the result,
But you know, it does make sense. We know there was a pogrom there at that time, so it's entirely consistent. We have a literary record. Okay, I want to take you to another totally bizarre piece of history, which I'd rather not discuss, but I think if we don't discuss it, I don't want you to be hit over the head by a Russian bot or an anti-Semite who says, no, Jews are actually Khazarian. So what do you know about Khazaria?
And he'd heard that before when he was
Mr. Lucky. There's a book, yes, Khazaria. We're going to see that in a second. What is the Khazaria?
I said, how old are you? To my, it tells us you're not out.
Yeah, it came from Indian in Central Asia. We just close this with it. That's not helping. Okay, we're going to lose this for a little while. Yeah, we'll have to get maintenance to figure that out.
What am I saying?
The story in the Kuzari, which is a book written by Yehuda Halevi in the 13th century, describing events in the 8th century, was that there was a particular king named Ulan who was looking at the world becoming very monotheistic around him. Christianity took its time, Orthodox and Catholic, and Islam, and so on. And he decides to hold a debate between the leaders, or at least representatives of these faiths, and he's going to choose a religion for himself. And according to the Kuzari, when he hears all of the arguments, he says, well, you know what, I think I'd like to become Jewish. And he converts to Judaism. I'll give you a little bit of the history of what happened, and a lot about what we don't know happened. Well, we'll see. It's confusing. There are some elements which indicate it may have happened, but it's difficult to understand the depth of that conversion, how broad it was in society, whether it was rabbinic or something else, and so on. But the reason why Yehuda Halevi wrote Kuzari is because writing in Spain in the 13th century was a great way of contrasting Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, because those three faiths were active in that part of the world. And it was kind of like an excuse for him to write a religious polemic in which he could say that Judaism is definitely better than the other two religions who were very active here in Spain. But it's not a history book. It's a book of philosophy, it's a book of religion, and it's a religious philosophy. And so to take it as history would definitely be missing the point of the book. What we do know from multiple sources is that this group of people, who we know from many sources, non-Jewish, they're active here in this large Kibbutz area, which would be actually penetrated into what would be eastern Ukraine, basically where Russia is right now in the war with Ukraine, is basically where the Khazars penetrated. According to some prominent Ukrainians, like the great Emelian Pritzak, the city of Kiev was actually founded by Khazarian Jews. And in Kiev itself, they had a Khazarian game. It was definitely a well-known people. They flourished up until about the 13th century, and then they basically disappeared with the Mongol onslaught. A whole bunch of Central Asian tribes coming this direction, destroying the Khazars, taking over much of Russia, and so on. And by the time they receded, Khazaria was gone. But there definitely was a major Turkish people living here who it appears at some point actually converted to Judaism, probably in the year 740. So this is a copy of the book that's written about it, the Khazari, which is, again, not intended as a history book, but we have lots of interesting historical sources. We have a great scholar and diplomat in Spain named Castillo de Tabu. I think none of you were in my Sephardic Jewish class, right? No, I don't think so. So he was a great Spanish Jewish figure, and he was really curious about what happened in Khazaria. He had heard about it 300 years after, 200 years after it happened. So he actually sent emissaries out saying, can anybody please get to Khazaria and tell me if they're actually Jewish there? His emissaries did not reach Khazaria, but when they got to Constantinople, they met some travelers who said, oh, yeah, we've been there, and we'll get you some letters. And they went and they brought back letters from the king Joseph, who told them the whole history of Khazaria, which he then later said, wow, this is mind-blowing, and we still have those letters today. The problem is, we don't really know if those letters were real or if they were fake by the messengers, meaning, here's a rich emissary of a Spanish diplomat. For 500 dinars, I'll give you whatever letter you want to tell you whatever kind of story you want. So we don't know if they're actually true, but nevertheless, they just paint this fascinating picture, which is the base of the Khazari. We also have medieval travelers who made their way there and report on the people of Khazaria, usually in a negative way, indicating that these guys are supposed to be Jewish. Are you serious? They don't even do this. They don't even do that. So the level to which they were adherents of Judaism is not entirely clear. However, let me just stand over here so I'll block it later. This is a fascinating document. It is discovered in the Cairo Geniza over here. The Cairo Geniza, which is a treasure trove of documents that was discovered in a synagogue just outside Cairo that has tremendous amount of data about Jews living in the medieval period. And this is a document which sometimes is called a petach. You ever heard the term petach? You ever heard it like as a ticket here, sorry? No, that would be petach. But petach with a poop. And it's like a someone knocks on your door. Nowadays they laminate, but someone knocks on your door asking for tzedakah, and they pull out a laminated document saying this guy represents a real tzedakah and has good mitos, and usually a story of how he fell on hard times and things like this. So this is a document from a Jew collecting tzedakah in Cairo, and he claims to be from Kiev, a Khazarian Jew. And there's the signal, usually when you see these, I don't know if you guys answer the door or if a parent answers the door, but typically, what do you look for at the bottom of a petach? What do you picture of whom?
So,
Right, saying that this is for real, and they have this weird signature here, which is written in Turkic runes. There are other signatures here which are written in Hebrew, but evidently one of the most important people living in Kiev at the time could not even write his name. It's as if, you got a petach from, I don't know, Kansas, and the chief rabbi could not sign his name in Hebrew and go his name as for Robin. Right? It's weird. So it indicates what kind of community was this that the head of their community couldn't even write in Hebrew representing the Jews. Mr. Loiky. So this is the way he always does it, but it's a Hebrew document. Yeah, but if you sign, you wouldn't sign up. If you were an aide on a consumer, would you write Mr. Loiky? No, you would write Hebrew, right? In Hebrew. Yes.
I have seen two
like that, yeah.
I do not know.
But this is actually letter. Let's say, I think it's on your side. Shows down the house. Yeah, so you're so down the house. This, I think, means doesn't have but maybe they could feel this is like they're so close to some kind of shit. They should develop this defense mechanism. So it's definitely it's definitely it says we have read it. And that there's a signature to it. So it says.
I think that's a really interesting idea because something is wrong.
Exactly, because he's an important guy. The president of the Jewish
There's no sport, there's no.
as the president of the Jewish community, you can't sign his name Hebrew. You wonder what's going on there. And it tells you something about the nature of the Judaism.
And yet there's so many.
We also have Arab historians who write about the Khazars, and they have no problem just saying, yeah, there's these Jews living in Middle Central Asia. They don't necessarily know the ramifications of how Jewish is Jewish, but they're perfectly willing to accept this notion that there was this Jewish community. And then we have this amazingly strange document called the Chronicle of Bygone Years. It's a Russian document, is the original title of it. And what it refers to is how the great Prince Volodymyr converted to Christianity in Kiev back in 1988. And amazingly, the Russians have, I should really say the Ukrainians, but it's happening in Kiev, although the Russians claim this is their world too. The people of Kiev and the Rus claim the same story as the Khazaris. This Prince Volodymyr, who was like a pagan, they were worshiping essentially trees and thunder and rivers, things like that. He says, we can't stay pagan anymore because it's the year 9088, already almost the year 1000, the modern era. We have to choose the monotheistic religion. Let's invite representatives. So they invite a Muslim representative. They invite a Jewish representative, and they invite a representative of Orthodox Christianity. So Muslims get knocked out. He says, we're not going to become. No, he was probably illiterate, but that's not why. What do Muslims not do that Ukrainians and Russians definitely like to do? Drink alcohol, right? You don't drink alcohol. It's what we call halal. So he says, away. So literally, we will not give our time. And then there's a little comment which is probably added by a Christian monk afterwards saying, and also they smear their grades with X, which is hard to believe. I think the monk just added that for extra flavor. Then he comes very, very close to adopting Judaism. He really likes the arguments of the Jewish representative, who is, by the way, a Khazarian Jew, explicitly a Khazarian Jew. He says, wow, Judaism sounds so great. I like everything about it. So then he says, where's your kingdom? Where's your homeland? And they say, unfortunately, we have been exiled from our homeland for us. And he says, well, you know what? If it weren't for that, I would definitely become Jewish. Can you imagine if Kiev, Russia, became Jewish? That whole part of the world is Jewish? Exactly. And then he goes back and forth between the Catholics and the Orthodox, and he ends up going with the Orthodox Christians, and that's how Kiev became Orthodox Christian in the year 988. But it's identical to the story of the Khazari, although with a very different, outcome, obviously. Okay. They have some really interesting artifacts there, like some gravestones that seem to have really clear Jewish signs, but there's quite a bit of debate over how authentically Jewish that is. We don't exactly know what happened because it has not left behind many sources. My senior colleague, Professor Charles Stomper, has written quite a bit on the Khazars. He believes it's entirely made up. He calls it a splendid story. And he asked three basic questions. He asked, why was it? In the first place, he thinks it's entirely made up. I disagree. I personally think it probably did happen, maybe not. For example, the Khazaris seem to make it. Definitely a big question is how Jewish were they? All the evidence indicates they were not especially Jewish, especially not rabbinic. And he even though they're very close to the Goanim and places like Babylon, we don't have a lot of correspondence from, let's say, Baghdad and Khazaria, probably because maybe they have Karaite leanings, something like that. And two, what ended up happening to them? What happened to those guys? How can they just disappear? So here's the argument, which is why we started this discussion and where we're going to conclude it. There are many figures, especially anti-Semites, and without some exaggeration, some self-hating Jews who want to say that Ashkenazi Jews are not even Jewish at all. That Ashkenazi Jews are actually the descendants of these Khazars. That these Khazars sort of jumped in and adopted the Jewish identity. If you remember the map, it's true that Ashkenazi Jews definitely go back to Germany, but the great bulk of where Ashkenazi Jews lived by the time you get to the 20th century is in Eastern Europe. Some scholars, pseudo-scholars, a lot of Jewish scholars will say Ashkenazi Jews are simply an invented people, right? Shlomo San was one of the darling historians of the Israeli world, trying to discuss the invention of the Jewish people, indicating that Ashkenazi Jews have no connection to the biblical past. The upsetting of the strength. You're speaking way too fast for me. You're already speaking English, right? Just having difficulty. Oh, the history of the Black Hebrew Israelites. Yeah, definitely. This is like a doctrine that the real Jews, they come from Ethiopia, or maybe the Sephardic Jews, but it's really the Ashkenazi Jews are these evil mud people who have nothing to do with Judaism whatsoever. Why would, think about politically, why would anyone want to promote this really bizarre argument? By the way, Shlomo San, he says, I wish to resign and cease considering myself a Jew. Why would people want to say Ashkenazim aren't real Jews?
It reminds me of the 80s. I love it. Detectives.
Which one?
Actually, detective is doing something that's going to help us all of us researchers and investigators and those that are just curious to go and look at a map and zoom in and see where a UFO map or wave might be. And I think he even, maybe he's going to put pins with the different types of craft.
Sources
So his work, I'm excited that he's taking this on.
Colonists of a land that is not theirs, they're all descended from Khazars. They have nothing to do with ancient Israel, right? Jews will say, hey, what are you talking about? We've got this biblical precedent. Everybody's been reading the Bible for over 2,000 years. It says clearly Jews, Israel, it's the same thing. And I'll say, oh, that may be true for the true Jews. Who are they? Probably the Palestinians. And those fake Jews, especially the Ashkenazis, they also continue with the fact that more than 50% of Israel's population is actually Sephardic and Middle Eastern in origin, not Ashkenazic in origin. But they'll say that there's a separation between the land of Israel and the Ashkenazi people. One more political context. What else?
That is so important, especially now that we're getting inundated on social media with
video after
video after video, and we don't know if it's CGI or what. And so it's going to be really great to have somebody that tells us how they're
Mr.
vetting
France,
things,
brilliant. What do you mean by that?
putting it out there, so we know that it's something at least that has been looked at and has
We're
made it
not the
through at
chosen
least a
people,
filter.
is what the argument is. Oh, those Ashkenazim, they're not the Jews of the Bible. The Jews of the Bible, we love them. We be so nice to them. David, Saul, Solomon, they're great. But Shlomo and Gabriel, definitely not Jewish. They're Khazars, not Jews at all. This is the argument that's used both in terms of a political to Israel and also in terms of their connection to the biblical world. I made this particular lecture many years ago, and I just have a couple of examples. This happened to come out here, this is a great, this is a book on Amazon, by the way, to buy right now. I don't have a copy myself. Rulers of the earth are Satanist gangster, Khazarian scam, right? I have all these strange Khazarian guys with Khazarian black hats. There's this star Khazarian with another 666 and everything like that, right? Masters of lies, deception. This is the mind control. This shocking book is not available anywhere else. We're not saying we're not anti-Semites. Lastly, at
started
the end
talking,
of
you were
today's
just
lecture,
mentioning
do you have any
how
last
tons of people will just
questions
send
or
you
arguments?
images of
Mr. Toomey?
blank sky, and you know,
Right.
if you just
Or
look,
not,
you'll see
not
it. It's like,
racially.
you gotta
It
be
has to,
stupid.
the only way
It's
this
like,
argument makes sense is if
exactly.
you
If you
adopt
just
a
squint
racial
at a right
definition,
angle,
which we never have. Thank you very much,
people feel really
gentlemen.
frustrated,
You're almost there.
Scott, when they submit something and they're adamant that they saw something real, and that you, obviously, as the investigator, must be an idiot because you can't see it, even though you've done your due
Hello, fellow
diligence, put
students
through all
of
the
Jewish
filters.
I
So
just wanted to
maybe
give
you
you
could
a
talk
brief
about
update
that, like how
on
you
my
curate
experiences and my most
the
recent
content
trip to
for this
Israel. I
new
just got
UFO
back yesterday.
tracker app that you're
And
developing.
tell you a little bit about what's
Sure,
happening
yeah, so
on the channel
UFP
and
tracker
answer one question in
completely
particular
web-based, so
called
it's not an
action.
app at this point.
So
It's a
I just got
web-based,
back yesterday, as I
project.
mentioned,
It's
and it's
completely
always such a phenomenal
crowdsourced.
experience to go to
Yeah,
land
I
of Israel.
couldn't find
I was there in my
anything that
capacity as
not
the
videos
dean
that
of
released by
College
like
for Men,
whistleblowers
meeting with
covered on your
new
station.
and prospective
Things that are
students who will
seen
be
by
coming to us, God willing,
people
in
in
the
the
fall.
world.
These are primarily
And they can
students from
submit the videos to
America
me.
and
So
Canada.
when they
We
submit
also
the
get quite a
videos,
few
there is
students
a
from the
screening
UK
process that
and
goes
elsewhere
over. So
who have
again, like you
gone to
said, we
Israel
want to
post high
avoid
school to study full time
people
in the
putting
yeshiva,
videos of
and
like
they are really
or
amazing
people putting
students. I mean,
videos
these are students who are totally
blank
focused
sky.
and motivated
And I do
and ready
unfortunately
to
get a
commit
lot of
to a
videos
very
sent to me
rigorous
ever since I started
program of
doing
study when
Mysterious
they come
Planet.
to us at Randall College for Men. I was
People send me
especially
videos and I get
pleased
a
to
lot
spend a little bit of time
things like
in
that.
much
So
smaller groups,
for that
having
purpose, there is
dinner
a
with
screening
some of them,
process.
and I feel really great
And
about the
basically
future
what
of
it
the
is
Jewish
I'll
people
go
with
through them to
students
weed
like
out
these that
anything
we'll be
that's
having on
obviously
campus.
mundane.
I also had the opportunity, of course, to enjoy some of the great historical elements of the land of Israel. I loved especially my return visit to the Jewish Museum where I got to see the Tel dynasty. This is, of course, a remarkable find that has a reference to the house of David Beit David written in Paleo Hebrew. I also really enjoyed seeing the Orthodox inscription we talked about in the channel before. This is a stone that was discovered in a well that dates from somewhere between 100 BCE to 100 CE, and it was found in Jerusalem, and it is the world's oldest extant synagogue plaque, in which it records in Greek that an individual named Theodotus donated money to the renovation of the synagogue and all kinds of things like that. And you know, this is a very, very old tradition that is maintained lovingly in synagogues all over the world today. You know, it continuously amazes me how vibrant Israel is. How, you know, if you're only seeing what's happening in the news, you tend to get this impression of like a highly militaristic culture locked down in an international struggle, and there are elements of that which are absolutely true. This is a society that is absolutely on the edge, focused on the news, and conversations with people on the street. They will break out spontaneously over all kinds of issues. You know, there are protests against the government, protests for the government. There are all kinds of things that are happening, but everyone is united around the central idea of bringing home the hostages. I brought home, for example, the Jerusalem Post that had the entire cover in orange like this. On the day of the funeral of Syrian Rabbis and the two sons who were sadly murdered in captivity by their Hamas captors. Actually, a horrific event that galvanized the entire nation with tens of thousands of people lining the streets to watch the funeral cortege go by. Really, really heartbreaking. Here, one of the last photographs I took while I was in Israel, this is from the Ben Gurion airport. You know, all over Israel, there are these kind of impromptu signs and memorials and messages reminding everybody how long the hostages have been in captivity, and photographs of the hostages talking about their individual lives and so on, and prayers for their return. This is sadly the section where the Bebas children are represented instead of mostly Quran, various kinds of toys and so on. But I was especially put up by the airport authorities that at the behest of the family, they were asked that no one should leave photographs of the Bebas children, even though they are now sadly killed.
The flight, I think flight radar
It's
24,
actually
flight
a terrible
24,
time.
and it's
But
delirium.
Israel
Because
remains
delirium on your location at time, you can tell what's
society.
right above your head.
So on
And I
El
ended
Al,
up using
it's
that quite a
incredibly
bit.
loud flying on El Al because everyone on the plane feels
And
connected to
I'll
each
just
other.
tell you, like,
Conversations
really quick,
spark, you know, spontaneously and so on. Here's an
basically, an
amazing thing of
investigation situation I
flying
did
out of
remotely,
Newark,
I solved the
a
problem. And this
couple of
happened in
people
Alberta.
on the
So
flight
these
happened to
hikers
have a guitar
show up
and
at
a
this
saxophone, and they got up and they
national
just started
park. They're
playing
going to go for a walk around
spontaneously
this massive
for
lake.
the people who
But
were
when they
leaving
arrive,
for
they see
Israel.
lights, bright lights right above the lake. And it's like right above the lake, and it just disappears. And they're like, what the hell is that? They continue their walk, and when they come back to
See
the
that
car,
the
there's
combination
another
of
light, and
vibrancy
then a massive
and
light that just goes
the
above it.
seriousness.
But way
For
ahead.
example, this visit to
It was
Montenegro,
basically,
which
when I
is
looked into
an
it,
outdoor shop,
flight
an outdoor
radar,
market
and
that's very
confirming
popular.
this, it was a
Incredible
aviation
displays
plane that
of
collects water
spices,
for
flares,
flyers.
and
So
we
it was
bought for
going
our
above the
grandchildren a
lake,
whole
picking up
pile
the
of
water. That's
candies.
what
But
the issue
even
we saw.
in the
When they
candy
came
store,
back
but
on
even
flight
amidst
radar, was
all
able
of
to
this
detect that it was a
vibrancy,
flight
this
that was at the exact same
vivacity,
time.
all of this joie
And
de
at the
vivre,
exact same time, using the still
very
area map, I
bright.
found out the
You
other
also see
people what they
reminders
saw
of
was the
how
International Space
fragile it
Station
all is.
arriving.
This is a
So
plaque
all of
that's
it
posted
happened right in
picked up
line.
some
I
of these
just
candy.
perfect
Transit
experience for
reported,
these
it says,
people. Really?
for
That's
eternal
great.
memory,
That's
on
that
this
right there is
place
perfect
was
PSA.
killed our
Yeah, right
dear
there.
son,
We'll make a clip of that.
Shimon Ghazali,
Yes.
son of Ghazali.
But I
He
understand,
was father
most
of a
people,
3-month
that
child,
that
and he
happens
was
to you.
killed
Obviously,
here
if you don't know
by
that
a
information,
bomb,
understand
heartless
that they're
terrorists.
not wanting to
This
let
day,
that go for the UFO experience and what you explained it.
that would be
Some people are like thinking,
1968,
Katie, you must have had this happen a million freaking times.
terrifying
Or they
kind of
fight you and they
reminders
think
of
you're an
how
idiot. You don't know what you're talking about, even though they reached out to you.
vigilance
Can you
for
give
terrorist
like
acts.
cases or
90%
stories?
of people, 90% of people,
Nevertheless,
especially when they
You
started
know, not
launching
just
the
throw out
Starlink
Jewish people
satellites,
live
like
in Jewish
it became a
people,
quick
so
response because we're
just
just
had to
getting
share
it
that
over
with
and
you. Now,
over
in
and over.
terms of
Rapid response,
public
save
information, I
records,
want to
just
let
send
you
it
know
out.
that I am doing
90%
some
of
public
people were like,
lectures
great, thanks for the
this
info.
coming
I learned
Monday and
something
following
today.
Monday.
But
These
the
on my
percentile
campus
that are
in
just digging in, like, oh
RS
no, and
required
maybe they're
and have
having
to
some
bring
sort of
connection
connection
to open to the public, no charge.
even if
I
it's
hope that
not a
you will
real
be
saving
able to
sometimes. And I
attend
don't be
the Jews
respectful,
of Bukhara in the
spoken
Sephardic
about,
Guild, and
we
the second
value
lecture
your
is going to be
report,
on
and
the Jews of Russia in the
I'm very cute. I
Ashkenazi
think
world.
of all the
Both
years
of
I
these
did that,
populations
you know,
are
I had to
known
pick
to
two
exist
of
in
the
the
chain.
immediate neighborhood
I mean,
of
that's like,
South
this
will
person's
have
being
a
impossible, but
popular
you
turnout.
do come
Since
across
a lot
that
of you are not
anyway
able to
pretty
get the
quickly
themes
just
for these
by
lectures,
either
if
speaking
you
with the
are a channel
witness
member,
or
please
reading
check
their
your
report,
tab
you
to be
know,
able to get
kind
the
of where
link
they
for
are as
the
far as
live cast. I
credibility.
want to just one quick
I've never
question
had a case
out
where
of most
I had
recent
to
videos that I've
physically
posted.
go
I had a lot of response
take
to
all my night watch and
the
stuff and go to
discussion
locations
of
where
your
people
African
report
Jews
things.
from
I'll do that.
Caribbean.
But I've never
This
had to
seemed
go
to
out because
get a
basically,
lot of
we see
reaction
a big
from many
province,
viewers,
and I was like,
quite a
well,
few viewers were
several
very
months to go
upset with this
investigate the
idea.
province. And I thought that was ridiculous, right? The moment you chief investigator, like, who else would you pick?
people too. And I know it comes from a certain segment of my
But I
viewership,
never had to do
and
that.
it's
Where
amazing how
in your
active they
case,
are on
maybe
YouTube.
you
I
actually
think
go to
that's
these
part of
locations,
the
so
deal, but
you
there's
don't know
a
what
lot
the
of
person's
comments there
reaction is
about
going
how
to be
Jews
like.
can't
When you
possibly
write
be
a
white,
book and you go to
all
these
Jews
people's
are
homes,
black, and so
you
on,
don't know what
and
their
things like that.
intentions are.
I
Is it
know
that
if you
they're
go to
seeking
Israel
favor?
today,
You
of course,
have
you
to
see
really
the
sift
incredible
through
diversity
that.
of
I
the
think
country
only being in
racially
person,
that
like
there are
I
so
did
many
stuff over Zoom or whatever, but it's not the
Jews,
same. You
so
can't
many
see all the
non-white
lives.
Israelis who may not necessarily be Jewish.
You start
It
really
just seems like
analyzing
such a
these
silly
videos because
question.
for me,
But I
my
would
question
like to
for you
point out
is,
that
like
I'm
Jason
really
said,
not talking
beginning
about
of the
race
show,
at
we're
all
getting
in these
inundated.
Jewish history
And
lectures.
there's so
These
much
lectures are about
CGI.
the
We're
history
seeing pictures
of the
on
Jewish
social
people.
media. We
The
don't
Jewish
know, is
people
that
is not a
bird real? Like,
racial
is that bird
concept.
have that
It is
fantastic
a
color
partially
palette? Like, it's
tribal
totally
concept,
AI
as I've
generated.
discussed many
And
times.
it's
There
to the
is this
point
idea
now
of
where I will
matrilineal
disregard
descent. Some
a
Jews
vast
in
majority
the
of,
21st
and
century
there's so many now.
recognized
You just see all these
matrilineal
videos
descent
of
as
people
quite a
claiming,
bit more
and I'm just
controversial
scrolling
because it
through
really
like,
only
nope,
dates
nope,
from the
don't even want to
1980s.
look at it.
At
And
least
to me, that's kind
antiquity.
of a problem.
But nevertheless,
This is why
the Jewish people
I
is
mean, I'm a
multiracial.
little bit older,
So,
so
at
I
any rate,
do love the stories as
maybe
my
they'll
big thing
comment
when I was a
on
kid. But times were different.
finally, some calls to action. So, as I mentioned, that public lecture that I'm giving on Monday, either it's in person or it's one of the perks of becoming a mentor. So I really encourage you to join our learning community. Another perk of joining our community is that, unfortunately, I get so many comments in my inbox that I can't possibly respond. But if you are a channel member, I do prioritize responding to you, and I try really hard. Since you have committed to belong to our community, I want to at least, respond to your comments. So that's a perk. YouTube channel membership is not available in all countries, but you can always sign up on my website to at least get notices of what's happening. My website is henryabramson.com, and of course that's free to sign up as well. On that website, you'll also see I've got online courses, many of them free, many of them are pay what you want. So just have a look there. You might find something really interesting. And I guess that's about it. So I hope you have a fantastic Shabbat for those of you who celebrated and marked the seventh day. And for those of you who don't, I hope you have a fantastic weekend. And we look forward to speaking to you about Jewish history in the near future. Thanks for
I know you guys have like 4K videos of these like UFOs. The problem is, if you are even to release a 4K
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I hope you are all doing well.
they're gonna say,
One of the things I really like about this time of year, recording this on January 2nd, is that we have another opportunity to review and refresh. Rosh Hashanah, which usually occurs in the fall, that's a great time to do tshuva and really focus on our spiritual needs and our priorities and things like that. This time of year, it's another new year. Of course, it's a secular new year, but it's a way, and I find it a useful tool to kind of go back and figure out what am I doing and what can I do differently. So one of my big priorities for change this year is I want to appreciate you much more than I have in the past. I'm student you as YouTube members of this channel. I'm really grateful to see that since we started the membership program, it's grown really nicely and lots of people are participating. And I have to say, comments and the kind of messages I receive from members tend to be on a qualitatively different level. So I want to give back. I want to try and invest more in membership this year. I want to find a balance, and I've been struggling with this for many years, to try and find a balance between those students who are really invested in some Jewish history, and I have to prioritize, obviously, the undergraduate students that I work with during the day. But I also have so many students online, and I want to relate to you as well, but I simply can't deal with the masses, so I'm going to focus specifically on those of you who have made the commitment to become members. That's really the best I can do to try and maintain that relationship and still maintain my sanity. So this is what I'm planning to do for 2025. First of all, I am going to prioritize responding to your member comments on the YouTube channel. So I'm going to try to respond to yours with greater alacrity and sophistication than I have in the past. Secondly, sometimes you ask really hard questions that are way too hard for a short comment in the comment box there. But what I can do is sort of defer those questions for a hopefully weekly email like this one, where I can discuss them and talk about them with you. I have a few other ideas, especially for researchers and colleagues, of more active participation, live participation, but that's what I'm going to start with for now. I'd like to ask you all to please consider subscribing to my website. It's free, of course, and the advantage of subscribing to the website is that you can see lots of the other things that I'm doing that don't fit very well on YouTube. For example, one of my major projects since 2019 has been the writing of a multi-volume history of the Jewish people. Together, with a lot of comments that I received from many of you, I have completed volume 1, which is right now with the publisher, Koren Publishers in Jerusalem, and they're working primarily on the images and on the maps. The maps are a big deal. It takes a long time to do those maps. And I'm writing volume 2 right now. So on my website, I'm going to post with a password the second chapter, which is just completed. Hopefully, I'll finish it today or tomorrow. And I'd like to allow members to have a chance to review that first draft of Volume 2, Chapter 2. Although Volume 1 and Chapter 1 of Volume 2 is already online. And hear your comments, hear your suggestions, because it really helps me improve the trajectory of the work as a whole. I'm hoping to have all of this work done by the summer. That's my public rate. So this is something like I can offer to you through my website. Right, manuscript to think about reading. So I get back, but let me try that for now. So please consider subscribing to the website. There's lots of other cool things that are there. It's henryabramson.com. Finally, I just want to say thank you so much for all of your support since we started this channel. It's really been a wonderful experience for me. I hope you gained some benefit from it as well. And I look forward to learning with you in the future. I hope you enjoy many, many blessings in 2025 and beyond. Thank you very much for watching.
And back in the day, in the 60s, 70s, and 80s, some investigators, they were old school. So you're on the phone calling
Phenomenal response, but it's important for us to know that explorers that exist
just like
over
we
history,
mentioned,
there are also
know where
equally
they
as
came
many
from, have they
enablers
been
of
put
X
through, looked at
on
the
this
metadata to see if they were
wanderlust desire to see what the
for a
port
video,
of
put it in Adobe Premiere Pro,
was Abraham
or others do, where they the
1452. His main
contrast, or
career
they
was in
crop it,
Portugal.
or
He
they,
was
do
an
different,
astronomer,
see
also
the image
a
better. So it
philosopher,
doesn't
and a
necessarily
historian
mean focus
on
So what
his
I would
work
love to see
in
is
supporting
somewhere like on your
exploration.
website
One
or
of the most
something,
important
the
things that he
vetting
did was
process. Like
people have
this is
done
the
all,
process we
which
took
is
this
essentially
video
a kind of a
so you know,
Tibor
or I
means
know that
literally
you looked at the metadata,
collection
and if
for
it was
for
manipulated,
book,
how and
and he
why,
completed in
it was
1478
manipulated. So
65
history of
detailed
what's happened
astronomical
with this
tables that tells you
and
exactly
then you
which
back and look at
planets
your
are
site,
going to be
look at your
at
tracker and
various
see all
times,
these
very
minutes.
important for
It was put
navigation
through a
at the
certain
time.
process.
And then
So
up
every
with
video
something
and
called
every photograph goes
pure
through the same
loophole,
process.
which is
You
like
think you'll be doing
the
something like that? Would that
explanation
be
of
possible?
the tablets,
Yeah, for
the
sure. And I
explanation of the
didn't think about
tables.
typing that up
Maybe that's
to know whether
next
that's
to the
something I could definitely do.
Alphonsine tables that
This
were
is kind
written
of what I'm doing.
sometime
It's great
earlier
overall
that he developed further. The Latin translation
because I
is the
do want to screen
almanac,
everything, but I
like
want to
the
make sure that what gets put
perpetual
on.
almanac, the
I don't want to
perpetual
treat
sort of like
video
calendar
like,
of
oh,
all
this
of
one I'm
these
not going to screen that voice. This one I'm going to screen the hell out of.
celestial bodies, and
just kind of
together with the
up on
new
there. So
metal astrolabes, which
That's
is
not
really
mine,
many
it's
of the astrolabes that come from this period actually
it's
have
virtually
lettering
impossible
in
to try
Hebrew
to
because
be
so many
non-biased.
Jews
You're always
were,
going to have a bias.
working in navigation at the time. This allowed ships an accurate sense of their position wherever they were sailing.
Because
This
sometimes
is especially important when they're sailing around the equator, when they can't rely on the North Star
and I hate that. I hate that we have this
below the horizon. So
information
this
only
was an
that
incredible leap
but
forward,
losers
so
are
much
trying to
so
get clicks
that in
on their social media
1497,
by
Vasco
creating this and
da
trying
Gama,
to say this
who
is
was of
real.
course one of the greatest Portuguese explorers,
This is
he
the part
already
that
used
I
some
don't
of
like
those
is
words
that
on
there's
his
so
way
much
to India. And then became very important
content
afterwards. He
now
also
being
fascinating
UAP
story that
that I feel like
based on these
let's say
tables,
your channel
Christopher
or
could
our
actually
channel,
predict
like
a
everyone
solar
sort of
eclipse.
doesn't check
And
you out because
in
they're
a
all
conflict
focused on all
with
the
the
new guys that have
indigenous
to make
peoples that
money
he encountered
to
on
spend
his way,
on
this
these
actually
elaborate
saved his life
podcasts
at
and
one
to
time. So
secure guests.
who knows?
Whereas the real
Another
researchers like
Jewish
Katie,
individual to blame for
they get
Western
overlooked. They
civilization.
have way much
He
more
also
experience
did
than
many
these.
other things in his life.
I
He
found this to
unfortunately
be
he was
annoying by it.
the astronomer to
Yeah, I
the
mean,
royal
yeah,
house.
AI is
He was
just people are
nevertheless
using it
expelled from Portugal
for
in
their own purposes.
1497 to
And
persecution.
AI,
This was a terrible story.
I mean, it's good to be skeptical.
Spending his life
Shouldn't
in
believe
the
everything
Eastern
you see.
Mediterranean.
Right, because of
And
AI, almost
while he was in his exile, he also
my
wrote a book
assumption of
called
everything is
Sacred
always AI.
Euphazin, which is essentially his
And
historical account
especially if it
of
looks
the
like a
world.
video and it's
And
not
it's a
blurry, you
really
don't just assume
important
this
work,
is
and it talks a lot about
it's
not only his personal story, but of course
right.
his story.
They
Hey,
really know that.
if you're interested in getting one of the that we have left on this edition show, please see our website below. Otherwise, I look forward to sharing research with you and hopefully some videos of penguins and other things that we see there. Thank you very much for watching.
look at those, like horrible CGI. It looks like it's supposed to be like the 90s CGI. Like Sonic, it was like, who's actually falling from this? You always have somebody like, I saw this.
It doesn't help too, and I hate to bring this to have what just happened to Lozano in his video that right away was like, oh my gosh, what do you guys think of that?
Part of the reason I may not have heard about it before is because there's actually a certain amount of debate as to whether or not the son of Jacob, that's Abraham Goldstein, maybe you should just becoming Jewish because it's a really Jewish sound, I think. But most of the scholars that I really respect have included them. This is among many reasons because he works in the 10th century on Jewish communities to a degree that it just seems out of place.
These people in person as well.
So at any rate, let's talk about Abraham ibn Yaakov.
They're all trying to break out
He left behind writings that are not preserved under his own name, but they have been preserved as quotations or paraphrases in several really important
which we always
why was there so much terror and interest in world knowledge about lands outside Darul Islam?
And I think you're right.
Just
Whatever
very hazy ideas about
that.
And certainly about things like Eastern Europe actually had an advantage, especially after the establishment of the empire, where there was kind of like a iron wall, iron curtain that descended between Christian lands and Muslim lands. It was very difficult for Christians to travel into Muslim lands and vice versa, but Jews who were, equally poorly regarded by both Jews and Muslims, but nonetheless protected by Christians under the doctrine of witness and by Muslims under the Pact of Umar, they did have a certain amount of travel, and combine that with the fact that they're engaged in international commerce through connections with other Jewish communities behind or on either side of this iron curtain. Work in Arab was never asked the question. Some historians have assumed that he did so in 10th century Spain, but it doesn't. The earliest possible date is 966 for the Ashtor, who wrote quite a bit on perhaps on a scientific mission of the story coming out. Really France entirely
times and we calculated it. We know what they saw.
is
But this guy claimed to get downloaded and all this stuff. Well, how? He literally, that case got picked up by somebody. He didn't go do all the interviews.
You may also come to buy
Well, and it turned out to be, and so it's hard. I mean, all of us, it takes so much. I mean, even the Sydney book, it was over 6 months of 24 hours a day, almost 7 days a week.
About his trip is that he is actually the first person to mention in extant writing not only the city of Toronto, but the entire kingdom
victim to that, but you're right, there's not a lot
the
of
first
that,
person
but
to tell
you have to
the
look
rest
at
of the
all
educated world, in
investigators
this
and all
case the
people, we're
Islamic
always
world,
trying to find
there's a
answers.
whole country here called
We're curious, and we're all doing the best that we can, and sometimes we get
demographics
full
there,
or
the health
something,
of the
and
local
you just have to
population
go, hey,
is not
Sorry, it happens to all of us. We can help each other. I would love more help in sharing of research than all I got the big story. I got the big story, but that's kind of where we're at. We were always to just stay off. Every time I hear people talk about it, it's so crazy.
Travelers, Jewish communities, all the places that visit. This is something, by the way, for those who are looking forward to an Antarctica trip, it'll be a little bit more difficult there, but nevertheless, we'll try. But keep it on Yaakov tells us about Jews working
because there's too many cooks to get
near the pure play, going on Prague in particular. Would not have started about the city at this period if it was Yaakov and Jews involved in trade in Prague. Fascinating material. I hope you found this interesting. These cruises with you.
These whistleblowers are coming forward. You're going to have all these exclusives of you can't talk. We got the exclusive of this century. And like, I see that.
So I'm working on a project right now on Jewish travelers. History and it makes credibility in the limelight that they're in because, like I said, their stars travel in this field which is the egos are now in ever have traveled before the existence of kosher river cruises. It's kind of a phenomenal experience that I love so much, and I think that enthusiasm might communicate something a little bit across you too. But the question is serious. Why would Jews have traveled, especially before the modern era when traveling is so much easier, so much more convenient? So I came up with 5 basic reasons why Jews would have traveled historically, and I think they're kind of useful to frame the historical debate. So let's go through first. Not by choice. The questions for why they were expelled is quite complex and fascinating, and we talked about it in a few different videos.
Because when I started all
Coerced
those years
migration,
literally
which
just
would
brought
be something
answers.
like Marty's
And here's a
family
question
experience
for
in the
you.
12th
I mean,
century
after,
when
and I'm still
regime
considering
of
it
Almohad
years, like there's people
really
that have
placed tremendous pressure on Jewish families, and they eventually left southern Spain, made their way across North Africa, and landed in
what
Egypt.
happened, and
But
then we
if
have those
we
like
take away the whole category of expulsion as
they end
travel,
up passing away
why
without. That's likely to
so
happen. We're just satisfied with what we're learning,
Jews, of course,
and do you walk away
they
from it?
have
Do you ever see
actually
that
emerged
happening,
from
that you
southern
get the answers
France,
you're seeking?
Jewish traders that have known particularly in the Arab world among Arab writings as being people who were able to speak many languages. And I think also as these economic mites of my own grandparents fled from Lithuania, particularly by the fact that there was definitely a pull towards North America and my family Canada because of the great opportunities there, but also the increasingly hostile environment of the late 19th century, early 20th century Tsarist Empire that meant that want to leave as well. So expulsion is one category, economic opportunity, migration another category. Now we get the things which are Jewish and the first 2 categories, because the first category apply to virtually every people know. But even
the rest of your life, and you
were
don't want that
sent
either.
out
So,
to the widespread enrollment. I the very of both the literature that we have is from the so-called Bordeaux. It was written about the year 33, which for a long time people have assumed refers to Christians, because there are some references, there's some interesting theories that suggest, you know what, that Bordeaux pilgrim may actually have been Jewish. We talked about the centripetal force acted into Jerusalem. Rabbbi Baggio of Bartanura, and so many others who left descriptions of their travel. Fourthly, purpose, such as, for example, the great Javel survived for a travel of his experience or a charity. Also have some religious missions with like David Rabbbi, with so many other examples of that. You know, like Jews traveling to other Jewish countries to try and raise up your support for X, Y, or Z cause. Now we get finally to the fifth cause, which I think is the most modern, although it has very, very old roots. Speaking about the motive of this beautiful German word, Wander was basically the urge to travel, urge to experience now again, it's cost of travel, culture travel, 20th century times. Second half of the 20th century, now potential for this wanderlust in organization is treated as close to traditional Asian food. But seriously, examples of wanderlust would have to be century explorer who wandered around and collected lots of information on Jews all over the world. You're talking about trying to get famous thing. You're an investigator. For crying out loud, like it's not you're just blind and you went through all the paperwork and they don't expect that, and that's where they get mad.
right, but that's the problem. That's what I'm saying. Scott, like it's I'm just saying, you have those things that unknown, you have those at that sweet spot. You know, so you do what Jason said, try to keep your biases in check, look at
Hello, fellows.
evidence, and for me,
We're going to continue
you know,
our
hard time with the whole
explorers
stuff, you're kind of making a niche, which I love, and you're focusing. Are you doing photos too, or just
to
videos?
say it, but today I'd like to talk about
Yeah, so you're focusing on that, which is great. You know, there's just so many
as
things
a
going down the
poet
cryptid
and a
road and all
translator,
sorts of. You know, to think of that
but
for a
who's
long
also
time.
a
You know, it's just so
remarkable
much. So there's so
traveler,
much to it. I think it's fantastic that you're really,
made his
you
way
know, a
over
specific
the top of the
need and
Mediterranean
putting it out
into
there.
Provence,
It's a
where
great
he
service to all the
there,
other researchers
and he
and
shows up
investigators
later
out there.
in Egypt. He probably crossed the Mediterranean directly
The goal
from
of it. I just wanted
the
it to be a
southern
nice
part of France,
tool
and
for people to look
Egypt
at.
came back with some of the early versions, my monitor used to be, he said, wait a second, no, it's not the way
it's a bunch of payments and the actors.
younger imitating as accurately as possible,
Let's say
so they're preserving
this
precise
whatever
words.
going on, and I need to take that on an ask. It will search the
This
web.
particular
Tips,
is renowned
which is
for
wonderful, right?
precision.
I don't feel like
It has
it's cheating.
become,
I
no,
know you swirl this
not like
stuff out,
this.
show
You're
the
using all of
commonalities
the
that alleviates a lot of the
feel
work.
of my
Especially
text.
probably in
What I
your
need
case,
you
you're
to do
just a one
is
man
to read the
crew right now.
paragraph,
I'm guessing that you're just
understand
getting this
fully,
started.
and then
So
express
yeah,
it
I can see it.
properly
I
in
really
Hebrew.
helping out with that.
You don't
Are
have
you
to be
thinking
rigid
of
and
launching
word order and the specific vocabulary and so on. And then my
maybe at some point in the future?
what happened, even despite my mom's explicit approval, and he produced the translation that we have today. This is so awful, losing all of the and so he says, I'm going to do it, but it's far more accessible and so on. Although it was, he added as well a kind of an appendix where he said these are the kind of complicated philosophical rules that Maimonides uses to help people through some of the more complicated trivias. They had like kind of a literary war for a while, but then Timothy did pick up his idea of adding a glossary to ideas and that too. And ultimately what happened is Al-Kharizi's translation sort of lost a lot of popularity in the Jewish world. It's very hard to find an edition of it today. I haven't had an edition that my great uncle left me, but it had huge impact in the Christian world because it was Al-Kharizi's version that was later translated
it doesn't seem like much when you first start, but if you
became incredibly
success,
popular. Christian readers. And that's where we got the brilliant title and teacher of the
I'm pretty sure that all the
So
information should be
that's
linked to
now I have
exactly
not
all
even
of the
touched some,
takeaway.
but in terms of his
Basically,
role
share
as
the
a traveler,
with
he
anybody
provides us
who's
a
on the site
tremendous
as well.
amount of information about the Jewish community,
And yeah, so
particularly in the
everybody's
Eastern
going to send you
Mediterranean and
something
in
when they show
Baghdad
the
of this
military
time.
shooting a
And
couple
I
of
have to
aliens
say,
in the
it
back or
really was
something like that,
his
right?
particular personality,
So yeah, I
his
think you're safe.
desire to see the world
Do you have a final
motivated him
question
to
for our
take
guest
these
today?
journeys. And
Yeah,
we're
I'm
very
just
grateful
really
for it.
excited that
And
you're
we
out
have to
doing
wait
this
and
and making this
anyway.
happen.
So I hope
That it
that
gets
you will
needed
be able
and
to join us
it's gone
on this
about the right way
remarkable
and you
trip
read out
to
all those,
Antarctica. And if not,
I was
you know, I
amazed.
look
Like I
forward
thought
to
it was a
certainly
joke. Oh
sharing
yeah, you're
my
gonna
research
get,
with
you know,
you.
Venus and so thank you for that.
Appreciate that. Yeah, I would love to. Yeah, like so
You do
much.
the best of the best
Hello,
videos,
fellow
like
Kings
sharing.
River cruise to
Oh
the
yeah, for sure.
Antarctic,
I'm actually
which is
having
not going to be a
website.
river cruise, but will be kosher. I'm continuing this series of discussion of Jewish explorers and history, and I'd like to speak with you now about one fascinating figure, Eldan Adani. So here's the story. It's really bizarre. This individual shows up in Chiron, you can see where that is in modern-day Tunisia, in the late 9th century, the year 883, and he has an amazing claim. He tells the people living there that he actually comes from the biblical kingdom of Havilah, which is mentioned 5 times in Testament, and it's associated especially with precious metals like gold and things like that. Now, the actual location of Havilah is
social media to get these people that
but the
were
way that is somewhere on one of the things. It's either in contemporary or maybe in contemporary Ethiopia, Somalia, something like that. Says
this interview on a website as well, because it just
and they were essentially lost
So
to
right
history
now, it's
after
actually,
the invasion
I
of
haven't
the invasions, and they made their way down to Kabila where they settled,
choice
and
helps
simply
it's free.
Asher
Get lost.
Ali made their way. It's an amazing story. And the people of Cairo listen to this and they're bothered with the possibility in this region, not so far